The headache was excruciating, as if his mind was being torn apart. It felt like many memories were gradually merging and at the same time fading away. After what seemed like an eternity, Li Dongsheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if there was a raging fire burning in his throat. He sat up groggily, intending to get out of bed to find some water to drink, but suddenly frowned at the unfamiliar surroundings before him. What met his eyes was a small room of about 10 square meters, with nothing inside except for a worn-out table missing one corner in the middle of the room, a cracked mirror hanging on the wall, and a thin iron bed beneath him. "Where am I?" Li Dongsheng rubbed his aching temples, got off the small iron bed, curiously walked to the mirror, and looked at the young man wearing an ordinary grayish-purple shirt in the reflection, frowning even deeper. "I only had a few too many drinks at my ex-girlfriend's wedding banquet, went home early, and fell asleep. How come I've traveled through time when I woke up? It's 1987? What a golden age. Never mind, being alone, living here or there makes no difference." For someone who spent all day at home, relying on browsing the internet and playing games to pass the time, Li Dongsheng thought that whether it was 1987 or 2021, it was just a matter of changing places to continue idling away his life. However, suddenly encountering this era that was both strange and familiar, Li Dongsheng felt not only a lingering attachment to his previous life, but also more confusion and apprehension towards the unknown ahead. Continuing to sort through the memories of this body, he learned that the owner of this body was called Li Tiezhu, a distant relative of Li Dongsheng. His job was as a worker at a certain mechanical engineering factory, known for being lazy and gluttonous, which led to him being fired from the factory and spending his days lounging around at home afterwards. First, he successfully angered his elderly father to death, then mortgaged the ancestral home left by his father to a notorious local gang for 15,000 yuan. Not only did he lose the 15,000 yuan completely, but he also ended up in debt. In order to rent out another room and avoid debt collectors, Li Tiezhu was forced to move into this warehouse originally used for storing garbage. Just yesterday, Li Tiezhu drank himself to death in his shabby house after partying with a group of friends, allowing Li Dongsheng, who had been reborn, to take over. Drunkard, gambler, arrogant, bullying the weak, disliked by others. How bad could you have lived your life? Li Dongsheng, who had been reborn, felt his head throb. Faced with such a terrible character, he would rather stay at home playing games in his past life. He carefully searched his pockets and found 47 yuan and 52 jiao in loose change. Hearing his stomach rumble in protest, Li Dongsheng pushed open the door, planning to find something to drink and appease his hunger. Upon opening the door, he saw a Qing dynasty-style courtyard of about 170 or 80 square meters, which was the ancestral home he had lost due to gambling. In the northeast corner of the yard, a middle-aged woman was sitting in front of a wooden basin washing clothes. Seeing Li Dongsheng appear, she gave a sneer and threw him a disdainful look. Standing up with the basin, she deliberately splashed dirty water in front of Li Dongsheng. In the center of the yard, an 8 or 9-year-old girl was happily kicking a shuttlecock. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng, she scurried back into the house, slamming the metal door shut. In the northwest corner of the yard, 2 men who looked to be around 60 years old were playing chess. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng, they stopped playing and put away their chessboard before going indoors. Looking at everything before him, Li Dongsheng sighed helplessly, feeling even less optimistic about the popularity of this cheap body. It seems the first step must be to redeem the ancestral home. No matter in any era, without a cozy nest, idling away one's life is quite challenging, he said to himself sarcastically. Amidst the strange looks of the neighbors in the courtyard, Li Dongsheng pushed open the gate of the courtyard and stepped onto the street outside. Ice water, factory-supplied ice water, 5 fen per bag. Ice lollies, Xiangfang ice lollies, 1 mao each. In front of the courtyard gate, a slightly chubby middle-aged man was pushing a tricycle past, shouting loudly. Seeing Li Dongsheng looking curiously at him, he showed a simple smile. "Brother, want an ice lolly? Guaranteed, icy cold." Li Dongsheng scrutinized the middle-aged man, finding him somewhat familiar, but unable to recall where he had seen him before. Licking his parched lips, he instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out several notes. "I'll take ice water." "Got it, 5 fen per bag. How many do you want?" "How many? Let's start with 10. Here are your 10 bags of ice water. That'll be 50 fun. Ice lollies, Xiangfang ice lollies." Wasn't it illegal to be a peddler in 1987? This middle-aged man was interesting. He dared to sell ice lollies so openly by pushing a tricycle. Holding the plastic bag of ice water, Li Dongsheng watched the middle-aged man push his tricycle away, hurriedly took out a bag of ice water, bit it open, and started sipping. That's the taste. After gulping down 3 bags of ice water, Li Dongsheng kept reminiscing about the feeling of childhood until he was satisfied and let out a contented burp. The feeling of childhood is really good. Continuing to sip on another bag of ice water, Li Dongsheng slipped into a nearby small restaurant. Brother Tiezhu, sobered up? Seeing Li Tiezhu enter, the waitress flashed a look of disgust, but still approached him with a forced smile, handing him a menu. What would you like to eat? Just a bowl of pulled noodles, thank you. Li Dongsheng didn't even glance at the menu, simply ordering a bowl of noodles and smiling kindly at the waitress. What, thank you? The waitress was startled by Li Dongsheng's kind smile and polite thank you, her skin crawling as she quickly retreated several steps and rushed into the kitchen. Li Dongsheng's awkward smile froze on his face. Sighing softly, he continued to sip on the ice water. When the noodles were ready, the waitress placed them in front of Li Dongsheng and then avoided him as if he were a plague, gossiping with a middle-aged man who had just come out of the kitchen while pointing at Li Tiezhu. Li Dongsheng slurped his noodles, finding them bland and insipid compared to 30 years later, though one thing was clear. They were made with hard work, clearly hand-rolled noodles. Adding some vinegar, Li Dongsheng ate mouthfuls of noodles and garlic, occasionally taking a sip of ice water, pondering how to proceed in the future. Now that I've been reborn, continuing to idle away my life doesn't seem right. At the very least, I should earn a few small goals first before resuming my aimless existence. Chapter 2. The unending troubles of a poor neighbor. The old residence, spanning 170 to 80 square meters, was mortgaged by Li Tiezhu for a mere 15,000. Upon his rebirth, Li Dongsheng meticulously surveyed the environment and location of the old house. Realizing it was situated at the confluence of Daily District and Nangang District in H City. In 3 decades, this land would appreciate rapidly, with property prices soaring to the highest in the city. 15,000? That wouldn't even suffice for a patch of flooring. Li Dongsheng incessantly lamented in his heart that Li Tiezhu was a prodigal son, yet he felt utterly powerless. Regardless, the foremost task was to reclaim the old residence. Once he regained possession, even if he chose not to reside there, he could rent it out and earn commissions, even in the event of relocation. The amount would start at a minimum of 10 million. Having drained the bowl of noodle soup, Li Dongsheng noticed that neither the waiter nor the chef seemed inclined to collect the payment. Reluctantly, he placed a 50-cent note on the table. Turning left upon exiting, he purchased a newspaper and returned to the courtyard, gazing at the pervasive, scrutinizing stares within the yard and listening to the malicious whispers emanating from the corner. A sense of annoyance welled up within him, threatening to unleash his fury. If you continue to regard me with such disdainful eyes, you shall all vacate. The courtyard may be mortgaged, but until it is taken from me, it remains mine. Is it not a tad unreasonable to treat your landlord in such a manner? Oh dear, Li Tiezhu, while it is true that you are now the landlord, it was your father who originally rented this place to us. Now that he has passed, and our lease is yet to expire, what gives you the right to evict us? Go ahead, try to chase us out one by one. The middle-aged woman, still engaged in laundry, changed her expression upon hearing Li Tiezhu's brazen words. She, Li Fenglan, was infamous as a shrew on this street. Not even the notorious bully, Jia Jingjing, would dare confront her. How could she endure being browbeaten by a gambling addict? My father rented this side courtyard to you out of compassion for your husband, Zhang Dongbei, who came to H City with a widow and orphan seeking a meager existence. Renting it for merely 1 yuan a month was an act of kindness. You fail to appreciate this kindness, and do you even comprehend the concept of courtesy? You have 4 months of rent left, which amounts to 10 yuan. Beyond that, consider it my pity for your young daughter, just starting elementary school. Now gather your belongings and leave. Li Dongsheng merely intended to convey his dissatisfaction. Yet Li Fenglan audaciously pushed back. Reflecting on how he had previously treated Li Tiezhu, the flames of anger in Li Dongsheng's eyes intensified. With a resounding clap, Li Fenglan could no longer contain her fury upon realizing Li Tiezhu genuinely intended to expel her. She hurled the washboard onto the ground, rose to her feet, and brandished a stool, ready to confront Li Tiezhu. However, a middle-aged man rushed out from within and seized her arm. Li Dongsheng coldly regarded Li Fenglan and took a deliberate step forward, placing his head against the stool she wielded. If you do not make me bleed today, you are a wretched creature. Come on, strike. Let us see if your stool is mightier than the police at the neighboring station. Go on, hit me. Why aren't you striking? If you're too cowardly to fight, then get lost. Brother Tiezhu, please calm down. Fenglan has this temperament. Don't take it to heart. We have lived together for 5 or 6 years. If you ask us to leave, where would we go? Please temper your anger. I apologize on behalf of my wife, Feng Lan. If it comes to that, would you allow me to kneel before you? Zhang Dongbei, Feng Lan's husband, observed Tiezhu's fierce demeanor and realized he was genuinely enraged. He quickly attempted to placate Feng Lan, showering compliments upon Li Dongsheng. Are you even a man? This little rascal dares to throw us out, and you still bow to him? He exclaimed. In half a month, this house will no longer belong to him. What is he so proud of? Get up. Don't hold me back. If I don't confront him today, I want to be called Zhang Dongbei. Enough. With a sharp sound, Feng Lan was pulled back by her husband, her anger intensifying. She shook off Zhang Dongbei and prepared to strike Tiezhu with a stool, only to be met with a slap from Zhang Dongbei that left her momentarily stunned. She looked at him in disbelief, recalling how since their marriage, he had always been submissive, barely daring to speak out. Today, he actually dared to strike her. It was as if she was seeing this man for the first time. Filled with regret and frustration, ready to confront Zhang Dongbei. How dare you hit me? Zhang Dongbei, are you even a man? When someone bullies your wife, you don't dare to utter a word, yet you only know how to bully your wife? Let go, Zhang. Us northeastern men don't strike our wives. Just let go. Feng Lan, please calm down. Li's boy, can't we discuss this civilly? Do you need to see a couple fighting before you're satisfied? Think of how well things were when old Master Li was still around. How have you become like this now? It's truly a disgrace to old Master Li's memory. Indeed, I believe Feng Lan is right. It was old Master Li who rented us this house. Clearly stating a tenure, Li said a mere 1 yuan rent annually. Now that he is gone, what right do you have to evict us? Exactly. We've been living here just fine, and we've never missed a rent payment. You're just taking advantage of the situation, thinking Feng Lan is easy to bully. This old residence will no longer belong to you in half a month. You have no authority to drive us out. Isn't that right? Yes. The house was rented to us by your grandfather. You have no right to kick us out. If anyone should leave, it's you. As the residents of the courtyard witnessed the altercation between Feng Lan and Zhang Dongbei, they hurried out of their homes to mediate. They looked at Tiezhu standing in the yard, mocking him with disdainful comments that were even more exaggerated than those seen in dramas. Li Dongsheng found amusement in the absurdity of the situation, pondering how pity had transformed into a means of boasting. He glanced at the still struggling Zhang Dongbei and Feng Lan, pointing at a bald, middle-aged man before him. I shall not elaborate on the Zhang family from the northeast. Rather, let us turn our attention to you, Chao Yaoding. When you arrived in H City, you were but a wretched figure, clad in a tattered sweater riddled with holes, nearly succumbing to the bitter cold on the streets. Did anyone extend a hand to you? It was my father, moved by your plight, who, amid a raging snowstorm, took it upon himself to bring you back to our home. You contributed not a single penny. We provided you with sustenance and shelter, nurturing you for a full 2 years. You were placed in the East Courtyard, where we charged you a mere 1 yuan per month. Was that exorbitant? Let us not even consider your expenses during those initial 2 years. Simply inquire about the rental prices of a courtyard such as ours. A Qing dynasty abode that survived the Cultural Revolution. What is the monthly rent, I wonder? Ever since we charged you that paltry sum, your rural relatives have flocked to you. But do you possess the means to entertain them? You were so destitute it seemed you would gnaw on tree bark. Had it not been for my father discreetly providing you with food ration tickets, would you have had the opportunity to maintain such heirs? You would have starved. Furthermore, when you later sought a wife, who was it that introduced you to that young lady? It was my father, setting aside all else. Who is the rightful owner of this house now? It is I, not you. Chapter 3. True feelings exist in the human world. Having spoken of Chao Yaoding, let us now turn our attention to you, Old Master Lu Kaixian. You repeatedly claimed to be a war veteran, deceiving my father with your tales. You have squandered your ancestral home, yet my father took you in without hesitation. Feeling embarrassed, you offered a mere pittance for rent, believing it to be the norm among others. Pray, reflect upon the current value of land. Even the most dilapidated of houses commands a far greater annual rent. You have dined and imbibed at my expense the precious wines my great-grandfather concealed in the cellar, which were not seized by the 4 youths, have all found their way into your belly. Has my father ever demanded a single cent from you? Have I ever uttered a word forbidding your indulgence? And you, and what of you all? Who among you dares to assert that my father did not provide hope during your most desperate times, enabling this group of outsiders to survive in H City? Now that he has departed, do you presume to turn the tables? Believing my youth renders me vulnerable to your bullying? Li Feng Lan, you insist that you pay my rent annually. It has been 2 years since my father's passing. To whom have you given the rent in these 2 years? To me? In your dreams? Indeed, it is true that I, Li Tiezhu, am fond of wine and prone to gambling, having lost my ancestral home and accumulated a mountain of debt. Yet, during these 2 years, has any of you contributed even a single cent towards my rent? Have I ever asked any of you for payment? Even when I occasionally won a little money and brought back delicacies, did I ever shortchange any of you? I have treated you outsiders as family. How do you regard me, Li Tiezhu? A fool? Regardless of whether my ancestral home remains in my possession, that is my concern. Do you think that after its seizure, Jia would show you greater kindness than I have? Do not attempt to intimidate me with your northeastern bravado. From this day forth, I, Li Tiezhu, refuse to be swayed by such antics. Do you possess the audacity to feign superiority before me? Let me reiterate, you may reside here, but conduct yourselves as decent individuals. If you cannot, then be gone. Having finally released the pent-up words that burdened his heart for years, Li Dongsheng understood that the late Li Tiezhu was not one for eloquence, yet he genuinely regarded these elderly neighbors as kin. However, their actions have truly disheartened Li Dongsheng. He is not Li Tiezhu and sees no reason to extend them any courtesy. Bending to pick up the large unity token from the ground, Li Dongsheng cast a glance at the group of stunned neighbors, observing the regret etched upon their faces, indifferent to whether their conscience had truly awakened. He approached the timid girl, Zhang Xiaoyu, who was hiding behind the crowd, and forcibly pressed 15 yuan into her hands, having retrieved 5 from his pocket. Take this money for your tuition. Do not allow Li Fenglan's loud voice to disturb my sleep any longer. If the residents of this courtyard had the means, they would not be living here. Gently ruffling Zhang Xiaoyu's hair, Li Dongsheng lifted his ice water bag and, without a backward glance, returned to his humble abode. He truly felt no inclination to witness the loathsome visages of his elderly neighbors. His primary objective was to preserve his ancestral home. And with merely 30 coins left in his pocket, he pondered how he could amass at least 30,000 yuan within a month. Leaning against the wall, Li Dongsheng retrieved a tattered notebook from beneath his pillow, intending to organize his thoughts and draft a plan for the future. Knock, knock, knock. Is Li Tiezhu home? Open the door. As dusk approached, the door to the shabby little house was pounded upon relentlessly. Li Dongsheng recognized the voice of the visitor. None other than the lender to whom he had mortgaged his home, Jia. What is destined to come will always arrive. Taking a deep breath, Li Dongsheng opened the door, and as it swung wide, a group of 4 or 5 individuals surged inside. Leading them was Jia, who frowned as he surveyed the dismal surroundings, pinching his nose in disdain. Li Tiezhu, where have you been? I've been searching for you for 2 or 3 days. And you've vanished. Do you still intend to default on your debts? Let me be clear, the payment date is approaching. And if you fail to produce 50,000 yuan, I shall reclaim this house. Do not blame me for being unkind then. Jia sought a seat, only to find that Li Tiezhu's abode contained nothing but a rusty iron bed. He grimaced and gestured to one of his lackeys. A quick-witted subordinate immediately crouched down, allowing Jia to sit upon him. You borrowed 15,000, with an agreement to repay 30,000 in 3 months. It has yet to be 2 months. And you already wish to negotiate for 50,000? That's not how this works. Li Dongsheng regarded Jia with a cold stare, sliding his hand over a bag of ice water on the table. Oh, Li Tiezhu, isn't this the same man who once knelt and wept, pleading for my brother to lend you money? What is this? My brother has stipulated 50,000, and if you cannot produce it, we will take the house. Dare to contest that? Behind Jia stood a flat-headed youth with a scarred cheek, licking his parched lips as he brandished a dagger, sharpening his fingernails with a menacing demeanor. Li Dongsheng recognized him as Hu Sheng, Jia most notorious henchman, rumored to have taken several lives, though the truth of such tales remained shrouded in mystery. Jia, your dog seems rather dim-witted. You ought to train him better, lest you find yourself in peril one day. Li Dongsheng completely disregarded Hu Sheng's provocation, his gaze icy as he fixed his attention on Jia, his words devoid of any semblance of concession. You bastard. Hu Sheng bristled at being called a dog by Li Tiezhu, though it was a widely accepted truth. Hearing it from a notorious gambler's lips sickened him. Abruptly halting his grooming of fingernails, he brandished the dagger and lunged forward, only to be restrained by Jia. Hu Sheng, we are legitimate businessmen. Li Tiezhu, I do not relish repeating unnecessary words. In 20 days, you will either present 50,000 yuan, the deed to this old residence, or half of your life. Ponder this carefully. We shall depart. Jia rose from the lap of his subordinate, casting a fierce glare at Li Tiezhu before turning to leave. In these tumultuous times rife with weaponry, it appears that survival is no easy feat. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Li Dongsheng closed the door, ready to resume his examination of the planning document, he was startled by another vigorous knock, his countenance darkening instantly. Will this never cease? Do the members of your gang forget their manners so easily? Li Dong opened the door with irritation, only to be taken aback by Zhang Xiaoyu, who held a steaming bowl of freshly cooked noodles. Uncle Tiezhu, my mother said you haven't eaten all afternoon, so she asked me to bring you this bowl of noodles. It was just made. Please enjoy. Chapter 4. The indecorous behavior of Jia Zhengjing Xiaoyu felt a twinge of trepidation towards Li Tiezhu as she curiously surveyed the furnishings within his abode. She darted past Li Dongsheng's arm and placed the steaming bowl of noodles on the table before bouncing away with youthful exuberance. Leaning against the doorframe, Li Dongsheng gazed towards the entrance of the western courtyard, where two shadowy figures lurked behind the door. Suddenly, he found himself reassessing his previous disdain for Li Fenglan. The Northeasterners had this peculiar tendency. Though their hearts burned with warmth like embers, they insisted on maintaining an icy facade. What purpose did it serve? Closing the door, he approached the table and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the noodles, catching sight of a fried egg nestled beneath them, confirming that this dish had indeed been prepared with care. How inconsiderate to deliver noodles without chopsticks. Is this a jest at my expense? After a prolonged search, Li Dongsheng unearthed a pair of dusty chopsticks from a corner, hastily wiping them with his garment. As he slurped a mouthful of the steaming noodles, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, fixating on the chopsticks in his hand. When had disposable chopsticks first emerged in China? A smile gradually crept across his lips as he realized he might have stumbled upon a lucrative venture. With no time to savor his meal, he grabbed a notebook and jotted down his ideas, envisioning a promising financial future. 2 days later, Jia Jingjing sat in his office, indulging in a meat bun while perusing the latest newspaper. This so-called office was merely a humble earthen structure, furnished with a second-hand leather sofa, a wooden desk with peeling paint, and a chair he had crafted himself during his carpentry days. A sudden series of knocks interrupted his solitude. He set the newspaper aside, carelessly wiped his hands on his clothing, and exchanged a glance with Hu Sheng, who was amusing himself nearby. Hu Sheng nodded and opened the door. Both men were taken aback to find Li Tiezhu standing at the entrance, his eyes shadowed with dark circles and his stubble unkempt. A stark contrast to the handsome young man they had encountered just days prior. Li Tiezhu, what brings you here? Have you come to repay my brother? Hu Sheng, recalling Li Tiezhu's earlier insult, regarded him with disdain. He unsheathed a dagger from his pocket and thrust it onto the table, coldly questioning Li Tiezhu. I have since changed my name to Li Dongsheng. Please refrain from miscalling me in the future. Today, I have come to present Brother Jia with a fortune, and your presence is unwarranted. Kindly step outside. How audacious. Hu Sheng, already irked by Li Tiezhu, found his anger flaring at the latter's tone. He grasped the dagger from the table, ready to confront Li Dongsheng. Hu Sheng, take your leave. I wish to hear what Li Tiezhu, no, Li Dongsheng, has to offer me today. Jia Zhengjing regarded Li Dongsheng with intrigue, noting the transformation in him. It was as though a mere name change had ushered in an entirely different individual. He found himself curious about the purpose of Li Dongsheng's visit, doubting that he could possibly have acquired 30,000 yuan in merely 2 days. Brother, very well. If this lad shows any signs of insincerity, you shall hear from me. Ing was thwarted by Gzheng, feeling somewhat disheartened as he retracted his dagger and approached Ing, forcefully shoving him aside before shutting the door. Speak, my brother. What brings you to seek me? Let me make it clear, 30,000 yuan, not a single cent less. If you cannot gather the sum within 18 days, I shall not part with the old residence. I did not come today regarding the old residence, but rather to present you with a business opportunity. Do you truly believe that perpetually collecting protection fees and extorting money will lead to any future development? Would you consider a career change, perhaps to become a prominent entrepreneur? Gzheng showed no signs of hesitation. He casually seated himself at the boss's desk in front of Gzheng. He took a bun from the bag before G and devoured it heartily, then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and slid it across the table toward G. Gzheng furrowed his brow at Gzheng's audacious demeanor. Curiosity piqued as he picked up the crumpled paper and unfolded it. Upon gazing at the chaotic and incomprehensible sketches on the paper, he coldly remarked, "Have you come merely to amuse yourself at my expense?" He tossed the paper onto the table and pulled out a makeshift handgun from his drawer, placing it on the desk, lighting a 555 cigarette. He regarded Gzheng through the wisps of smoke, his expression unfaltering. I did not expect you to possess such a contraption. It seems your dominance in this realm is not without reason. As I understand it, you were once a carpenter. Take a closer look at the blueprint. I believe you are a person of substance, hence my earnest approach. If you cannot comprehend this, I fear fortune may not favor you. Dongsheng finished the bun before him, leaving no remnants, and then quaffed a soda that was still capped beside him, letting out a satisfied belch. This is merely a diagram of the steps to create chopsticks. You dare tell me this is a gold mine? I shall grant you 3 chances to explain, otherwise, you shall leave here with a hole in you. Dongsheng exhaled a plume of smoke into Dongsheng's face, lifting the makeshift handgun and sizing him up, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Observing Ji's serious demeanor, Dongsheng retrieved a pair of somewhat crooked disposable chopsticks from his pocket, placing them before Ji before rising to deliver his discourse. What you see here are chopsticks I carved from scrap wood. Due to the manual craftsmanship, they may appear particularly unrefined. This is merely a sample for your understanding. The chopsticks we commonly use today are made from bamboo or wood, priced at a mere 10 cents per pair, and they last quite a while. However, have you considered that over time, these chopsticks can harbor bacteria, leading to a myriad of minor ailments for their users? They are decidedly unhygienic. My vision is to create a highly convenient type of chopstick, which I shall call disposable chopsticks, crafted from the same types of wood or bamboo. This method eliminates the cumbersome processes of drying and oil soaking, thereby reducing costs significantly while also vastly increasing both production output and manufacturing speed compared to traditional chopsticks. Do not underestimate the convenience of disposable chopsticks. Their practicality, efficiency, and ease of use are their distinct advantages. I firmly believe that in the future, they will become the standard across various dining establishments and grand banquets in hotels. You have acknowledged that the current market price for a pair of chopsticks is merely 10 cents, and as someone with experience in woodworking, you are aware of the intricate processes involved in crafting a single pair. While I concur with some of your viewpoints, the notion that one can achieve this merely through a few words is indeed a fanciful dream. Chapter 5. A familiar encounter with the middle-aged fat man. Jiazhenjing listened attentively to Li Dongsheng's explanation and once again picked up the rough draft that Li had presented. Drawing on his extensive experience as a carpenter, he surmised that this innovative type of chopstick, once introduced to the market, would swiftly replace many traditional variants, establishing itself as a new mainstream utensil. Although families of modest means might not be inclined towards disposable chopsticks, the current era of reform and opening up heralds the rise of many affluent households eager to distinguish themselves. The allure of high-end, single-use chopsticks might indeed find its market. Without experimentation, one can never ascertain the feasibility of an idea. Your willingness to revisit my draft indicates that you have already embraced my perspective. It seems my visit was well judged, Li Dongsheng remarked, evading Jiazhenjing's inquiries. He extracted another simple sketch from his coat pocket and presented it to Jia. With a look of confusion, Jiazhenjing examined the second piece of paper. His expression shifted like the weather, from a sunny disposition to one fraught with uncertainty. This was a blueprint of epoch-making significance. Over the years, Jiazhenjing's integrity had remained intact, although he was known to navigate the underbelly of society. He possessed a sense of loyalty within his circle. This mutual trust was one of the prerequisites for our collaboration. Your background in woodworking, despite having been dismissed from the factory, remains unparalleled. Your mastery of various carpentry tools surpasses that of many renowned craftsmen. Furthermore, with your brother-in-law being the deputy head of Wai Chun Forest Farm and your father serving as the current minister of the Business Bureau in Xiangfang District, you possess an incomparable advantage. Let us partner together. You shall oversee the manufacturing while I take charge of sales. The disposable chopsticks will merely serve as a means to accumulate initial capital. As long as we remain committed to continual innovation, we can carve out our own niche in this nascent era of reform. With the tightening of national laws, the path of street life ultimately leads to ruin. You are astute enough to recognize that opportunities in this age are serendipitous and rare. Li Dongsheng's gaze pierced through Jiazhenjing, his words seemingly imbued with a seductive charm that beckoned Jia closer. Are you suggesting that by presenting me with 2 rough sketches, you expect to secure my collaboration without any substantial backing? Do you think so little of me, Jiazhenjing, that mere flattery would sway me? While I may not have considered this before, now that these blueprints are in my possession, why should I ally with you? You may leave now. And should you fail to gather 30,000 yuan in 20 days, prepare for me to reclaim the property. Jiazhenjing folded the 2 sketches neatly and tucked them into his pocket, patting the homemade firearm to signal that Li Dongsheng should depart. Your perspective is too narrow. You believe I would so easily hand over 2 blueprints without retaining a contingency? Li Dongsheng leaned closer to Jia, a mocking smile gracing his face. He gently tapped the homemade gun on the table, pushing it toward Jia. Previously, I borrowed 15,000 from you. Whether I owe you 30,000 as per the promissory note or 50,000, it is but a trifling matter. Once again, I reiterate that I have placed a golden opportunity before you, yet you have chosen to dismiss it with indifference. This cannot be blamed on anyone but yourself. I shall grant you 3 days to ponder over this matter. Should you deem this venture agreeable, come to me within that time frame. The 15,000 I owe you shall be considered your investment. If you insist on pursuing your own path, that is permissible as well, in 20 days. I shall repay the 30,000 in full, and thereafter, our paths shall diverge indefinitely. With that final statement, Li Dongsheng pushed open the door, only to find Hu Sheng eavesdropping like a gossip monger through the crack. Shaking his head in silent disapproval, he brushed past him, preparing to leave. Hurry, call me. Call me. Li Dongsheng deliberately slowed his pace, mentally counting numbers until he reached 100, yet no voice beckoned him to stay. This left him feeling rather resigned. It seemed that Jia Zhongjing was not the ideal partner he had envisioned, which was a pity given the connections he possessed. Having exited Jia Zhongjing's office, Li Dongsheng wandered the streets, reflecting on Li Tiezhu's dubious acquaintances. He realized that in the realm of disposable chopsticks, not a single useful option was available, which proved quite vexing. A second-hand wood shaving machine would cost no less than 3,000 to 4,000, even if he managed to save enough for the machine. Without a timber source from a forest, producing disposable chopsticks would be impossible. Now, only a secondary plan remained, to engage in trade for a while. At the very least to increase his meager funds into the thousands. Otherwise, with merely 30 yuan in hand, nothing substantial could be accomplished. Passing by a newsstand, Li Dongsheng purchased a newspaper, perusing it as he walked, when suddenly he noticed a young man beside him carrying 2 jars of canned goods. Appearing quite cheerful as he ambled past, seemingly on his way to visit someone. Hey, brother, where did you buy those cans? How much are they each? My old man has been craving canned food lately, and the ones at the supply and marketing cooperative are rather stale. Yours seem to be of a different quality. Oh, these cans. I got them from the guy pushing the tricycle up ahead. They're 3 yuan each. If you want some, you better hurry, as those selling canned goods tend to move around frequently. The young man, suddenly halted by Li Dongsheng, wore a displeased expression. However, seeing Li Dongsheng's polite demeanor, he simply pointed to the street behind him, indicating where the cans could be purchased. Thank you, brother, Li Dongsheng replied, patting the young man's shoulder as he followed the direction indicated. At the corner, he spotted a middle-aged man pushing a tricycle. A smile spread across Li Dongsheng's face, recognizing him as the stout fellow who had sold ice water just days prior. Upon noticing Li Dongsheng approaching, the man beamed and nodded in acknowledgement, but just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of 2 uniformed officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau not far behind. Without uttering a word, he abruptly pedaled away. Hey, why are you running? Li Dongsheng, intrigued by the man's hasty retreat, turned around only to see the 2 brown overcoats approaching, cursing his misfortune under his breath. It seemed he would not be able to acquire the canned goods after all. Li Dongsheng cast a speechless glance at the 2 brown overcoats, then turned down a side street, intent on returning home. After walking a short distance, he spotted a plump man pushing a tricycle into a small courtyard in the distance. It seemed that this rotund fellow resided in this alley. Li Dongsheng quickened his pace, entered the alley, and knocked on the man's door, proclaiming, "Open up. It's an inspection from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce." The sound of clattering objects falling echoed from within the courtyard, piquing Li Dongsheng's curiosity. He approached the wall of the courtyard and peered over, and what he saw was rather poignant. Chapter 6. The future culinary tycoon in the courtyard, the middle-aged rotund man, who had earlier glared at the tricycle, was now clad only in a tank top, diligently concealing cans in the warehouse. Beside him, a frail young girl, drenched in sweat, assisted him. Upon hearing that the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had arrived, the man grew increasingly agitated, hastily running a few steps before stumbling and falling, shattering a can and cutting his arm on the glass. The young girl, upon witnessing her father's injury, rushed to help him bandage his arm, only to be pushed back into the house by him. Once the man had tidied up the courtyard and hidden the tricycle, he prepared to open the door, only to see Li Dongsheng peering over the wall. "Little brother, what kind of joke are you playing? Do you not know that frightening someone can have dire consequences?" What do you want from me? The middle-aged man opened the courtyard door, ushering Li Dongsheng inside and offering him a small stool. What is your esteemed surname? Li Dongsheng inquired, surveying the modest courtyard of approximately 30 square meters. Within, there stood a dilapidated earthen house of considerable age. At that moment, the young girl peeked from behind the door, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Ah, esteemed surname? I am Zhang Fatsai. Brother, do you have something to discuss? Zhang Fatsai seated himself on a stool across from Li Dongsheng, curiously observing the young man he had only just met. Zhang Fatsai? No wonder you look so familiar. You are the renowned culinary mogul, Zhang Fatsai. Li Dongsheng exclaimed, suddenly recalling the well-known restaurant chain that had emerged in H-City 30 years hence. This chain, which began in H-City, expanded across the nation in a mere decade, establishing hundreds of branches abroad, all under the leadership of Chairman Zhang Fatsai. Indeed, Zhang Fatsai was a remarkable figure. Following the tragic loss of his wife during childbirth, he single-handedly raised his daughter, ultimately guiding her to Harvard University. His own life was equally compelling. Dismissed from a factory in his youth for idleness, he turned to the trade of reselling goods, traversing the length and breadth of the country. After many adventures, he returned to H-City to open a fried chicken shop, which unexpectedly became an immense success. In an era before the rise of social media, he managed to create a chain solely based on reputation, propelling his fried chicken into a global powerhouse, even ranking among the Fortune 500. Culinary mogul? What culinary mogul? Zhang Fatsai stared at Li Dongsheng, puzzled by the young man's fervent excitement, wondering if he might be somewhat eccentric. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Li Dongsheng shifted the conversation. You appear to be older than I, so I shall address you as Brother Fatsai. I initially intended to purchase some canned goods from you, but I was nearly caught by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Thankfully, I found you in time. Could you kindly sell me 2 cans? Li Dongsheng proffered 6 yuan in cash to Zhang Fatsai. Canned goods? Just a moment. I shall fetch them for you. Zhang Fatsai accepted the 6 yuan handed over by Li Dongsheng, pocketing 5 of the coins while returning 1 to Li Dongsheng. He then rose and made his way into the warehouse, emerging with 2 jars of canned goods secured in a mesh bag, which he presented to Li Dongsheng. As Li Dongsheng took the cans, he sought to strike up a conversation. Brother Fatsai, I hope you don't mind me asking a rather intrusive question. These cans appear to be from a private producer. The labels are rather haphazardly affixed. I presume these were sourced from a small workshop? Li Dongsheng observed the cans in his hands, his inquiry seemingly casual. Indeed, they are from a small workshop. A can from the cooperative costs 7 to 8 yuan. While they are produced by a reputable manufacturer, how many common folks can afford such luxuries? The small workshop's products are affordable, and the packaging is not significantly inferior. Most importantly, they sell quite well. Zhang Fatsai was taken aback by Li Dongsheng's curiosity regarding the origin of the canned goods. Yet he had no reason to conceal the truth and readily disclosed where he procured his merchandise. This revelation instantly elevated Li Dongsheng's regard for Zhang Fatsai. Very well. Brother Fatsai, I shall take my leave for now. We can converse further another day. With that, Li Dongsheng departed from Zhang Fatsai's courtyard, returning to his own courtyard where he handed 1 jar of canned fruit to Zhang Xiaoyu, who was playing in the yard, while he carried the other jar into his modest dwelling. Upon entering, Li Dongsheng eagerly opened the can, first tasting the syrup, then savoring a piece of peach, chewing it thoughtfully. It was mid-May, and the fruit season was approaching rapidly. Many farmers in the countryside were unable to sell their produce, ultimately allowing it to rot in the fields, resorting to using it as fertilizer or animal feed. If I could find a way to utilize this surplus fruit, it could certainly yield a quick profit, he mused, casually tossing the can aside, as he felt vindicated in his assumptions. At this juncture, canned fruit, though a luxury, was unfortunately lacking in flavor. Whether from the large manufacturer purchased at the supply cooperative or the small workshop's offerings, the taste bore little distinction from fruit boiled in sugar water. In comparison to the cans of 30 years hence, the flavor disparity was stark. Given the current flavor profile of these cans, Li Dongsheng felt confident in his ability to create a product that was not only more delicious but also more affordable. In the initial stages of canning, a small workshop could operate with just a few large pots for boiling. According to contemporary hygiene standards for small workshops, cleanliness was not a primary concern. The only precaution necessary was to guard against surprise inspections from the GS Bureau. If he could secure a supplier for the fruit and establish a reliable source for jars and lids, accumulating some initial capital would suffice. Even if he needed to obtain a license later, There would still be time. Yet the question remained. How would he acquire the funds for procurement? Li Dongsheng began sketching his aspirations on paper with a carbon pen, confirming his envisioned blueprint as the outline of a small workshop gradually took shape in his mind. Should I seek my father's assistance? Back in '87, he and my mother were still courting, weren't they? My uncle had yet to have his accident. My grandparents were in their prime. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the peak of our family's prosperity. Li Dongsheng gently set down his pen. His mind drifting back to the visage of his grandparents from a previous life, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head slightly. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks interrupted his reverie. Li Dongsheng, are you there? Open the door. The harsh sound of knocking shattered the tranquility, and he recognized the voice outside as that of Hu Sheng, the foremost henchman of Jia Zhengjing. What could he want? Upon opening the door, Li Dongsheng was met with Hu Sheng, who appeared breathless, as if he had rushed over in haste. Come with me. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Sheng seized Li Dongsheng's arm, intent on pulling him away. Yet, just a few steps into their departure, they were confronted by a group of individuals brandishing brooms and rolling pins, blocking their path. Where do you intend to take Dongsheng? Isn't the payment he owes you still not due? You cannot take him away. Chapter 7. The wolves may clash among themselves in front of the crowd. Li Fenglan brandished a large kitchen knife, her voice resonating with authority. Even in the face of Hu Sheng, who had drawn a dagger, she showed no signs of trepidation. What are you up to, young comrade? Coming to someone else's home in broad daylight to abduct individuals? Is there no law anymore? I must inform you that we have already alerted the authorities, and the police will arrive shortly. Release Li Dongsheng at once, or we shall take matters into our own hands. Li Kaixian stood firmly at the gate, wielding a broom like a sentinel, refusing to let Hu Sheng pass. Li Dongsheng, grasped by Hu Sheng, gazed at the old neighbors who had recently regarded him with disdain, feeling an inexplicable dampness at the corners of his eyes. It's all right, Uncle Lu. I have a business matter to discuss with Jia Zhengjing. Hu Sheng is merely here to escort me. It's not as dire as you think. Please, put down the broom. It's meant for cleaning the toilets, not for wielding. Sister Fenglan, please put away that rusty knife. It wouldn't even cut through meat, let alone harm anyone. All right, everyone, you should return home. I will be back shortly. Come on, Hu Sheng, my neighbors are eager to invite you for tea. With a gentle shove, Li Dongsheng urged Hu Sheng forward, and with a grin, Hu Sheng led him through the open gate of Lu Kaishuan's yard. Don't your neighbors wish for you to leave at the earliest? How curious that they are now protective of you, Hu Sheng remarked, as he mounted a sidecar motorcycle, beckoning Li Dongsheng to join him. While wolves may quarrel among themselves, when faced with an adversary, they are united in their opposition. Please, you are hardly wolves. More akin to a dog kennel. The two fell silent as the motorcycle sped away to Jia Zhengjing's office, where Li Dongsheng found him smoking casually. Upon their arrival, Jia Zhengjing gestured for Li Dongsheng to take a seat, while Hu Sheng, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly exited the room. I have given your proposal considerable thought and realized that your entire concept relies heavily on my capabilities. Pray tell, what value do you bring to the table? I possess greater intellect than you. Li Dongsheng uncorked a bottle, sipping juice with a smile as he fixed his gaze on Jia Zhengjing. As I mentioned before, disposable chopsticks are merely the first step in capital accumulation. The nation is currently undergoing a vigorous wave of reforms. Numerous state-owned factories are transitioning to private operations. The future unquestionably favors the development of private enterprises. Many astute individuals have already begun to venture into the market, while rigid ideologies are destined to be swept away by the tides of change. Although it may seem that obtaining private enterprise approval is akin to scaling a mountain, I assure you that soon, registering a private business will be as simple as visiting a bun shop for a steamer of dumplings. However, if you delay your entry into the market until that time, you may find yourself left with nothing but soup. My interest in collaborating with you indeed stems from your advantageous connections, but that does not imply that without them, I would be unable to succeed in my endeavors. Thus, it should not be a matter of you questioning my worth to you, but rather me inquiring how much value you can create for me. Furthermore, you must comprehend one essential fact. Should we embark on a partnership, I shall be the one in command. Although you possess certain skills, they are merely applicable in the present. In the future, you will rely on me for your financial gain. Do you understand? Li Dongsheng paid no heed to Jia Zhengjing's visibly pale visage, placing the empty bottle down, rising to depart. As he reached the threshold, Li Dongsheng glanced back at Jia Zhengjing. Come find me when you can discern between the major and minor kings. Bang! Just as Li Dongsheng was about to open the door, the sound of gunfire rang out. a bullet striking the doorknob with precision. The ricochet leaving a gash on Li Dongsheng's right hand. What is happening? Hu Sheng, hearing the gunfire, hurriedly pushed open the door. Upon seeing Jia Zhengjing aiming a gun at Li Dongsheng, he unsheathed his dagger without hesitation, intent on stabbing Li Dongsheng. Should that blade pierce? It was likely Li Dongsheng would meet his end. Get out. Huh, boss. I said get out. At that critical moment, the makeshift pistol discharged once more, a bullet accurately knocking the dagger from Hu Sheng's grasp. Confounded, Hu Sheng gazed at Jia Zhengjing, bewildered by his furious words, and reluctantly exited the room. Your marksmanship is commendable. It would be a pity not to use it for robbery. Li Dongsheng, somewhat shaken by the 2 gunshots, feigned indifference while eyeing Jia Zhengjing with a bemused expression. Li Dongsheng, you are a man. Previously, I regarded you merely as a reckless gambler, held you in disdain, however. My perception has changed. Have a seat. Let us discuss our potential collaboration. I apologize, but I am not inclined to partner with someone who resorts to threats with a firearm. It leaves me feeling quite insecure should a conflict arise between us. I would be oblivious to my impending doom. Li Dongsheng grasped the doorknob, poised to pull open the door, when unexpectedly, Jia Zhengjing chuckled, retracting his makeshift firearm. Put that away. If you could find other options in H City, you wouldn't be seeking me out. I, Jia Zhengjing, have navigated the underworld for many years and understand its rules. Turning against a partner is not part of my life as creed. I have conceived a method to earn money more swiftly than disposable chopsticks. Would you care to hear it? Li Dongsheng regarded Jia Zhengjing intently. Recalling that Jia's reputation was rather favorable, he was loyal to his brothers and stood up for justice, a rare gem in the rough world they inhabited. Another novel scheme? Pray, enlighten me. Jia Zhengjing lit a 555 cigarette, intrigued by Li Dongsheng's mention of a quick profit-making strategy. A jar of glass canned goods is priced between 7 to 8.5 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative, while small workshop can sell for 3 to 3.5 yuan. As it is mid-May, the peak season for fruits is approaching. At present, it is indeed the season when fruit farmers in the countryside struggle to sell their produce, while the prices of fruits in the cities soar exorbitantly. If we could identify a reliable source for these fruits, a modest investment could yield substantial profits. The only concern would be to avoid detection by G.S.J., but with your connections, I trust that this can be circumvented. Li Dongsheng settled back onto the sofa and opened a bottle of juice with a satisfying slurp. You certainly know me well. Can you produce canned goods? Are you confident that your cans will sell? The canned goods market is immensely lucrative. Many have their eyes on this opportunity. Are you certain you can outmaneuver them? Jia Zhengjing extinguished his cigarette, pondering Li Dongsheng's suggestion, and suddenly felt that this idea held promise. Chapter 8. First, prepare the canned goods. The current syrupy canned fruit can only be described as inferior, yet it is sold at exorbitant prices. There is no need for us to compete for market share. We merely need to locate suppliers of the least expensive fruits and keep the prices of glass jars within a range that allows us to profit while also enabling others to earn. In due time, every small shop in the alleyways, even the supply cooperatives, will become our distribution channels. Others may face risks in this endeavor, but with your esteemed reputation, Jia Zhengjing, even those who covet your success will grant you a measure of respect. What is the initial investment required for canned goods? Jia Zhengjing lit another 555 cigarette, his voice tinged with curiosity. Prepare a secluded, well-ventilated room for me, along with several large pots. I assure you, the canned goods I produce will surpass anything available in the market. As for the glass jars and metal lids, I trust you can find a reliable source. It seems the investment is not substantial. Li Dongsheng, you have successfully earned my trust. I hope you will not let me down. Rest assured, I too am eager to profit. What about the disposable chopsticks situation? Keep the machines for now. Tally up your expenses. The syrupy canned goods offer immediate benefits, but the disposable chopsticks will sustain us for years. I will draft a collaboration contract and return to see you tomorrow. Li Dongsheng approached Jia Zhengjing's desk, pocketing a freshly opened box of 555 cigarettes, and strode away. Brother, do you truly place such trust in Li Dongsheng? He is nothing more than a gambler, a reckless one who drove his father to death. I doubt he possesses the ability to earn money. Once Li Dongsheng departed, Hu Sheng hurried into the room, gazing at the contemplative Jia Zhengjing with a hint of disdain. Did you see the confidence in his eyes? I have only witnessed such a gaze in one person, my uncle, Jia Quan. A confident individual, regardless of their past, can soar to great heights with just a favorable breeze. It is worth a gamble, If I lose, I have nothing to lament, but if I win. Li Dongsheng was entirely unprepared for Jia Jingjing's agreeable demeanor, which diverged from his preconceived notions of the underworld. He returned to his courtyard, greeted by the waiting elderly neighbors, and offered a slight smile. It's fine now. Everyone should return to their own affairs. Little iron pillar. What did Jia Jingjing want with you? Did he give you any trouble? Lu Kaixian, still clutching the broom used for cleaning the toilet, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Dongsheng return. His curiosity piqued. Indeed, that Hu Xing is notorious in our area. It is said he has taken several lives. We were quite worried when you left with him. Li Fenglan, sharpening her kitchen knife with a whetstone, approached upon hearing Lu Kaishuan's inquiry, nearly striking Li Dongsheng with her iron blade. Dongsheng, there are less than 17 days left. Have you devised a plan for making money? As the deadline approaches, will the old residence be handed over to Jia Jingjing? Alas, where shall we reside then? Ba ba ba. Chao Yaoding, cease your ominous predictions. Tiezhu is astute. He will undoubtedly devise a solution, won't you, Tiezhu? Li Dongsheng surveyed the anxious yet hopeful expressions of those around him, offering a reassuring smile. Regardless of whether their concern stemmed from genuine care for him or a fear of losing the old residence to Jia Jingjing, it provided them with a sense of comfort. I have negotiated with Jia Jingjing regarding the debts. The repayment will be postponed, so you need not fret about the old residence being seized. I will endeavor to secure the funds necessary to resolve this crisis swiftly. You may resume your usual activities. Having calmed the crowd, Li Dongsheng returned to his modest dwelling, retrieved a notebook, and began drafting a partnership agreement. The contract stipulated, Li Dongsheng and Jia Jingjing shall form a company. The establishment of the company can be deferred. Upon its formation, each party shall hold 40% of the company S shares, with an additional 20% allocated for reserve funds, governed by mutual consent through voting. The initial projects shall include canned sweetened beverages and disposable chopsticks. The initial capital is set at 100,000 yuan, with Li Dongsheng's outstanding debt of 15,000 yuan serving as Jia Jingjing's investment. Li Dongsheng's investment of 50,000 yuan is temporarily deferred, to be repaid once the company generates profit, while the 35,000 yuan provided by Jia Jingjing will serve as operational funds. The following morning, Li Dongsheng arrived at Jia Jingjing's office with the drafted partnership agreement, once again pilfering a few breakfast meat buns. Jia Jingjing regarded the 2 pages of Li Dongsheng's prose with furrowed brows, casting a sidelong glance at him. Li Dongsheng, what do you mean by shares? Shares. How shall I explain it to you? You may conceive it as such. In a company, the greater the number of shares one possesses, the more influence one wields. The proportion of shares you hold dictates the corresponding share of the profits you receive. That is essentially the crux of it. This contract is merely a draft. Do not concern yourself with the company's matters just yet. For the next 6 months, even with connections, we cannot establish the company. Therefore, we shall proceed according to the terms outlined in the second draft. We will engage in the canned goods business. Determine the amount you wish to invest in initial supplies, adding my debt of 15,000 as your stake. Once profits are realized, I will match your investment to maintain an equitable ratio. This is the first proposal. The second option allows my debt of 15,000 to remain outstanding while you invest 5,000 in the necessary tools and fruits for the canned goods. Once profits are accrued, you may withdraw your 5,000, and we will share the remaining funds, after which I will repay you the 15,000. Which do you prefer? In my eyes, these so-called contracts appear to be you taking advantage of me, Li Dongsheng. I am willing to accept your proposal. However, should we fail to earn any profit, we shall settle our accounts in full. Jia Jingjing retrieved an ink pad from his drawer and affixed his fingerprint to the second contract. Rest assured, if you can afford to gamble, I certainly cannot afford to lose. Li Dongsheng took the ink pad and pressed his handprint onto the contract. At last, he and Jia Jingjing had reached their initial agreement. The well-ventilated room is ready for you. Please follow me. Upon witnessing Li Dongsheng complete his handprint, Jia Jingjing led him to an adjacent vacant bungalow. The bungalow had been meticulously cleaned, with a brand-new iron wok perched upon a newly constructed stove. Beside the stove lay a basket of fresh yellow peaches, accompanied by a multitude of clean glass jars, over 100, to be precise. I have prepared the initial tools for you. Now commence the preparation of the first batch of canned peaches, so that I may sample it and gauge the outcome. Hu Sheng, come here. Yes, I'm here, big brother. What is it? Wash these peaches so that Li Dongsheng can begin canning. Understood, big brother. Hu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then quickly rolled up his sleeves, tipping the basket of peaches into the newly constructed sink on the right side of the room. and began washing the peaches. Chapter 9. Jia Jingjing's little fan. Your efficiency is truly remarkable. I only mentioned the canned goods to you yesterday morning, and by this afternoon, you have already prepared all the equipment? You are indeed a person of great ambition. Li Dongsheng gave Jia Jingjing a thumbs up while boiling water in a large iron pot. He picked up the red double happiness basin at his feet, sat on a small stool, and began slicing the freshly washed peaches on the cutting board. As the water in the iron pot reached a vigorous boil, Li Dongsheng poured an entire basin of sliced yellow peaches into it, followed by half a bag of rock sugar. After adding the sugar, he observed the yellow peaches swirling in the pot and retrieved a small bottle from his pocket, pouring a pinch of white powder into the boiling mixture. What is that? Jia Jingjing inquired, watching Li Dongsheng with a cautious expression, slightly displeased yet unable to refrain from asking. Oh, it's just saccharin, Li Dongsheng replied. This substance is tightly regulated now, but to make canned goods, if you don't include a bit of this, no matter how much rock sugar you add, the result will still have a slight sourness, much like those sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. When making canned goods, especially in large batches, one must be vigilant about the cooking time and carefully observe the bubbling of the water. Only by timing it precisely and allowing the sugar to fully integrate with the fruit can the syrup be perfectly balanced, neither overly sweet nor excessively tart. Now, we wait for 60 minutes before extinguishing the flame, then cover the pot for half an hour, allowing the fruit and syrup to meld thoroughly. Once it cools, we can serve it. Li Dongsheng covered the pot and took a large bite from a clean yellow peach, stretching out comfortably. Jia Jingjing attentively observed Li Dongsheng's actions, nodding imperceptibly and signaling to Hu Sheng, who promptly left. After an hour of cooking and half an hour of resting, Li Dongsheng lifted the pot lid, and a wave of sweet fragrance enveloped him. Satisfied, he scooped a spoonful of syrup to taste, then offered the spoon to Jia Jingjing. Jia Jingjing accepted the spoon, tasted the syrup, his eyes lighting up as he drank the remainder in one go, and then served another spoonful from the pot. The canned goods are still warm, so you can't truly appreciate their sweet and sour flavor yet. Only once they have completely cooled will we consider the task accomplished. It's a pity we lack freezing equipment, which is somewhat regrettable. Li Dongsheng then took another spoon and began filling empty cans with the prepared mixture. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps and instinctively looked up to see a group of over 10 middle-aged women in aprons, led by Hu Sheng. Following them was a few individuals carrying a large machine, covered with a red cloth, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, which they placed in the center of the room. What is this? This is a second-hand semi-automatic concealing machine that I procured from the Hongchuan food factory. That factory is currently struggling due to poor management and is planning to close down. If you can help me earn 100,000 before August, I can leverage my connections to secure the contract for that Hongchuan food factory. You expect me to generate such a sum in just over 2 months? Do you think this is a money-printing machine? If that's your stance, then you can forget about the food factory. Pressure breeds motivation. Focus on the canned goods for now, while I procure the cutting machine and logging permits. I have great confidence in the disposable chopsticks you mentioned. And if the logging permits can be expedited, earning 100,000 before August is indeed feasible. Hu Sheng will stay by your side to assist. If you need to purchase anything, let him handle it. Your current task is to maximize canned goods production. You need not worry about the sales. Work diligently and remember your promise to me. Jia Jingjing patted Li Dongsheng's shoulder, lit a 555 cigarette, and departed with an air of nonchalance. Very well. Let you play the part. After all, I am the one pulling off this gamble. Li Dongsheng watched Jia Jingjing's retreating figure, then hurried to the semi-automatic canning machine, pulling away the red cloth. Upon seeing it, his lips twitched in disbelief. Is this truly second-hand? Li Dongsheng caressed the machine's body, noticing the German text printed on it. It turned out to be an imported semi-automatic canning machine from Germany, radiating an aura of freshness, entirely unlike something previously used. Hu Sheng, give me the details. How much did Jia Jingjing pay for this? No less than 50 or 60,000, I presume? Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and get to canning. Let me know if you need anything. Hu Sheng, holding a glass jar and a spoon, eagerly devoured the peach preserves, finding them increasingly delectable, and managed to finish 3 or 4 jars in one sitting. Seeing Li Dongsheng merely fondling the machine without starting work, he urged him to begin. What is the rush? There's only one pot in here. How much more can we produce? Moreover, how far can we get with just that basket of yellow peaches? Li Dongsheng also grabbed a jar of preserves and tasted it, discovering it was indeed quite delightful. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed from the yard. Hu Sheng set down the jar and pulled Li Dongsheng out of the room. Due to time constraints, my older brother could only procure a truckload of fruit nearby. He instructed you to start processing it, and another truck will arrive tomorrow. Regarding your concern about the pot shortage, my brother has already considered that. Follow me. After carefully inspecting the oranges and hawthorns brought by the truck, Hu Sheng led Li Dongsheng to a side courtyard beside a house undergoing renovation. Goodness, this place is over 200 square meters. Li Dongsheng observed the bustling workers constructing a sink and stove inside, momentarily curious about how much Jia Zhengjing had actually invested. With such decisive action, if your brother doesn't become a wealthy man, then there's no justice in the world. Just yesterday morning, a verbal agreement was made, and by this afternoon, Jia Zhengjing had procured a nearly new semi-automatic canning machine and a temporary stove, already setting the workers to prepare the canning workshop. If such a person does not succeed, then success must truly be devoid of luck. At that moment, Li Dongsheng felt immense admiration for the bargain partner he had found. Certainly, my elder brother's excellence is beyond the comprehension of someone like you, a mere gambler. Enough of the idle chatter, let us proceed with the task at hand. Oh, it appears this Hu Xing is yet another infatuated admirer of Jia Zhengjing. Li Dongsheng shook his head in exasperation and returned to the room housing the semi-automatic concealing machine, where he promptly assigned several middle-aged women to manually seal the jars. He then took an empty can and lid to the semi-automatic sealing machine, meticulously examining its workings. After a considerable period of scrutiny, Li Dongsheng could not help but admire the craftsmanship of this machine. It truly is remarkable. The employees merely need to pour the prepared cans into the storage compartment of the sealing machine. Inside, a cooling fan operates, ensuring that the cans are cooled prior to automatic filling and sealing. As for the sealing standards, this semi-automatic machine appears to offer several options. It can seal various commonly used can openings and even aluminum cans, transforming them into completely sealed aluminum containers. The cost of such a sealing machine is not less than 50 to 60,000, and it might even exceed 100,000. After thoroughly testing all the functionalities of the sealing machine to ensure flawless operation, Li Dongsheng found himself enamored with the semi-automatic sealing device. With it, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Chapter 10. Semi-automatic canning machine. Hu Sheng was directing the workers as they transported baskets of fresh fruit into the building. The remaining workers were divided into two groups by Li Dongsheng. One group was responsible for washing and pitting the fruit, while the other was tasked with manually filling glass jars and affixing labels. As for Li Dongsheng, his duty was to continue cooking the canned goods. As evening approached, Li Dongsheng dismissed the staff and established the factory's working hours from 8 in the morning until 9 at night, with a 2-hour break for lunch, which included 3 meals a day. Standing in the courtyard and gazing at the neatly packed jars, he marveled at the 90 jars they had managed to produce that afternoon. Despite their unfamiliarity with the canning machine, once they became adept at using the machine, producing 300 jars a day would not be a mere dream. Goodness. At 3 yuan per jar, we just made nearly $300 in just 3 to 4 hours? Hu Xing exclaimed, his fingers gesturing animatedly in front of the towering stacks of jars, as if he were beholding a mountain of gold, brimming with excitement. However, Li Dongsheng tempered Hu Sheng's enthusiasm by reminding him that there were costs associated with the fruit, labor, and transportation, not to mention the expenses of hiring additional help. Even if they successfully sold the jars, the retail price of 3 yuan would be lower for them. After a rough calculation, Li Dongsheng estimated that the cost of an empty jar with a metal lid was around 30 to 40 cents. When factoring in the costs of fruit, labor, transportation, and other processes, the total would likely not exceed 1 yuan. Subtracting the profit margin for intermediaries, they would only need to sell each jar for a little over 2 yuan to break even. Li Dongsheng's remarks dampened Hu Sheng's exuberance. Yet he gazed at the rows of jars in the courtyard, feeling a sense of indescribable excitement. This was the masterpiece he had labored over all afternoon. Oh, who cares? As long as it makes money, he said. Come on, let me take you back. Hu Sheng looked at Li Dongsheng's profile, beginning to understand the words of Jia Zhengjing. This fellow was indeed a remarkable character. Upon returning to the dilapidated little house, Li Dongsheng was too exhausted to even remove his coat, collapsing directly onto the iron bed. This afternoon had truly worn him out. Jia Zhengjing had inexplicably hired a group of unreliable women who struggled to understand even the simplest task of canning. Leaving the place covered in sticky fruit juice, Li Dongsheng not only had to cook the canned goods, but also teach these women how to operate the canning machine, along with personally overseeing how the fruit should be cut. As he lay in bed, despite still feeling a thrill from the day's achievements. It wasn't long before soft snores filled the room. Over the next 3 days, Li Dongsheng seemed to have discovered his purpose. He arrived at the factory before 7 each morning, diligently wiping down the canning machine, checking for wear and tear, and cooking a pot of fruit for canning. Awaiting the arrival of the workers, Hu Sheng took on the role of the kitchen supervisor, juggling the logistics of transporting fruit and packing jars, while also ensuring that the staff had their meals. By the 4th day, the new factory building had been completed. The original 200 square meters had been expanded by over 100 square meters, bringing it to nearly 300 square meters. On the left side of the factory were rows of brand new sinks, while the right side featured a series of stoves. In the center stood a massive table measuring 2 by 4 meters, alongside which was a neatly arranged garbage bin specifically designated for handling fruit scraps. Even 3 decades hence, such a modest workshop would suffice, let alone in the year 1987. Li Dongsheng held great admiration for Jia Jingjing's pragmatic spirit. However, Jia had not been seen at the factory for several days, and his whereabouts remained a mystery, even to Hu Sheng. Every day at 5 in the morning, a fleet of empty small trucks arrived punctually to collect the finished canned goods. By 9 each morning, a 10-ton truck entered the courtyard, unloading fresh fruit. At 10, another small truck, laden with glass jars and cardboard boxes among other supplies, arrived precisely on schedule to replenish the factory stock. The absence of Jia Jingjing sparked Li Dongsheng's curiosity regarding how he managed to sell such a vast quantity of canned goods. Yet, as the factory buzzed with activity, curiosity was overshadowed by the relentless boiling of syrup. Hawthorn cans, peach cans, apple cans, orange cans, mixed fruit cans. Each variety was continuously arranged in the courtyard only to be whisked away by the small trucks that arrived each subsequent morning. For an entire month, it was as if Jia Jingjing had vanished entirely, never to set foot in the factory. As the workforce steadily grew, Li Dongsheng organized the nearly 100 workers into 3 shifts, ensuring the production of fruit cans continued around the clock. To oversee the quality of each can, Li Dongsheng had Hu Sheng procure a small iron bed, allowing him to reside in the factory 24 hours a day. Under Li Dongsheng's management, the small factory boasted a production capacity of 600 cans daily, with output steadily on the rise. Nevertheless, regardless of the daily production numbers, the small trucks that arrived each morning departed without fail, completely loaded. One evening, while sharing lunch with a group of employees in a makeshift shelter, Li Dongsheng glanced at Hu Sheng, whose complexion had grown somewhat sun-kissed over the days, and inquired about Jia Jingjing's absence. "What on earth is your brother doing? A month without a word. We initially agreed to partner up, yet here I am, left to operate the factory alone, with trucks carting away cans daily. And I've yet to see any returns. Does Jia Jingjing regard me as just a tool? Hey, don't feel too alone. I can't even reach my boss. Who knows what he is up to? But every day, these fruits and raw materials are sent over as directed by him. Perhaps he is simply busy," Hu Sheng replied, harboring his own grievances about Jia Jingjing's month-long absence. Having spent so much time by Li Dongsheng's side, he had grown quite accustomed to the situation and held profound respect for Li Dongsheng's relentless work ethic. In response to Li Dongsheng's mild complaints, Hu Sheng could only shrug helplessly, gnawing on a chicken leg until only the bone remained, which he tossed casually to the ground beside a nearby stray dog. The dog, spotting the bone, wagged its tail excitedly, appearing adorably oblivious. To speak ill of others behind their backs is hardly the conduct of a virtuous individual. Do you suppose that while you toil away in the factory, I am idly at ease? Suddenly, a series of delicate footsteps echoed, and after a month's absence, Jia Jingjing finally made his entrance. Today, he donned a meticulously tailored black suit, clutching a sleek black leather bag under his arm, and wearing a pair of sunglasses, which lent him an air of weariness. Trailing closely behind him were 3 bodyguards, curiously surveying the surroundings of the factory. Jia Jingjing approached Li Dongsheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, before stuffing a thick ledger into his embrace. He gestured to one of the bodyguards to open the case he was carrying. "It has been a month. Jia Jingjing is not the type to default on others' wages. Each envelope contains 300 yuan, 200 representing the initially agreed salary, while the remaining 100 is a bonus bestowed upon you by Li Dongsheng." Chapter 11. The first glimpse of profit. Li Dongsheng paid no heed to Jia Jingjing's attempt to craft a persona for him. Instead, he settled into a chair, dining while perusing the meticulously organized ledger that Jia had provided. Upon examination, he discovered that every single expenditure and income over the past days was transparently documented. from the sources of fruit procurement to the sales prices and the costs of various accessories, all presented with remarkable clarity. This precision piqued Li Dongsheng's curiosity. He pondered how Jia Zhengjing, a figure entrenched in the underworld, possessed such acumen in bookkeeping. It was truly astonishing. To his astonishment, the profits for the first month amounted to 80,000 yuan, net profit? Li Dongsheng gazed incredulously at Jia Zhengjing, the figures inscribed in the ledger exceeding his expectations. After distributing wages to the workers, Jia approached Li with an envelope in hand. Observing Li's astonished expression, he nodded affirmatively. The net profit is approximately 83 or 84,000. I'll round it to 80,000. According to our agreement, after deducting the emergency reserve of 20,000, we're left with 60,000, which means 30,000 for each of us. After subtracting the 15,000 you owe me, here is your portion of 15,000. My initial investment was primarily in this concealing machine, which cost me 80,000. The rest for renovations and fruit purchases are clearly recorded in the ledger. I'll take the surplus of over 80,000 as my upfront expenses. However, this machine is quite costly, so once we achieve higher profits next month, we can settle up then. Li Dongsheng, I knew I had not misjudged you. In the realm of men, as long as mutual understanding flourishes, superfluous words become redundant. Li Dongsheng accepted the envelope from Jia without a glance, simply tucking it into his pocket. No, in truth, it is I who have not misjudged you. A subtle smile graced Li's lips as he finished his meal in a few swift bites, then beckoned Jia to follow him into the workshop. I've just reviewed the ledger and noticed that your sales channels are surprisingly extensive, far beyond my expectations. Thus, I propose we continue hiring and expand our kitchen capacity to increase production. Simply discuss these matters with Husheng. Tidy up and come with me. I have something remarkable to show you. Jia Zhengjing turned and mounted a sidecar motorcycle parked in the courtyard, gesturing for Li Dongsheng to join him. Once aboard the motorcycle, Jia whisked him away to a secluded factory beyond the third ring road. As Jia flicked on the lights, Li Dongsheng felt as though a torrent of golden coins was cascading towards him. Inside the expansive 400-square-meter factory, an array of cutting machines stood ready and in the courtyard. Neatly stacked logs towered even higher than a two-story building. What is this? Li Dongsheng swallowed hard, hastening into the factory to caress the machines. Despite their somewhat weathered appearance, their functionality remained unaffected. He surveyed the assortment: bamboo cutting machines, bamboo splitting machines, knot-width planing machines, bamboo filament forming machines, sizing machines, push-type polishing machines, bamboo round chopstick sharpening and engraving machines, multifunctional grinding machines, chopstick packaging machines, and more. The factory is equipped with a complete assembly line dedicated to the production of chopsticks. Acquiring these resources required considerable effort, for which I promised a portion of the profits. With this setup, our disposable chopsticks can be produced swiftly and brought to market. Jia Zhengjing lit a 555 cigarette and offered one to Li Dongsheng. Both men indulged in smoking, unable to conceal their excitement. After a while, Li Dongsheng composed himself, directing his gaze towards Jia Zhengjing, gesturing towards the tree trunks in the yard and the machinery within the factory. The difficulty in obtaining such resources is evident. Regarding this factory, we need to revise our contract. For the time being, I will manage the factory and will only take 30% of the profits. Doing so will not yield you much gain. Jia Zhengjing was momentarily taken aback by Li Dongsheng's proposal, then regarded him with a knowing look, awaiting further elaboration. There is no notion of earning more or less. I had never anticipated you to be such a capable individual, one who values integrity. Our future collaboration will extend beyond mere canned goods and disposable chopsticks. Your contributions have entirely reshaped my perception of you. The gains and losses before us are merely transient. Are they not? Li Dongsheng extinguished his cigarette, admiring the machinery in the factory, genuinely regarding Jia Zhengjing with newfound respect. You are indeed a remarkable person. Your actions have successfully led me to reassess my view of you. You are correct. There are numerous opportunities for collaboration ahead. Follow me, and I shall show you the office I have prepared for you. Jia Zhengjing stubbed out his cigarette and led the way into a separate office. This office, approximately 15 to 16 square meters, was furnished with a new executive desk, a genuine leather chair, and various toolboxes and safes. Do you like it? From today onward, this office will be yours. You will need to manage both this factory and the canned goods factory. It may be quite demanding. Li Dongsheng perused the procurement list on the desk, nodding slightly. I am earning for myself. The notion of burden does not apply here. As for you, have you arranged for the workers? Given the size of this factory, I suggest you refrain from hiring too many people initially. Once our disposable chopsticks gain acceptance in the market, we can expand our workforce. The initial workers have already been recruited. You may assess them tomorrow. Here's the key to the factory. In response to Li Dongsheng's suggestion, Jia Zhenjing merely nodded, tossing him a set of keys before turning to leave. Li Dongsheng clutched the keys, and only when Jia Zhenjing had ridden away on his sidecar motorcycle did he recall a pressing concern. How on earth am I supposed to get back? He distinctly remembered Jia Zhenjing riding for over an hour to reach this remote location. Who knows where this factory is situated? Li Dongsheng cursed Jia Zhenjing silently numerous times, feeling the weight of the 15,000 yuan in his pocket. A bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. Damn it, I am now at least a 10,000 yuan household, yet I am not even afforded a chance to spend it. Jia Zhenjing. I curse you to a lifetime of instant noodles without seasoning. In this desolate wilderness, who knows what might emerge? Alone in such a vast factory. Li Dongsheng suddenly felt a twinge of fear, compelling him to secure the factory gates with utmost certainty. Once the doors were firmly locked, he wandered amidst the machinery, caressing their weathered surfaces, while a flurry of thoughts swirled in his mind. Wasn't Huafeng relatively unknown in 87? Had the White Elephant factory not yet been established? Why must instant noodles be consumed with a fork rather than chopsticks? If disposable chopsticks were slightly modified, they could perhaps secure the lid. And the key aspect is their environmental friendliness. Instant noodles are expensive and brands are scarce. What if you were to pioneer the introduction of convenient crispy noodles? Reminiscent of the collectible cards from his childhood? After meticulously inspecting each machine and confirming their operational integrity, Li Dongsheng staggered into his office, sketching out his ideas for instant noodles on paper. It was not until the late hours of the night that he finally succumbed to drowsiness, resting his head upon the desk. Chapter 12. Do not judge a book by its cover. Li Dongsheng, awaken, for dawn has arrived. How is it that you slumbered in the factory? Early the next morning, Li Dongsheng was roused from his slumber by the thunderous voice of Hu Sheng. The tantalizing aroma of meat buns wafted nearby, prompting him to indulge eagerly. You ought to direct your inquiries towards your elder brother. One must not be excessively like Jia Zhenjing. He dragged me here and then dashed off, leaving me without a morsel, nearly starving me. I have not forgotten this grievance. By the way, what brings you here? You cannot entirely blame my elder brother. After returning yesterday, he remembered you were still in the factory and instructed me to fetch you on the sidecar motorcycle. Yet, you took it upon yourself to lock the factory door, leaving me nearly compelled to blast it open. How deaf must your ears be? Had I not shattered the lock with an axe this morning, you might have perished from hunger within. Hu Sheng observed Li Dongsheng devouring his food and, with a hint of annoyance, opened a bottle of juice for him, gesturing towards several employees clad in matching blue uniforms outside the office. Slow down, there is no one vying for your buns. The employees have already arrived for your inspection. What time is it? A bag of meat buns swiftly disappeared, accompanied by 3 bottles of juice. Before Li Dongsheng felt his senses return, he stepped out of the office, scrutinizing the disheveled individuals before him. It seemed that time had left its mark on these souls, each bearing the indelible traces of life's trials. Their appearances, heights, and builds were a lamentable spectacle. Jia Zhenjing is indeed a peculiar character. I wonder where he recruited this motley crew. It is doubtful one could find such a collection even in Beijing's Hongdian. Li Dongsheng internally chastised Jia Zhenjing 100 times as he accepted the work resumes from Hu Sheng. Upon inspection, he discovered that these individuals were all unemployed workers from a certain machinery factory, former colleagues of Li Tiezhu. Since you all hail from the engineering machinery factory, I consider you half my comrades. The skills of workers emerging from our factory are hardly lacking. Follow me, and I shall demonstrate the operation of various machines. Li Dongsheng tossed a stack of resumes to Hu Sheng and led the group to the center of the machinery. Before he could utter a word, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, standing less than 5 feet tall and dotted with freckles, broke into a boisterous grin. Managerly, prior to our arrival, we familiarized ourselves with what our factory intends to accomplish. We can process nuts with precision down to 0.03 millimeters, and manipulating these planers is second nature to us. Just tell us when to commence work. Manager Jia has invested significantly to bring us here, and we cannot afford to squander time. Well, what a bold proclamation. Li Dongsheng scrutinized the man named Tian Hao, gesturing towards the assembly line. If you are so confident, I shall forego the demonstration. Commence your work directly. Let me make this clear. Do you see those logs outside? They have all been finely processed. For every log, I do not expect you to produce more than 30,000 pairs of disposable chopsticks. Anything less than that will result in wage deductions. What? Manager Li, for such a massive log, you only require 30,000 pairs of chopsticks? Is this not a waste? Beside Tianhao stood a middle-aged woman named Li Tiezhu, whose expression turned wistful upon hearing that a single log could yield 30,000 pairs of chopsticks. This was no ordinary log. It measured 4 meters in length and 40 centimeters in diameter, sufficient to craft several sets of furniture. To think that 30,000 pairs of chopsticks could be deemed extravagant. Pray tell, how many can you produce? Li Dongsheng was taken aback by his own admission of inadequacy. He fixated his gaze intensely on Li Tiezhu, causing her to feel somewhat bashful. Manager Li, if we are to consider the size of this log and the slender chopsticks you desire, anything below 60,000 pairs would be a waste. What is your salary? What? My salary? She replied. Boss Jia pays me 6 yuan a day. Is everyone earning 6 yuan? Li Dongsheng inquired, glancing at Tianhao and the others. It seems that aside from Hao Go, who earns 8 yuan, the rest of us are on 6. What is the matter, Manager Li? You wouldn't reduce our wages, would you? Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's query about their wages, Li Tiezhu's previously flushed cheeks turned ashen, fearing that he might unceremoniously decide to cut their pay. She quickly offered a precautionary remark. If you can produce 12,000 pairs of my specified disposable chopsticks from a single log, I shall raise each of your daily wages to 8 yuan, with Tianhao earning 10. Additionally, during festive seasons, I will provide each of you with 20 jin of pork. Will Boss Li keep his word? A man's promise is as unyielding as a horse that cannot be turned back once the words are spoken. If you can manage to produce 15,000 pairs of my specified disposable chopsticks, I shall personally reward you with a generous year-end bonus. Deal. Manager Li, you strike me as a straightforward person. We shall commence work at once. Moreover, to ensure the quality of the products and the efficiency of production, you shall no longer need to bring your meals. The factory will provide 3 meals a day. I require you to work for 10 hours daily. This means that once you fulfill your 10-hour shift, you are free to return home. I encourage overtime. For every hour you work beyond 10 hours, I shall grant you an additional yuan as overtime pay. However, there is one stipulation. You must not dawdle. The daily production quota must be met without fail. For your health, the maximum overtime allowed is 5 hours. Anything beyond that will not be compensated. Now, let us begin. Understood, Manager Li. Your words have certainly reassured us. Rest assured, we shall secure that year-end bonus. Tianhao observed Li Dongsheng's serious demeanor, which seemed genuine, and despite his pockmarked face breaking into a grin, he hurriedly beckoned his fellow workers to commence their tasks. As the rumbling sound of machinery filled the air, Li Dongsheng watched as the workers swiftly transitioned into their roles, marveling at the admirable work ethic of state employees, albeit lamenting their misfortune of not having better times. Li Dongsheng, you are quite affluent, aren't you? My brother has already compensated them sufficiently. Have you even inquired about their monthly earnings at the factory? What airs you put on? Hu Sheng observed as Li Dongsheng exuberantly laid out grand prospects for the newly arrived workers, waiting for them to settle into their positions. He gently shoved Li Dongsheng's shoulder in mild reproach, only to receive a perfectly executed eye roll in return. If one desires the horse to gallop, one must ensure it is well fed. Although this group of workers may lack striking appearances, observe how deftly they execute their tasks. Each is undeniably adept in their respective roles. Is 8 yuan too much? Let me enlighten you. In this era, the most valuable asset is not the lofty degrees and diplomas you hold in esteem, but rather these so-called lower-class workers whom you disdain. Talent has always been cherished in every age. If they could craft disposable chopsticks to precise specifications from a single log, I would gladly offer not merely 20 kilograms of pork for the festive season, but even a generous red envelope of 1,000 yuan for each during the New Year celebrations. Young man, money is not earned in a day. Do not impose societal norms upon the factory. They are the ones generating profits for us. Do you understand? Li Dongsheng patted Hu Sheng's cheek as if he were a mere child, exerting a little more force for emphasis. Hu Sheng furrowed his brow as he observed the workers, each clearly defined in their duties along the assembly line, seemingly beginning to grasp the validity in Li Dongsheng's words. By the time he realized he had been playfully chastised, Li Dongsheng had already retreated to his office. Chapter 13. A motorcycle, 2 feet kicking the factory busied its employees, allowing me a day to venture out alone. A perfect opportunity to test the abilities of the individual named Tianhao, to ascertain whether he was worthy of the 8 yuan. What are you up to? Hu Sheng, visibly perturbed, retreated into the room, igniting a cigarette. Yet, before he could take a puff, it was seized by Li Dongsheng, who extinguished it forcefully beneath his foot. "Why are you doing this, you fool?" Hu Sheng, taken aback by Li Dongsheng's audacity, felt his facial scar quiver as he instinctively drew a dagger from his pocket. "Are you out of your mind? The entire courtyard is filled with wood, and the factory is strewn with sawdust. Are you truly reckless enough to smoke here? Do you value your life so little? If even a spark ignites, can you bear the consequences? Is it really that exaggerated? I'm merely in the office, not outside." Hu Sheng, observing the fierce countenance of Li Dongsheng, instinctively shrank his neck, awkwardly returning the dagger to his pocket. For reasons unknown, he subconsciously felt that Li Dongsheng's temperament was increasingly reminiscent of his elder brother, Jia Jingjing. "You can't smoke anywhere. We don't have a license, brother. If an incident occurs, it won't just be you and me. Even Jia Jingjing would face repercussions. Do you understand?" "No, you've just reminded me. I must establish a rule. Henceforth, no one is permitted to smoke within the factory." Li Dongsheng pocketed the extinguished cigarette butt and returned to the workshop. "Everyone, please halt for a moment. I have an important regulation to announce." "What is going on, Manager Li? Please, enlighten us." Tian Hao stood before the wood-shaping machine, deftly crafting the prototype of disposable chopsticks. Upon witnessing Li Dongsheng's serious demeanor, he promptly signaled to his fellow workers. The colleagues who accompanied Tian Hao swiftly grasped his intent, ceasing their tasks and shutting down the machines. Li Dongsheng observed the workers' disciplined actions before nodding in satisfaction. "I hereby declare a new rule. In my absence from the workshop, Tian Hao shall represent me in all matters, great and small. You must remember that we are surrounded by sawdust. Those of you who smoke must resist the urge. I do not wish to see even a glimmer of a spark in the factory. Should I discover anyone smoking, they will be dismissed on the spot. Is that understood?" Manager Li, your concern had us thinking something grave was afoot. We're not foolish. Who would smoke while working? That would be courting disaster. Rest assured, we will supervise one another and ensure the workshop is left spotless when we clock out, leaving no hidden dangers." Li Fingjiao, upon hearing Li Dongsheng's words, exhaled deeply, thumping her ample belly with a resonant sound. The others exchanged glances, hastening to assure Li Dongsheng of their commitment. "Since you all speak so confidently, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Trust is built gradually. Though we hail from the same engineering machinery factory, we have yet to become acquainted. Today, I, Li Dongsheng, boldly declare that as long as you do not hinder me, regardless of salary or benefits, I shall provide you with the utmost. Now, return to your work and prioritize safety." Who would have imagined that Jia Jingjing, a person from the streets, would execute tasks with such efficiency? The water radish was as crisp as a fine wine, truly a remarkable individual. Having silently praised Jia Jingjing once more, Li Dongsheng returned to his office, casually grabbing a bottle of juice from the cabinet, sipping it while curiously observing Hu Sheng, who was diligently writing at his desk. "You're already drafting employee regulations? Impressive. Young man, you have a bright future ahead," Li Dongsheng remarked. "I used to be lazy, but seeing you, a dedicated gambler, work so hard every day. I'm merely lending a helping hand. Don't read too much into it." Hu Sheng, hearing Li Dongsheng's compliment, felt his cheeks flush slightly, the scar on his face twitching. He shot a glare at Li Dongsheng and tossed an eraser at him, which Li Dongsheng dodged effortlessly. "All right, let us not rush. First, take me back to the canning factory. I want to see how things are progressing there. After that, we'll go buy a motorcycle. I can't keep trudging through these desolate hills every day." "A motorcycle? You need to purchase one. My elder brother has already prepared one for you. He asked me to inform you that a brand new Mitsubishi motorcycle will cost you $3,500 to be deducted directly from your earnings next month. The motorcycle is right outside, and the key is yours to inspect." After rummaging through his pockets for a moment, Hu Sheng produced a motorcycle key and tossed it to Li Dongsheng. "Are you serious? It's a pity Jia Jingjing isn't pursuing a career as a full-time housewife." Li Dongsheng mused, playing with the key in his hand as he strode into the factory courtyard, his eyes landing on the freshly polished, bright red Mitsubishi off-road motorcycle parked in the center, instinctively licking his lips. In the late 1980s, such a motorcycle would undoubtedly cost no less than $3,500. Li Dongsheng caressed the motorcycle's sleek body, savoring its smooth lines, and turned the key in the ignition. With a thrilling roar, the brand new Mitsubishi off-road motorcycle responded to his touch. "Keep an eye on the factory. I'll take a quick ride to the canning factory and return before dusk." With a swift leap onto the motorcycle, Li Dongsheng waved at Hu Sheng, who was lounging against the factory gate, munching on sunflower seeds, and sped out of the factory courtyard. What exhilaration! Riding along the familiar route, Li Dongsheng felt the warm breeze against his face, his heart swelling with unbounded enthusiasm. Once upon a time, he longed to own a motorcycle and ride freely. Alas, his father had always feared for his safety. After losing 3 motorcycles to wreckage, he had given up on the dream of being a knight. Little did he expect that in this rebirth, he would possess his very own off-road motorcycle. To die young, just kick hard with both feet. The phrase inexplicably flashed through his mind as he reveled in the sensation of the warm wind, causing him to momentarily lose focus and veer directly into a shallow ditch. With a disdainful spit, Li Dongsheng expelled the dry grass from his mouth, grimacing as he tenderly touched his scraped arm. His gaze filled with trepidation as he peered into the shallow ditch before him, promptly checking his beloved motorcycle for any scratches. Don't let him escape, you fools. Block the path. With considerable effort, Li Dongsheng wrested his motorcycle from the ditch, only to see a young man of about 20 frantically fleeing towards him, pursued by 3 or 4 thugs wielding machetes. Zheng Shili? Li Dongsheng squinted, assessing the approaching youth before glancing back at the ruffians in pursuit. In a sudden decision, he pivoted his motorcycle. Get on. What are you doing here? Upon spotting Li Dongsheng on the motorcycle, the young man contemplated bypassing him, but the increasingly vociferous curses from behind compelled him to awkwardly mount the bike. Hold on tight. Li Dongsheng twisted the throttle, launching them forward for several dozen meters, only to narrowly avoid plunging into the ditch once more. Ditch. I know there's a ditch. Stop yelling. Chapter 14, Leukemia, Advanced Stage. Li Dongsheng hurriedly corrected his course, flinching at the shouts and curses from behind him, while instinctively retracting his neck as a large machete whizzed past. Who the hell is that motorcycle rider? He bears a resemblance to Li Tiezhu. Which Li Tiezhu? Oh, the one from the engineering machinery factory, the one who drove his father to death. Is it really him? That kid has lost his ancestral home. How could he possibly have a motorcycle? Damn it, even a member of Long Sea's crew dares to rescue him? Send someone to Li Tiezhu's house. I'll show him why the flowers are so red. Behind Li Dongsheng, 3 or 4 thugs, brandishing machetes, were enraged to see their target escape on a motorcycle, and they hurled their weapons in frustration. The leader, a youth named Long Si, bore a terrifying penetrating scar on the right side of his face that twitched menacingly when he was angry, making him appear quite ferocious. Upon hearing his subordinate mention that the motorcycle rider was Li Tiezhu, he spat contemptuously, picked up a discarded machete, and turned to leave, unaware that he had been recognized. Li Dongsheng continued to accelerate until he had traveled 3 or 4 kilometers, finally allowing himself a slow breath of relief. Why are you provoking a bunch of thugs? What about your sister? Li Dongsheng inquired of Zheng Shili, who was technically his half-brother-in-law. Before Li Tiezhu's demise, he had briefly courted Zheng Shili's sister, and their relationship had progressed to discussions of marriage. However, after Li Tiezhu had inadvertently caused his father's death, Zheng Shili's parents deemed him unworthy and forcibly separated the couple. In Li Tiezhu's memory, this half-brother-in-law possessed an exceedingly timid demeanor, blushing even in conversations with others. He had excelled academically and gained admission to an open university through sheer determination, a feat that Zhang Rue, his sister, had boasted about for quite some time. I don't need your concern. Stop the bike, let me out. I don't want to see you even for a moment. Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's inquiry about his sister, Zheng Shili's eyes dimmed momentarily as he attempted to leap from the motorcycle, prompting Li Dongsheng to slam on the brakes in alarm. Are you out of your mind? Seeing his former half-brother-in-law's reckless intent, Li Dongsheng raised his hand and slapped Zheng Shili across the face, leaving a vivid red mark. You haven't changed at all. Zheng Shili clutched his cheek, glaring intensely at Li Dongsheng before turning and fleeing without a backward glance. What is this all about? Li Dongsheng gazed at his still-raised arm and then at the figure of Zheng Shili, who had already run far away. He felt a twinge of frustration. Even in this new life, the emotional remnants of the deceased Li Tiezhu persistently influenced him. With a sigh born of deep concern, Li Dongsheng revved his motorcycle and set off in pursuit. City First Hospital? What could Zheng Shili possibly be doing there? Li Dongsheng followed Zheng Shili on his motorcycle until he watched him rush into the City First Hospital. Li Dongsheng was no stranger to this place in his past life. His uncle had been involved in a car accident here. Li Dongsheng's childhood was spent entirely in the city's first hospital, where he was well aware of every nook and cranny, even the mouse holes. Upon seeing Zheng Shili arrive at the hospital, he hastily secured his motorcycle in the bicycle shed and continued to follow Zheng. Doctor, I am already gathering funds for the medical expenses. Could you possibly grant me a few more days? I beg you. Regrettably, Mr. Zhang, you are aware that this is a hospital, and we have our protocols. If you cannot settle your sister's hospitalization fees by 5 o'clock this afternoon, I shall be unable to assist her further. In a secluded corner of the hospital ward, Li Dongsheng observed Zhang Shili despondently seated on a bench in the distant corridor, frantically tugging at his hair, and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. As Zhang Shili vanished from view, Li Dongsheng swiftly entered the doctor's office. "Who are you?" Inside the office, a balding middle-aged doctor in a white coat was engrossed in writing medical records. He seemed somewhat displeased as Li Dongsheng entered without knocking. "Apologies, doctor, for the intrusion. I am a relative of Zhang Rui, and I wish to inquire about her condition." "A relative of Zhang Rui? Wasn't she just here?" "Ah, that was my younger brother. As you saw, he could only weep." "Doctor, I implore you, given your esteemed ethics, please let me know the truth." Li Dongsheng scanned the empty room and discreetly produced a banknote, slipping it into the doctor's pocket without drawing attention. "Look, what you are doing. All right. I can see you are quite earnest. I shall speak candidly. I advise you to prepare for the inevitable. Zhang Rui's leukemia has reached its terminal stage. With the current level of medical care, she may not endure much longer. Even if she remains hospitalized, it would be a waste of resources. Considering your family's circumstances, you must understand the gravity of this situation." The doctor, feeling the weight of the banknote in his pocket, softened his demeanor, gently patting Li Dongsheng on the shoulder, his words carrying a semblance of genuine compassion. Terminal leukemia? Li Dongsheng could not recall how he exited the doctor's office. He wandered to the registration desk and settled the outstanding medical fee of 8,000 for Zhang Rui. Returning to the third-floor ward, he gazed through the glass at Zhang Rui, whose complexion was pallid, with a small girl sleeping beside her. He gently pushed open the door to the ward. The room contained 4 beds, yet only Zhang Rui's was occupied. The others stood empty. Upon hearing the door open, the woman in bed instinctively turned her gaze towards the entrance. Upon recognizing Li Dongsheng, she coldly turned her head away. The little girl remained in a deep slumber, and Li Dongsheng, cautious not to disturb her, tread lightly, his eyes never leaving Zhang Rui. "Why didn't you tell me you were ill?" "What should I tell you? That I am nearing death?" Hearing Li Dongsheng's low voice, Zhang Rui painfully closed her eyes, a single tear trailing down her cheek, evoking a deep sense of sorrow. "Tell your brother not to worry. I will take care of the financial matters. Focus on your recovery. The doctor assures that you are fine and simply need to rest." A wave of anguish surged within Li Dongsheng as he retrieved an envelope containing 5,000 yuan, which he discreetly placed beneath Zhang Rui's pillow before departing the ward without a backward glance. Leukemia is considered an incurable disease. How could she possibly be afflicted with it? As Li Dongsheng strolled through the familiar corridors of the hospital, he found himself grappling with the incomprehensible transformation of the once vibrant girl from Li Tiezhu's memories into this fragile state. "Excuse me, sir, do you remember me? I am Li Tiezhu, and I wish to inquire about something." In pursuit of clarity regarding the situation, Li Dongsheng left the hospital and headed straight to the oldest shantytown in the Power District, where Zhang Rui's home was situated. Upon seeing the red lanterns adorning Zhang Rui's house and the festive decorations on the door, his confusion deepened. "What Tiezhu? I don't know you. What is it that you wish to ask?" Chapter 15. What a shame to be a father. In the dilapidated neighborhood, beside the small alley of the Zhang family, Li Dongsheng approached an elderly gentleman basking in the sun, offering him a pack of 555 cigarettes with a smile gracing his face. The old man accepted the 555, inhaling its aroma with delight, then scrutinized Li Dongsheng with keen eyes, tucking the cigarette behind his ear while fixating on the half-pack of 555 in Li's hands. Understanding the unspoken cue, Li Dongsheng readily handed the entire half-pack to the old man, pondering before inquiring, "Sir, what's going on with the Zheng family? Why are they putting up the wedding decorations?" Your question is rather obvious. They must be celebrating a wedding, for Zheng Laopao's eldest son is tying the knot today. The wedding procession has hardly departed. Zheng Laopao's eldest son? You mean Zheng Xiaonao? That can't be true. I've heard that Zheng Laopao has a daughter named Zhang Rui, who is currently bedridden in the hospital, unable to afford her medical bills, and yet they are marrying someone off. Li Dongsheng furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at the wedding decorations adorning the Zheng family's door, feeling an unsettling pang. Oh, who can argue? We, the old neighbors, have often criticized Zheng Laopao behind his back, but that is their affair. We outsiders have no say in it. The old man, having received the half-pack of 555, wore a broader smile as he noticed Li Dongsheng's curiosity about Zheng Laopao's family affairs. He produced a small stool from behind and handed it to Li. Indulging in his own revelations, we, the old neighbors, are well aware of Zheng Laopao's patriarchal tendencies. About 2 or 3 years ago, his daughter fell in love with a worker, and by all reasoning, they should have married by now. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zheng Laopao forcefully separated them. Not long after, Zheng's daughter gave birth to a girl, and we could hear Zheng Laopao's furious outbursts in the courtyard daily. Young man, you must understand the gravity of an unwed pregnancy in our times. It is nothing short of scandalous. Zheng Laopao, concerned about his reputation, did not hesitate to berate his daughter. Even the child was left malnourished and frail, a pitiful sight. Zheng's eldest son is nearing 35 or 36. Yet the family is impoverished, unable to arrange a marriage for him. Until recently, a matchmaker approached Zheng Laopao, demanding a bride price of 3,000 yuan. You must realize that even if Zheng Laopao were to sell his organs, he could never amass such a sum. Coincidentally, a nearly 50-year-old cripple from a neighboring village, unable to find a wife, took an interest in Zheng's daughter. When Zheng Laopao quoted the 3,000, the man showed no hesitation, stipulating only that there be no children involved, meaning Zheng's daughter's little girl of just over a year. Upon hearing that her father intended to marry her off to a 50-year-old cripple, Zheng's daughter resolutely refused. This led Zheng Laopao to the brink of severing ties with her. Ultimately, in desperation, he confined her to a doghouse and forcibly took away her child, selling the little girl to human traffickers. Later, this matter somehow came to the attention of the third son of the Zheng family, raised by the daughters of the Zheng family since childhood. His affection for them was undeniable. He boldly sought out human traffickers and managed to reclaim the child. Meanwhile, Zheng Laopao, having received 3,000 yuan from the crippled man, busied himself with arrangements for his eldest son's wedding, neglecting the daughter of the Zheng family, who was left in a doghouse. As a result, she was rescued by the third son of the Zheng family. It was only later that we learned the Zheng girl had been hospitalized. But all the expenses had been borne by Zheng Laopao, who subsequently began to evade responsibility, completely disregarding her. Zheng Laopao informed the crippled man from the neighboring village that his daughter was in the hospital, suggesting that if he felt wronged, he could go and take her. As the money was non-refundable, what could the crippled man do? He came to Zheng Laopao's house daily to create a ruckus, and not long ago, he had just been driven away. Hey, young man, who are you? Why are you inquiring about the affairs of the old Zheng family? The elderly man, holding a pack of 555 cigarettes and inhaling deeply, began to speak indiscriminately. Before Li Dongsheng could continue to ask for details, the old man had already divulged all the secrets of the Zheng family. How could there exist such parents in this world? It was utterly disgraceful. Listening to the old man's words, Li Dongsheng felt his blood boil with indignation. He stood up, walked to the door of Zheng Rui's house, and tore apart the red wedding decorations. Even the lanterns hanging above were not spared. Rest assured, Li Tiezhu, having acquired your body, I will see this matter through to the end. After casting a final, piercing glance at the door of Zheng Rui's house, Li Dongsheng mounted his motorcycle and returned directly to the courtyard. Dongsheng, you're back. A few little rascals came looking for you earlier, but we chased them away. Where have you been these past few days? We haven't seen you around. You should lay low for a while. As Li Dongsheng pushed his motorcycle into the courtyard, Zhang Dongbei, who had been pacing, hurriedly grabbed him and pulled him aside, concern etched on his face. Little rascals? Looking for me? Li Dongsheng paused at Zhang Dongbei's words, reflecting on whom Li Tiezhu might have offended. Logically, the matter with Jia Zhengjing had been resolved, and while it seemed Li Tiezhu still owed a sum of money, it wasn't due yet, so they shouldn't be blocking his door. Don't worry, let them come. We will counter any threat. Who in our courtyard will take care of someone? Help me look after someone, and I will pay 10 yuan a day. What? 10 yuan a day? Why not find someone else? Zhang Dongbei asked. For a male or female? If it's a male, I will go. If it's a female, my sister-in-law can help. Zhang Dongbei observed Li Dongsheng's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the little rascals, and wished to offer further advice. However, upon hearing about the 10 yuan per day for care, his breath became heavy. 10 yuan a day amounted to 300 yuan a month, while he toiled away in the factory for a mere 75 yuan each month. For a female, Zheng Rui. My sister-in-law has met her, so let's call her over. I will take her to get acquainted with the place. As the sun rose, Dongsheng, please wait a moment while I seek out Le Fanlin. Zhang Dongbei, apprehensive that Li Dongsheng might change his mind at the last moment, hurried back into the house. Soon, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, and Zhang Dongbei emerged with Li Fanlong in tow. Ah, Dongsheng, when did you acquire this motorcycle? It appears to be brand new. It must have cost quite a sum, hasn't it? Did you manage to redeem the old residence? Upon learning that Li Dongsheng intended to employ her for 10 yuan a day to care for someone, Li Fanlong's face broke into a radiant smile. Drying her hands on her apron, she gazed at the motorcycle he was pushing, her eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, the old residence has been redeemed. You need not worry anymore. Come aboard. We are heading to the hospital. All right then. Li Fanlong carefully positioned herself on the back seat of the motorcycle, wishing to embrace Dongsheng's waist. Yet, with her partner so close by, she felt a twinge of shyness and resorted to grasping the collar of his shirt instead. As Dongsheng revved the engine, Li Fanlong nearly lost her balance and instinctively clutched his waist. The grip of her arms, which seemed almost as robust as his legs, left him gasping for breath. He could only exclaim, "Sister-in-law, please be gentle. My waist is slender, and I fear you might crush it." Chapter 16. He is indeed Xiaonan's biological father. I understand now. With her partner watching nearby, Li Fanlong felt her cheeks flush crimson at a single remark from Li Dongsheng, prompting her to slightly relax her grip. "Zhang Gu, could you kindly procure some chicken and fish for me? Prepare a dish of crucian carp and chicken soup. I will return shortly to collect it. Consider this 100 yuan as an advance for groceries. If it falls short, please cover it for me, and I shall reimburse you upon my return. Thank you." Li Dongsheng withdrew a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Dongbei, who instinctively accepted the bill, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ah, it seems that you have indeed been thriving this past month, Dongzi. Rest assured, the cost of groceries will not be substantial. I shall head out to shop before you return." Zhang Dongbei, who toiled for an entire month only to earn 75 yuan, often supplemented with grain coupons, considered this a generous wage among their neighbors, a fact that Li Fanlong often boasted about. Today, however, Li Dongsheng not only rode back on a brand new motorcycle, but also casually offered a 100 yuan note, which stirred a hint of envy within Zhang Dongbei. He gently patted Li Dongsheng on the shoulder, grabbed his grocery bag, and stepped out to purchase the ingredients. Li Dongsheng sped away with Li Fanlong and finally arrived at the first hospital of the city. However, upon entering the ward and witnessing Zhang Xili holding a small girl while wiping away tears, without a trace of Zhang Rue in sight, Li Dongsheng stumbled, feeling as though the world was spinning. Had it not been for Li Fanlong's keen eyes, who quickly steadied him, he might have collapsed onto the floor. "Where is your sister? Where is she?" Li Dongsheng shook off Li Fanlong's support, his eyes bloodshot as he violently shook Zhang Xili's shoulders, bellowing as if resurrecting the former gambler, Li Tiezhu. Seeing Li Dongsheng burst through the door, Zhang Xili desperately shook her shoulders but coldly regarded him without speaking, tossing a handwritten note at him while continuing to wipe her tears. Instinctively, Li Dongsheng accepted the note, trembling as he unfolded it. "Li Tiezhu, though I cannot be there in person, my words reach you. I am acutely aware that my time is limited, and you need not exhaust yourself running around for me. The greatest regret of my life is that I could not build a home with you. After our separation, I discovered I was pregnant. Despite the scorn, I bore Xiaonan, hoping to raise her to adulthood. However, fate has proven cruel, and Xiaonan is your daughter. She must rely on you now. Please do not return her to my family. This is my only plea. These years have been arduous, and now that you possess the means to care for Xiaonan, I hope to spend my final days exploring the world. Of the 5,000 yuan, I have taken 3,000. Consider this a compensation for the years you owe me. Do not gamble anymore, Li Tiezhu. Take good care of our Xiaonan. If you can ensure her safe upbringing, I shall find peace in the afterlife. Farewell, my dearest." What on earth were you doing? How could someone so alive simply leave? What good does crying do? Find her, no matter what. We must locate Zhang Rue. Where could she possibly go alone? Is she preparing to return the 3,000 to that crippled man? You have quite a father. How can he even be considered human? Willing to sell his own daughter and granddaughter? Li Dongsheng clutched the letter tightly, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Zhang Xili, who was weeping while holding little Nan Nan. In a sudden burst of emotion, he snatched little Nan Nan away. "Return her to me." Startled by the abrupt loss of her niece, Zhang Xili lunged at Li Dongsheng in a frenzy, attempting to reclaim little Nan Nan, only to be forcefully kicked back onto the hospital bed by Li Dongsheng. Little Nan Nan, who had been peacefully sleeping in Zhang Xili's embrace, was abruptly awakened by the commotion, and she began to wail. "She is the daughter of Li Tiezhu, which makes her my daughter as well. I am her primary guardian. And even if we face each other in court, you cannot take her from me. Zhang Xili, you grew up under Li Tiezhu's watch, and I know your temperament all too well. You cannot even take care of yourself. How do you expect to care for little Nan Nan? Come with me now. Take me to that cripple's home. If we hurry, we might catch your sister. Sister Fenglan, please help me look after little Nan Nan for a moment. Take her back to the courtyard first. Zheng Shili and I need to handle a few matters and we'll return later. Little Nan Nan, be good and stop crying. Go home with Auntie. Your uncle has prepared something delicious for you, and I will be home soon. Li Dongsheng gently comforted little Nan Nan in his arms, watching as her cries gradually subsided, filling him with a peculiar sensation that was difficult to articulate. In his previous life, Li Dongsheng remained a bachelor until the age of 35. He never anticipated that in this life, not only would he be reborn, but he would also gain someone else's beloved daughter. Regardless of the circumstances, he was now Li Tiezhu, and that meant Li Tiezhu's daughter was naturally also his daughter. Li Dongsheng. Even if a paternity test were conducted at a hospital, the undeniable truth would remain unchanged. Home. Little Nan Nan does not want to go home. Having just stopped crying, little Nan Nan curiously observed the young man holding her, feeling an irresistible sense of familiarity that instinctively drew her closer. However, when Li Dongsheng mentioned home, her eyes seemed to recall the image of her grandfather, who had struck her with a firewood stick and had allowed a large yellow dog to bite her, prompting her to cry even louder. All right, we won't go home. We won't go home. As little Nan Nan cried, the hidden tenderness within Li Dongsheng's heart was stirred, and he embraced her gently, softly patting her back. There's nothing we can do now. Sister Fenglan, you should return. Ask Brother Zhang to prepare more food. We will come back later. Zheng Shili, why are you still standing there? Come with me. I will not go. You are the one who harmed my sister. And now you want to take my little Nan Nan away. Li Tiezhu, do you even consider yourself a man? How much suffering has my sister endured for you over the years? I truly wish to end your life. Zheng Shili glared at Li Dongsheng with bloodshot eyes, wanting to rush forward to snatch little Nan Nan back, but fearing a confrontation, she could only stand her ground, issuing threats. Li Tiezhu's indebtedness to Zheng Rui shall be repaid by me. If you choose not to accompany me, you may never see your sister again. Do take care of yourself. Li Dongsheng cast a cold glance at Zheng Shili and, cradling little Nan Nan, departed the hospital room without a backward glance. Shili, allow me to speak a truth that may be unwelcome. Over the past 2 years, ever since Tiezhu parted ways with Xiaorui, his life has not been easy. However, he has since reclaimed the courtyard and now possesses some wealth. His dedication to caring for little Nan Nan will surely surpass yours, for he is her biological father. Li Fenglan, witnessing Li Dongsheng leave with little Nan Nan, hesitated before refraining from following him, instead earnestly advising Zheng Shili. After all, he is Nanan's biological father. Li Fenglan's final remark struck Zheng Shili's heart like a hammer. Indeed, he, Zheng Shili, is merely an uncle, no matter how deeply he cherishes his niece. It pales in comparison to Li Tiezhu's status as Nanan's true father. Zheng Shili gazed at Li Dongsheng's receding figure, then cast a glance at Li Fenglan before hastily exiting the hospital room. Chapter 17. The lame Zhang, have you made up your mind? If so, lead the way. At the entrance of the first municipal hospital, Li Dongsheng had just flagged down a yellow van when he noticed Zheng Shili, panting heavily as he hurried over. He nodded and, cradling little Nan Nan, took a seat in the back. At this moment, Nan Nan seemed to have cried herself to sleep, resting heavily in Li Dongsheng's embrace. He gently kissed her forehead, marveling at the wondrous intricacies of life. The lame man who desires to marry my sister resides in the outskirts of H City. He ought to reflect upon his own character before pursuing her. If anything were to happen to her, I would not hesitate to take his life. Inside the van, Zheng Shili instructed the taxi driver regarding the route, glancing back at the peacefully sleeping Nan Nan, his eyes filled with tenderness. Keep it down, will you? She just fell asleep. If you wake her up again, he admonished. You talk of killing this and that, yet you lack even the courage to slay a chicken. Who do you think you can really intimidate? As a scholar, you ought to embody the virtues of one. Stop indulging in nonsense. By the way, what was the deal with those thugs chasing you this morning? Li Dongsheng softly patted Nanan's back, hoping to ensure her slumber remained undisturbed. Upon hearing Zheng Shili's loud voice, he shot him a fierce glare. Startled by Li Dongsheng's gaze, Zheng Shili instinctively recoiled, reluctantly responding. They are local ruffians from Nangang, posing as a gang while secretly engaging in human trafficking. I rescued Nanan from their clutches, so it was only natural for them to pursue me. I owe you my thanks for today. Zheng Shili muttered a quiet thank you, turning his gaze to the scenery outside the window, ignoring Li Dongsheng further. You rascal. By all means, You are considered my little brother-in-law now. I have heard that your father has severed ties with you. What will you do from here on? Li Dongsheng chuckled at Zhang Shili's proud demeanor. He was merely a child who had not yet matured. With Zhang Rui's care, he had a semblance of stability. But without her, he would find it difficult to return home. That is of no concern to you. The world is vast, and I will find my place. As for you, if you insist on claiming custody of Nan, then you must take good care of her. Should I discover any mistreatment, I will not spare you. You lack the capability. I am in need of a foreman for the canning factory. Will you accept? I can offer you 500 a month. I refuse. Your money is tainted. Very well, if my money is tainted, then the salary will be 1,000. You will assist in caring for Nan and, when I am overwhelmed, oversee the canning factory. Will you do it? Li Tiezhu, what are you even doing? Quoting 500 and 1,000? You didn't even blink when you paid 8,000 for my sister as hospital bills. Let me warn you, do not engage in illegal activities. Hearing Li Dongsheng raise the salary from 500 to 1,000, Zhang Shili instinctively furrowed his brow. He turned to Li Dongsheng, eyes filled with skepticism. Do not compare the former Li Tiezhu with the current me. I am now a legitimate businessman. Just tell me if you will accept. I will supervise you on behalf of my sister. Upon arrival, they found themselves in Wangjia village, where a lame man surnamed Zhang resided. After approximately 3 to 4 hours, the van halted before a dilapidated village on the outskirts. Li Dongsheng paid for 2 fares, gestured for the driver to wait, and followed Zhang Shili into the village. Knock, knock, knock. Is Zhang the lame one here? Open the door. As they navigated the streets littered with chicken, duck, and goose droppings, Zhang Shili led Li Dongsheng to a crumbling courtyard, forcefully rapping on the decrepit wooden door. Who is it? Making such a racket? Have some manners and wait. A low, grumbling curse emanated from within. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a man in tattered shoes, his expression darkening upon recognizing Zhang Shili. Well, if it isn't that little brat. What do you want? You're not welcome here. Has my sister arrived? Zhang Shili pushed past the lame man, searching for any sign of Zhang Rui. Li Dongsheng, cradling the still sleeping Xiaonan, scrutinized the man before him. The lame man, with dark skin and the appearance of someone in their 50s, wore a patched-up white tank top and tattered trousers. His left leg was twisted, and his face was caked with grime, as if he hadn't washed in decades, presenting an utterly repugnant sight. With your appearance, you dare to covet Zhang Rui? Where is she? Has she been here? Who are you to ask about Zhang Rui? She is now my wife, purchased for 3,000. Whether she is here or not is none of your concern. Zhang scrutinized Li Dongsheng, noting how carefully he held Xiaonan. His pupils constricted slightly, and he instinctively prepared to flee, only to be kicked to the ground by Li Dongsheng. Li Tiezhu, I haven't seen my sister, but she must have been here. At that moment, Zhang Shili emerged from the dilapidated house, clutching an envelope. Curiously, Li Dongsheng took the envelope, discovering it contained crisp 3,000 yuan bills, still connected by serial numbers, just the amount he had previously given to Zhang Rui. I warn you, that money is mine. Return it immediately, or I will call for help. If I do, you will not escape Wangjia village. Take Xiaonan into the car and wait for me. Li Dongsheng handed Xiaonan to Zhang Shili and accepted the envelope. You? Be careful then. Zhang Shili cast a deep glance at Li Dongsheng before taking Xiaonan and exiting the courtyard without a backward glance. Zhang Rui was here, wasn't she? I'm not inquiring about her whereabouts. This money is yours, but if you have designs on my woman, we shall settle this. Li Dongsheng sneered, crouching before Zhang, tossing the 3,000 yuan into the air. Instantly, 30 bills scattered across the courtyard like a rain of currency. With your pitiful state, I wouldn't even dirty my hand striking you, but I owe Li Tiezhu an explanation. My apologies. I caution you against acting impulsively. I am a person with disabilities, and should you strike me, you would certainly face imprisonment. Upon witnessing his money scattered across the ground, the crippled Zhang hurriedly crawled to collect it, his eyes brimming with resentment as they met Li Dongsheng's gaze. You intend to purchase Zhang Rui, a living person, for 3,000 yuan. Is it unreasonable for me to offer a mere 1,000 for your right leg? It appears you would still come out ahead. Li Dongsheng sneered down at Zhang, who was desperately gathering the scattered banknotes, and then withdrew 10 bills from his pocket, slamming them into Zhang's face amidst his look of sheer terror. Quickly. It seems something has happened at the old Zhang's house. In the family village, a group of idle individuals, loitering and chatting, heard the heart-wrenching cries emanating from the old Zhang's courtyard. Exchanging glances, they seized their pitchforks and rushed toward the commotion. Upon entering the yard, they were greeted by the sight of the vibrant banknotes littering the ground and the wretched Zhang, clutching his right leg and wailing in agony. They paid no heed to Li Dongsheng, who had already fled the scene and frantically scrambled for the scattered banknotes. Chapter 18. Get lost. Drive quickly, hurry up. At the entrance of the village, Zheng Shili anxiously awaited Li Dongsheng, holding little Nan in his arms. Suddenly, he saw Li Dongsheng emerge from the village, covered in blood, and instinctively shuddered. Li Dongsheng rushed to the taxi, forcefully pushed Zheng Shili inside, and urgently instructed the driver to start the car. As the yellow van sped away from Li family village, Li Dongsheng finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Had he been even a moment late? The villagers might have cornered him in Zhang Keizi's yard. What on earth happened? Why did you take so long? Zheng Shili asked, covering little Nan's eyes with his palm, his brow furrowed with concern. Your sister did come, but she didn't show herself. She tossed a letter wrapped in bricks into Zhang Keizi's yard. He has no idea where Zheng Rue is now. We should return. H city is vast. And finding your sister is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. For now, we must rely on the police. Li Dongsheng did not respond to Zheng Shili's inquiries. He wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve and gently patted the driver on the shoulder. Brother, I've given you a fair amount of money. Haven't I? Not a bit less, in fact, quite generous. Don't worry, brother, I haven't seen anything today. And I won't mention you, the taxi driver replied, stiffening at Li Dongsheng's touch, instantly comprehending the implication of his words, and quickly reassured him. All right, I'll trust you this once. Take this 100 and buy yourself some cigarettes. Dongsheng, you're back. Earlier, that group of little rascals came again. But they were scared off by the police. Come inside quickly. The yellow van screeched to a halt in front of the courtyard. Upon spotting Li Dongsheng and the others disembark, Zhao Yaoding, who had been pacing behind the door, quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He ushered them into the courtyard, swiftly closing the door and securing the bolt. They're back? I needed to find them as well. I must settle the score with them. Li Dongsheng was taken aback to see Zhao Yaoding waiting for him at the entrance. Upon hearing that the disguised thugs had returned to stir trouble in the courtyard, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In Li Dongsheng's mind, there were only two types of people who deserved no mercy: traitors and human traffickers. The latter, who nearly sold little Nan, were utterly unforgivable. Dongsheng, don't do anything reckless. There are about 10 of those thugs, all armed with knives. The one leading them, Long Si, is holding a gun. We shouldn't be foolish. It's best to stay hidden for now. Seeing Li Dongsheng's resolve harden, Zhao Yaoding felt a headache coming on. After living as neighbors for several years, he knew all too well what was on Li Dongsheng's mind. I'm aware of the situation, Li Dongsheng replied, offering a faint smile to the well-meaning Zhao Yaoding, understanding his good intentions. However, some matters touch upon a forbidden line, and no amount of persuasion would change that. Shili, here is the key to the main bedroom of the courtyard. This room has been unoccupied for quite some time. Please tidy it up properly and move in with Xiao Nan. I have some matters to attend to and will return later. Li Dongsheng detached a key from his keychain and tossed it to Zheng Shili, pointing towards the largest room in the center of the courtyard. He patted both Zheng Shili and Zhao Yaoding on the shoulders before turning to leave. Sister, Li Tiezhu, do not act recklessly. Have you forgotten your promise to my sister to take care of Xiao Nan? If anyone needs to go, it should be me. Zheng Shili firmly grasped Li Dongsheng's arm, refusing to let him depart. Rest assured, I am currently under the protection of Jia Zhenjing. He wouldn't dare to touch me. You, on the other hand, merely wield a pen. It's best you stay at home. Li Dongsheng forcefully brushed off Zheng Shili's grip, pushed open the courtyard door, and hailed a van, heading directly to Jia Zhenjing's office. Upon arriving at Jia Zhenjing's office, Li Dongsheng found the door locked. He had to circumvent through the side yard and went to the canning workshop's courtyard. As he entered the workshop courtyard, his brow furrowed in dismay. He surveyed the haphazard piles of cardboard boxes and glass bottles strewn carelessly across the pathway, the air thick with a somewhat putrid odor of rotting fruit, while a group of middle-aged women lingered, smoking and chatting. In just over a day, the once orderly factory courtyard had descended into a veritable trash heap. What are you doing? Gambling during work hours? Li Dongsheng, suppressing his anger, approached a portly middle-aged woman, Zhang Solan, whom he had appointed as a small overseer for the canning factory to ensure it was managed in his absence. To his dismay, Zhang Suilan had taken the liberty to lead a few female employees in a game of poker while he was away, and it appeared she had not been losing. Ah, Dongsheng is back. We have completed the canning production tasks today, so we thought we'd take a break and relax. Why are you so late? Have you eaten? There are canned goods ready inside, Zhang Zuolan exclaimed with a broad grin as she caught sight of Li Dongsheng, eager to share her cards with him. She had heard tales of his notorious gambling habits before he took over the canning factory. 700 cans completed, you say? Li Dongsheng cast a cold glance at the group of employees scattered about the courtyard before hastily making his way into the workshop. Upon witnessing the dismal state of the workshop, he felt a surge of fury. Inside the workshop, the central table was cluttered with empty canning jars, each smeared with dried remnants of their contents, resembling a collection of discarded containers from previously consumed goods. To the left, a long row of sinks held various fruits soaking in unclean water. Li Dongsheng picked one up, took a bite, and promptly spat the pulp into the waste bin. The fruit had clearly been left to soak for far too long without proper washing, showing signs of decay. On the right side, a series of stoves were still simmering cans, some pots having long since burned dry, reducing their contents to inedible blackened matter, while others, although not yet scorched, were perilously close to that state. If the pool on the left, the stove on the right, and the long table in the middle incited Li Dongsheng's ire, then it was the over 80,000 yuan sealing machine near the window, nearly smeared with the viscous residue of canned soup, that truly broke his heart. After a month of collaboration, during which your performance has been commendable, even in the face of the occasional pilfering of a few bottles of canned goods, which I chose to overlook, I had even taken it upon myself to provide you with cans each week, allowing you to take them home for your husbands and children to savor. Just yesterday, I had a discussion with Manager Jia regarding the possibility of granting you a modest raise. Is this how you repay my trust? After just a day, how could you shamelessly linger here playing cards and knitting? Now that you have shed your work uniforms, this factory no longer requires your presence. So, kindly vacate the premises. Li Dongsheng, suppressing his fury, meticulously inspected the sealing machine and, upon discovering no faults, gradually exhaled in relief. He repeatedly chastised himself internally to remain calm. Yet upon returning to the yard and witnessing the employees still engrossed in their card games and knitting, his overwhelming wrath could no longer be contained. Chapter 19. Turning the tables. Li Dongsheng, your words are rather harsh. We have completed all the canned goods for today, so what is wrong with taking a short break? Count them if you don't believe me. 500 bottles, not a single one missing. Besides, we are relatives of Boss Jia, who has paid a handsome sum for our services. We haven't delayed the work schedule. On what grounds do you think you can dismiss us? Zhang Zuolan, engrossed in a game of cards, seemed to have a splendid hand. As she prepared to play, her expression brightened, but upon hearing Li Dongsheng's sarcastic remarks, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She slammed her cards onto the table, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at Li Dongsheng with undisguised disdain. Indeed, Sister Zhang is correct. Have you bothered to inquire about our standing? Jia Zhengjing still addresses me as elder sister, and let me tell you, even if Jia Zhengjing himself were here, he wouldn't be able to drive us away. Who do you think you are? We toil tirelessly to produce these cans while you pocket 15,000 a month. What gives you the right? In our view, the least contributive person in this factory is undoubtedly you. Apart from boiling cans, what else can you do? We can boil cans just as well, and our results are no less commendable. Why then, are we only compensated 300 a month? A middle-aged woman seated opposite Zhang Zuolan noticed her frustration and immediately stood up. She stepped beside Zhang Zuolan and shoved Li Dongsheng, almost causing him to stumble. Li Dongsheng glared at this diminutive figure, whose name he recalled was Jia Rui, a cousin of Jia Zhengjing. Initially, Li Dongsheng had a favorable impression of her, as their month of acquaintance had been mostly free of significant conflict, aside from her occasional sluggishness at work. However, Li Dongsheng was taken aback to find that after just one day away, the demeanor of the factory workers had seemingly transformed, leaving him utterly perplexed. Indeed, we have always been guided by principles rather than kinship. Li Dongsheng, do not presume that your position as a mere supervisor at the canning factory grants you the authority to bark orders at us. We have tolerated your behavior until now. But today, you must clarify this matter for us. On what basis do you demand that we leave our clothes behind? Who do you think you are? What will you do if we refuse to comply? Another middle-aged woman, who had been playing cards alongside Zhang Zuolan and Jia Rui, also rose to her feet. She forcefully tossed her cards at Li Dongsheng, glaring at him with an aggressive demeanor, as if ready to engage in a physical altercation. Li Dongsheng regarded this woman, Jia Zuehua, who appeared to be yet another relative of Jia Zhengjing. She often took advantage of opportunities to slack off at work and was notorious for her gossiping and sharp tongue. Li Dongsheng had admonished her on numerous occasions, but she seemed impervious to his comments. Several times, her carelessness had resulted in broken jars, and she had nearly ruined the can-sealing machine. Despite his reprimands, she had never retorted, yet here she was today, audaciously throwing cards at him. Indeed, how can a dissolute gambler, capable of driving his own father to despair, possess the audacity to oversee us? In my opinion, Jia Jingjing must be blind to have chosen such a person as a business partner. Confronted by Zhang Zuolan, Jia Rui, and Jia Zuohua, the trio led a flock of middle-aged women, engrossed in knitting and snacking, to rise in unison beside them, casting menacing glares at Li Dongsheng, as if ready to launch an assault. Were it not for my unwavering principle of never striking a woman, I would have certainly shown you what courtesy entails. You refuse to depart, do you? Then I shall take my leave. I am eager to witness how Jia Jingjing intends to sustain this canned goods factory with a bunch of raucous, thoughtless harpies like you. Li Dongsheng trembled with fury at the sight of the old women before him. He had already been seething with anger since the morning and was taken aback to find himself confronted by these women at the factory. Although he felt compelled to reprimand them, he feared the consequences of confronting them alone, so he suppressed his ire and prepared to walk away. Oh, look at you. So full of bravado. You, Li Dongsheng, who claims to never strike a woman, we stand here united, and if you dare to lay a finger on us, then try it. Zhang Zuolan, clutching a sunflower seed, deliberately spat the shell onto Li Dongsheng's face. She reveled in the look of restrained anger in his eyes, her own expression brimming with malicious triumph. Sister Zuolan is right. This factory will no longer welcome you. We shall inform Jia Jingjing that we will handle the canning ourselves, and he can distribute your share of the profits to us. You should return to your disgraceful gambling ways and spare us the embarrassment. Jia Rui faltered in the face of Li Dongsheng, casting a proud glance at her companions with a victorious smirk that radiated satisfaction. Begone. Remember, this factory belongs to the Jia family. Jia Zuohua licked her lips, resumed her seat, and dealt a new hand of cards. Come now. Let us not waste time on an irrelevant person. Today, I shall take charge. Each of you may take home 10 jars of canned goods tonight as a reward for our united front. See, it is Sister Zuohua who genuinely considers our welfare. What is Li Dongsheng anyway? If he thinks he can sneak a few jars daily without my notice, that is truly laughable. This factory is owned by Jia Jingjing. It is our family business, and we can take what we desire without needing his approval. Let him endure for a month. Let us show him our strength. Beside Jia Rui, an older woman wielding knitting needles spat disdainfully at Li Dongsheng's retreating figure, then gleefully settled behind Jia Zuohua. She placed the needles on her lap and assisted Jia Zuohua with a shoulder massage. Of course, he is an outsider. We are the true insiders. If I do not consider your interests, who will? From this moment forth, this canning factory shall be our dominion. Do you not see? Within a month, they have amassed tens of thousands. If this wealth were to be distributed among us, would that not be splendid? Henceforth, you shall diligently work alongside your sisters. Where we feast on meat, you shall savor the broth. Jia Zuohua, with her eyes slightly squinted, seemed to revel in the service of the middle-aged woman behind her. With a grand flourish of her hand, she exuded an air of confidence, as if this canning factory already belonged to her. And before her lay mountains of gold and silver. Zuohua spoke true. If you all commit yourselves to our trio, we shall not treat you poorly. Once we achieve great success with this factory, not only will Li Dongsheng take notice, but even Jia Jingjing shall be compelled to heed our countenance. Jia Rui, gazing at Jia Zuohua's imposing demeanor, chuckled as she retrieved a jar of assorted canned goods from a nearby box. With a twist of the lid, she indulged generously. Eating with an unrestrained gusto, she returned to the card table, enjoying her canned delicacies while deftly handling the playing cards, her demeanor effortlessly elegant. Chapter 20. What does it mean to be a worker? Li Dongsheng left the canned food factory with heavy steps, his heart in turmoil. He felt a twinge of resentment towards the motley crew summoned by Jia Jingjing, who seemed to flaunt their shamelessness as a badge of honor. If he had lingered even a moment longer, he might have been torn apart by those women. Upon returning to the first municipal hospital, Li Dongsheng retrieved his motorcycle and drove to the suburban chopstick factory. He wanted to see if the employees there were as duplicitous as those at the canned food factory, presenting one face in public while concealing another behind closed doors. If they were indeed of the same ilk, he resolved to make his stance clear to Jia Jingjing, even if it meant quitting. If Jia persisted in his obstinacy, then so be it. They could part ways. Why are you back so late? My brother came looking for you today, but left when he saw you weren't here. Have you eaten? There's a box meal inside. Tonight's dinner is braised pork with potatoes. As soon as Li Dongsheng's motorcycle entered the courtyard, it caught the attention of Hu Sheng, who was cracking sunflower seeds at the entrance. Noticing the pallor on Li Dongsheng's face, along with dried bloodstains on his clothes, Hu Sheng paused in surprise. Did you get into a fight? What are you doing here? Why aren't you supervising at the factory? Li Dongsheng secured his motorcycle and turned to Hu Sheng, a hint of accusation in his tone. Hey, are you questioning me? I can come and go as I please. It's none of your business. Did you take something today? Hu Sheng spat out a shell in front of Li Dongsheng, shoved the remaining seeds into his pocket, and ceased his snacking, gesturing towards the factory. I don't feel like arguing with you right now. Just go inside and take a look at them. Do I really need to supervise? I've been here all day, and it feels like I'm invisible. Aside from when they need me to deliver meals, no one pays me any mind. What do you mean by that? Li Dongsheng regarded Hu Sheng's somewhat aggrieved expression and couldn't help but find it amusing. Having spent a month together, he had long since deciphered Hu Sheng's temperament. This lad was akin to an eternal child, harboring an unwavering admiration for Jia Jingjing. Though he put on a fierce front in public, he secretly yearned for recognition and attention. He belonged to that type who, if you showed him a modicum of kindness, would lay bare his heart in return. On a previous occasion, Li Dongsheng had playfully probed Hu Sheng, asking if he had ever taken a life and whether the scar on his face was a result of a brawl. To Li Dongsheng's bemusement, Hu Sheng admitted he had never killed anyone, not even a chicken. The scar was from a childhood mishap, a fall from a hillside that left him scratched by brambles. As a child, Hu Sheng was ostracized due to that scar, left to play alone, and he became increasingly isolated, often bullied by his peers. One fateful day, while he was being surrounded and beaten by a group of boys, he fortuitously crossed paths with a young Jia Jingjing, who came to his rescue. From that moment on, Hu Sheng vowed to stick by Jia Jingjing's side, devotedly following him as he navigated the world. In Hu Sheng's words, Jia Jingjing is akin to a sun that has illuminated his entire life. Returning to the matter at hand, as Li Dongsheng listened to Hu Sheng's words laced with unspoken grievances, a sudden pang struck his heart. Could it be that the employees of the chopstick factory were akin to those at the canning factory? He scrutinized the logs in the yard, noting that indeed some were missing, yet he could not ascertain precisely how many, for the yard had been brimming with logs just the day prior. Hastening into the factory, Li Dongsheng's brow furrowed. He discovered that these peculiar employees were congregated like those at the canning factory, gathered around to listen to Tian Hao's idle chatter. Drawing a deep breath, Li Dongsheng took cover behind the machinery, stealthily approaching the crowd, eager to discern what Tian Hao was prattling on about. Was the day not even half over? Had they ceased their work? All right, now let us return to our regulations. As you all know, we have made a promise to Manager Li that we must secure a substantial year-end bonus. Although this is my first encounter with Manager Li, I have heard that his reputation is not particularly favorable. Yet, I do not perceive him as one who merely spins grand tales. If we all exert ourselves diligently, who knows, we may indeed receive a generous bonus by year's end. Today, everyone has performed commendably, but old Wang, do exercise a bit more caution next time. I have roughly calculated that a single large log can yield barely over 150,000 disposable chopsticks. The target set by Boss Li is 150,000 per log, and you produced quite a bit of waste today. If others had not compensated for you, we would have fallen short of that expectation. We are all employees from the engineering machinery factory. Just look at Manager Li. At such a young age, he has established such a vast factory. We must not bring shame upon our engineering machinery factory. Tian Hao weighed a stack of papers in his hand, smiling as he nodded at old Wang beside him. Brother Hao, I understand everything you say, yet I did not intend for this to happen. Previously, I was a machinist. If you asked me to work with iron or steel, I would have no objections. However, suddenly being tasked with crafting such delicate wooden chopsticks, which cannot be oiled. You know, the chopsticks we use at home are always oiled to ensure their durability. These disposable chopsticks cannot be oiled and must be half the thickness of regular chopsticks. For them to maintain their shape, they must rely solely on their own flexibility. A slight miscalculation in force, and the chopsticks are rendered useless. This being my first day on the job, it is merely a lack of experience. But rest assured, starting tomorrow, I will not hold anyone back. The middle-aged man whom Tian Hao referred to as Old Wang felt the warmth of the collective gaze upon him, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He quickly patted his chest in assurance. Old Wang, do not take it to heart. You are not alone in this. It is my first time handling these disposable chopsticks as well. I had never even seen them before. We are all navigating this unfamiliar terrain together. We have worked side by side for 30 years. Do you not know me well enough? I mean, no offense. Let us speak candidly and not take things too personally. Today, we toiled for a total of 8.5 hours, producing 155,000 pairs of disposable chopsticks. I find this quantity somewhat lacking. Manager Li had stipulated that one log should yield 150,000 pairs of chopsticks, yet he did not specify how many pairs we should manufacture in a day. Now that he is absent from the factory, I have resolved to work overtime tonight to increase our output. After all, we must at least justify the 2 hearty meals we enjoyed today. Tian Hao, savoring the thought, licked his lips as he surveyed the group of coworkers surrounding him. He then produced a plan that he had drafted during our break. This is a plan I devised during our rest, intending to assign tasks to everyone. Moving forward, I propose that for every 2 hours of work, we take a 10-minute break. The sawdust can be detrimental to our respiratory health. Even with masks, we inevitably inhale some. For instance, today I felt as though there is phlegm lodged in my throat that I cannot expel, a consequence of continuous labor. Not only do we need to rest, but our machines require breaks as well. It is impractical for one person to remain at a single station indefinitely, so I plan to implement a rotation system. The schedule I have established dictates that from my position to Li Fengjiao's, for every 2 hours of work, we will take a 10-minute respite. Following our break, we will rotate our workstations, ensuring that each individual has the opportunity to engage in every task throughout the day. This approach will not only safeguard our well-being but also prevent the monotony of focusing on a singular task, which could lead to visual fatigue and hinder our productivity. Chapter 21. This is what it means to be a worker. Tian Hao distributed the work forms to those present and continued, as you all know. I have primarily worked in the office and have developed a fondness for the details on these papers. On this sheet, I have succinctly outlined the various positions we occupy daily and the tasks we are required to perform. Each time we complete a task, we simply mark it with a check, ensuring that our busy schedules do not cause us to forget our responsibilities. Brother Hao, I understand the rest schedule, starting work at 8 in the morning, a break at 10, a shift change at 10:10, lunch at 12:20. Resuming work at 1:30, a break at 3:40, and then working until 6. However, I cannot comprehend the rest of the information you've written. Could you possibly use simpler language? Many of us have only completed elementary or junior high school, and some have not even attended school. Your use of traditional characters is perplexing. Are you trying to show off your literary skills? Li Fengjia scrutinized the paper in her hands, realizing that aside from the work hours, the rest of the content was utterly incomprehensible. Brother Hao, if you continue like this, we must express our discontent. Do you look down on us? Please explain what all this flowery language means. Surely you can replace it with phonetics or something more accessible. Indeed. Please clarify this for us. We are nearing the end of our shift, and we cannot afford to waste time. You may look it over for now. I will explain it after work. For now, I want to discuss something of interest to you. I spoke with Mr. Hu earlier, and starting today, as long as we diligently produce qualified disposable chopsticks, he has agreed to provide us with extra meals during lunch. As long as we do not waste food, we can eat as much as we need. Is this for real? Oh my, that braised pork with potatoes today truly satisfied my cravings. I haven't had meat in nearly 3 months, and I fear my stomach will protest after such a feast. Don't think you are the only one who hasn't had meat in 3 months. Have we had any? Ever since our machinery factory transitioned to a public-private model, our salaries have been continuously slashed, and it has been at least 2 months since we received any pay. They even encourage us to buy out our contracts. What a joke. My child just turned 1 and cries from hunger every day. As a grown man, I sigh. Look, we are all in a similar situation. Frankly, regardless of the chopstick factory's pay, just having 2 meals of meat a day would have been a dream in the past 2 years. My monthly ration of grain, let alone buying meat, barely covered half a bag of rice, and it was all old stock. We subsisted on porridge day in and day out. Reflecting on those times feels like a distant dream. Indeed, you at least have a technical position and earn more than we do. My family is truly at the point of gnawing on tree bark. In my humble opinion, disregarding all else, we must not take our responsibilities lightly, especially considering that Boss Lee provides us with 2 meals of meat each day. I would find it hard to live with myself otherwise. Furthermore, you have all savored the taste of meat. I, on the other hand, could not bring myself to eat the 2 boxes of food I received today, as I intend to take them home for my child. Alas, life is quite challenging. Shaoli, is it truly appropriate for you to take our work meals home? If the boss were to discover this, I fear he would be displeased. What can I do? My child is of a similar age to De Zhuang's, just over a year old. Even if it displeases the boss, I must consider my child's needs. Meanwhile, Li Dongsheng concealed himself within the machinery, eavesdropping on the banter among Tian Hao, Li Fenglan, Xiao Li, and Old Wang. Gradually, he retreated to the warehouse to inspect the finished chopsticks. He noted that the eastern wall of the warehouse was neatly lined with small cardboard boxes, each sealed meticulously using an interlocking folding method. Curiosity piqued. Li Dongsheng opened several of these boxes and pulled out disposable chopsticks, which were tightly wrapped in a thin layer of plastic film. The craftsmanship was impeccable. The length and thickness of the chopsticks matched exactly what Li Dongsheng had requested, and their streamlined design was even more refined than his specifications. Furthermore, the ends of these disposable chopsticks bore exquisite patterns, carved by a decorative machine. Li Dongsheng mused that, based solely on the craftsmanship of these disposable chopsticks, even 30 years hence, they would be worth at least 50 cents a pair, a remarkable feat, especially for the year 1987. After leaving the finished goods warehouse, Li Dongsheng stealthily approached the small warehouse for storing waste materials. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of neatly arranged woven bags filled with the remnants and sawdust left over from the chopstick production. These bags were filled to capacity, and the floor of the warehouse was nearly devoid of sawdust. Ah, this is truly a mark of quality. This is the caliber of factory workers in 1987. Compared to them, what has the canning factory recruited? Fireflies and the bright moon, or clouds and mud? Gently, Li Dongsheng touched each woven bag and noted that they were designed with detachable seals, seemingly intended for multiple uses. He silently commended the workers crafting the chopsticks and then left the workshop to find Hu Sheng, who was sitting at the factory entrance, munching on sunflower seeds. At that moment, he began to understand why Hu Sheng appeared so disheartened. Hey, share some of those seeds with me, Li Dongsheng said, snatching a handful from Hu Sheng's stash and squatting beside him, gazing at the yard filled with logs, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Did you know I visited the canning factory today? Of course. But tell me, how did the bloodstains end up on your clothes? Hu Sheng inquired, a hint of curiosity in his expression as he pointed at Li Dongsheng's attire, his brow furrowed, as if he were experiencing great discomfort. What? Is there truly someone brave enough to challenge my brother's protection? How many heads does he have? Hu Sheng gathered the sunflower seed shells into a plastic bag, his curiosity evident as he scrutinized Li Dongsheng's clothes. Such matters are of little consequence. You cannot begin to fathom the trials I have endured throughout this day. Commencing tomorrow, during dinner, the portion of boxed meals allocated to the factory workers shall be increased to 3. From that day forth, the boxed meals at the chopstick factory must include meat every single day. What is this? Have you opened a bank? Your tone mirrors that of my superior. Both of you are merely figureheads. Do you have any notion of the expense associated with 2 meat servings in a single day? Take today as an example. The cost of the boxed meals alone has nearly reached 15 yuan. This is with the advantage of having secured a long-standing arrangement with a familiar eatery, which granted me a favorable price. Hu Sheng glared at Li Dongsheng, irritably nudging him, before tossing a wad of cash onto the table before him. Do you see this? My superior has set the factory meal allowance at 40 yuan per day. What are you thinking? Are we made of money? You, however, simply suggest adding 2 extra servings every evening. I cannot afford that. Chapter 22. Brothers in arms, are you out of your mind? 40 a day? And you can't even hire a dedicated cook? Li Dongsheng gazed at Hu Sheng in disbelief, realizing that the boxed meals over the past month had all been purchased. He had assumed that Jia Jingjing had engaged a chef for the task. You make it sound so simple, as if cooking for a crowd is effortless. I've been searching for a suitable cook for a month, and have yet to find one. Don't even get me started. You visited the canning factory today. Didn't you find those employees difficult to manage? Hu Sheng, feeling a bit sore from squatting, pulled over a small stool to sit, casting a somewhat schadenfreude glance at Li Dongsheng. Difficult to manage? Huh. If I had come out later, I might have perished in there. Is your brother truly jesting with me? What kind of people has he hired? Hu Sheng sighed. Forget it. It's pointless to discuss this with you. Pack up. Come home for dinner. My daughter is back, and we've prepared a feast. Li Dongsheng was about to pour out his grievances to Hu Sheng when he suddenly thought that, given Hu Sheng's temperament, if he were to discover the antics of the employees at the canning factory, it might indeed lead to chaos and unnecessary ruckus. Look at you. Speaking as if your words are as dry as a desert. Wait, aren't you unmarried? Where did this daughter of yours come from? Hu Sheng, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, curiously scrutinized Li Dongsheng. He was well aware of Li Dongsheng's circumstances, nearing 25 or 26. Still a bachelor. Where would he have a child from? Perhaps one fell from the sky? How could you believe such nonsense? Are you eating or not? If not, I'll head back myself. Cut it out. Of course, I'll eat. Why would I refuse good food? The mention of a delicious meal caused Hu Sheng to spring up from the stool. Observing Hu Sheng's eager demeanor, Li Dongsheng chuckled wryly. Turning his gaze back towards the workshop still bustling with activity, pondering that there was no need to inform them, with Tian Hao's meticulous nature. He would surely tidy up the workshop before leaving, serving as a small test for him. You ride. I have a bit of night blindness. Li Dongsheng tossed the motorcycle key to Hu Sheng and settled himself on the back seat. Quickly leave. Xiananan is not for you to take. If you don't leave now, we'll call the police, and they won't care whether you have weapons or not. Kid, you'd best be sensible. This girl was bought by me for 500. She is mine now. You dare to steal my child without my permission and think you can justify it? Do you even know who I am? In the realm of the underworld, who doesn't he know Long Si? Go ahead, call the police. Just dare to step outside this courtyard, and I'll break your legs. Believe it or not. Brother, why waste words with them? Just take her. Xiananan is ours, and even if we face the authorities, we are in the right. Exactly, brother. Let us not hesitate. Just take her. At that moment, in front of the Li family courtyard, a scene unfolded reminiscent of a gangster film. As Long Si led a group armed with knives, guns, and clubs surrounding the entrance to the Li family courtyard, leaving no escape. The Li family courtyard, a relic from the Qing dynasty, bears the scars of time, with its once majestic yellow pear wood doors now battered and riddled with holes. Inside the courtyard, Zheng Shili cradles little Nan Nan, shielded by Zhang Dongbei, Li Fenglan, Chao Yaoding, and Lu Kaixian, all brandishing kitchen knives and rolling pins in a resolute defense. Outside, Long Si and his gang face off against Zheng Shili and his companions, the two groups locked in a tense standoff across the dilapidated courtyard. Impatience grows within Long Si's ranks as he gestures to his underlings, preparing to forcibly seize their quarry. Let us see who dares. Just then, Hu Sheng returns, bearing Li Dongsheng on his back. Upon witnessing the battered state of his family's courtyard and the audacity of these unknown ruffians attempting to abduct someone, Li Dongsheng's eyes blaze with fury. Isn't that Li Tiezhu? I've been looking for you. If you hadn't rescued that young scion of the Zheng family, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Brothers, seize Li Tiezhu. Today, I shall make him understand why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Li Dongsheng's thunderous voice draws the attention of both factions, inside and out of the courtyard. Seeing Li Dongsheng's return, Long Si's eyes glint with a cold smile, ready to command his men to apprehend him, when he suddenly notices Hu Sheng arriving on a motorcycle, his expression shifting slightly. Well? I thought it was someone formidable daring to gather a crowd in broad daylight. Turns out it's just you, little snake. So, Li Dongsheng is now under the protection of my big brother? Who among you dares to make a move? Come on, Li Dongsheng, step in front of me. Let me see who has the audacity to act. Hu Sheng abruptly halts his motorcycle, drawing a dagger from his waist as he strides confidently to Li Dongsheng's side. As the gang of Long Si approaches, Hu Sheng twirls his dagger like a flower, casting a challenging gaze toward Long Si. Hu Sheng, I advise you to mind your own business. Li Tiezhu has taken the girl I intended to buy, and if I don't teach him a lesson today, how will I survive in this territory? You needn't think you can intimidate me with Jia Zhengjing. Even if Jia Zhengjing were present, I would not hesitate to deal with Li Tiezhu. What can he do to me? Long Si dismisses his underlings with a wave, coldly scrutinizing Hu Sheng as his pupils constrict. It would be a tremendous jest to claim that Long Si fears Jia Zhengjing, for behind Jia stands a formidable force. In comparison, Long Si is but a petty thug, yet he cannot allow himself to be cowed by Hu Sheng's mere words. What are you even worth? Even if my big brother were here, what could he possibly do to you? Did you forget to brush your teeth before stepping out? How dare you look down on my brother with your foul breath? You must be tired of living. For Hu Sheng, Jia Zhengjing represents the guiding light of his life. Should anyone dare to disparage this beacon, Hu Sheng would risk everything to ensure they leave with something to remember. Ignoring Long Si's brazen taunts, Hu Sheng's temper flares, and he pushes past Li Dongsheng, charging directly at Long Si. Have you lost your mind? Li Dongsheng was thrown into disarray by Hu Sheng's sudden charge. Upon seeing Hu Sheng advance, a surge of pent-up frustration ignited within him. He hastily unfastened his belt, disregarding the possibility of his opponent wielding a weapon, and charged forward alongside Hu Sheng. Dongsheng, quickly assist Dongsheng. In the courtyard, Li Fenglan was taken aback by Li Dongsheng's audacity in confronting a gang of over 10 ruffians with just Hu Sheng. Her face turned pale, and she frantically waved a kitchen knife. Calling out to Zhang Dongbei beside her, she was the first to dart out of the courtyard, recklessly plunging into the fray at the rear of Long Xi's gang. Fenglan, Zhang Dongbei, witnessing his wife's boldness, cast aside his fear and followed her with an axe in hand. He tugged at Li Fenglan to pull her back, but was met with a swift kick from one of Long Xi's lackeys, sending him sprawling to the ground. How dare you strike my husband? I'll fight you to the death. Li Fenglan stumbled as Zhang Dongbei yanked her back, and just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, she saw her husband toppled by a petty thug, instantly igniting a fire in her eyes. I can barely bring myself to strike him, and you dare to lay a hand on him. I'll slay you. Behind Li Fenglan, Lu Kaixin, Chao Yaoting, and Zhang Shili, witnessing the Zhang couple as charged, felt their own blood boil. Grasping various weapons, they rushed out of the courtyard one after another, plunging into the chaotic melee. Everything descended into chaos. The onlookers in the vicinity, witnessing the Li family's confrontation with Long Xi's gang, felt utterly helpless. However, driven by a sense of loyalty rather than reason, these bystanders abandoned their passive roles and joined the fray, brandishing their makeshift weapons. Long Xi's reputation had never been stellar, and today they dared to bully their neighbors, having lived together for decades, who could claim they had not benefited from the kindness of old Master Li or Li Tiezhu. While it was one thing to ridicule Li Tiezhu, it was entirely another to allow anyone to bully them. You think you can take advantage of our numbers? Bang. Chapter 23. The charming Northeasterners with a sudden gunshot. Long Xi raised his homemade pistol and fired into the sky. At the sound of the shot, the previously chaotic crowd halted in their actions, gazing at Long Xi with a mix of fear and astonishment. Long Xi exhaled deeply, wiping the imprint of a shoe that had stealthily attacked him from his face, and cast a cold glare around, signaling his subordinates to depart. However, upon inspection, his expression soured. All his underlings lay on the ground, twitching, and not a single one was unscathed. Alas, who are you attempting to intimidate with that firearm? Do you think you are the only one armed? Come, if you possess a gun, then here I stand. Shoot at me if you dare. Hu Sheng, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, tore apart his shirt, revealing a torso marred by scars. He strode purposefully toward Long Xi, pressing down on his wrist with one hand while positioning the makeshift gun against his own forehead. His eyes, bloodshot and fierce, roared at Long Xi like a tiger poised to pounce, instilling dread in those who beheld him. The one thing I despise most in this life are traitors and human traffickers. I have long wished to see you dead. If it were not for my elder brother intervening, you would have already met your end in the Songhua River. Do you still have the audacity to abduct others' children? You too were born of parents. Do you possess no humanity? My brother roams the underworld, and you dare to associate with him? Such disgrace. Hu Sheng, has your association with Jia Zhengjing rendered you foolish? Do you not fear that with a mere flick of my finger, you could be reborn? Long Xi's palm, gripping the gun, grew clammy with sweat. He had not anticipated Hu Sheng's audacity to press his head against the barrel of the gun. This instinctively led him to open the chamber, preparing the pistol to fire at any moment. Hu Sheng. Li Dongsheng, terrified by Hu Sheng's boldness, rushed to grasp his arm, only to be violently shaken off. Though Li Dongsheng had often witnessed such scenes on television, where the righteous hero would effortlessly intimidate the villain with mere words, this was reality. If Long Xi were to accidentally pull the trigger and Hu Sheng were to perish because of him, Li Dongsheng would never find peace in his life. Li Dongsheng, step aside. This matter is no longer yours. This brat dares to openly call my brother's name. If I do not teach him a lesson, others will think my brother leads a band of cowards. Hu Sheng shrugged off Li Dongsheng's interference, seizing the gun from Long Xi's grasp, his eyes ablaze with fury. Long Xi, if you do not kill me today, then I shall end your life. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out, causing Li Dongsheng to instinctively shut his eyes. Hu Sheng stared blankly at Long Xi, confusion flickering in his gaze before he collapsed to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, and the pistol slipped from Long Xi's grip, clutching his right arm and writhing in agony. Beads of sweat cascaded down his temples as he stared in horror toward the back of the crowd, where a man clad in a black leather jacket stood. A buzzing sensation enveloped his mind as he clasped his wrist and fled, indifferent to the anguished cries of his fallen comrades. Li Dongsheng, upon hearing Long Xi's agonized wail, instinctively opened his eyes. When he beheld Jia Zhengjing meandering through the crowd, a wave of relief washed over him, and he irritably kicked Hu Sheng, who lay feigning death on the ground. Get up, stop pretending. What? I'm not dead? Hu Sheng, with a look of bewilderment, patted himself down and swiftly sprang to his feet, clinging to Jia Zhengjing's arm like a wronged child. How embarrassing. Jia Zhengjing, flustered by Hu Sheng's childlike display, attempted to shake him off. However, Hu Sheng clung on like an octopus, leaving her no choice but to walk over to Li Dongsheng and pat his shoulder. I am aware of the situation at the canning factory. You handle things here. I will wait for you in the yard. Oh, okay. Li Dongsheng gazed at Jia Zhengjing's departing figure, suddenly sensing that he had overlooked something. His courtyard was less than 100 meters from the police station, and yet, after 2 gunshots, no one had come. I sincerely thank everyone for supporting me today. I am truly touched. Please, check yourselves for injuries. I will take you to the hospital shortly. Surveying the elderly neighbors who had set down their tables and chairs, Li Dongsheng kicked aside a small thug obstructing his path and helped a young man to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Oh, it's nothing. How could we stand by and watch you being bullied? We've seen you grow up from a little naked child. We are neighbors, after all. Quickly tidy up the courtyard door. Such a shame about that old yellow pearwood. Your father used to boast about it to us. Yisheng, old Wang is right. We are all from the neighborhood, and close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Rest assured, if Long Si dares to return, we will gladly assist you in dealing with him. Amid the crowd, 2 elderly gentlemen, having set down their canes, patted Li Dongsheng on the shoulder with smiles, beckoning a group of onlookers before turning to leave. What is the essence of human kindness? Having lived for 10 years in a community without knowing the names of his neighbors, it was as if they were strangers. Oh, the older generation is truly commendable, genuine, and devoid of ulterior motives. I, Li Dongsheng, am grateful to you all. Watching the 2 elderly gentlemen return to their chess game, the neighbors resumed their daily activities, leaving behind a dozen or so small thugs too intimidated to rise. At that moment, tears welled in Li Dongsheng's eyes for the first time in over 20 years. What a great man he was, shedding tears. After all, they were neighbors. Had he not helped them in their times of need? Hurry back inside for dinner. Your brother has prepared a feast, and everyone is waiting for you. It's getting cold. Li Fenglan assisted Zhang Dongbei in brushing off the dust from his clothes, and, upon seeing Li Dongsheng, burst into tears, playfully scolding him. Hey, it's time to eat. I haven't had a meal all day. I'm starving. Li Dongsheng approached Zhang Shili, helped him up from his battered state, playfully punched his shoulder, and embraced him as they made their way back to the courtyard. Life is sometimes remarkably whimsical. Li Dongsheng had idled away half his life, never anticipating that attending his ex-girlfriend's wedding would thrust him into this era, both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. Initially fearing that embodying such a disreputable character as Li Tiezhu would lead to increasingly arduous days, he was pleasantly surprised by the simplicity and sincerity of the people in this time. They did not feign happiness or sadness. If they found you displeasing, they would confront you directly. After expressing their grievances, they would move on as if nothing had transpired, seemingly unaware of the concept of holding grudges. Li Dongsheng found himself increasingly fond of this atmosphere. He realized he was gradually integrating into this society, becoming part of this small community, whether it be with Hu Sheng, Jia Zhengjing, or even Li Fenglan, Zhang Dongbei, Lu Kaixian, Zhang Shili, and others. They were all individuals of flesh and blood, each with their own minor flaws. Yet the one unchangeable trait was their unwavering warmth as Northeasterners. Suddenly, Li Dongsheng recognized that he had begun to appreciate these neighbors, who often peppered their speech with expletives, including the ever-assertive Hu Sheng, who had also begun to adopt a more masculine demeanor. He cherished this vibrant life in 1987. Chapter 24, The Family Feast. Jia Zhengjing. You have arrived just in time. Come, take a seat and indulge in some food. I have a few bottles of fine wine hidden in my cellar. Let's enjoy a hearty meal today. Li Dongsheng, with Zhang Shili by his side, entered the courtyard and spotted little Nan running towards him with her tiny legs. Observing her adorably naive expression melted Li Dongsheng's heart. He crouched down and opened his arms wide. Come here, dear. However, little Nan, with her unclear speech, bypassed Li Dongsheng and leapt directly into Zhang Shili's embrace, bestowing upon him a sweet kiss. Li Dongsheng awkwardly withdrew his arms, casting a disgruntled glance at Zhang Shili, who wore a proud expression. To avoid further embarrassment, he quickly called out to Jia Zhengjing, who was surveying the courtyard. Jia Zhengjing had already learned from Hu Sheng that Li Dongsheng had a daughter, and he had playfully interacted with little Nan upon entering. Seeing Li Dongsheng's awkward demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. Since there was nowhere else to go this evening, I shall join you for dinner. Sister Fenglan, please invite everyone to sit down. We may not have enough stools, but there are some in the master bedroom. It's rare for all of us to be gathered together. Let us enjoy a drink. Certainly. There is still a large goose simmering in the pot. I'll bring it out. Li Fenglan helped the injured Zhang Dongbei settle down before nodding and heading into the kitchen. We have been living together for 5 or 6 years now, so I shan't overstate my gratitude today. Let us toast together. At the dining table, Li Fenglan's family, Chao Yaoting's family, Lu Kaixian's family, along with Zheng Shili, Little Nan Nan, Hu Sheng, and Jia Zhengjing all took their seats. Li Dongsheng poured the aged wine he had retrieved from the cellar for everyone, while Little Nan Nan received a bowl of peach syrup. He raised his glass, surveying the gathering, and downed the old wine in one gulp, nearly bringing tears to his eyes from the spiciness. Distant relatives cannot compare to close neighbors. Besides, we are all fellow residents of this courtyard, so there is no need for formalities. However, Dongsheng, last time I asked you for wine, you claimed there was none left in the cellar. Where did this come from? Lu Kaixian, savoring the old wine, had his eyes gleaming with delight. He placed a large goose leg into Little Nan Nan's bowl and inquired with a smile. I was merely being cautious with you. There are only a few bottles in the cellar. If you drink them all, what will I have for my wedding? Li Dongsheng shot Lu Kaixian a look and gently patted Little Nan Nan's head, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes at the mention of marriage. Old Master Li, just enjoy your wine. Dongsheng, we've heard from Shili about the situation concerning Little Nan Nan's mother. Do not be too sorrowful. Perhaps when the time comes, we can post notices, and who knows, the Zheng family girl might just return on her own accord. Chao Yaoting raised his glass, clinking it with Li Dongsheng's and Jia Zhengjing's, and Hu Sheng, his voice filled with concern, echoed their sentiments. No, I have made up my mind. Zheng Rui can naturally leave without a word. No amount of notices we post will change that. Her stubbornness is beyond the comprehension of most. Tomorrow, I shall visit the police station to file a report for a missing person, though I doubt it will yield much. Li Dongsheng let out a gentle sigh and drained his glass of aged liquor. I will seek out some connections at the police station for you. You need not worry about this. I firmly believe that what is meant for you will never evade you, while what is not yours cannot be forced. Seeing the dejected expression on Li Dongsheng's face, Jia Zhengjing retrieved a stack of resume papers from her small handbag and handed them to him. What is this? Li Dongsheng asked with curiosity as he accepted the papers and opened them to discover a collection of personal resumes. I witnessed the grievances you endured at the canning factory today. Perhaps you did not notice, but I was watching you from a distance at that time. Then you. He began, but she interjected, allow me to finish. Jia Zhengjing gently patted his shoulder, noting the impending outburst on his face. I have complete faith in your work capabilities, yet I am not entirely familiar with your problem-solving and adaptability skills. The employees at the canning factory are my relatives. I know their temperaments all too well. They are the type who possess little ability but have lofty ambitions. You guessed correctly, I intentionally brought them in. My initial intention was merely to test how you would handle a group of unruly women, as you will eventually face even more challenging business people. However, I did not anticipate that you would manage to coexist harmoniously with them for an entire month, ultimately compelling me to bring cash to settle payments on the spot, and leaving you deliberately stranded at the chopstick factory for a night. In truth, my assumptions were confirmed. My relatives indeed became greedy for money, and their expulsion of you was entirely expected. I thought that with your temperament, you would certainly have confronted them on the spot. Instead, you surprised me by enduring their slander and returning to the chopstick factory to continue overseeing the work as if nothing had happened. Therefore, I have dismissed all those relatives from the canning factory. These are employees I deem worthy. I encourage you to sift through them. You will take charge of the canning factory from now on, and anyone who disobeys you may be dismissed without hesitation. Jia Zhengjing popped a peanut into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully, her words filled with admiration for Li Dongsheng. Come now, you did not see those women. They seemed ready to devour me. What was I to do? Could I possibly confront them? I was merely being cautious. Nonetheless, I must commend you. They are your relatives, and you dismissed them without a second thought. Are you not concerned they might come to your home to confront you? Li Dongsheng stared intently at Jia Zhengjing, eager to discern the depths of her smile and the motives hidden beneath it. What of being relatives? If they cannot bring me any benefit, must I continue to treat them like lords? Li Dongsheng, this world operates on such principles. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. When it is time to be humble, one must accept humility without shame. Conversely, to refuse to concede when the moment calls for it is truly foolish. Wouldn't you agree, Hu Sheng? Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's words, Jia Zhengjing smiled faintly, glancing back at Hu Sheng, emphasizing his name with a weighty tone. Brother, it's not that I'm bothered by that scoundrel Long C's slander against you. He may insult my ancestors, but he must not defame you. Anyone who dares to speak ill of you shall face my wrath. I have done nothing wrong. Hu Sheng, cheerfully savoring his roast chicken, suddenly found the topic shifted toward himself. Instinctively, he swallowed a hefty piece of chicken, nearly choking, and hastily took a large gulp of wine, pounding his chest. Nevertheless, he lifted his chin defiantly, firmly believing he was in the right. I, Jia Jingjing, am not a paragon of virtue. I have faced my share of insults. Yet, Hu Sheng, there is only one of you in my life. Should you act thoughtlessly again, I shall cast you aside, leaving you to lead Dongsheng entirely. Jia Jingjing regarded Hu Sheng's proud demeanor with a playful reprimand, choosing not to elaborate further. Enough, enough. Everyone is watching. Any reprimanding of Hu Sheng can wait until we return home. The fact that we can gather like this is a rare blessing. Let bygones be bygones. Today, let us enjoy our feast and leave our troubles for tomorrow. Today, I have gained a daughter and a brother. I am delighted. Come, let us raise our glasses. Xiao Nan Nan, do set your bowl down. Too much sweet soup will lead to cavities. Haha. Chapter 25. The new beginning of the canning factory. Oh, my head aches. I must not indulge in such excesses again. The following noon, Li Dongsheng rubbed his heavy temples as he awoke from the master bedroom. Upon noticing Zheng Shili and the little Nan Nan sprawled beside him, he chuckled softly. Stealing a gentle kiss on Nanan's forehead, Li Dongsheng tucked the blanket more snugly around her and Zheng Shili before heading to the courtyard. You're awake, Dongsheng. In the courtyard, Li Fenglan and Zhao Yaoting's wife, Cui Wen, were tidying up. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng, they greeted him with warm smiles. Good morning, Sister Cui, Sister Fenglan. Li Dongsheng replied cheerfully, stretching and taking in the transformed appearance of the courtyard. Reflecting on the mess from the previous night, he couldn't help but admire the industriousness of Li Fenglan and Cui Wen. It's still early. It's almost noon. There's lunch prepared in the kitchen, still warm. You should go eat, Cui Wen remarked, noticing Li Dongsheng's dazed expression and gesturing towards the kitchen. Is it already noon? Drinking truly disrupts one's schedule. Li Dongsheng returned to the master bedroom, grabbed a red double happiness basin, and headed to the washroom to freshen up. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Cui Wen. Sister-in-law, have you and my brother taken leave from the factory? Indeed, it's been 2 or 3 months. They offered us buyouts, but we're not foolish enough to accept that. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing, Li Dongsheng chuckled, picking up his toothbrush, already resolved on certain matters. After lunch, Li Dongsheng glanced at the still sleeping Zheng Shili and little Nan Nan, gently closed the door, and rode his motorcycle to the canning factory. As expected, the factory was locked tight, just as Jia Jingjing had described. Only Hu Sheng sat outside, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng approach, he tossed a stone at him in irritation. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you all morning without lunch. You need to sort this out. My apologies. I had lunch before leaving. How about I arrange dinner for you instead? Go to hell. Hu Sheng stood up and pushed open the courtyard gate, rummaging through a cardboard box to extract a can, munching on it while gesturing to the filthy yard. This morning, my brother's impoverished relatives caused quite a ruckus, but I managed to send them all packing. Unfortunately, they broke some cans. What a waste of money. With a tone filled with regret, Hu Sheng handed Li Dongsheng a stack of personal profiles. Precisely the ones Jia Jingjing had provided the previous day. Li Dongsheng had specifically searched for them that morning without success, only to discover them in Hu Sheng's possession. I do not plan to hire too many people this time. In the future, all factory employees must undergo a vetting process before officially starting. I intend to bring in a few acquaintances. By the way, where is Jia Jingjing? My brother stated that you are now in charge of all matters regarding the canning factory. He will only handle sales and procurement of materials, leaving everything else to you. Why do you need to find him? You were the one who got him drunk yesterday. He is likely still asleep after vomiting all night. As Hu Sheng gazed at Jia Jingjing, who was inebriated, he shot an irritated glare at Li Dongsheng. Although he understood that Jia Jingjing had indulged in drink out of joy, witnessing his elder brother in such a state of disarray left Hu Sheng quite displeased. I also spent half the night retching, you know. I only just got up at noon. Something feels off. You've also had your fair share of drinks. Yet you seem completely unfazed. This shouldn't be the case. Li Dongsheng, observing Hu Sheng's exasperated demeanor, recalled how he had been wailing like a banshee while clutching a stool the previous night. The sobriety seemed to have set in rather hastily. Don't concern yourself with me. Focus on selecting the staff. We Haven Tea operated today, and my elder brother fears that the cans produced yesterday might tarnish our reputation if sold. So they've been left in the warehouse. You must decide their fate. 2 days without work means we're bound to lose a substantial sum. Hu Sheng waved his hand dismissively, unable to calculate the exact losses from 2 days of inactivity, but he sensed it would be considerable, which pained him deeply. The people I've arranged will arrive shortly. Jia Jingjing has coordinated some, and I've selected a few as well. Please bring them over. We can commence work today. Li Dongsheng sifted through the personal profiles in his hand, selecting around 30 individuals, and handed the chosen resumes to Hu Xin before turning to enter the factory. Upon entering the workshop, he suddenly felt he had been overly boastful, given the current state of disarray and filth. It would likely take half a day just to tidy up. How could this group make such a mess of the workshop? He thought. He hurried to the semi-automatic concealing machine and inspected it meticulously, akin to a groom inspecting his bride, confirming that it was merely dirty and not malfunctioning. Before exhaling a sigh of relief, he had been anxious, fearing that this crew might have damaged the machine, but thankfully, no issues had arisen. While Hu Sheng leaned against the doorway munching on a can, Li Dongsheng fetched a long hose from the water supply and began washing down the workshop. Dongsheng, we've arrived. Where are you? Li Fenglan's booming voice echoed around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, followed closely by the entrance of Li Fenglan, Zhang Dongbei, Chui Wen, and Zhao Yaoding into the workshop. Seeing Li Dongsheng donned in rubber work attire scrubbing the area, they all eagerly rushed to assist. You all made it. Perfect timing. There are work uniforms over there. Change into them first. This workshop has been ravaged by a previous group of workers, and we need to conduct a thorough cleaning before we can start. Goodness, what kind of slobs could turn a workshop into such a state? They truly know how to wreak havoc. Li Fenglan frowned as she surveyed the untidy premises, her gaze landing on the cans on the central table that were nearly growing mold. She quickly donned a rubber work uniform and joined the cleaning efforts. By around 4 in the afternoon, Hu Sheng returned with a group of individuals who curiously observed the sight of Li Dongsheng and the others sweating profusely in their labor. As you can see, I am one of the owners of this factory, responsible for overseeing production. From now on, I will be in charge of everything that occurs here. I trust you have heard certain rumors about this canning factory prior to your arrival. Allow me to be succinct. If you apply yourselves diligently here, you shall receive bonuses and small gifts during festive seasons. However, should you exhibit any form of insubordination, I will not hesitate to show you the door. I do not accommodate idlers in my establishment. Your initial task is to don your work uniforms and thoroughly clean the workshop, yard, and even the warehouse, leaving no corner untouched. I shall observe your performance to determine your future here. Upon seeing Hu Sheng escorting the new employees, Li Dongsheng removed his gloves and stepped out of the workshop. He nodded towards Hu Sheng and, noticing the curious gazes of the group, indicated the workshop behind him with a somewhat frosty demeanor. What? We are starting already? One young man remarked, unaware that our daily wage of 5 yuan is indeed valid. Hearing Li Dongsheng's cold words, the new employees began to murmur amongst themselves. A middle-aged woman, mustering her courage, questioned Li Dongsheng, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. The working hours at the canning factory are from 8 in the morning until 10 in the evening, divided into 3 shifts. The daily wage of 5 yuan has been set by Boss Jia. Should the performance of the employees meet my satisfaction, there will be opportunities for additional bonuses, which I shall allocate at my discretion. However, this does not concern you any longer. Disrespect towards leadership and the deliberate interruption of my discourse render you unwelcome here. The door is behind you. Get out. Chapter 26. Striking with a mallet, what does it mean to be dismissed? The middle-aged woman gazed at Li Dongsheng with a hint of confusion. Although she grasped the general meaning of his initial statement, the final phrase left her utterly perplexed. Li Dongsheng's expression stiffened as he recalled that most of the individuals before him had only completed elementary school and were unlikely to have studied English. With a sigh, he clarified, what I mean to say is, from this moment forth, you are terminated. This factory no longer welcomes you, and you may leave. Do you understand? Why are you sending me away? I came here to work, and I have yet to begin. I cannot leave. My husband is waiting for me to earn money. Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's intention to dismiss her, the woman burst into tears, collapsing onto the ground and throwing a tantrum, refusing to budge. Manager Li, Zhang's situation is indeed dire. Her child is just over 2 years old, and her husband has been hospitalized due to a car accident, with the driver fleeing the scene. Now, Zhang's husband is incapacitated, and all the family's expenses rely solely on her income. If you terminate her, she will be left without any means of support. Please, grant her another chance. Yes, manager Li, have a heart. Zhang is straightforward but truly skilled at her work. She is the most diligent in our village. If it weren't for her husband's condition, her family wouldn't be in such a predicament. Please do not dismiss her. If you do, her family will genuinely be left without a way to survive. Indeed, manager Li, please reconsider Zhang's dismissal. The newly hired workers. Upon witnessing Li Dongsheng's decision to fire Zhang Guilan for merely standing up to him, began to rally in support of her, particularly those from her village. Meanwhile, Zhang Guilan, hearing the pleas on her behalf, wept even more profusely. Li Dongsheng crossed his arms, coldly surveying the gathering of new employees before him. He noticed the subtle formation of cliques among them. His piercing gaze, akin to that of a hawk, rendered the group uneasy, causing their fervent pleas to gradually fade into silence. Hu Xing, I did not see any background information regarding Zhang Guilan's family on her resume. You were the one who recruited from her village. Do you know anything about her circumstances? Yes. My elder brother had previously mentioned that we must understand the family situations of the individuals we hire. Therefore, I have inquired about the backgrounds of these employees. While the claims of those from her village contain some truths, they are not entirely accurate. Oh, what do you mean? Li Dongsheng, intrigued by Hu Sheng's words, could not help but admire Jia Jingjing's foresight, curious about the implications of Hu Sheng's statement. Zhang Guilan is from the nearby Wangzhuang. Her husband indeed experienced an accident, but it was not caused by a car. Rather, he was kicked by their own cow, resulting in a fractured right leg. Although he cannot perform heavy labor, he is capable of walking and undertaking light tasks. They have a young boy, just over 3 years old. Zhang Guilan is indeed quite adept with her hands, which they did not misrepresent. Oh, is that so? Li Dongsheng, after listening to Hu Sheng's revelations, cast a playful glance at Zhang Guilan and the few employees rallying around her, offering a slight smile. I must apologize. Prior to your recruitment, we conducted our due diligence. Now, what else do you have to say? Zhang Guilan, upon hearing her secrets laid bare, immediately ceased her weeping and tumult. She gazed apprehensively at Li Dongsheng, stammering and at a loss for words. The employees who had just supported Zhang Guilan also averted their eyes, quietly retreating into the crowd. Zhang Guilan, Li Guifan, Wang Changxi, Yu Zhenghuan, Zhao Libai, Zhao Qianqi, do you think hiding among the crowd will suffice? Speak up. Will you depart together with her, or will you depart together? Li Dongsheng's tone began with a smile, but quickly turned into a reprimand, causing the group of new employees to avert their gazes from him in trepidation. Having addressed Zhang Guilan and her associates, he then turned his attention to the onlookers. Is it enjoyable to simply spectate? You may not yet be employees of this factory. But what if I were to employ you? Do you too watch your fellow workers suffer in silence? While one may be indifferent, one must not lack compassion. Based on your recent behavior, it is best you leave. You are not needed here. Hu Sheng, escort them out. Hu Sheng, bewildered by Li Dongsheng's directive, was momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend his intentions. Upon catching Li Dongsheng's meaningful glance, he seemed to grasp the situation and nodded, beginning to usher the new employees away. Manager Li, we were wrong. Please do not dismiss us. We did nothing wrong. Manager Li, have mercy. It is not easy for us to be here. How can you simply fire us? Indeed, Manager Li, could you give us another chance? What is the point in pleading? The cold-hearted Li Dongsheng, once under the impression that this canning factory was a promising venture, now saw it as a mere shabby workshop. If this place does not welcome me, there are surely others that will. I shall not sleep on the streets, so why plead? Yet what choice do we have? Our family relies on this meager income of 5 yuan a day. Please, Mr. Li, I beg you. Li Dongsheng, arms crossed, observed the group of employees beseeching him. Hu Xing, they have a point. We cannot let their trip be in vain. Take them to the warehouse, and allow each one to take a can of peaches as compensation for their visit. All right, enough of the clamor. Choose, depart immediately or receive a can and then leave. If you continue to dawdle, I will not hesitate to take action. Did you not hear our factory director? We no longer require you. You are ill-suited to be employees here. A forced choice yields no sweetness. Hurry up, do not waste my time. I have another group of workers to attend to. Hu Sheng began to push the new employees toward the warehouse, distributing a can of yellow peach preserves to each before continuing to send them on their way. Originally, this group of individuals had no intention of leaving, earning a mere $5 a day for labor, coupled with canned fruits during festive seasons, was considered a lucrative salary in these times. If they missed this opportunity, finding a similar establishment would prove exceedingly difficult, particularly as they gazed at the delectable canned peaches in their hands. The thought of parting ways with such treasures intensified their commotion. Li Dongsheng stood at the factory entrance, sensing the atmosphere had reached a crescendo, and gently clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. If you truly wish to stay, it is not impossible, but only if you can meet my conditions. What conditions, Manager Li? Just state them, and we shall comply without hesitation. Indeed, Manager Li, if you allow us to remain, we will dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to our work, ensuring no mistakes occur. Please, keep us. Yes, Manager Li, we genuinely cherish this job. We implore you. A group of new employees, initially reluctant to depart, gathered around Li Dongsheng upon hearing a glimmer of hope for their continued employment. Eager to learn what it would take for him to allow them to stay. It is indeed feasible for you to remain, provided you fulfill my requirements. If you can meet my expectations, not only will I ensure your wages are intact, but I will also grant you a raise and enhance your benefits. Now, listen closely to what I have to say. Chapter 27. A sweet date if you wish to remain. I must inform you that the daily wage for each of you will be reduced from 5 to 4 units, with this 4 serving as the base salary. To earn this daily 4, you must produce 500 jars of finished canned goods within a 10-hour workday and before the shift concludes. The workshop must be left impeccably clean. No untidiness will be tolerated. A middle-aged woman in the crowd opened her mouth to inquire of Li Dongsheng, but recalling the earlier circumstances, she quickly covered her lips and retreated into the throng. Li Dongsheng smiled gently and continued, starting from the base of 4 units for 500 jars. For every additional 100 jars produced, I shall grant you an extra unit, and this will continue without an upper limit. The extent of your earnings will rely solely on your capabilities. Should you achieve a daily output of 1,000 jars, not only will I increase your wage to 10 units, but I will also provide each of you with a jar of canned goods every 3 days to take home for your families to enjoy. During festive seasons, I will grant each of you 10 jin of pork and a jar of canned goods. If anyone faces genuine hardships, they may approach me, and I shall offer assistance in my personal capacity, provided that the daily output exceeds 1,000 jars. Having outlined the rewards, I shall now address the penalties. The work hours I provide are 10 per day, commencing at 8 in the morning and concluding at 6 in the evening. For any instances of tardiness or early departure, 1 unit will be deducted upon each occurrence. Those caught sneaking jars home will face immediate termination and forfeiture of their monthly wages. Furthermore, if anyone produces more than 2 defective jars in a day, a fine of 2 units will be levied for each such jar. To ensure oversight, I shall appoint someone to monitor your activities at the entrance daily. When you satisfy my expectations, you shall find satisfaction in return. I encourage overtime. For each additional hour beyond the standard 10 at the wage of 4 units, I shall reward you with an extra unit, with a maximum of 5 hours of overtime. However, beyond 5 hours, no additional rewards will be granted, as overtime is not intended for idleness. Each hour of overtime comes with an expectation of producing an additional 50 jars. I will assign personnel to keep track of your output, and upon reaching 500 jars, your count will reset, and I shall grant you an additional 10 units as a reward. Thus, if you accumulate 10 days of overtime, you will receive an extra 10 units. If anyone is dissatisfied with these regulations, you may leave now. For those who wish to stay, please don your work attire and commence your tasks. Let me clarify, today is solely for deep cleaning and will not count toward working hours. You may leave once the entire factory premises are thoroughly cleaned, and as an incentive, you may take an additional jar of canned goods upon departure. Manager Li, I will stay. I shall change into my work clothes now. I will also remain, Manager Li. I remain. A group of new employees listened with furrowed brows to Li Dongsheng's words, their understanding wavering. Yet the essence was clear. Produce over 1,000 cans daily to earn 10 yuan each day, with an additional 10 yuan for every 10 days of overtime. In a moment, the employees exchanged glances, and with a sudden rush, they scattered, anxious to secure their work uniforms before Li Dongsheng grew displeased and dismissed them. Li Dongsheng, my elder brother once remarked, this seems akin to administering a sharp rebuke followed by a sweet promise. Is that the intent? Hu Sheng observed the frenzy among the women as they eagerly vied for tasks, fearful of being outperformed. Reflecting on the previous workforce, a sense of profound admiration for Li Dongsheng enveloped him. Make sure to read more books. Once you acquire wealth, I'll fund your night classes. The night school is filled with knowledgeable young women. Perhaps you'll find a partner and no longer be idle, always shadowing Jia Jingjing. Li Dongsheng affectionately clasped Hu Sheng's shoulder, recalling how Hu Sheng had valiantly aided him under the guise of Jia Jingjing's name the previous day. Others may not have discerned Hu Sheng's subtle intentions, but Li Dongsheng was quite aware. This was a brotherhood forged in sincerity, and after yesterday's events, Li Dongsheng regarded Hu Xing as kin. Hold on. I too possess wealth. My brother mentioned that I have a share of his dividends. I am not merely a laborer, I am also a boss. Shouldn't we consider hiring some workers to assist with the fruit transport? It's taxing for the women. Hu Sheng attempted to extricate himself from Li Dongsheng's embrace, only to find it tightened further. He playfully jabbed Li Dongsheng with his elbow, his speech slightly faltering. Do not falter. If you do now, it will be hard to correct later. I have already contemplated the labor situation. For the time being, we need not worry. There's a sufficient crew, including Zhang Dongbei, Chao Yaoding, and my brother-in-law. From tomorrow onward, I will oversee the chopstick factory, as it is the cornerstone of our prosperity. You and my brother-in-law will focus on the canning factory. He has attended night classes and excels in statistics and arithmetic. It will be a bit taxing for you, but make sure to frequently traverse between the chopstick and canning factories. I will appoint Lu Kaixian as the gatekeeper of the canning factory to supervise the employees there. Starting today, the canning factory will embark on a new journey. Hu Sheng, take the time to sketch your future aspirations. Do not wait until wealth arrives to lose sight of your dreams. Indeed, keep pushing forward. I've noticed you've adopted my brother's mindset, constantly fixated on how to amass wealth. If wealth were so easily acquired, we would all be affluent. We would not find ourselves in such dire straits. No, let us not digress, he continued. I have found a former chef from the turbine factory capable of cooking for large gatherings. Today, I must fetch him to assess the location, as we shall rely on him for the meals at both the chopstick and canning factories moving forward. Hu Sheng surveyed the factory courtyard and realized that he had little to occupy himself with. He swiftly dismissed Li Dongsheng and mounted his tricycle, intending to fetch the chef. Sister Fenglan, allow our crew a brief respite. The new employees are sufficient, and you have all toiled throughout the afternoon. As Hu Sheng rode away on his tricycle, Li Dongsheng observed Li Fenglan, who was struggling to transport a large bathing basin with an 80-centimeter diameter. He hastily stopped her, hoping to persuade her to take a break. Rest? What rest? The sooner we finish, the sooner we conclude our tasks. Since you have hired us, we must work diligently. I won't let anyone think I am an idle beneficiary of connections. I, Li Fenglan, am not that kind of person. With a smile, she brushed past Li Dongsheng and called for Cui Wen to lend a hand. Together, they clumsily hoisted the large bathing basin into the workshop. Li Dongsheng watched as a group of new employees energetically tidied up the factory courtyard and informed Lu Kaixian to keep an eye on things. He then sped off on his motorcycle towards the largest toy wholesale market in H City. Having recently contemplated the matter of children's food, he increasingly believed that there was significant potential in that market, even in the present day. However, merely selling children's food, regardless of how innovative, appealing, or delicious it might be, would not be as popular as pairing it with a few inconsequential toys. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the three northeastern provinces boasted a title as a heavy industry base, surpassing some southern towns in economic development and workforce culture. Yet, in subsequent years, they experienced a downturn, allowing the South to overtake them. Compared to the burgeoning small commodities of Guangzhou in the late 1980s, H City's wholesale market was a treasure trove of trinkets from across the country. There was nothing you could not find here. As Jia Jingjing once mentioned, if he could amass 100,000 yuan before August to contract the Honga food factory, Li Dongsheng felt absolute confidence in this endeavor. With the factory so near at hand, it was imperative to prepare for the next step into the children's food industry by establishing a reliable supply channel for small commodities. This was of utmost importance. Chapter 28. Zhajiatan. Upon entering the largest wholesale market in H City, even though Li Dongsheng held immense confidence in this venue, he was nonetheless taken aback by the vibrant scene before him. First and foremost, this wholesale market is not nestled within a shopping mall, but rather situated near a place called Zhajiatan. Although Zhajiatan is located in the suburbs, it serves as the most expansive and comprehensive wholesale hub in northeast China, spanning several kilometers. Here, there are no limits to what one can purchase. If you can imagine it, you can find it. Toys are merely one of the many offerings available. It is said that in years past, even homemade cannons and mortars could be found for sale, though such transactions have since been strictly prohibited. Nowadays, the market is a melting pot of various trades and professions. If one were to search diligently, they might even uncover firearms. Today coincides with a bustling market day, and the wholesale market is teeming with people, many of whom carry large backpacks and speak with regional accents as they weave through the stalls, inquiring about prices. It is difficult to conceive that this is the year 1987, the year when the outlawing of black market dealings was officially lifted. Hey there, brother. Looking to stock up? What do you need? Is it for a company purchase or collective supplies? I know this place like the back of my hand. Just give me 5 yuan, and I'll guide you through the market, pointing out the cheapest and best goods, and even where you can haggle. As Li Dongsheng navigated through the crowd, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a young lad with a buzz cut approached him. The boy, perceiving Li Dongsheng's demeanor, assumed he must be a factory owner of some sort and was exceedingly enthusiastic. Li Dongsheng curiously examined the boy before him, noticing that he appeared somewhat comical. Standing at just over 5 feet tall, clad in a gaudy, oversized shirt, with a large head and no neck, topped with a small round cap. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from a comedic tale. Faced with the boy's amusing appearance, Li Dongsheng could not help but chuckle. However, upon catching a glimpse of the boy's indignant expression, he quickly composed himself. Ahem, I am looking for a wholesale channel for small toys. Preferably direct from a company. Is that something you can arrange? In this era, the boy's profession was humorously referred to as a broker. However, after the turn of the millennium, the term evolved, adopting various names such as pimp, middleman, intermediary, and headhunter, among others. In essence, these individuals operated between merchants, serving as negotiators who earned their living through their persuasive skills. Small toys? Nowadays, there aren't really any toys that are too small. Do you want electric ones or non-electric? Are you looking to create customized versions or simply purchase and resell as a middleman? The boy furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Dongsheng. Initially, he had assumed Li Dongsheng was a significant factory owner, but now realized he was merely another middleman, which seemed rather implausible. Oh, you know about customized versions. Li Dongsheng found himself intrigued by the boy's knowledge. After all, in 1987, the term customized was quite novel, suggesting that this young lad possessed some substance. Greetings. Are you interested in custom items? What is so surprising about that? Who wouldn't desire a touch of individuality from a large factory? Just observe the backpackers around you, many of whom are here in search of unique custom pieces. Come with me. I shall guide you to a couple of shops, and you can see if their offerings align with your desires. If you find something to your liking, simply cough twice, do not mention the price. I will handle that negotiation for you. The young man grinned widely, narrowing his eyes playfully, his fingers twirling in the air as he cast a knowing glance at Li Dongsheng. What is your name? Li Dongsheng waved a large bill in his hand. Pay attention. This is all yours. The proprietor, a straightforward individual, responded, I am Wang Yerson. You may call me Xiao Wang, or simply Yerson. Upon witnessing Li Dongsheng brandish a significant sum, a shrewd smile spread across Wang Yerson's wrinkled face. Just as he reached out to take the money, Li Dongsheng tucked it away into his pocket. Wang Yerson? What a peculiar name. Is it possible your father was in the military? Ah, you are only half correct. My friend, while my father was not a soldier, my grandfather was. This name was bestowed upon me by him. Although it may sound unusual, it is quite memorable. Now, let us proceed. I shall lead the way. Wang Yerson, a perceptive individual, recognized that he was dealing with someone who would not be easily swayed. Rather than feeling disheartened, he became increasingly enthusiastic, aware that such clientele often turn out to be lucrative customers, possibly leading to future interactions. Thus, his smile grew even brighter. As Wang Yerson navigated through the crowd, guiding Li Dongsheng, they soon arrived at a secluded alley within the market. This alley appeared somewhat dilapidated, with several shop signs showing signs of wear. A group of vendors sat together, casually chatting and munching on seats. Upon noticing Wang Yerson leading a well-groomed young man, they all rose eagerly to greet him. Good sir, what can we assist you with? The toys along this street are undoubtedly of excellent quality and reasonably priced, with discounts for bulk purchases. Li Dongsheng furrowed his brow, surveying the street before him. It indeed looked rather run down, fitting for a set of a Qing Dynasty period film. A stark contrast to the vibrant scene he had encountered upon entering the wholesale market. It seems you are no longer interested in making money, Li Dongsheng remarked, somewhat displeased, as he had expected to encounter a competent broker, only to find a mere pretender. Please, do not rush to judgment. Consider this. While the shops ahead may seem appealing, their costs are high, resulting in elevated prices. Although this alley appears neglected, it does not imply that the wares are inferior. I understand you wish to purchase in bulk, so quality and price are paramount. If I were to lead you to the front, that would be counterproductive. Since you are already here, let us take a look. If it does not meet your expectations, we can always explore other options. Wang Yirsen, noticing the displeasure on Li Dongsheng's face, quickly grasped his arm, his words carrying a semblance of reason. Very well, let us take a look. Dongsheng pondered for a moment, realizing that what Wang Yirsen had said held merit. Since he was already there, it would be prudent to take a look and gain some insight. Boss, he interjected, this young brother is indeed correct. The reason we established our shop on the street is to save on rent, allowing us to reduce the prices of our toys and primarily focus on wholesale. He continued with conviction, we can assure you wholeheartedly that the quality of toys on our street is unmatched. Even if you traverse the entire wholesale market, you will ultimately find your way back here. Just take a look. You have nothing to lose. Standing beside Li Dongsheng and Wang Yirsen was a man in his 30s, somewhat balding, with a protruding belly and greasy skin. He donned a floral shirt paired with red trousers and spoke with a distinct Cantonese accent, clearly indicating he was not a local. Very well. I shall take a look myself, he replied. It was not uncommon for outsiders to venture into H City to open shops, often being representatives dispatched by large firms. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Li Dongsheng entered the first store nestled in a narrow alley. The storefront was merely a dilapidated iron door, adorned with a weathered sign that read, Guangzhou Daxing Toy Factory. As he pushed open the iron door, the cramped space he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, he was greeted by an expansive flat area exceeding 400 square meters, filled with shelves brimming with a dazzling array of toys. Gazing at the multitude of toys displayed, Li Dongsheng was momentarily transported back to the year 2021. The reason for this nostalgia was simple. The variety of toys was astonishingly comprehensive. Chapter 29. Overlap Goodness. A large airplane. A Boeing 747. Li Dongsheng picked up a toy passenger plane approximately half a meter long from the shelf, scrutinizing it closely. If memory serves him right, he seemed to have possessed an identical aircraft during his childhood. However, he could no longer recall what had become of that plane. As he caressed this nostalgic memento, Li Dongsheng waved the toy plane behind him towards Wang Yirsen, indicating that he wished to purchase it. The owner demonstrated keen insight. This model was the latest version, powered by 4 AA batteries. Not only did the airplane exhibit lights and motion, but it also played a variety of popular songs. Most impressively, it could autonomously move across the ground. Apart from its inability to truly soar, it bore a striking resemblance to a real aircraft. Wang Yirsen regarded the toy in Li Dongsheng's hand, listening attentively to the owner's description, and nodded in silent agreement. Meanwhile, Li Dongsheng continued to peruse the shelves. In his previous life, apart from spending his days confined at home, he relished visiting a toy store within his community to select toys. Now, as he surveyed the dazzling array of toys before him, he could assert without hesitation that he had played with most of them during his youth. Despite their inferior craftsmanship and aesthetics compared to those of the past, Transformers' remote-controlled cars, still tethered by wires, he recalled how long he had pestered his cousin before he finally gifted Li Dongsheng his cherished Transformer. Li Dongsheng picked up a remote-controlled Transformer model from the shelf, marveling at its design. Although it was wired for remote control, its transformation mechanism and responsive handling would still be considered quite avant-garde a decade hence. Yet, here it was, available now. When had the Transformers animated series first premiered? He waved the Transformers box towards Wang Yirsen and subsequently selected over 40 other toys he had enjoyed as a child. Finally, under the astonished gazes of the owner and Wang Yirsen, he gathered a dozen or so plush dolls, stacking them together and signaling Wang Yirsen to negotiate the price. Li Dongsheng then approached a shelf lined with toy cards, casually selecting a few and presenting them to the owner. If I were to place a bulk custom order for these cards, how much could you offer me per piece? He clarified that he desired customization rather than ready-made products, assuring that he would provide the templates and they would handle the production. The toy store owner, embroiled in a heated negotiation with Wang Yirsen, smiled broadly upon seeing Li Dongsheng holding cards that even children would overlook. If you can't sell these, they're 2 to 3 years old. What factory is still producing such items? It's not profitable, and it wastes ink. I could part with all that S on the shelves for just $10. Boss, I've already concluded negotiations with this toy store owner. If you want all these toys, I can offer them to you at 1/3 of the retail price, which is significantly cheaper than the wholesale price. What do you think? Wang Yirsen looked at Li Dongsheng with curiosity, somewhat perplexed as to whether the owner was seeking a supply channel or simply indulging in a personal toy shopping spree. Recently, Li Dongsheng meticulously examined each toy, his enthralled expression reminiscent of many children he had encountered, yet seemingly unique to this adult before him. The wholesale price was a mere third. What was the original price? Li Dongsheng toyed with the card in his hand, scrutinizing its craftsmanship and illustrations. In a few years, whether it be the little raccoon, Huafeng, or Guodawang, any one of them could become a sensation, and these items would be fervently coveted by children, flaunted as treasures. Little did he expect that these were merely remnants from 2 or 3 years ago, abandoned and unwanted. The assortment of items you purchased totals around 600 yuan. At wholesale, you could acquire them for approximately 400. If you consider a third of the retail price, it would come to 310. Li Dongsheng assessed the mountain of toys before him, well aware of their approximate worth, not to mention 600. Even 1,000 yuan would be unattainable in just over a year. Pack all those cards for me, and add 3 sets of each model of the yo-yo from that shelf. Certainly, boss. Including these recent items, your total comes to 335. Would you like delivery for an additional 5? What do you think? Li Dongsheng counted out 304 yuan from his pocket and tossed it into the proprietor's hand. He glanced at the order slip on the counter, pocketed it, and noted down the address of the Sihiyuan. Rest assured, I guarantee that every toy will be delivered to this address without fail. If one is lost, I will compensate you with 10. With the toy store owner's cheerful farewell, Li Dongsheng casually wandered through several other toy shops, discovering that each was akin to an independent factory, representing diverse regions across the nation. Completing a stroll down this long street was tantamount to traversing the entirety of China's toy market. However, after exploring the entire street, Li Dongsheng felt somewhat speechless. None of the toy shops were willing to take on the task of producing card-based toys, all dismissing it as unprofitable. Even with Li Dongsheng's generous offers, no one was inclined to engage. After tipping Wang Yi 10 yuan, he purchased some children's clothing to be sent back to the Sihiyuan. He intended to revisit the old residence of his childhood, to glimpse the grandparents he could only envision in dreams. In his previous life, his old home was in the Power District. Shortly after his birth, his uncle fell into a vegetative state due to a car accident. His aunt wished to remarry using the accident compensation, but Li Dongsheng's grandparents steadfastly refused to settle with the perpetrator, dedicating themselves to caring for the comatose uncle for 13 years. During those 13 years, raised by his grandparents, Li Dongsheng's childhood memories were dominated by a comatose uncle who could only drool and smile vacantly at him. Now reborn, he clung to a singular desire in his mind: to attend his parents' wedding in 1988 and to prevent his uncle from driving to the hospital to see him, thereby averting the tragedy of the accident. Since fully accepting the reality of his rebirth, Li Dongsheng had been incessantly yearning to return to his hometown and pay a visit. Although he is now known as Li Tiezhu, his soul remains that of Li Dongsheng from a past life. Riding his motorcycle along the yet-to-be-constructed, yet already designated second ring bridge, Li Dongsheng traversed from Daily District to the Power District. He returned once more to the old residence, long since demolished, that he has cherished in both this life and the last. It embodies all of his childhood memories. The Power District of H City is home to the leading heavy industrial enterprises of Northeast China, namely a machinery factory, an automotive plant, and a boiler factory. Throughout the entirety of the 1990s, these 3 colossal heavy industries bore the weight of H City's economy. Even much of the heavy industry across the northeastern provinces had to heed the influence of these 3 titans. This was solely due to the fact that the chairpersons of these state-owned enterprises held a stature that allowed them to stand shoulder to shoulder with provincial governors. At that time, many took pride in securing employment within these 3 major factories. Young workers emerging from these establishments were sought after by households far and wide. Li Dongsheng's childhood memories are rooted in the former residential buildings of the machinery factory. Chapter 30. What are you looking at? Pushing his motorcycle, Li Dongsheng walked through the vivid red-painted 5-story building when he first spotted a young man. This youth, with an exaggerated expression and a light gait, was clearly returning from a night of revelry, arm in arm with a friend. Hey, what are you looking at? As the 2 young men passed by, one abruptly turned around, his curiosity piqued by Li Dongsheng's gaze, wondering why this unfamiliar youth was staring at him. A little piece of knowledge: in Northeast China, if someone asks you, what are you looking at, you must refrain from responding with what are you looking at, as it could lead to dire consequences, particularly when dealing with a drunken individual. Many outsiders fail to grasp the nuance between what are you looking at and what are you looking at, a subtle difference that separates safety from peril. Having lived in the Northeast for over 30 years, Li Dongsheng was well aware of such intricacies. He chose to remain silent, nearly nodding at the 2 youths before him. Hey, Rongo, this kid looks quite a bit like you. Is he a relative? Nonsense. If he were a relative, I would know him. Little brother, do we know each other? The young man referred to as Rong quickly realized his faux pas, chuckling nervously as he addressed Li Dongsheng with a smile. Could I claim you as my father? How should I address you? Faced with the visage of his previous life as father, Li Dongsheng found himself at a loss for words. However, upon noticing his father's inebriated state, he suddenly conceived a clever way to bridge the gap. Li Dongsheng's father, Li Guorong, was somewhat of a legendary figure in Li Dongsheng's memories. His father was capable of anything. Although he ultimately squandered the family fortune, his social circle was impressively vast. Initially, his father graduated from a prestigious broadcasting and television university, holding a lawyer's license. Many esteemed law firms sought to employ Li Guorong at high salaries, yet he disregarded their offers. Despite being sent to work in a factory by Li Dongsheng's grandfather after graduation, he was still a romantic intellectual. Among his university classmates, half were academically challenged to the pinnacle of failure, yet Li Guorong managed to mentor each one, guiding them into civil service positions, while his peers ascended the career ladder. Li Guorong, with an air of superiority, chose to venture into business. At first, his business thrived. But Li Guorong harbored a flaw that was not truly a flaw. He had many friends and was loyal to all. He was the type to sell everything he owned to help someone in need. Through a friend's recommendation, he befriended a major businessman from Guangzhou. However, a single order led him to squander half of the family wealth that Li Dongsheng's grandfather, Li Huawen, had painstakingly saved. Since then, Li Guorong had not seen a profit in his ventures. He earned small sums but failed to grasp larger opportunities, meandering through many years in a haze of mediocrity. Reflecting on his father's future exploits, Li Dongsheng smiled and spoke. I am looking for someone named Li Guorong. A friend recommended him to me as I wished to customize some toy cards. Customize cards? You must be looking for Shiri Printing Factory. Brother, you found the right person. I am indeed Li Guorong. Li Guorong, upon hearing that Li Dongsheng was seeking him out, immediately grasped the intent of his visit and warmly extended his hand for a handshake. The Shiri Printing Factory was established by Li Dongsheng's grandfather, Li Huawen, and later, Li Guorong decided to venture into business. Consequently, Li Huawen entrusted the Shiri Printing Factory to Li Guorong, who is now its proprietor. Li Dongsheng thought to himself, is this truly you? Are you Li Guorong? Surely you aren't deceiving me? Li Dongsheng regarded Li Guorong with an exaggerated expression, as if to suggest an inebriate must be pulling a fast one. Li Guorong, noticing the look on Li Dongsheng's face, furrowed his brow and promptly produced an identification card, waving it in front of Li Dongsheng. Look here, in this residential area, who doesn't know me, Li Guorong? If I were to deceive you, it would be nothing short of a jest. After saying this, he continued, what do you wish to print? Since you come recommended by a friend, I shall certainly offer you a preferential rate. By the way, my brother, how does your Mitsubishi motorcycle ride? I have one just like it. Li Guorong surveyed Li Dongsheng from head to toe, neglecting to inquire which friend had made the introduction. For him, knowing many people was commonplace. Who had introduced them was of little consequence compared to the possibility of forging a friendship. How dare you mention your Mitsubishi motorcycle? If it weren't for you getting drunk and insisting on taking my childhood friend's father out for a stroll, both of you would not have ended up in the ditch. When my friend's father returned home, the soles of his dress shoes were worn to the point of exposing his heels. He has since grumbled about it to me on numerous occasions. Li Dongsheng gazed at Li Guorong in speechless disbelief, internally rolling his eyes but maintaining a polite smile. It's all right, the handling isn't exceptional. It does tend to veer into ditches. He deliberately emphasized the word ditches. Indeed, you speak the truth. This contraption does have a penchant for ditches. Let us not linger here any longer. Come, there's a quaint little restaurant nearby that serves delightful home-style dishes. We can enjoy some drinks and chat. With the assistance of his friends, Li Guorong straightened himself, casually pulling Li Dongsheng's arm. Li Dongsheng observed Li Guorong's drunken demeanor, reminiscent of the countenance he had always found most distasteful in his youth. Yet, he felt unable to refuse, for in his memories, most of his father's friends were those made over drinks. Thus, he could only frown as he was flanked on either side by two inebriated companions, leading him to a small restaurant. Ah, proprietress, the usual. Please, bring out the beer. Today, I've made a new brother and I'm in high spirits. Upon entering the small restaurant, Li Guorong confidently pulled up a chair at a table near the door, casually tossing the menu back to the proprietress with a grand gesture. Oh, is that you, Brother Rome? It's been a while. How is your childhood friend's arm faring? At that moment, another table in the restaurant was occupied by four burly men, all sporting crew cuts, their muscular arms dwarfing Li Dongsheng's waist. Their mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. "Ah, is that not fourth brother? I appreciate your concern, but my brother is burdened with a rather unfortunate fate. He is still gasping for breath, relying on others even for sustenance." Upon hearing his name called from a nearby table, Li Guorong turned curiously, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he approached, grasping an unopened bottle of beer. Li Dongsheng observed this scene with intrigue, as it seemed to him that his father did not possess such robust friends. Just as he contemplated inquiring about the identity of his father's acquaintance, he noticed his father's childhood friend, Cui Jianwei, also approaching with a bottle in hand, exuding a jovial demeanor as he prepared to toast. However, Li Dongsheng's assumptions were misplaced. As Li Guorong reached the table of four, he feigned bending down to search for a bottle opener. Instead, he seized a beer bottle from the table and, with both hands clutching a bottle, he brought it crashing down upon a young man's head. The bottle shattered with a resounding crack, leaving the young man momentarily stunned as he stared at Li Guorong. It was only when he felt the warm trickle of blood on his forehead that he grasped the situation, lifting the remaining bottle in preparation for a confrontation. At that precise moment, Cui Jianwei arrived, delivering a swift kick to the young man's abdomen. Before the bottle could be thrown, the young man retaliated with a forceful shove, sending Cui crashing into a chaotic tangle of tables and chairs. Astonished, Li Dongsheng could hardly believe his eyes. Was this truly the affable Li Guorong he knew, always smiling and amicable? Regardless of the truth, Li Dongsheng hesitated not. He dashed into the kitchen, snatching a chef's knife from the cook's grasp, and dashed back into the living room. "Everyone, cease this at once." Chapter 31. Kindred Spirits in Our Little Nest. My brothers and I were engaged in casual banter when a brash young lad brandished a rusty knife, attempting to intimidate us. "Do you have any idea who I am? It would be wise for you to scurry away." The burly man scrutinized Li Dongsheng from head to toe, flaunting his muscles in a show of bravado. "Brother, perhaps it's best if you take your leave for today. We can discuss business another time. I have some old friends to catch up with, and I wouldn't want you to get caught in the crossfire over a matter concerning my brother's injured arm." Seeing Li Dongsheng standing protectively in front of him, Li Guorong, who was now somewhat sober, tugged at him, but to no avail. A frown creased his brow. "You've already gone to blows with them. Can I really stand idly by? 3 against 4 gives us a better chance than 2 against 4. Li Dongsheng cast an exasperated glance at Li Guorong, utterly disapproving of his machismo. The two of them were no match for the 4 formidable opponents. It seemed inevitable that they would come out worse for wear today. Deep down, Li Dongsheng cursed his fate for being stuck with such a father. Despite his inner turmoil, he refused to budge. He knew well that any attempt to restrain Li Guorong would only fuel his stubbornness. With the addition of the even more obstinate Cui Jianwei, the two hotheads were bound to ignite chaos. "Hey, kid, you've got guts, but they're not the kind you think you possess." The burly man, seeing that Li Dongsheng was not backing down but rather brandishing a kitchen knife more fiercely, hurled a bottle at him. Li Dongsheng dodged, causing the beer bottle to shatter on the ground. "Dare to attack my brother? I'll make you pay." Li Guorong was touched by Li Dongsheng's loyalty, despite having only just met. When he saw Li Dongsheng evade the bottle, yet still get splashed with beer, he bellowed and charged forward with a heavy wooden chair, striking the burly man and sending him reeling. The other 3 burly men, witnessing the commotion, joined the fray, turning the scene into a chaotic melee. The outcome was clear. 3 scrawny fighters, despite their courage, stood little chance against the brawn of the 4. However, even a cornered rabbit will bite, and Li Dongsheng and his companions were far from mere rabbits. The skirmish lasted a few minutes, culminating in Li Dongsheng and his companions, bruised and panting, while the 4 burly men were left bloodied. The confrontation was ultimately quelled when the police arrived, summoned by the restaurant owner who sensed trouble brewing. In the temporary holding room of the police station, Li Dongsheng and his companions, along with the 4 burly men, found themselves handcuffed. The 7 of them sat quietly in a corner, apprehensive, as they faced the officers taking statements. "You little punk, how dare you mess with Sang Biao's head? You're finished. Watch your back once we're out of here. Shut your mouth, you useless lump of a man, built like a bear yet weaker than a decent woman in a fight. Who do you think you are, telling me to watch out? Seems like you're the one who should be careful." Bang. The clerk recording the statement slammed the gavel on the table, glaring fiercely at the group. "Where do you think you are? Your home or a marketplace? How dare you raise your voices here? Do you all want to spend years behind bars? Sang Biao, you're a skilled worker, someone others admire. Why do you associate with these lowlifes? Don't you find it degrading? Come sign this, and the four of you can leave. The clerk shot a disdainful glance at Li Dongsheng and the other two, motioning for Sang Biao to step forward. Once the statement was signed, they could go. Humph, spit. Sang Biao rose triumphantly, sneering at Li Dongsheng and the others before spitting on Li Guorong. He then turned to the clerk with an ingratiating smile, signed the statement, and cast another contemptuous look at Li Guorong and his companions before preparing to leave. You bastard! Li Guorong had never endured such humiliation. Staring at the phlegm on his clothes, he struggled to his feet, ready to kick Sang Biao, but Cui Jianwei held him back firmly. Brother Rong, a wise man knows when to yield. Hold back, we'll settle this outside. He is not leaving. Li Dongsheng's gaze turned icy as he stared at Sang Biao, his eyes gradually filling with terrifying bloodshot veins. Pushing off the wall with his foot, he launched himself like a human cannonball, crashing into Sang Biao before the man could react. In an instant, Li Dongsheng had the handcuff chain around Sang Biao's neck, straddling him and pressing his legs against the man's muscular back, yanking the cuffs with all his strength. You dare humiliate him? I'll kill you. Being beaten himself was one thing, but witnessing his father insulted in front of him? Li Dongsheng would rather spend years in prison than let Sang Biao walk away unharmed. The sudden attack left not only Li Guorong and Cui Jianwei stunned, but also the burly Yibing Ding and the clerk frozen in shock. The four men tried to pull Li Dongsheng off Sang Biao, but he clung like an octopus, tightening his grip with every tug. Despite the relentless punches and kicks from Sang Biao's friends, blood foaming from his mouth like a faucet, Li Dongsheng refused to loosen his hold. As Sang Biao's eyes rolled back and froth spilled from his lips, the clerk drew his baton, ready to strike Li Dongsheng's skull. One solid hit, and Li Dongsheng would either die or be left brain dead. You're asking for death, Li Guorong observed as Li Dongsheng was being bullied. He forcefully pushed aside Cui Jianwei, sprinted a couple of steps, and collided with an office worker, toppling him against the desk. He then unleashed a flurry of slaps upon him. As the situation spiraled into chaos, the door of the interrogation room suddenly swung open, and a cadre of personnel clad in military green overcoats rushed in, swiftly separating the individuals involved. A man who appeared to be the director approached the office worker and delivered a resounding slap, leaving not only the worker thoroughly dazed, but also everyone present somewhat bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Li Dongsheng, struggling to maintain his composure with blood still trickling from his mouth, watched as the director respectfully welcomed a young man dressed in a black jacket into the room. A smile crept across his face before he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Li Dongsheng regained consciousness a day later, he opened his eyes to find himself staring at a somewhat yellowed ceiling. Upon turning his head, he noticed a young woman seated beside him. She appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful with long hair and large, expressive eyes. She was peeling an apple with a small knife and, upon seeing Li Dongsheng awake, promptly called for Li Guorong. Brother, you're finally awake. You had me scared to death, Li Guorong exclaimed, rushing to his side and grasping his hand, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Your sister-in-law is quite beautiful. When are you two getting married? I'll be your best man. Li Guorong was taken aback by the absurdity of Li Dongsheng's first words upon waking. He scrutinized Li Dongsheng closely and then glanced at the young woman behind him, a frown creasing his brow. Brother, how do you know she is my girlfriend? Chapter 32. Are we in-laws? Nonsense. My mother's youthful photographs are securely locked in the wardrobe from my previous life. How could I possibly fail to recognize her? Li Dongsheng cast an exasperated glance at Li Guorong and forced a smile, saying, I guessed it. You both bear a striking resemblance as a couple. You shall undoubtedly have a remarkably handsome son in the future. Hey, we've only just begun dating, and we haven't even discussed marriage yet. How can you be so sure we'll have a boy and not a girl? Li Guorong, listening to Li Dongsheng's increasingly nonsensical remarks, quickly patted his head to confirm he wasn't feverish before letting out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the young lady behind Li Guorong had already flushed crimson and fled the scene. Brother, I must say, it truly touches me that on our very first meeting, you're so supportive of me. For some reason, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt an undeniable kinship, as if we had known each other in a past life. Initially, I found it quite amusing, but seeing you so earnestly support me, I knew right then that you were a brother worth keeping. By the way, during your unconsciousness, I made a special trip to inquire with my mother. She informed me that I am the youngest in the family, so I cannot possibly have any long-lost biological brothers. However, from this day forth, you shall be my dear brother. Cough cough. Li Dongsheng was caught off guard by Li Guorong's overly sentimental words, resulting in a fit of coughing that sent pain radiating through his body. Hold on a moment, I have no intention of being your brother. I merely intervened when I saw injustice. I intended to walk away afterward, but alas, I was unable to do so. You rascal, even in such a moment, you still have the gall to jest. Li Guorong found himself amused by Li Dongsheng's remark, playfully punching him, which elicited a pained hiss of laughter. By the way, I didn't expect you to be friends with Jia Jingjing. What a coincidence. My father is well acquainted with his uncle, and I share a decent relationship with him. When he came to propose, I initially thought he was referring to me and little Chui. He certainly didn't expect I would be paired with you. Isn't that a remarkable turn of events? Li Guorong picked up the half-peeled apple that the young lady had left behind and continued to slice it, offering a small piece to Li Dongsheng. That is indeed quite coincidental. How did he come by? Where is he now? He left. But your little brother-in-law is always carrying your daughter around. Your little girl is quite adorable. Just think, if I were to have a son, wouldn't it be a bit unfair? How about we arrange a marriage between our families? Cough cough. Li Guorong's bold suggestion startled Li Dongsheng, causing him to choke on a piece of apple, his eyes watering in pain. He pointed at Li Guorong, wishing he could push him over in disbelief. What are you thinking? You want me to arrange a marriage for my daughter? Look, brother, even in your excitement, you cannot propose such things. I had originally planned to wed your sister-in-law next year. It seems I must now move the wedding date up to avoid keeping my future daughter-in-law waiting. Li Dongsheng's coughing intensified. Take it easy. If you keep coughing like that, your lungs might just come out. Upon witnessing the distressing visage of Li Dongsheng, Li Guorong hastily assisted him in rising and soothing his back. The door creaked open, and Zheng Xili entered, cradling a thermos while holding the little one, Nan Nan. The little girl, having recently received toys from Li Dongsheng, was in high spirits, unknowingly having completely embraced him in her heart. Over the past few days of Li Dongsheng's hospitalization, Nan Nan had been profoundly saddened. Now, seeing him awake, she opened her delicate arms and rushed to the side of his bed. Finding herself unable to reach, she climbed onto Li Guorong, using him as a sturdy tree to leap onto Li Dongsheng. Good girl, Nan Nan. Li Dongsheng lifted his bandaged arm, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Despite not being his biological daughter, the bond they shared was undeniably deep and genuine, and he had willingly chosen to accept it. Who could resist the charms of a little girl who resembled a sprite? Nan Nan, look at this peculiar uncle. He will surely have a son someday. And you must promise not to be romantically involved with him, do you hear? You must agree to your daddy. Confused, Nan Nan gazed up at Li Dongsheng, her innocent eyes filled with questions. Hey, brother, I find your words quite unpalatable. You do not instruct children in such a manner. In this era, we advocate for freedom in marriage. You've already agreed to join our family, so why the sudden reversal? Li Guorong, amused by Nan Nan's bewildered expression, playfully pinched her cheek and feigned anger at Li Dongsheng. Nan Nan can marry whomever she pleases, and your son can choose anyone he likes. But if they end up together, I absolutely will not allow it. Hey, you rascal. Enough banter. Neither of you is even wed yet, and one is still in diapers. Is there any merit in such discussions? Come, let us eat. Sister Fenglan has prepared chicken soup for you. Zheng Xili, speechless at the exchange between Li Dongsheng and Li Guorong, placed the thermos on the table. How are things at the factory? Li Dongsheng accepted the bowl of chicken soup from Zheng Xili, first blowing on the spoon to cool it before feeding a spoonful to Nan Nan, who giggled in delight. He then turned to Zheng Xili and inquired, what about the factory? You needn't worry about that. Sister Fenglan is overseeing the canning factory, and Hu Sheng is monitoring the chopstick factory. Focus on your recovery. There's plenty being managed. Very well. When you return, please visit the chopstick factory. I have a plan in the office drawer that I need you to retrieve, and please call Jia Jingjing as well. I need to discuss something with him. Jia Jingjing should be at the chopstick factory. If you're looking for him, I must depart now. Brother Rong, continue to enjoy your chicken soup and keep an eye on the restless Li Dongsheng. I shall return shortly. Zheng Xili handed a bowl of chicken soup to Li Guorong, nodded to them, and left with Nan Nan, taking Li Dongsheng's motorcycle keys with him. Hey, brother, what were you going to tell me about the printing business last time? It was supposed to be a straightforward negotiation, but that rascal Sang Biao muddled everything up. What bad luck. Li Guorong sipped chicken soup with a playful smile while teasing little Nan Nan, then turned his head to inquire of Li Dongsheng. We need to print a deck of playing cards with colorful designs on both sides, and it requires a matte lamination. Can your factory handle this? Matte lamination and colorful designs? My friend, you'd need a color printing machine for that, and it must be imported directly from Germany. Currently, most domestic printing factories predominantly use letterpress machines, which primarily produce black and white outputs. To achieve what you are suggesting, we would not only need a color printing machine but also a lamination machine. Our factory is a small operation and cannot manage such advanced requirements at this time. If you wish to get this done in our city, it seems only the first printing factory can take on this task. The first printing factory is a state-owned enterprise specializing in the printing of publications for state-owned factories. Their equipment is the latest available. I heard they acquired 2 color printing machines just last year. However, they treat those color machines like treasures, and even if you wish to engage them for printing, it is not a simple endeavor. Even with Jiaxingjing's connections, if your order is too small to generate profit, they are unlikely to accept the job. What made you think of printing this item? What purpose does it serve? Chapter 33. The timber is on the verge of breaking. The ephemeral sojourn in the hospital came to a swift conclusion, leaving Li Dongsheng with no time to linger over the gentle ministrations of the nurses or the tender glances they bestowed upon him. After merely a week in the hospital, he was compelled to return to the chopstick factory with his right arm encased in plaster. During his hospitalization, Jiaxingjing had become elusive, darting between the canning factory and the chopstick factory, preoccupied with incessant tasks. Although the canning factory's output had soared to an impressive 1,100 bottles daily, the chopstick factory's production had faltered due to a scarcity of raw timber. Upon his return to the chopstick factory, Li Dongsheng gazed at the hefty stack of procurement orders on his desk, feeling utterly perplexed. What troubles you? Your furrowed brow is not characteristic of your demeanor. In the office, Li Dongsheng sipped fruit juice, using his functional right hand to peruse the quotation sheets. Suddenly, he caught sight of Jiaxingjing seated on the sofa, exhaling smoke in a contemplative manner, seemingly in a less than cheerful mood, which piqued Li Dongsheng's curiosity. A catastrophic fire has erupted in the greater Xing'an Mountains, spreading to the Yichuan forestry farm. The blaze raged for an extended period before being brought under control. My brother-in-law has been dismissed due to a work-related blunder, and now acquiring low-cost timber has become exceedingly challenging. Jiaxingjing exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze piercing through the haze as he addressed Li Dongsheng, his voice imbued with an unusual trace of melancholy. What? Li Dongsheng exclaimed, his mind buzzing in disbelief. A fire? How could this be? Was it not in 88 or 89? Am I mistaken? Suppressing the tumult within, he set down the quotation sheet. What is the minimum number of logs we can secure daily now? My brother-in-law's position has been usurped by his rival, Hao Zhabin, who has increased the price of each log by 30%. And now he only supplies us with a mere 100 logs each month. Given our factory's daily consumption, that paltry amount will deplete in just over 10 days. I am currently seeking alternative channels to procure timber, but the repercussions of the fire in the greater Xing'an Mountains have reverberated widely, leaving the forestry farms in Heilongjiang in a state of trepidation. Securing alternative sources is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, I have received word that Hao Zhangbin is aware of my establishment of a chopstick factory and has not only deliberately reduced our supply, but is now preparing to launch a disposable chopstick factory, boasting an almost limitless supply of timber from his own forestry farm. We simply cannot compete with him. Jiaxingjing extinguished his cigarette, but only to light another, his agitation palpable. The initial profitability of the chopstick factory had been remarkable. After selling the first batch of disposable chopsticks through his connections, many merchants had seemingly recognized the profit potential of disposable chopsticks and had begun to contemplate production themselves. However, establishing a factory assembly line proved daunting, and most merchants had started to actively reach out to him, eager to secure a supply of disposable chopsticks. It could be said that the truly relationship-driven sales of disposable chopsticks comprised only the initial batch. The subsequent sales were merely a consequence of the burgeoning demand. With demand consistently outstripping supply at the chopstick factory, any decline in sales and production due to timber shortages could lead to substantial losses. The most distressing aspect is that my sister's husband as archrival not only commands the forest, but is also poised to establish a chopstick factory. Once the approval is granted, they will possess numerous advantages, and with my own chopstick factory still pending approval, facing them would be akin to a fragile egg colliding with a rock. This predicament is indeed quite troublesome. Our very lifeline is effectively grasped tightly by the adversary, leaving us in a perilous stalemate. Li Dongsheng slumped in his office chair like a deflated balloon, gently massaging his temples. Should he abandon the chopstick factory? The thought was unbearable for him. What is our current profit? After deducting this month's labor expenses and bonuses, can we even reach 100,000? We have 170,000. The canned food factory has recouped 80,000 this month, while the chopstick factory has brought in 90,000. Under these circumstances, if we were to contract the Hongchuan food factory, the risks would be considerable, and we could potentially lose all our funds. I personally suggest we wait and see. If you insist on going ahead, I can co-invest with you. But do you have confidence in this venture? Frankly, I do not believe the shabby cards you brought back possess any market appeal. You mentioned that the future commercial trend favors the wallets of children and women. After much contemplation, I concede there is some merit to your argument, yet at this juncture, it seems somewhat premature. Jia Zhengjing, smoking a cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, observing Li Dongsheng with a contemplative gaze, pondering something inscrutable. Everyone is currently treading cautiously, unsure of their status as the ultimate victor. Taking a gamble may convert a bicycle into a motorcycle. Refraining from risking a bicycle guarantees it remains just that. People often label me, Li Dongsheng, as a gambler. And I admit to this. Yet, isn't life itself a grand gamble? Those who succeed continue to hold the reins, while the failures fade into obscurity. The current situation is promising, and as everyone is just preparing to take the stage, yet to grasp the nuances of the gambling table. The one who dares to take the first bite of the crab shall never go hungry. Regardless of your opinion, I am resolute in my position at this table. Have the finance department calculate my earnings. I am all in on the Hongchuan food factory. Li Dongsheng's fingers absent-mindedly tapped the table as he retrieved the planning documents concerning the food factory from the drawer, flipping through them with an air of unyielding authority. You are indeed still the steadfast Li Tiezhu. Very well, since I have recently made a bit of profit, even if I suffer a loss. It would merely mean 2 months of wasted effort. I shall accompany you in this gamble and see if your humble bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. Jia Zhengjing, observing Li Dongsheng's unwavering resolve, suddenly chuckled and called for the accountant of the chopstick factory to calculate the earnings. Opening the filing cabinet, he extracted a document and tossed it before Li Dongsheng. Since you are determined to contract the Hongchuan food factory, allow me to outline the current circumstances of this establishment. The Hongchuan food factory spans 3,000 square meters, equipped with 4 production workshops and a steam sterilization room, employing 2,800 staff members. Currently, the factory is on the verge of collapse, its profitability dismally low, and it has not disbursed wages for 6 months. Even the factory director, Guo Changda, has become a recluse, completely disappearing from sight. The Hongchuan food factory is currently under the supervision of the Grain Bureau. In truth, acquiring the Hongchuan food factory does not require a substantial investment. The real challenge lies in addressing the wage issues of its employees. According to financial statistics as of yesterday, the Hongchuan food factory owes a total of 38,760 yuan in employee wages and an additional 100,000 yuan in various outstanding payments. This means that to secure the acquisition of the Hongchuan food factory, even in the absence of competitors, we must be prepared with at least 150,000 yuan to ensure a stable entry. Ah, you are testing me again. Such detailed information is not something one can gather in a day or two. Who were you trying to impress with that display earlier? Li Dongsheng perused the detailed records of the Hongchuan food factory, casting an exasperated glance at Jia Zhengjing, feigning anger. One must navigate cautiously. The money in hand is indeed currency, while that which is spent becomes mere paper. Although you have initially earned my trust, I, Jia Zhengjing, prefer to strategize before taking action. You will come to understand this in due course. Now, share your thoughts. Given the current predicament of the Honghe food factory, are you certain you wish to proceed with the takeover? How do you intend to manage it? What is your plan? Chapter 34, Magnificence as you just articulated. Money held in one's hand is indeed money, while that which is dispersed becomes mere scraps of paper. You must have secured an agreement with them to present this information to me. With breakfast just concluded, let us make our way to the bank to withdraw the funds and demonstrate what true magnificence entails. What do you imply by that? Jia Zhengjing lit a cigarette, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. He nodded with a smile. 160,000 in cash is secured in the safe. If you wish to proceed, we can depart immediately. No way, really. Li Dongsheng stared incredulously at Jia Zhengjing, producing a key to unlock the safe. Upon opening it, he was greeted with a sight of vibrant blue 100 yuan notes, neatly stacked in piles of 10,000, pristine and untouched. You truly are remarkable. Li Dongsheng marveled at the notes in his hands, turning to Jia Jingjing to give him a thumbs up. Ever since I contemplated securing the Hongchuan food factory, I have consistently stored cash in the safe. If you did not check the safe, is that my fault? Jia Jingjing shrugged, then received the accounting sheet from the accountant, scrutinizing it before tossing it onto Li Dongsheng's desk. The canned goods factory has returned 80,000. That equates to 40,000 for each of us. The chopstick factory has yielded 90,000, with you receiving 27,000 and I 36,000. Thus, you currently possess 67,000 while I hold 76,000. Upon this reflection, it appears your funds are still insufficient. Li Dongsheng examined the accounting sheet closely, unfazed as he tucked it away into a drawer. He retrieved 160,000 from the safe, separating 30,000 to place aside. Since we agreed to split the investment evenly, let us each contribute 65,000 to total 130,000. This 30,000 shall be allocated for employee wages, while the remaining 100,000 will be reserved for the factory's material costs. Should there be any additional expenses, they will fall upon you, as you are orchestrating this endeavor, and I have contributed little. If the Hongchuan food factory generates profit, after reserving 20% for contingencies, you shall retain 50% of the earnings while I will receive 30%. Li Dongsheng grasped a heavy bag of cash, intoxicated by the distinctive scent of the 100 yuan notes. Let us proceed as you suggest. I have already arranged a lunch appointment with the factory director, Gu Changda, at Jushin Pavilion for noon. Do change your attire. Must you perpetually don that tattered work uniform? What have you done with the money I provided? Have you squandered it on toys? Don't you think you should acquire a few decent outfits for yourself? Jia Zhenjing expressed his disdain for Li Dongsheng's work attire, recalling that it seemed he had not changed since their partnership commenced, now nearly threadbare. You do not comprehend. This is a symbol of our laborers' strength. Besides, the 15,000 you gave me is long gone. The funds for toys were diligently saved. My attire is of little consequence. I wish to compensate for Xianan's difficult childhood by purchasing her more toys. Let us go. I am here to secure his factory. What right does a director, who dares not even show his face, have to look down upon someone in a work uniform? Even in such attire, I possess greater wealth than he. Li Dongsheng nonchalantly downed the juice on the table, clutching the paper bag tightly, as he followed Jia Jingjing to the Jushin Pavilion Hotel. As Li Dongsheng followed Jia Jingjing into the Jushin Pavilion Hotel, he felt a peculiar sense of nostalgia upon entering. Had it not been for Jia Jingjing, he might have been barred entry by the security. The Jushin Pavilion, one of the few remaining public hotels in H City, boasted a somewhat antiquated sign. Yet the opulence of its 5-story building was unparalleled. Upon stepping into the establishment, Li Dongsheng was struck by an uncanny illusion, as if he had returned to the year 2021. The lavish Swarovski crystal chandeliers, the rotating buffet station, the tall waitstaff dressed in kipayos, and the foreign chefs skillfully grilling steaks, all contributed to an atmosphere reminiscent of a bygone era, as if it were 1987. What sort of person are you? Exuding such an odd aura? Is the security blind? How can they allow just anyone in here? It's absolutely unappetizing. I've lost my appetite. He scowled at one individual, clad in work attire. Where do you think you're going? Is this a place for someone like you? Take a good look at yourself. You're making my goddess lose her appetite. Get out. Where are the guards? Why are they letting anyone in? Jia Jingjing, tall and imposing, strode swiftly ahead, while Li Dongsheng, slender and slow, lagged behind, taking in the surroundings of the Jushin Pavilion. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, he suddenly heard someone nearby cursing. Curiosity piqued. He glanced around and realized he was the only one in work clothes among the guests. He noticed a group of onlookers and a young man in a gray suit, adorned with a red tie and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, who was pointing at him. Are you talking to me? Who else could it be? Besides you. Is there anyone else in work attire here? Hurry up and leave. You are not welcome. Li Dongsheng assessed the young man and then glanced at the so-called goddess sitting across from him, bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? The young man, irritated by Li Dongsheng's disdainful gaze, felt his composure slip. Approaching Li Dongsheng with a confrontational demeanor, he hesitated upon noticing the plaster cast on Li Dongsheng's arm. I wasn't laughing at anything in particular. I just find it amusing how some toads, believing they've donned human skin, think themselves transformed. Even more laughable is how any streetwalker can now be dubbed a goddess. Isn't that funny? This is a public space. The security hasn't stopped me. Why should I be concerned about your opinion? If you lack sense, perhaps consume more walnuts, or, if that fails, drink some brain tonic. Why must you come here and bark at people? What is wrong with my work attire? Even if I am a worker, does it matter? Am I eating your rice or breathing your air? Younger man, if you wish to impress the ladies, wouldn't it be wiser to simply dine and then whisk her away to a hotel? With her looks, even $30 a night would be excessive. Why bring her to such an expensive place? Li Dongsheng laughed unabashedly, and as soon as he spoke, he rendered the young man speechless. Just as the young man prepared to take action, the brown paper bag he was inadvertently holding slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, revealing a cascade of old currency that elicited gasps from the onlookers. Oh dear, my change has fallen to the ground. I must pick it up, or it might land on the flowers and plants. Wouldn't you agree, young one? Li Dongsheng squatted down, deliberately performing the act with exaggerated slowness, methodically returning the stacks of old bills to the brown paper bag before standing up with an exaggerated straightening of his back. He smiled at the young man, whose face had turned a deep shade of purplish red, glancing at the arm that he had raised but now awkwardly lowered. A word of advice from a stranger. Do not judge others by their appearance, for you can never know whether a stone conceals iron or tofu beneath its surface. And regarding your goddess, her cream has expired. Perhaps it is time to gift her a new bottle. Chapter 35. Director Guo, allow me to introduce you. This is my partner, Li Dongsheng. Dongsheng. This is Director Guo from the Hongchuan Food Factory. In the private room 302 of the Jushin Pavilion, Jia Zhenjing was engaged in lively conversation with a man nearing 50. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng enter, he rose to present him to Director Guo. Director Guo, it is an honor to finally meet you, Li Dongsheng said, placing his brown paper bag down and extending his arm, which he could still manage to lift, to shake hands with Director Guo. Director Guo nodded amiably at Li Dongsheng, curiously observing his appearance, and could not help but jest. The young man before him appeared to be merely in his early 20s, dressed in a worn, faded work uniform adorned with patches, one of which was charmingly a small red flower. His left arm was encased in a plaster cast, suspended by a band of white cloth around his chest. A bandage wrapped around his forehead, and visible scars marred his cheek. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, his eyes sparkled with a vibrant energy. I have long heard of you from Boss Jia, but your appearance today is rather unique. Youthful exuberance. Just last week, I had a scuffle with a group of ruffians. Being smaller in stature, I was at a disadvantage, which must amuse Director Guo, Li Dongsheng replied with a light-hearted tone. Oh, with Boss Jia's reputation on the streets, does anyone dare to provoke you? Director Guo said, shaking Li Dongsheng's hand again. He then opened a bottle of baijiu, pouring generous amounts for both Li Dongsheng and Jia Zhenjing, raising his glass. Li Dongsheng curiously examined the bottle in Director Guo's hand and realized it was Maotai from Guizhou. Goodness, in 30 years, a bottle of 30-year-old Maotai might fetch a fortune. Should I stock up while it's still affordable? My apologies, Director Guo, but I have yet to remove this plaster and am currently on anti-inflammatory medication. I fear I cannot indulge in drinking with you today, Li Dongsheng said, offering an apologetic glance towards Director Guo and subtly winking at Jia Zhenjing. Oh dear, my head, Director Guo exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened, slapping his forehead. I apologize. My young friend, I am so accustomed to toasting that I completely overlooked your condition. Waiter, bring us a few bottles of soda. The cunning old fox, Li Dongsheng thought, nodding nonchalantly, patting the pouch at his side. Director Guo, I have already learned about your factory's operations from Boss Jia. I am not particularly fond of the drinking culture. I believe it is more prudent to settle matters before indulging in libations. Once we reach an agreement that satisfies both parties, I would gladly share a drink or two with you. Is that so? Does Boss Jia feel the same way? Director Guo asked, his brow furrowing slightly as he held his glass. He glanced at Jia Zhenjing, only to find him seemingly oblivious, engrossed in a contest with a peanut in a porcelain dish. Director Guo, don't look at me. I believe Dongsheng's perspective is quite reasonable. As individuals engaged in significant endeavors, we ought not to concern ourselves with the superficialities of drinking culture. Besides, Dongsheng cannot drink today. I suggest we dine and discuss matters instead. Regarding your food factory, to be honest, I am somewhat reluctant to undertake it. However, my partner believes that your establishment holds significant value. Thus, I have brought him along today so that the three of us may engage in a meaningful discussion. If we can reach an agreement, splendid. If not, we shall simply consider ourselves friends, for more friends may lead to more opportunities. Wouldn't you agree? Jia Zhenjing, hearing Guo Changda's inquiry, finally lifted his head, no longer fixated on the peanuts in the dish. He set down his chopsticks and opened a bottle of soda, sipping it with a pop, neglecting even the Maotai beside him. Very well, since both Mr. Jia and Mr. Li are practical individuals, I, Guochangda, would be remiss to linger any longer. Given that you two are already familiar with the situation at our Hongchuan food factory, as well as the outstanding wages owed to our workers and external debts, it is evident that our factory is merely a small food establishment on the brink of collapse. Having spent over a decade here, I have ascended from the lowest ranks to the position of factory manager, and truth be told, I hold deep affection for this place. I have invested my heart and soul into its management, yet suddenly, the profitability has plummeted. I have exhausted numerous methods to no avail. If you could revitalize it under your stewardship, it would fulfill a personal wish of mine. I perceive that both of you are genuinely interested in taking over my food factory, so I shall articulate my requirements for your consideration. Guochangda raised his small cup and downed the liquor in one gulp, exhaling a long sigh, his expression tinged with melancholy. I await your response with rapt attention. Jia Zhengjing delicately picked up a piece of fish, savoring it while his gaze remained fixed on Guochangda. If you could resolve the outstanding debts and wage arrears of Hongchuan, I would require a nominal fee of 10,000 as a formality. My only request is for you to act as a bridge for me to connect with your benefactor. That poses a challenge. Jia Zhengjing shook his head resolutely, unhesitatingly rejecting Guochangda's proposal. You are aware of my uncle's temperament. He is uncompromisingly upright. Not to mention that Hongchuan, even in its heyday, barely yielded an annual profit of 1 to 2 million. Do you not think your request is somewhat excessive? Is your uncle truly influential? Li Dongsheng observed with curiosity as Guochangda and Jia Zhengjing negotiated, patiently awaiting the continuation of their discourse. In that case, it becomes quite difficult. Mr. Jia, you must understand, Hongchuan is akin to my own child. I have sacrificed my family and career for it. If you cannot meet this modest request, I shall need to reconsider my position. Recently, the son of the Sidhu family approached me regarding the prospect of contracting Hongchuan. But since you have been closely monitoring this matter, I had no choice but to decline his overtures. Since we seem unable to reach an agreement, I believe it is prudent for me to contact the Sidhu heir promptly. As a mere individual, I cannot afford to offend either side. Guochangda, visibly troubled, poured himself another glass of Mao Tai and drank it down, his words hinting at a desire to exit the conversation. Are you threatening me? Jia Zhengjing had always worn a smile, but upon hearing the mention of young Master Sidhu, his expression instantly turned frigid. In H City, the only individual who could be referred to as young Master Sidhu was undoubtedly Sidhu Liang's grandson, Sita Haonan, a third-generation scion who was notorious for wielding his grandfather's influence with reckless abandon. Please do not misunderstand me, Boss Jia. I am merely a small fry. And both of you are like deities in my eyes. I cannot afford to provoke you. Should I acquiesce to your request, I would inevitably offend young Master Sidhu. The crux of the matter is that you lack the capacity to introduce me to the esteemed elder behind you. Are you not effectively pushing me into a pit of fire? I must also consider my own interests. Guochangda spoke with heartfelt sincerity, which only deepened Li Dongsheng's curiosity. Who, exactly, was the person backing Jia Zhengjing? And what was the origin of this young Master Sidhu? Why did Jia Zhengjing's countenance change so drastically at the mere mention of him? Li Dongsheng could genuinely sense Jia Zhengjing's anger for the first time since their acquaintance. Chapter 36. The eighth brother. The Sidhu family does not engage in industry. What purpose does it serve for him to contract your food factory? Jia Zhengjing's tone was somewhat frigid as he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Guochangda, a flicker of anger gradually igniting in his gaze. I am not privy to that. For the young master of the Sidhu family sought me out only the day after you found me. His promise was that as long as I did not contract the Hongchuan food factory to you, I would be a distinguished guest of the Sidhu family. To speak candidly, Mr. Jia, I, Guochangda, harbor a genuine aversion towards the Sidhu family. The reputation of the Sidhu family, particularly that of their young master, is rather dismal. When compared to yours and the esteemed individual behind you, they are worlds apart. Moreover, I genuinely fear that acquiescing to the young master of the Sidhu family would lead to fruitless endeavors. Collaborating with you is different. Your word is as good as a bond, and I have no lingering concerns regarding you or your benefactor. However, as a mere small fry, I risk offending one side regardless of whom I choose to ally with. You must grant me a means of survival, mustn't you? With a face full of grievance. Guochangda poured himself another glass of Mao Tai and downed it in one go, his words dripping with sorrow. Not only Jia Zhengjing, but even Li Dongsheng could perceive the truth in Guochangda's lamentations. Directly introducing you to my uncle is out of the question. Yet I can arrange for you to meet my uncle's secretary. If you find that agreeable, we may proceed to discuss the contract. If you disdain my uncle's secretary, then I am at a loss. Jia Zhenjing weighed the pros and cons of the situation and quickly deduced the underlying motives, with the election nearing. It appeared the Sidu family was growing anxious. Guo Changda furrowed his brow in contemplation, constantly weighing the advantages and disadvantages in his mind, and ultimately decided with a firm resolve. Since Mr. Jia has said it so, I, Guo Changda, shall not dither any longer. If you could increase the contract fee by an additional 30,000, I would accept. It's a deal. Jia Jingjing lifted his glass of white liquor, clinking it with Guo Changda's before consuming the contents in one gulp. With the choice made, discussing the contract became considerably simpler. As Li Dongsheng and the others dined and conversed, when they had indulged sufficiently, the two of them boarded Guo Changda's white Jetta and arrived at the Hongchuan food factory. Upon arrival, Li Dongsheng beheld the factory walls plastered with red paint, proclaiming a demand for repayment. Even the factory gate was adorned with white banners, resembling a scene of collective workers on strike from a television drama. Exchanging glances with Jia Zhenjing, Li Dongsheng noted the slight nod and the frown that accompanied it. Boss Guo, you've finally shown your face. Haven to you? I've been waiting for you here for half a month. When will you repay me? If you do not settle your debts today, you shan't escape. As the trio disembarked, they were immediately encircled by a group of scruffy delinquents. The leader, a bald man, seized Guo Changda by the collar, ready to unleash violence at the slightest provocation. Eighth brother, please release your grip. I have come to repay you. Allow your subordinates to wait outside while you accompany me into the factory, where I shall settle the outstanding debts. Guo Changda, standing at merely around 1.60 meters, was abruptly lifted by a robust man nearing 1.90 meters, leaving his feet dangling in the air. He desperately covered his arms, attempting to maintain a semblance of composure. Yet his words were laced with sorrow. You have money now? Yet you owe us over 30,000 for food additives. Surely, there must be some interest over half a month. If you can produce 50,000 today, we can discuss matters amicably. Otherwise, I shall take this Jetta with me. Brother Samba, please set me down and listen. I truly cannot repay over 50,000. I can only return what I owe. This Jetta is merely on loan to me. And even if you take it, it must be returned. The Hongchuan food factory has been contracted by boss Jia Zhengjing. Should you wish to demand more interest, you must first inquire if he agrees. How could it be? Even the government must repay its debts. And scaring me with Jia Zhengjing? Do you think I, Brother Samba, was raised in fear? Even if Jia Zhengjing were present, what could he do to me? With a swift motion, Samba tossed Guo Changda to the ground and ordered his subordinate to take the driver's seat of the Jetta, preparing to drive it away. Brother, have you ever encountered Jia Zhengjing? Li Dongsheng, arms crossed, observed the unfolding farce, while he felt a tinge of pity for Guo Changda. He also recognized that those deserving of sympathy often harbor their own flaws, thus refraining from judgment. Yet when this fellow named Brother Samba boasted that Jia Zhengjing was of no consequence, Li Dongsheng turned to assess Jia Zhengjing, noticing the coldness seep into his eyes. Silently shaking his head, he decided to tease the towering figure. Who are you, anyway? Why do you ask that? How could I possibly not have met Jia Zhengjing? Despite his fame, when he encounters me, Brother Samba, he must kneel and address me respectfully. What, are you dissatisfied? Samba scrutinized Li Dongsheng, his gaze momentarily flickering with disdain upon seeing the patched-up work attire he wore. However, when his eyes fell upon the bulging brown paper bag cradled in Li Dongsheng's right arm, a flicker of insight ignited within him. He exchanged a meaningful glance with his subordinate. Who would have thought Brother Samba was so formidable? Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. To be honest, Brother Samba, I have a bit of a conflict with Jia Zhengjing. Could you possibly assist me in resolving it? We can discuss the financial aspects later. Suppressing his amusement, Li Dongsheng had already discerned the greed glimmering in Brother Samba's eyes. He deliberately tilted his brown paper bag, revealing the stacks of blue notes within. Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's words, both Jia Zhengjing and Guo Changda turned to him simultaneously. As they caught sight of the mockery lurking in Li Dongsheng's eyes, Jia Zhengjing shook his head in resignation, while Guo Changda's eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. Yet this mirth was not directed at Li Dongsheng, but rather at the embarrassment suffered by Brother Samba. Indeed, what a character! Who is this fellow, carrying such wealth? I've never heard of such a tycoon in H City before. With eyes gleaming, Samba Gu was unable to restrain his desires despite suspecting that the youth before him might possess some influence. A trifling matter, what was Jia Zhengjing to him? A mere 30,000. If he could secure that amount, he would not only settle matters but could even eliminate Jia Zhengjing without hesitation. Others might fear him, But Sambagu did not. With a grin, he approached Li Dongsheng, abruptly extending his hand to seize the leather bag from Li's grasp. Li Dongsheng merely smiled slightly, stepping back to take refuge behind Jia Jingjing. Jia Gu, your life is worth only 30,000. How humiliating. Jia Jingjing shot an exasperated glance at Li Dongsheng and stepped forward to intercept Sambagu, shielding Li behind him. I heard that upon meeting you. I am to kneel and call you Sambagu. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost and don't obstruct my path. Upon witnessing someone daring to stand in his way, Sambagu raised his hand, intending to strike Jia Jingjing. However, he was met with a sharp kick to the stomach, causing him to double over in pain, staggering back and collapsing. Jia Jingjing approached Sambagu, pressing the dark muzzle of his gun against Sambagu's forehead, his voice cold as ice. I am precisely the Jia Jingjing you speak of. Chapter 37, The Madness Induced by Money. Alas, what a formidable figure, Brother Jia. Li Dongsheng, cowering behind Jia Jingjing, was left agape, his jaw nearly unhinged. How could this Jia Jingjing, standing at a mere 170 centimeters, manage to send a towering giant over 190 centimeters tall, flying several meters with a single kick? What kind of strength must that leg possess? Jia Jingjing. Oh no, Brother Jia, Grandfather Jia. I merely boasted without thinking. I did not expect to encounter you here. I am unworthy. Upon seeing you, I should kneel and address you as Brother Jia. Brother Jia. Ancestor Jia, it is known on the streets that you value loyalty above all. You see, I have an elderly mother of 80 and children who are still dependent on me. Earning a living is no easy task. Please, consider me as inconsequential as a mere fart, and let me go. I implore you. I beseech you. Confronted with the gun barrel pressed against his forehead, Brother Samba fell to his knees, repeatedly slapping his own face, drawing blood from the corners of his mouth. His fear was palpable. Should Jia Jingjing mistakenly pull the trigger, Brother Samba would be irrevocably lost. Humph. Now you understand fear? It is too late. If I were to release you so easily, how would I maintain my standing on these streets? Jia Jingjing slowly cocked the gun, his voice growing colder. Let my brother go. At that moment, most of Samba's subordinates had fled in terror, leaving only 2 young boys behind. Clenching their teeth, they trembled as they brandished their daggers, attempting to rescue their leader. Oh, a bit of spirit, I see. It would be a shame to waste your potential following him. How about joining me instead? Jia Jingjing appraised the 2 youths, who wore tattered shirts and shoes that revealed their toes. Despite their fear, the defiance in their eyes hinted at a bravery willing to confront him, earning Jia Jingjing's respect. In your dreams, release our brother, or we shall not hold back. The 2 youths threatened Jia Jingjing, yet their words lacked conviction. Humph, Samba, you have 2 fine younger brothers. For their sake, I shall let you off today. Settle your debts and vanish from my sight. Do you understand? Jia Jingjing smiled lightly at their threats, unperturbed. He tucked the makeshift gun into his waistband and gestured toward Li Dongsheng. Li Dongsheng understood and promptly retrieved 31,000 yuan from a brown paper bag, tossing it to the still-kneeling Samba. Samba cast a long glance at Jia Jingjing and Li Dongsheng before picking up the money and scurrying away in disgrace. Should you engage in such trivial matters again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Jia Jingjing watched Samba's retreating figure, then glanced at Li Dongsheng. Following the guidance of Guochangda, they walked directly into the Hongchuan food factory. Listen to me, everyone. Even if you dismantle the antiquated machinery in this factory and sell it, it will yield little profit. You should all set down the machine parts in your hands. I trust that Director Guo will provide us with a satisfactory resolution. Pay the wages, pay the wages. Director Liu, it is not that we disregard your words. We were once grateful to Guochangda, who was indeed a commendable factory manager. However, we must eat. What are we to do without our salaries? It has been 6 months, and I am on the brink of starvation. Lu Zuanfeng, cease your pretense of benevolence. You were always in cahoots with Guochangda. Do you still wish to defend him? Step aside, or we shall trample over you. Why can't you heed my plea? Just wait a couple more days. Manager Gua has found a way to pay your wages. You've waited 6 months. Can you not endure a few more days? The machines cannot be dismantled. Another 2 days? How many times have you deceived us with your 2 days? Step aside. We can no longer trust you today. You are nothing but a fraud. Yes, a fraud, a fraud. At this moment, within the Red Boat Food Factory, a scene unfolds that rivals even the most dramatic of television dramas, as workers demand their overdue wages. In front of the office of the Red Boat Food Factory, a slightly balding middle-aged man stands resolutely, guarding the office behind him. He is clad in a tattered shirt and trousers, his face bruised and battered. seemingly having endured a beating. Before him stand hundreds of workers, all wearing uniforms emblazoned with the Red Boat Food Factory logo. They wield various items. Some carry thermoses, others electrical cords, some furniture, tools, and even a couple of chickens, all seemingly belonging to the factory. The workers, driven to frenzy, push against the middle-aged man, yearning to storm the manager's office, convinced that within lies a safe brimming with cash. Look, isn't that Guochangda, that good for nothing? He has finally shown himself. Let us surround him and ensure he does not escape. Quickly, encircle Guochangda. Do not let him flee. At this moment, someone in the crowd spots Guochangda and shouts, drawing the attention of all. The workers swarm around Guochangda, Jia Jingjing, and Li Dongsheng. Guochangda, at last. You have shown your face. What do you have to say now? Will you pay us our wages, or will you leave on a stretcher? Yes. Do you intend to leave on a stretcher, or will you pay us? The crowd of workers, filled with righteous indignation, begins to shove Guochangda, and their aggression extends towards Jia Jingjing and Li Dongsheng. When they notice the battered Li Dongsheng clutching a brown paper bag, some astute workers attempt to seize it from him. With one arm encased in a cast, Li Dongsheng struggles to hold onto the bag of money with his other arm, an impossible task against the tide of desperate workers. In an instant, the money bag is snatched away by the uncontrollable mob, and Li Dongsheng is sent sprawling to the ground. He gazed at the chaotic crowd surrounding him, desperately using his intact arm to shield his head, lest misfortune befall him and he be trampled by the throng. This frenzied group of workers had seized Li Dongsheng's brown paper bag, and upon discovering it contained a stack of elderly heads, they descended into madness. They fought fiercely over the bag, which soon became tattered and torn. In an instant, the heads scattered across the ground like snowflakes, igniting a renewed frenzy among the workers. Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot silenced the workers, who turned in shock to face Jia Jingjing. In their fright, they abandoned the fallen heads, retreating hastily and revealing a disheveled Li Dongsheng, his body marred with shoe prints. Jia Jingjing cast a cold glance at the surrounding workers, brushed off the shoe prints from his leather jacket, and bent down to assist Li Dongsheng to his feet. At that moment, the plaster on Li Dongsheng's left arm had been completely shattered, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the pain. Supported by Jia Jingjing, he could only bend over, as straightening up made the agony unbearable. Compared to Li Dongsheng's plight, Guochangda fared even worse. He was the primary target of the workers' assault. His clothing lay in tatters, blood oozing from multiple wounds, and his glasses were nowhere to be found. His face was bruised, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a few teeth missing, and his ear nearly torn from its place. He looked as though he had just emerged from a savage encounter, a sight too harrowing to behold. Chapter 38. The sudden gunshot. Are you all right? Jia Jingjing furrowed his brows as he scrutinized Li Dongsheng, noticing the blood trickling from his arm. A chilling intensity flickered in his eyes once more. I'm fine. Still holding up, Li Dongsheng grimaced, his pain evident. Have these people lost their minds? What kind of money do they dare to rob, fearing not the consequences of incarceration? This is armed robbery, at the very least a 3-year sentence. The agony forced Li Dongsheng to grimace, and as he attempted to straighten his posture, he realized it was impossible. Ultimately, he sank down onto the ground, finding that this position alleviated the pain somewhat. They have indeed gone mad. They no longer care about imprisonment. I warned you, the waters of the Red Boat run deep. You are still too young to survive in this era. One cannot afford to be naive. One must be ruthless and decisive, or else you might meet your demise today. Jia Jingjing raised his firearm, stepping protectively in front of Li Dongsheng, vigilantly eyeing the workers of the Red Boat Food Factory. Listen to me. I am here to distribute wages. I have secured a new path for the Red Boat. What are you all doing? You must remain calm. The individuals you just assaulted are the new owners who intend to take over our Red Boat Food Factory. The cash you are attempting to seize is meant to settle your wages and our factory's external debts. If you harm them, and they withdraw their offer, the Red Boat will be left utterly without a future. I, Guochangda, have dedicated many years to the Red Boat. My attachment to this place is no less than yours. Why can you not grant me a moment of patience? Guochangda, witnessing the fury in the eyes of his former colleagues, could only shout in desperation to calm the crowd, but it proved futile. Though they feared the gun in Jia Jingjing's hand, the workers continued to encircle Guochangda, pushing and shoving him relentlessly. Come on, Guochangda. Don't just say what sounds good. Conscience check yourself. You haven't paid us in 6 months, yet you expect us to work overtime. The snacks in the warehouse are practically growing mold. You keep the warehouse tightly sealed, preferring to watch us starve rather than distribute our wages or even the snacks. Are you still human? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Indeed, you vanish daily, letting the wind roam while you exploit us, all the while living it up outside. You claim it's for the factory, but it seems it's only for your own benefit. We don't care whether they take over the Red Boat Food Factory or not. They came with you, so we'll consider this money yours. What are you all hesitating for? I refuse to believe that guy would actually shoot us. If we don't seize this money, it would be a grave mistake. So what if we face repercussions later? At that moment, the workers of the Red Boat Food Factory, who had not seen a salary in 6 months, ceased to listen to anyone. Faced with the chaos, they felt that even if they were shot, what difference would it make? Even if that man were to pull the trigger, it wouldn't necessarily be their demise. With such a fortune at stake, they could simply flee. Would he really be able to pursue them? Such thoughts were not confined to a single individual. They spread through the crowd like a contagion. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd, igniting the already restless workers into a frenzy. They forcefully overturned Guo Changda and Lu Tzuanfeng, fervently scrambling for the scattered heads of the elderly on the ground. Those who seized more than their fair share found themselves besieged by others, resulting in a flurry of heads being tossed into the air, further fueling the chaos. Gradually, the scene spiraled out of control. Former comrades, once united in the daily grind, now tore at each other's throats over the heads, with some resorting to wielding hammers and axes against one another, desperate to secure a few more for themselves. Jia Jingjing coldly observed the pandemonium before him and swiftly yanked Li Dongsheng, who was seated on the ground, back to safety. The turmoil had escalated beyond the point where mere firearms could restore order. Only a significant presence of law enforcement could hope to quiet these deranged individuals. I'm sorry. This money is on me. I swear I'll repay you. Li Dongsheng, akin to a chick being carried, was dragged to a corner by Jia Jingjing, his heart bleeding at the sight of the workers' complete descent into chaos. The precious sum of nearly 130,000 yuan within that brown paper bag was now in tatters, irretrievable in its current state. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden crack of gunfire quelled the fervor of the workers momentarily, as the factory gates were forcefully kicked open. A police vehicle, accompanied by a squad of armed officers, burst onto the scene. They brandished automatic rifles, encircling the workers still grappling for the money. Freeze. Put your hands down and assume a position with your heads held. The police car came to a halt in the yard, and a middle-aged man emerged. Clad in a leather jacket and jeans, donning dark sunglasses, he displayed his credentials to the crowd, casting a cold gaze upon the chaotic scene before him. I received a report of public disturbance. It appears your actions transcend mere disorder, he declared. What you are engaging in is robbery. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The money you are fighting over could land you in prison for a long time. Take them all back to the station. Anyone attempting to flee will be shot on the spot. Yes, sir, responded the group of armed officers, obediently retrieving handcuffs from their belts without regard for the struggling workers, swiftly restraining them. Upon counting, they discovered over 180 individuals had been apprehended. Check the funds. Ascertain how much is missing. Some money may have been torn during the scuffle, making it impossible to restore. I suggest reissuing at the bank, the middle-aged man instructed his subordinates. As they gathered the scattered heads of the elderly and placed them into a triangular bag, presenting it to Jia Jingjing and Li Dongsheng. Noticing Jia Jingjing calmly holstering his firearm, the man's eye twitched slightly. If it's broken, then so be it. I appreciate your swift arrival. Otherwise, my business partner and I would have faced serious harm. Jia Jingjing merely cast a fleeting glance at the elderly head within the triangular pouch before nonchalantly tossing it beside Li Dongsheng. He extended his hand to shake with the middle-aged man, offering a faint smile. It is our solemn duty to safeguard the lives and properties of the people. For now, I shall return with my team to conduct an interrogation. You may visit us in the next couple of days, as we will need you to provide a written statement. There is no need for interrogation. They are but a group of pitiful souls. A mere scaring will suffice. Please convey to them that once they are released, they may retrieve the wages owed to them from the Hongchuan Food Factory, but be advised that this factory will no longer employ them in the future. Very well. I shall relay your message. Now that we have addressed official matters, let us speak of personal affairs. In a couple of days, my father will celebrate his 70th birthday. Do not forget to attend. The expression on the middle-aged man's face remained cool until he suddenly broke into a smile, playfully punching Jia Jingjing on the shoulder. I have been anticipating this. How could I forget? Well then, you should hurry and take your friend to the hospital. He appears to be quite injured. The middle-aged man patted Jia Jingjing on the shoulder and waved to the waiting armed police. Fallen. Chapter 39. Caregiver. Do you know him? Could it be that you anticipated the workers would cause a disturbance? Leaning against the wall, Li Dongsheng gazed with suspicion at the retreating figure of the middle-aged man. Recalling the tone of his recent conversation with Jia Jingjing, they seemed to share a camaraderie. Was it possible that these armed police had been summoned by Jia Jingjing in advance to intervene? Do not ask what should not be asked. I shall take you to the hospital. Jia Jingjing appeared reluctant to discuss the middle-aged man further, instead bending down to assist Li Dongsheng to his feet as they made their way toward the entrance of the Hongchuan food factory. What happened to him? Outside the Hongchuan food factory, 2 Santana cars were parked, and Hu Sheng leaned against one of them, idly cracking sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Jia Jingjing supporting the injured Li Dongsheng as they emerged, he hastily discarded the seeds and rushed over. The 2 of them supported Li Dongsheng into the Santana. It's a minor issue, just some soft tissue injuries. Take him to the hospital. I have matters to attend to here. Jia Jingjing settled Li Dongsheng into the back seat of the Santana before clutching an elderly man's triangular bag and returning to the factory. How did you get hurt again? Tell me what transpired inside. Why do you look so wretched? Hu Sheng, seated in the driver's seat, started the engine and, like an inquisitive child, turned to scrutinize Li Dongsheng, his eyes ablaze with curiosity, eager to uncover every detail. Don't mention it. The workers at Hongchuan Food Factory protested, and I was caught up in it because of Guo Changda. That guy nearly trampled me to death. Hurry to the hospital. I'm in excruciating pain. Li Dongsheng grimaced at Hu Sheng, attempting to adjust his position against the door for comfort, but the movement sent fresh waves of pain coursing through him. All right then. Hold on tight. Realizing that Li Dongsheng was genuinely struggling, Hu Sheng pressed down on the accelerator, transforming the Santana into a speeding vehicle. At the first municipal hospital, they returned to the same ward, occupying the same bed as before, with the same attending physician and nurse. After Director Wang thoroughly examined Li Dongsheng and confirmed that his left arm had fractured once again, he slapped his forehead in exasperation and handed the diagnosis report to Hu Sheng. I told you to keep him in the hospital until the stitches were removed. Yet you disregarded my advice. What guarantees did you provide me then? You insisted he could recover at home without risking further injury. And now, just a few days have passed? How do you manage patient care? His arm is fractured more severely than last time. Do you wish to have him undergo amputation? And you, with a cast on your arm, couldn't you have been more compliant? This time, you shall not be discharged until all the stitches are properly removed. Wang Director glared sternly at Li Dongsheng and Hu Sheng. What are you still doing, Hu Sheng? Go settle the medical fees. I will arrange for his surgery. I am truly at my wit's end with you. With a fierce glare directed at the 2, Director Wang began to bend over and sign the medical records. Li Dongsheng, feeling like a subordinate, nodded and bowed, unable to retort. Hu Sheng felt a tinge of frustration, yet he could not unleash his anger upon Director Wang, who was a close friend of his elder brother. With a huff, he swung his arm and pushed open the ward door, retreating to the corridor to smoke. Director Wang, an unexpected situation has truly arisen this time. I have been exceedingly cautious in protecting my arm, yet today at the food factory, I happened to encounter a workers' protest and got caught up in it, resulting in being trampled. I assure you, I will heed your advice. I shall not leave the hospital until the stitches are removed. Please do take the time to examine my ribs as well. I have been experiencing persistent pain in my chest. At that moment, Li Dongsheng lay in bed, his upper body swathed like a mummy, nodding continually in response to Director Wang's grievances. After all, whatever he said was undoubtedly correct. Li Dongsheng could only listen in silence. Oh, your situation has already been conveyed to me by Jia Jingjing. And you, what business do you have mingling with someone like Jia Jingjing, a ruffian, while being a patient? Your ribs are fine, but we must await the specific test results to ascertain the condition of your internal organs. For now, refrain from deep breaths and try to maintain a steady rhythm in your breathing, Director Wang instructed. Just lie still. The caregiver hired by Jia Jingjing will arrive shortly. I will attend to the preparations for your surgery. With a sigh, Director Wang departed the ward, accompanied by a nurse. I truly did not wish for this. I have just hit a streak of misfortune. Li Dongsheng expressed his gratitude once more to Director Wang, staring blankly at the ceiling, reflecting on the absurdity of paying for a service only to nearly be trampled to death. What would you like to eat? I can fetch something for you. Hu Sheng entered the room, visibly displeased, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he plopped down onto a chair, inquiring about Li Dongsheng's needs. What do you think I can eat in my current state? Don't bother, Li Dongsheng replied. In a bit, the caregiver that Brother Jia hired will arrive. Once they do, you can head back to the factory. Just come by the day after tomorrow and bring all the materials regarding the Red Boat project to the hospital. With clenched teeth, Li Dongsheng exerted pressure on his legs, gradually leaning back against the headboard, taking shallow breaths as he adjusted himself into a comfortable position. With your tendency to get injured, how can you associate with my elder brother? Can't you be a bit more cautious next time? Hu Xing added. My brother has already called and advised you to focus on your recovery. He will handle matters at the food factory. In your spare time, just draft that new product plan, and for now, don't concern yourself with anything else. Hu Xing flicked a cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot, retrieving a 1,000 yuan note from his pocket and tucking it beneath Li Dongsheng's pillow. This 1,000 is an advance from your dividends this month. You can't be without money in the hospital. Order whatever you like, and let the caregiver fetch it. I won't wait for them. I'm heading back to the factory. Hu Xing stood, patted Li Dongsheng's thigh, and exited the ward. This fellow is becoming increasingly considerate, Li Dongsheng mused, watching Hu Xing's retreating figure, reflecting on how they had transitioned from adversaries to friends over the past 2 months. And he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Hello, are you Li Dongsheng? I am the caregiver appointed by Mr. Jia, and my name is Tiezhu. I am responsible for attending to all your needs during your stay in the hospital. Just as Li Dongsheng lit a cigarette and took a small puff, the door to the hospital room swung open once more, revealing a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. Carrying a bowl of soup she had just collected from the nurse's station. Is this the caregiver Mr. Jia has employed? She seems rather youthful, doesn't she? Li Dongsheng scrutinized Tiezhu, who was clad in a light blue dress. Her shoulder-length hair framed a heart-shaped face, slightly cherubic, complemented by large eyes and delicately arched brows. Overall, her features were quite pleasant, and she stood at least 7 meters tall. Li Dongsheng furrowed his brow. He had expected Mr. Jia to send over one of his elderly neighbors, or at the very least, hire someone more mature to care for him. Employing a girl in her 20s seemed rather puzzling. Should he dismiss her? Perhaps not. A young beauty was certainly more appealing than an old man or woman. Mr. Jia, it seemed, was quite adept at navigating social circles, his intentions not entirely innocent. Li Dongsheng silently criticized Mr. Jia 100 times in his mind before gently nodding and requesting, could you please fetch me some water? Oh, just a moment. As Li Dongsheng appraised Tiezhu, she too assessed him. Upon hearing his request for water, she promptly set down the 2 plastic bags filled with soup. She rummaged through a drawer, retrieving a straw, which she carefully inserted into a cup before delicately offering it to Li Dongsheng, her movements exuding tenderness. Chapter 40. Do you eat apples? Li Dongsheng, sipping plain water, inhaled the fragrance of the young girl nearby. Suddenly, an itch in his nose led to a series of uncontrollable sneezes, which aggravated the wound on his arm, causing his face to pale. What's wrong? Do you want me to call a doctor? Upon noticing Li Dongsheng's discomfort, Tiezhu hurriedly set down her cup, propped a pillow behind him, and began to gently pat his back. No, it's nothing. Your perfume is just a bit overpowering. After a moment of catching his breath, Li Dongsheng shook his head, indicating he was fine. I'm sorry. I habitually spray some perfume when I go out. I will be more mindful next time. Tiezhu, feeling awkward, quickly stepped back several paces, distancing herself from Li Dongsheng. Do you enjoy fruit? Allow me to peel an apple for you. To ease the tension, Tiezhu retrieved an apple from the fruit basket and a small knife from the drawer, preparing to peel the apple. However, after just a couple of strokes, she let out an exclamation and dropped both the apple and knife. To her horror, there was a worm inside the apple, and in her fright, she accidentally cut her finger. Seeing the blood, Tiezhu's face drained of color, nearly bringing her to tears. Is she really a caregiver? Li Dongsheng was filled with questions, speechless as he pressed the nurse call button beside him, summoning a nurse to take Tiezhu to the nurse's station for treatment. What sin have I committed, Jia Jingjing, that you must torment me so? Watching Tiezhu leave with the nurse, Li Dongsheng gazed at the ceiling of the ward, sipping plain water from the cup on the table. At that moment, he found himself missing Li Fenglan. Though her temper was as fierce as that of a tiger, she was truly adept at caring for others. Papa, after a while, the ward door swung open to reveal Zhang Shili carrying a thermos, accompanied by the little Nan Nan. What brings you here? Li Dongsheng inquired with curiosity, watching as Nan Nan dashed to the bedside, a paternal affection washing over his face. He absent-mindedly picked up a pencil from the table and bit down on it. Gritting his teeth, he lifted the little Nan Nan, who was leaning onto the bed, discarding the pencil and weakly asking Zhang Shili, "How are you? Huxing just returned from the canned goods factory and informed us about your injury. Sister Fenglan was worried you might not have anything nutritious in the hospital. So she sent the northeastern brother to fetch some old chicken soup for you. How are you feeling?" Zhang Shili set down the thermos and poured a bowl of chicken soup. Pulling up a chair, he sat beside Li Dongsheng's bed, gently blowing on a spoonful of soup before offering it to him. "It's nothing serious, just got trampled by a group of lunatics. My left arm is in a cast, and the fracture is a bit more severe." Li Dongsheng slightly turned his head and drank the chicken soup Zhang Shili offered, affectionately ruffling little Nan Nan's hair. Today, she wore an adorable white princess dress, her hair styled into little braids, making her look exceptionally charming. "Papa, does it hurt?" Little Nan Nan obediently nestled beside Li Dongsheng, her small face filled with anxiety as she gazed at his left arm, displaying a newfound concern for others. "It's all right, Daddy isn't in pain." "Has little Nan Nan had her chicken soup?" "Wesley, please refrain from feeding me. I might have a slight issue with my chest, and the doctor's diagnosis is yet to come. It's best if I avoid eating for now. You and little Nan should enjoy the soup." "No. While you may skip the chicken, the soup is a heartfelt gesture from Brother Dongbei and Sister Fenglan. It must be consumed. Rest assured, little Nan has been pampered to the point of becoming a little princess at home. She won't miss out on any food. Hurry and drink up before the soup cools and becomes unappetizing." Indeed, our Nan is a little princess. Upon hearing Zhang Shili mention that little Nan had already eaten, Li Dongsheng ceased to resist Zhang Shili's offerings. Instead, he retrieved a 1,000 yuan note from beneath his pillow, keeping one and tossing the rest to Zhang Shili. "Put this in your pocket. Buy little Nan a few nice outfits. Do not deceive her with old clothes. Poor quality will hinder her growth. Buy her more clothes. Her wardrobe is nearly full. And what's wrong with children wearing hand-me-downs? Didn't we all grow up in them? I wore split pants well into my teens. You should keep this money for yourself. You'll need it more at the hospital." Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's disdain for little Nan's old clothes, Zhang Shili exaggeratedly rolled his eyes. Since little Nan moved into the courtyard, Li Dongsheng had frequently purchased her clothes and toys. Even during his hospitalization, he reminded Huxing to stop by clothing and toy stores, ensuring he brought back a couple of charming outfits or toys for her. Now, little Nan possessed more clothing than all the residents of the courtyard combined. Her toys were overflowing, making her the envy of the neighborhood children. More for her? Won't that spoil the child? Then you keep it. Why should I lie here surrounded by so much money? All right then, I shall hold on to it. If you crave anything, just let me know. With Huxing and Uncle Kaixin keeping an eye on the canning factory, I need not be there constantly. My role is solely to deliver meals to you." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Shili tucked the money into his pocket. Creak. The hospital room door swung open, and Shuang Qiuyu, with her bandaged fingers and tearful eyes, returned to the ward. Upon entering and noticing the presence of a young man and a little girl, she paused in surprise. "Who are you looking for?" Upon seeing the beautiful woman enter the ward, Zhang Shili instinctively frowned. "She is here to care for me, as arranged by Jia Zhengqing." "Caregiver?" Zhang Shili glanced at Shuang Qiuyu, who seemed unaccustomed to manual labor, then shifted his gaze to Li Dongsheng, who was rolling his eyes, and an uneasy feeling washed over him. "Hello, I am Shuang Qiuyu, Li Dongsheng's caregiver." Shuang Qiuyu, noticing Zhang Shili's audacity to question her profession, approached him with an air of displeasure, introducing herself with a sense of formality. At this moment, Zhang Shili's brow furrowed ever deeper. Little Nan blinked her adorable wide eyes, scrutinizing the older sister before her. Suddenly, resembling a protective chick, she fiercely clung to Li Dongsheng's arm, displaying hostility towards Shuang Qiuyu. Li Dongsheng instantly discerned little Nan's intentions, and with a chuckle, he affectionately wrapped his arm around her small head, planting a kiss on her chubby cheek. "Well, my family is here to take care of me now. Shouldn't you head back?" He noted the wariness from both Zhang Shili and little Nan, and, opting not to elaborate, turned his attention to Shuang Qiuyu. "I cannot leave. I am employed by Boss Jia to look after you. Having accepted his payment, I must fulfill my obligations. Rest assured, it was merely a minor incident. I never expected there would be worms in such a fresh apple. I will be more cautious while peeling apples in the future." Shuang Qiuyu detected the underlying meaning in Li Dongsheng's words, her expression shifting slightly as she hastily responded, producing another apple to continue peeling. Li Dongsheng found himself rendered speechless by Shuang Qiuyu's righteous stance. So he simply allowed her to continue, relishing the warm soup that Zhang Shili provided. Creak. The door to the ward was pushed open once more. Chapter 41. Postponed wedding date? Brother, how could you be so careless? Is everything all right? The door swung open, and even before the person stepped inside, Li Dongsheng heard his father's distinctive booming voice, a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth. What brings you here? What do you mean, what brings me here? You're hospitalized. How could I not come? Li Guorong entered, carrying a large assortment of fruits and snacks. He casually tossed the items aside and hurried to Li Dongsheng's side, scrutinizing his condition with deep concern evident in his eyes. The doctor mentioned something. Is it serious? I just happen to have an old friend who is the head of orthopedics at the city hospital. I'll go find him, just wait here. Li Guorong called out to Li Dongsheng and prepared to leave in search of assistance, only to bump into Director Wang, who had just entered. This is a hospital. Why are you making such a racket? Always so flustered. What are you looking for? I'm his attending physician. Who else do you need? Director Wang, accompanied by a nurse carrying a medical record, entered and, noticing Li Guorong's agitated demeanor, playfully punched him on the shoulder, signaling him to lower his voice. Oh, what a coincidence. Seeing that the connection he sought turned out to be Li Dongsheng's attending physician, Li Guorong affectionately embraced him and pulled his arm towards Li Dongsheng. Wang, what is the situation with my brother? Is it serious? It's nothing major. He just needs to have his cast replaced and will require a short hospital stay for proper recovery until the stitches are removed. During this time, he must refrain from alcohol, as it could hinder healing. Director Wang kicked aside a bag, deliberately revealing 2 boxes of liquor, and shot Li Guorong an irritated glare. Rest assured, those aren't tea for him. Ah, sister, what brings you here? Is my uncle still in good health? After exchanging pleasantries with Director Wang, Li Guorong saw him off and turned to find Shuang Qiuyu with her back to him. Upon recognizing her, he greeted her warmly. Do you two know each other? Li Dongsheng was momentarily taken aback, having been curious as to why Shuang Qiuyu appeared somewhat restless upon Li Guorong's arrival. It turned out they were acquainted. Of course we know each other. It's just, Jia. Li Guorong had no intention of concealing the truth, but before he could finish his sentence, Shuang Qiuyu swiftly covered his mouth and stepped on his foot, causing him to wince in pain. Hey, why did you step on me? Li Guorong looked at Shuang Qiuyu with a hint of grievance, but she shot him a fierce glare and hastily turned to explain to Li Dongsheng. Yes, we know each other, but we're not close, so there is no need for you to inquire further. Zhang Shili blinked at Li Dongsheng, who frowned at Li Guorong. Li Guorong shrugged helplessly, then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Shili and Li Dongsheng, and the 3 nodded in silent understanding. Only the cold gaze of Shuang Qiuyu remained fixed on Li Guorong, her small knife seeming less like a tool for peeling apples and more like a weapon intended to carve through bone. Li Dongsheng, rendered speechless, shook his head in contemplation. As if unraveling some intricate cause and effect, he deftly diverted the conversation by pointing to the soda that Li Guorong had brought. Li Guorong chuckled, biting off the bottle cap with his teeth, sidestepping Shuang Qiuyu's piercing stare. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached Li Dongsheng and offered him the juice. Then playfully engaged with little Nan Nan. Since Brother Rong has arrived, I shall take my leave. You all carry on, Nan Nan, it's time for us to head home. Zhang Shili, observing the increasing number of people in the room, felt that his presence was becoming redundant. He transferred the chicken soup and meat from the thermos into a metal basin, covering it with another basin to retain the heat, and tidied up the thermos in preparation for his departure. I want to go. I want to stay and keep Daddy company. I want to let anyone take him away. Upon hearing Zhang Shili's intention to take her home, little Nan Nan shook her head vigorously, clinging tightly to Li Dongsheng's neck, refusing to budge. See? She is my little cotton-padded jacket. You should head back. Since Nan Nan wishes to stay with me, let her be. I have little to occupy my time here. Li Dongsheng replied with a smile, kissing Nan Nan's cheek and playfully bumping foreheads with her, signaling Zhang Shili to leave her behind. Zhang Shili cast a glance at Shuang Qiuyu, leaving little Nan Nan with a look that urged her to watch over her father, before departing with the thermos in hand. Brother, why do you always get hurt? Don't be in a hurry to leave the hospital this time. Take care of yourself. Li Guorong said as he escorted Zhang Shili to the door and then returned to sit beside Li Dongsheng. When he noticed that Shuang Qiuyu was still peeling the apple, nearly to its core, he instinctively recoiled. What can I do? I was trampled. Had it not been for Brother Jia protecting me, I would have been crushed to death. It was utterly terrifying. Meeting his closest companion, Li Dongsheng reflected on past events, his words laced with a hint of grievance, revealing a genuine sense of fear. Surviving against all odds, he now cherished his life dearly, having inexplicably returned to over 30 years prior, with so many regrets left unaddressed. How could he possibly accept being crushed to death like this? Today, I came to your house looking for you, hoping to invite you for a drink. But I ran into Brother Zhang returning from grocery shopping. He informed me that you were hospitalized, so I rushed over. You have a child now. You should be more careful. Li Guorong assisted Li Dongsheng in opening another bottle of soda, handing it to him, while closely examining Li Dongsheng's left arm. Seeing its fragile state, he felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. Today has truly been a lesson for me. I had previously underestimated so much. Enough about me. Let us talk about you. Last time, you mentioned that you and your wife have set your wedding date. You're about to get married. Hurry home and prepare. I'll be fine here with little Nan Nan. Li Dongsheng gently patted Nan Nan's back, who seemed a bit weary, eventually dozing off in his embrace. He was apprehensive about waking up Xiao Nan Nan, deliberately lowering his voice. What nonsense. Didn't you say you would be my best man? I've selected numerous beautiful bridesmaids for you. With you hospitalized, how can we even think about a wedding? We'll postpone it until you're discharged. Li Guorong also noticed Xiao Nan sleeping soundly and intentionally spoke in hushed tones. Although his words were light-hearted, Li Dongsheng felt a deep sense of gratitude. He gazed at Li Guorong's feigned nonchalance. Yet marriage is a significant commitment for a lifetime. How could he possibly be indifferent? Just because he had jested with Li Guorong about not allowing Xiao Nan to marry into his family, Li Guorong was determined to advance the wedding plans. Because he had promised to be his best man, hoping to encounter a lovely bridesmaid, Li Guorong sought out many friends to gather unmarried young women to serve as bridesmaids. Yet, due to his renewed hospitalization, Li Guorong had postponed the wedding date. To outsiders, Li Guorong might seem like an eccentric character, whimsically unpredictable. However, Li Dongsheng understood that Li Guorong genuinely regarded him as a brother. The concern reflected in his eyes was undeniably sincere. Was it truly just due to a single brawl that they became brothers? It seemed somewhat astonishing. Chapter 42. Is this the brotherhood? In his youth, Li Dongsheng struggled to comprehend the essence of brotherly loyalty, influenced as he was by the enduring presence of Li Guorong in his past life. He prided himself on his sense of loyalty, wholeheartedly offering his heart to others and always accommodating their requests. Yet, time and again, he was met not with sincerity but with betrayal and deceit. After stumbling through over 30 years of life, he had only acquired a multitude of scars, seemingly unable to find a single true brother among his acquaintances. At times, Li Dongsheng pondered why he, like his father, placed such immense value on brotherhood. Despite his father's evident decline, many still sought to lend him a hand. However, in Li Dongsheng's case, he was often met with attempts to undermine him, or worse, to drain him of every resource. Eventually, his mother revealed to him that the bonds his father had forged in his youth were cultivated through both financial and emotional investments, an endeavor that would prove exceedingly difficult to replicate. People of his father's generation genuinely regarded their brothers as family, while in Li Dongsheng's era, friendships were often viewed merely as tools for personal gain. Although he contemplated this for quite some time in his previous life, he understood but did not fully agree until he encountered the youthful Li Guorong in this life. It was then that he grasped the truth of his mother's words. Li Dongsheng found himself hospitalized for over a month, and as early August approached, he could no longer endure the hospital's stifling atmosphere. Seizing an opportunity during a light autumn rain to attend his father's birthday celebration, he discreetly changed his clothes and left the hospital. He felt that remaining there any longer would drive him to madness. A month prior, the Hongchuan Food Factory had officially rebranded as Jiaxing Food Company Limited, a name that harmonized with both Jia Jingjing and Li Dongsheng. Jia Jingjing, undeterred by pressure, completely dismissed all former employees of the Hongchuan Food Factory and hired a fresh batch of recruits. Following the plans Li Dongsheng devised during his hospitalization, they began producing snacks accompanied by whimsical toys. Among these were the well-known spicy strips, cute shrimp chips, Kubo Bear instant noodles, Dada King yo-yos, Nanan Bubble Hall snacks, and thriving little buns, all of which Li Dongsheng rebranded and introduced into production. Today, the first batch of these snacks has reached various supply cooperatives, small shops, newsstands, and even street vendors. Although current sales are modest, both Li Dongsheng and Jia Jingjing maintain a robust confidence in the novelty of these snacks. Since Li Dongsheng's hospitalization, Hu Xing has taken over supervision of the canning factory, though his involvement has been minimal. The fervor within the factory has largely been driven by Li Fenglan and Zhang Dongbei, with Jia Jingjing's acquisition of a second-hand semi-automatic sealing machine. The workforce at the canning factory has expanded to over 400 employees. These workers are divided into 3 shifts for the production of fruit cans, led by the pragmatic and formidable Li Fengwan. The daily output has surged from 1,000 bottles prior to Li Dongsheng's hospitalization to a remarkable 1,500 bottles, with numbers continuing to rise. With the establishment of Jiaxing Food Company, Limited, the previously unlicensed canning factory seamlessly integrated into Jiaxing, becoming one of its subsidiaries. Li Dongsheng's hospitalization necessitated that Jia Zhengjing remain at the food factory, leaving the chopstick factory entirely under Hu Sheng's control. Fortunately, Tian Hao proved to be a managerial talent, as well as a person of considerable integrity, due to Li Dongsheng's timely fulfillment of promised rewards. Despite the chopstick factory's limited production capacity of merely 30 to 40,000 units daily due to a shortage of raw wood, he continued to persevere alongside his fellow workers. Initially, Haobin succeeded Jia Zhengjing's brother-in-law as the director of Yichuan Forest Farm and, leveraging his resources, successfully obtained an operating license. Following the establishment of the Hao chopstick factory, he promptly severed the raw wood supply to Jia Zhengjing. Fortunately, Jia Zhengjing, with foresight, had already secured a new supplier. However, this supplier was located in the greater Xing'an range. Acquiring raw wood from there significantly escalated both the price and transportation costs. Haobin, upon witnessing Jia Zhengjing's chopstick factory, exploited his advantage of raw wood supply to produce disposable chopsticks en masse at remarkably low prices, swiftly capturing the majority of Jia Zhengjing's sales channels. Presently, Jia Zhengjing is left with only a handful of loyal long-term clients who continue to support him. Yet, he is acutely aware that even with established relationships, he cannot expect his clients to incur losses indefinitely, causing him considerable distress, although he cannot fault Li Dongsheng. Engaging in business is akin to gambling. Some achieve overnight wealth while others face sudden ruin, but the two terms may sound alike. Their implications are worlds apart. He initially accepted Li Dongsheng's partnership proposal because he perceived the future potential of disposable chopsticks, yet he never anticipated issues arising from the source of raw wood. This predicament cannot be attributed to Li Dongsheng. Indeed, even Jia Zhengjing himself did not foresee that Yichuan Forest Farm would be affected by a devastating fire, resulting in his brother-in-law's dismissal due to a mishap. To secure this production line, Jia Zhengjing navigated numerous connections, employing both coercion and persuasion, ultimately assembling the line within a month at considerable expense, although he did not meticulously calculate the costs with Li Dongsheng. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fallout from the raw wood crisis, which transformed what should have been a sustainable venture into a financial burden, an endeavor he could neither abandon nor continue without incurring losses. Ultimately, after discussions with Li Dongsheng, he resolutely decided to integrate the chopstick factory into Jiaxing Food Company, Limited, determined not to let it fade into obscurity. The Jiaxing Food Factory has now been renamed for half a month and includes both the canning and chopstick factories. Even with the chopstick factory lagging behind, last month's net profit reached an astonishing 20,000, an impressive figure for a single month, particularly in 1987. In light of such substantial earnings, Jia Zhengjing ensured that Li Dongsheng was well compensated. The agreement they initially signed has been rendered entirely void. Jia Zhengjing retained 40,000 as a reserve fund from the 200,000, and from the remaining 160,000, he withdrew his own investment, subsequently distributing the remaining funds directly with Li Dongsheng in a half-and-half manner. Furthermore, the operational profit plan for Jiaxing Food Factory has been completely transformed into a 2-4-4 structure, whereby 20% of the total monthly earnings, after deducting expenses, is to be set aside as a reserve fund for unforeseen circumstances. Even if the two were to part ways in the future, this reserve fund would be divided equally, ensuring neither party is at a disadvantage. As for the remaining 80%, Jia Zhengjing firmly rejected Li Dongsheng's proposal of a 3-7 split, decisively agreeing to a 50-50 division instead. This gesture profoundly moved Li Dongsheng. In the face of substantial profit, to maintain such rationality towards the allure of wealth only deepened Li Dongsheng's admiration for Jia Zhengjing. Given that Jia Zhengjing was several years his senior, Li Dongsheng ceased to address him by name and, akin to Hu Sheng, wholeheartedly began to refer to him as Big Brother. This appellation was uttered with genuine willingness. Jia Zhengjing was quite pleased with Li Dongsheng's attitude, believing that Li was a fortuitous benefactor sent by the heavens. Since Li Dongsheng expressed his intention to acknowledge him as an elder brother, Jia Zhengjing insisted on performing a traditional brotherhood ceremony, insisting they share a blood oath and pay homage to Guan Yu. On the day of their brotherhood, Amidst the friends and relatives Jia Zhenjing had invited, Li Dongsheng not only gained a clearer understanding of Jia Zhenjing's profound background, but also experienced the remarkable sentiment of brotherhood. This sensation was truly exquisite. Chapter 43. Jia Qiuyun. Today, Li Dongsheng fled the hospital. Compelled by two factors, the unbearable atmosphere within the confines of the hospital and the revelation of Shuang Qiuyun's true identity. Moreover, he had a pressing obligation to attend the birthday celebration of a significant individual, a commitment he could not evade. Firstly, it must be noted that Shuang Qiuyun does not bear the surname Shuang. Her true surname is Jia, and she is the younger sister of Jia Zhenjing. The circumstances surrounding why Jia Zhenjing would send his own sister to endure mistreatment at the hands of Li Dongsheng are intriguingly complex. Jia Qiuyun, a graduate from Tsinghua University with a degree in economics, perceives herself as the most knowledgeable member of her family and is deeply dissatisfied with her elder brother's involvement in dubious enterprises. She frequently directs Jia Zhenjing on what ventures to pursue, insisting on the profitability of various business opportunities, hoping to guide him towards a path of wealth. However, in reality, Jia Zhenjing is nearing the brink of madness due to his sister's relentless suggestions, which have never yielded any profit, leaving him in despair. Yet, since Jia Zhenjing crossed paths with Li Dongsheng, he has come to realize that it is not that business endeavors are unprofitable. Rather, he had yet to encounter a genuine benefactor. As time passed, Jia Zhenjing began to accrue wealth, naturally garnering the attention of the family. Despite the backing of his uncle Jia Quan, who, while influential, does not possess substantial monetary resources, his true strength lies in connections. In this era, transforming connections into wealth is regarded with disdain, even more so than the speculations of yore. To complicate matters further, Jia Zhenjing's father, Jia Yuzhou, is an unyielding traditionalist. His son's entanglements in dubious enterprises nearly severed their father-son relationship. Jia Zhenjing sought to leverage Jia Quan's connections for profit, yet must first ascertain whether his father would approve. Eventually, upon earning a modest sum, he was encouraged by the prospect of tangible returns. In this pivotal era of reform and opening, bolstered by numerous governmental policies promoting private business, it is evident to all, including Jia Qiuyun and her obstinate father, of the substantial profits inherent in Jia Zhenjing's ventures. Initially, Jia Liuzhou suspected that his son was exploiting connections to acquire wealth through improper means, leading to considerable familial discord. However, upon investigation, he discovered that while Jia Zhenjing had indeed utilized a modicum of connections, the profits were fundamentally earned through his own efforts, largely due to the influence of the young man named Li Dongsheng. Consequently, Jia Liuzhou delved into Li Dongsheng's background, only to find that his reputation had been rather poor. Not only had he caused considerable distress to Jia Liuzhou himself, but he had also placed Jia Zhenjing's ancestral home as collateral. Yet, inexplicably, Li Dongsheng underwent a transformation. First reaching out to his son Jia Zhenjing, he alleviated debts and, with a blend of emotional appeal and rational persuasion, convinced Jia Zhenjing to partner with him in business. Understanding his son's notoriously difficult temperament, it was clear to Jia Liuzhou that Li Dongsheng possessed a remarkable ability to persuade. Thus, he began to observe Li Dongsheng gradually, and soon came to realize that this young man was exceptionally capable, destined for great endeavors. He was not only loyal to his friends, but also accepted the emotional debts he had incurred with remarkable composure. Jia Liuzhou returned home and conferred with his spouse regarding their daughter, Jia Qiu, who, at the age of 26 or 27, remained single. Finding a suitable match was proving to be quite the challenge. She believed herself to be well-educated and looked down upon ordinary workers, aspiring instead for a secure position. Typically, men of such a caliber would have already married by this age, and those who had tea could hardly tolerate their daughter's temper. How could a girl, who dressed like a child every day, even consider entering the business world? Nevertheless, Jia Liuzhou found himself quite pleased with Li Dongsheng, and he thought it would be ideal if the young man could become his son-in-law. Perhaps one might question how Jia Liuzhou could contemplate marrying his beloved daughter to a single man with a child. To this, Jia Liuzhou would assert, "What of it? Isn't it true that Xiaonan's mother succumbed to leukemia? Rumor has it she has completely vanished. Leukemia is indeed a terminal illness, and she is unlikely to return." Particularly after learning of Xiaonan's tragic fate, both Jia Liuzhou and his wife felt profound sympathy for the child and were enamored with her, making it implausible for them to reject someone simply because he had a child. Gradually, the couple began to extol Li Dongsheng's virtues in front of Jia Qiuyun. Knowing her interest in business, They flattered her by highlighting Li Dongsheng's ingenious ideas, subtly suggesting that she might not possess the aptitude for entrepreneurship. Jia Qiuyu was not naive. She could discern her parents' intentions. After hearing their praises for some time, she became increasingly curious about the man they admired so highly. When Jia Yojio and his wife perceived that the moment was ripe, they summoned Jia Zhengjing and shared their thoughts. They contemplated finding an opportunity for Jia Qiuyu to meet Li Dongsheng to assess their compatibility. Coincidentally, Li Dongsheng was in need of care due to an injury sustained during a workers' strike at the Hongchuan food factory, where he had refractured his arm. What better way to foster a connection than through meticulous care? Once Jia Zhengjing spoke up, Jia Liujio and his wife immediately agreed, sending their daughter to masquerade as a caregiver for Li Dongsheng. If she doubted his business acumen, they would let the two converse and discover who was truly talented. It was important for her to remember that she was not merely there to provide care. Her purpose was to learn from the ingenious ideas of a notorious gambler. As for why Jia Qiuyu changed her name to Shuang Qiuyu, it was to prevent Li Dongsheng from becoming suspicious, as she deliberately used her mother's surname. In truth, Jia Qiuyu was not suited for the role of a caregiver, and on the very first day, Li Dongsheng saw through her facade. In subsequent interactions, Li Dongsheng managed to extract her innermost thoughts without fail, leading to some reproach directed towards Jia Zhengjing, who had been orchestrating things from the shadows. Upon learning that Li Dongsheng had uncovered the truth behind the situation, Jia Zhengjing calmly informed him that all his secrets had been thoroughly investigated by her father. My father perceives you as a person of great potential, which is why he has gone to great lengths to facilitate this connection. Should you find my sister unappealing, I implore you not to deceive her. Otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly. I shall procure a caretaker for you, who will remain by your side, learning from your innovative ideas, as long as she does not become a burden to me. In the end, Li Dongsheng was rendered utterly speechless. Comprehending fully the essence of Jia Zhengjing's words, do not allow her to become a nuisance to me. Gradually, Li Dongsheng began to discern some admirable qualities in Jia Qiuyu. She did not exhibit the temperament of a spoiled heiress. Rather, she asked questions whenever she encountered confusion, persisting until she thoroughly understood the matter at hand. In essence, she would not rest until she had unraveled the intricacies of the issue. During his hospitalization, Li Dongsheng found himself engulfed in tedium, initially fearing that his chest might have sustained severe injury. In truth, however, there was nothing amiss. It was merely his own unfounded anxiety. The only limitation he experienced was with his arm, which, while cumbersome, did not hinder him significantly. Meanwhile, little Nan Nan, terrified that this unexpectedly appearing older sister might steal her father's affection, resolutely stayed by Li Dongsheng's side in the hospital, refusing to leave him for even a moment. To alleviate his boredom, Li Dongsheng took it upon himself to teach Nan Nan the most fundamental numbers and occasionally introduced her to Arabic phonetics. Although she was not yet 2 years old and displayed remarkable intelligence, it was somewhat far-fetched for Li Dongsheng to hope that she would grasp reading and writing at such a tender age. Fortunately, his sole joy in his previous life stemmed from reading and browsing the internet, and when it came to storytelling, he surpassed even the most skilled narrators. Chapter 44. Attending the birthday celebration. Ultimately, during moments of ennui, Li Dongsheng would regale Xiaonan with tales, while Jia Qiuyu would eavesdrop nearby. Upon hearing some particularly tragic stories, Jia Qiuyu would occasionally shed a few tears, and upon encountering a joyous conclusion, she would laugh heartily, disregarding her refined demeanor. Subsequently, she would snatch Xiaonan from Li Dongsheng's embrace, delighting her with cans of fruit and snacks. Thus, the trio grew thoroughly acquainted. Occasionally, Li Dongsheng would concoct whimsical backstories for the snacks he designed, highlighting their unique selling points, necessitating sketches and notes. As these creations were intended for children, he would hand the pen to Xiaonan, encouraging her to doodle freely in pursuit of inspiration. Jia Qiuyu, observing Li Dongsheng's artistic endeavors, found herself perplexed by his creations and the notion of allowing a child to scribble at will. Curiosity would lead her to inquire incessantly, embodying a living version of 1,000 questions. In these instances, Li Dongsheng would elaborate on his viewpoints with the cunning of a wolf, leaving Jia Qiuyu momentarily speechless. Despite her awareness that some of his assertions were flawed, she struggled to pinpoint the discrepancies and ultimately found herself swayed by his arguments. Gradually, Li Dongsheng became utterly captivated by the daily ritual of narrating stories and imparting wisdom to two enchanting ladies. In reality, Jia Qiuyu was not as inept as Jia Zhengjing portrayed her. Rather, she exhibited remarkable foresight and brilliance. occasionally during face-to-face debates with Li Dongsheng. Her innovative ideas would ignite his curiosity. If her current notions were projected 5 or 10 years into the future, they would undoubtedly yield lucrative ventures. However, the crux lay in the fact that it was the late 1980s, an era ill-suited for such aspirations. On occasion, Li Dongsheng would even ponder whether Jiaqiuyu was a time traveler. If given the right opportunities, she could easily become a female counterpart to Bill Gates. Why had he never heard of her in his previous life? Was it simply that her brilliance had rendered her beyond his reach? In 1987, Li Dongsheng was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although he was a reincarnate with some knowledge of significant events leading to 2021, this understanding was derived solely from the internet and books. Yet, could the information gleaned from such sources ever be entirely reliable? Consequently, Li Dongsheng approached every decision with utmost caution, deliberating countless times to ensure that his choices aligned with the prevailing trends of the era. Unlike the authors of novels who whimsically depict protagonists who, upon reincarnation, effortlessly amass great fortunes through mere canned goods or iron bars, such notions seemed farcical. The economic landscape of 1987 remained rudimentary. A dime held far greater purchasing power compared to $1 or $2 3 decades later. 1,000 yuan could equate to 30 or 40,000 in contemporary terms. Hence, it was no wonder that 10,000 yuan households were objects of envy. Despite Li Dongsheng's arduous efforts in canning, even with Jiaxing sales channels, he had yet to achieve a windfall of millions. However, upon encountering Jiaqiuyu, the two would occasionally engage in discussions about the current circumstances and future prospects. In this discussion, Li Dongsheng experienced a profound epiphany. The knowledge he had previously acquired online seemed to have finally found its corresponding interface. Although many of Jiaqiuyu's ideas were still in their infancy and somewhat whimsical, this was primarily because she lacked an understanding of historical progression, a domain in which Li Dongsheng excelled. Gradually, not only did Li Dongsheng recognize Jiaqiuyu's merits, but she also found herself increasingly perplexed by him. The man before her seemed to embody a multitude of secrets, capable of addressing all her inquiries and offering the most intuitive advice. Was this truly the notorious gambler that had driven his father to despair? What do women fear most? It is not the absence of wealth, but rather the multitude of secrets a man may harbor. Men are akin to treasure chests, requiring the diligent exploration of the opposite sex, for one can never predict what will be unearthed. With good fortune, one might discover a gem of a man, while with ill fate, one may unearth merely a slovenly uncle. Yet, Jiaqiuyu felt she had indeed stumbled upon a genuine treasure in the form of Li Dongsheng. Little Nan Nan, not yet 2 years old, initially harbored an instinctive animosity towards Jiaqiuyu. However, she soon succumbed to the allure of her gentle charm, aligning herself completely with Jiaqiuyu's side. This development left Zhang Shili quite troubled. Over 2 months had passed, and the missing persons report had long been posted at the local police station, with flyers plastered across the streets of H City. Yet, Zhang Rui seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving Zhang Shili heartbroken as he realized his sister might truly never return. Since he had severed ties with his family and moved into the courtyard house, his interactions with Li Dongsheng had thoroughly captivated him with the latter's imaginative ideas. He recognized that Li Dongsheng genuinely cared for little Nan Nan, and that was sufficient for him. Now that his sister was unlikely to return, Zhang Shili found himself contemplating that even if she were to come back alive, she might not be worthy of Li Dongsheng. Consequently, he chose to turn a blind eye to the closeness between Jiaqiuyu and Li Dongsheng, regarding it as inconsequential. Little Nan Nan represented his only connection to his sister, and as long as they treated her well, he believed his sister would rest peacefully in the afterlife. Could he truly bind Li Dongsheng to himself for a lifetime? Regardless, Li Dongsheng was destined to establish his own family, and Zhang Shili could not help but admire Jiaqiuyu's excellence, feeling inferior in comparison. Perhaps it was only fitting that a woman of such caliber deserved a man of equal stature like Li Dongsheng. Unbeknownst to Li Dongsheng, Zhang Shili's thoughts were far from his consciousness. He simply perceived that he had found a kindred spirit. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that Jiaqiuyu regarded him purely as a mentor and friend, devoid of any romantic implications. Today marked the 60th birthday of Jiaxing, and to commemorate this occasion, Jiaxing had reserved numerous private rooms at the Gathering of Talents Pavilion, inviting many friends to celebrate his father's birthday. At this crucial juncture in Li Dongsheng's recovery, he is strictly prohibited from consuming alcohol, and Director Wang is resolute in his refusal to allow Li to attend the banquet. What options are left for Li Dongsheng? His bank account now boasts over 100,000, a testament to his diligent efforts in settling all his debts. It can be said that without the support of Jia Zhengjing, even with his modest cleverness, Li Dongsheng would have found it impossible to clear all his obligations and accumulate savings within a mere 3 months. This is the turbulent year of 1987, a time marked by heightened violence, robberies on the streets, following someone to deliver a blow, or perhaps each individual wielding a small dagger, with arguments inevitably resulting in bloodshed. Such instances are mere child's play. Those who have not truly lived through this era cannot fathom the extent of its chaos. Had Li Dongsheng not been under Jia Zhengjing's protection, he would scarcely have managed to save any money. He would likely have been discarded into a filthy ditch, with no one left to reclaim his remains. Now that he has sworn brotherhood with Jia Zhengjing, Jia Yujio has become akin to a father figure to him. Regardless of the context, Li Dongsheng must attend Jia Liujio's birthday banquet. Consequently, he skillfully evaded the watchful eyes of his caretakers and nurses, departing from the first municipal hospital and hailing a taxi, heading straight for the Jushin Pavilion. Outside the pavilion, Jia Zhengjing and Hu Sheng were welcoming guests when they spotted Li Dongsheng approaching in a tattered work uniform. They were momentarily rendered speechless. Did old Wang not forbid you from coming? How did you manage to show up? He will arrive shortly, and you are bound to face a reprimand. Chapter 45. A small gift let them scold me. I must attend my father's birthday celebration. As his son, how could I possibly miss it? I do not partake in alcohol, so I shall discreetly wish my father well and then return. Hurry up and go. My father was just mentioning you. I must tell you, there's no need for you to bring a gift. If you were to present money, it would be an embarrassment to me. Jia Zhengjing cast a disapproving glance at Li Dongsheng, whose pockets bulged with something. Oh, discussing money is such a vulgar matter. Rest assured, today is my father's birthday. I will certainly not bring cash. However, the small gift I have prepared will undoubtedly please him, Li Dongsheng said mysteriously, patting his bulging pocket. With lightning speed, he flicked Hu Sheng on the forehead and dashed towards the hotel. Ouch! Hu Sheng was busy attending to guests and was taken by surprise by Li Dongsheng's sudden action. Grimacing in pain, by the time he decided to pursue Li Dongsheng, he had already vanished from sight. Li Dongsheng, this is not over. Hu Sheng symbolically shook his fist at the now empty doorway, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Ah, Jiagu, congratulations. Am I late? Following Li Dongsheng, Li Guorong descended with his girlfriend Lu Riyun, carrying various items. Why are you bringing so much? You could have simply come. Jia Zhengjing remarked upon noticing the expensive-looking items Li Guorong carried, giving him a playful punch on the shoulder. Don't blame me. This isn't for me. It's a gift from my father to his brother. He couldn't make it today, so I'm here in his stead. I'm merely a messenger, you see. Li Guorong exaggeratedly stepped back at Jia Zhengjing's playful punch, accidentally stepping on someone else's foot behind him. Li Guorong paused, turning to apologize. Are you blind? Can't you see someone is behind you? Before Li Guorong could speak, the young man behind him interjected, his tone dripping with disdain. Longxi? You are not welcome here. Kindly leave. Jia Zhengjing, who had been joking with Li Guorong, noticed Longxi approaching. The person Li Guorong had stepped on was indeed Longxi. Longxi was clad in an ostentatious plaid shirt and wrapped in white bandages, wearing bell-bottomed pants that epitomized the current fashion trends. Upon hearing Jia Zhengjing's remark, he rudely shoved Li Guorong aside, nearly causing him to topple over. Fortunately, Lu Ruoyun was quick to steady Li Guorong, sparing him from an embarrassing fall. How dare you? Li Guorong, unaccustomed to such treatment, shook off Lu Ruoyun and prepared to confront Longxi, only to be shielded by Jia Zhengjing. Why are you stopping me? Li Guorong protested, his brows furrowing as he attempted to break free from Jia Zhengjing's grasp, while Lu Riyun held him back firmly. How could I possibly miss my grandfather's birthday? It matters not if you do not welcome me, but you cannot obstruct my brother. With a sharp sound, Longxi's audacious voice echoed as a brand-new Mercedes-Benz came to a halt before the Jushin Pavilion. He bent down to open the car door. A man and a woman emerged, the man, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, donned a fitted suit, polished black shoes, and dark sunglasses, his hair slicked back. The woman was draped in a form-fitting black evening gown, adorned with an array of sparkling jewelry. She brazenly clung to the man's arm, casting a disdainful glance at those around her. See Tu Haonan? Jia Zhengjing coldly scrutinized the pair before him. Upon recognizing the woman beside Si Tu Haonan as the financial supervisor of his company, his expression soured considerably. Oh my, if it isn't Brother Jia, why are you personally welcoming guests at the door? Such a fall from grace. Si Tu Haonan remarked with a chilling smile as he approached Jia Zhengjing, dramatically embracing him. He then pulled the woman closer, instructing her to greet Jia Jingjing. Suppressing his burgeoning fury, Jia Jingjing instinctively clenched his fists, silently observing Si-Tu Haonan and Shaoli. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, with his left arm in a plaster cast, ascended to the third-floor hall, quickly attracting the attention of a crowd. In such a setting, a young man clad in patchwork attire with a cast was a rare sight. What brings you here? And you haven't even changed into proper clothes? Jia Qiuyu, engaged in conversation with her cousins, caught sight of Li Dongsheng's arrival, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. Unfazed by the curious gazes of her relatives, she rose to greet him. Is he the partner of little Jia? An elderly man, slightly gray-haired, was chatting with Jia Lujiu, both enjoying a cloud of smoke. Upon noticing his proud niece approaching a stranger, curiosity sparked within him. Yes, this lad is Li Dongsheng. He possesses good character and values relationships. He has recognized your nephew as an elder brother, making him somewhat like my own son. Are you interested in him? Faced with Jia Qiuyu's playful ire, Li Dongsheng offered an awkward smile and made a subtle gesture toward her. I merely came to wish my godfather a happy birthday before departing. Please don't make a fuss. If Director Wang sees me, my ears will surely suffer again. I believe only Director Wang can handle you. Rest assured, he has an unexpected surgery today and may arrive late. Come, let me introduce you to some friends. Jia Qiuyu regarded Li Dongsheng's understated demeanor with a roll of her eyes. She attempted to take his arm, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Please, I cannot keep company with your esteemed acquaintances. Besides, given my current attire, introducing me to your friends would be quite embarrassing. I must first wish my godfather a happy birthday, and then I shall return to the hospital. Li Dongsheng once again gestured silently towards Jia Qiuyu, evading the gaze of all present like a thief, and approached Jia Liujiu from the outer edge. Dongsheng has arrived. Come, sit down. I thought you wouldn't come today. Did you sneak out? Jia Liujiu was engaged in conversation with Jia Quan, discussing some of Li Dongsheng's private matters. Upon noticing Li Dongsheng stealthily approaching with a somewhat meaningful smile, he invited him to sit beside him. Ah, esteemed godfather, your insight is unparalleled. I indeed slipped away from numerous watchful eyes. Today is your birthday. As your son, how could I possibly not be here? I've come to extend my wishes for your longevity, and then I shall return to the hospital. Li Dongsheng cheerfully settled beside Jia Liujiu and produced a small package, meticulously wrapped in plastic, from his pocket, presenting it to Jia Liujiu. My brother said that you don't want me to bring a gift for your birthday, but I couldn't possibly come empty-handed. I have prepared a small present for you that I am certain you will adore. Ah, how intriguing. Very well. Let me see what little gift you have prepared for me, Jia Liujiu replied, his eyes sparkling with delight as he examined the small package, proudly displaying it to Jia Quan beside him, eager to unwrap it. Upon unwrapping, he found the package to be quite securely sealed. However, as the wrapping diminished, the smile on Jia Liujiu's face gradually faded, his brows furrowing as he scrutinized the small item in his hands, as if it were a rare treasure. I know you enjoy playing with small trinkets. This item was unearthed from beneath my ancestral home, long cherished in my father's cabinet. Now, I present it to you, deeming it worthy of your possession. Ah, so you simply dug something up from the ground and consider it a treasure? Second uncle, you ought to take a look at the gift I prepared. Discard that old trinket. I have procured a masterpiece from the Qianlong era, which you will undoubtedly appreciate. Li Dongsheng observed Jia Liujiu's focused appraisal of the small object, a faint smile gracing his lips. The item was indeed excavated from his family's Southold estate, hidden away by Li Tiezhu's late father. It was an authentic snuff bottle that had circulated in the imperial court during the late Ming dynasty. It was rumored to have been a favorite of Emperor Chongzhen, though no one could definitively claim its provenance. Regardless, if sold, its worth would not dip below 1 million. Even at 1987 prices, Li Tiezhu, who had passed away, had been unaware of its value and thus never sold it. Having traversed time, Li Dongsheng recognized its rarity but dared not sell it, fearing repercussions. He wondered why he should keep such a hot potato at home, living in constant trepidation and needing to guard against thieves. Thus, he decided to use it to curry favor with Jia Liujiu. Setting aside the fact that Jia Liujiu was genuinely commendable, the influence he wielded was far more valuable than this precarious item. However, upon hearing a sarcastic voice from behind him, Li Dongsheng shook his head in exasperation. Is Qianlong's masterpiece truly so valuable? There are several in the small box beneath my bed. At times, Li Dongsheng finds himself questioning why Li Tiezhu's father bestowed upon him treasures that far outweigh the value of mere property, yet he chooses to sell the house instead. Indeed, it appears that a lack of knowledge can render one oblivious to the true worth of their assets. Dear foster father, I wish you boundless fortune akin to the East Sea and longevity surpassing the South Mountain. Once my stitches are removed, I shall certainly visit your home for a few convivial drinks, he declared, taking his leave. Li Dongsheng feigned ignorance to the sarcastic remarks behind him, bowing 3 times to Zhao Liujiu as he prepared to depart, only to be halted by a brazen young man. Chapter 46. Sita Haonan. The young man was clad in an antiquated Zhongshan suit, polished black shoes, and a meticulously tied tie. Appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age, he possessed an air of refinement. However, Li Dongsheng discerned a shadow of gloom lurking in his eyes. The fact that he could refer to Zhao Liujiu as second uncle and make an appearance today suggested that he was likely a nephew in the Jia family lineage. Li Dongsheng recognized that he was ultimately an outsider, although he remained unaware of the reasons behind the other's apparent hostility towards him. Perhaps avoiding confrontation was the wisest course. After all, stirring up discord would not reflect well on Jia Jingjing's reputation. Resolutely, Li Dongsheng offered a faint smile to the young man obstructing his path and deliberately stepped aside to grant him passage. Yet again, he found his way barred by the same youth. Jia Lubing, do not cause a ruckus. Today is my father's birthday celebration. What do you intend to do? Jia Qiuyu had already returned to her seat, resuming her conversation with her cousins, who seemed quite intrigued by Li Dongsheng. Jia Qiuyu did not conceal her acquaintance with him. She openly acknowledged Li Dongsheng as a brother to Jia Jingjing. She casually shared tales of their business partnership with her cousins, drawing curious glances from the group of young women directed at Li Dongsheng. At that moment, seeing her cousin from her fifth uncle's side attempting to confront Li Dongsheng, Jia Qiuyu furrowed her brow and stood in front of him. She gazed coldly at Jia Lubing, the most unruly member of the Jia family, second only to her elder brother Jia Jingjing. Yet, her brother had a commendable reputation, known for his loyalty and camaraderie, naturally earning him numerous friends. In stark contrast, Jia Lubing, emboldened by his father's position as a workshop director, often shirked his responsibilities at work, preferring instead to engage in mischief. Recently, he had inexplicably struck up a relationship with Situ Haonan from the Situ family, frequently staying out late and even sought Jia Qiuyu's assistance in courting Situ Haonan. But Jia Qiuyu was no ordinary girl. How could she possibly be interested in someone who flaunted his lineage without a shred of regard for decorum? Following a rather scathing rebuke she had given Jia Lubing previously, he had not dared to show his face to her again, until now, it seemed. He was up to his old tricks. Cousin, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to converse with Li Dongsheng about this remarkable treasure unearthed from the depths. Jia Lubing said with a laugh, pushing Li Dongsheng aside and seating himself before Zhao Liujiu, eagerly unfurling a scroll he had prepared. Li Dongsheng observed Jia Qiuyu's indignant expression and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. As he turned back, he noticed Jia Lubing brandishing what appeared to be an authentic relic from the Qianlong era, causing his brow to furrow slightly, sensing its authenticity. While Li Dongsheng lacked the expertise to appraise genuine antiques, he possessed the memories of Li Tiezhu, recalling that the Li family had held significant status during the Qing dynasty, which justified their retention of a Sihiyuan. To speak of other artworks, he may hesitate to affirm their authenticity. However, the calligraphy of Qianlong, which his family possesses, is beyond doubt genuine. While he cannot discern the validity of the artworks, he is certain that this seal is authentic. In this era, the production of forgeries is still quite rare, and even if there were forgers, who would dare to create imitations of Qianlong? Follow me, Li Dongsheng said, noticing that Jia Lubing was oblivious to his presence as he led Jia Qiuyu to a shaded area. You are all family, bound by blood. There is no need for you to quarrel over an outsider like me. Today is your godfather's birthday. Temper your disposition a little. I suspect that the artwork your cousin presented is largely authentic. Let him show off as he pleases. I shall take my leave now. Drink less, and if you overindulge, do not come to me in a drunken stupor. I will not be responsible for your inebriation. After gently patting Jia Qiuyu's shoulder, Li Dongsheng departed, leaving Jia Qiuyu gazing after him with reluctance. Upon exiting the restaurant, he spotted his father, Li Guorong, being pulled by his mother, Lu Ryun, appearing somewhat irate. What happened? Who has upset you this time? Li Dongsheng hastened to his father's side, and upon seeing Hu Sheng's furious expression, his curiosity deepened. Long Si, what brings him here? Who is that person beside him? Is he Xiaoli's partner? What is going on with my brother? Li Dongsheng pulled Hu Sheng aside, bombarding him with questions. Enraged, Hu Sheng shrugged off his grasp and pointed to the man in the black suit wearing glasses. Isn't that Sida Haonan? He caused trouble the last time you swore brotherhood with my brother. Are you blind? Sida Haonan. Li Dongsheng, upon hearing Hu Sheng's venomous tone, scrutinized the young man donning sunglasses. Indeed, it was Situ Haonan. However, Xiaoli works in our company's finance department. How did she become involved with him? Oh, isn't that brother Tiezhu? What happened? Did you break your arm again? How careless of you. Long Si, bored, scanned the surroundings while Jia Jingjing and his brother Situ Haonan engaged in a heated exchange, unable to interject. When he spotted Li Dongsheng with his arm in a cast exiting the hotel, a shadow of displeasure flickered in his eyes. He considered approaching Li Dongsheng to pat his arm, but was halted by Hu Sheng. Indeed, like attracts like, scoundrels gravitate towards one another. What sort of refuse associates with what sort of refuse? The last time you fled, I searched for you extensively, and now you finally show your face? Li Dongsheng coldly regarded Long Si, recalling how, since their last encounter, Long Si had repeatedly sent his underlings to the courtyard to create disturbances, splattering chicken blood and hurling dung, turning the courtyard walls into his personal canvas. Li Dongsheng desired to catch them in the act. Yet this group continued to invade under the cover of night. Unable to apprehend them, they persisted in their harassment, unsettling his family. Consequently, Jia Jingjing had dispatched individuals to locate Long Si, but he seemed to have vanished without a trace. To his surprise, Long Si appeared today, now allied with Sida Haonan. Who do you call refuse? Long Si, taken aback by Li Dongsheng's audacity to label him as such, widened his eyes in disbelief, instinctively reaching toward his waist. Li Dongsheng appeared utterly oblivious to Long Si's actions, and instead, he burst into laughter. Oh, indeed, you are no better than rotten shrimp. You are not welcome here today. If I were in your position, I would hastily tuck my tail and leave, and perhaps in the future, I might seek you out for tea and conversation. Do you truly believe that aligning yourself with a worthless third-generation scion is advantageous? We exist in a society governed by law, and if we were to consider seniority, he ought to address me as elder brother or uncle. If you associate with him, you must also call me uncle. The evidence of your involvement in child trafficking has already been submitted directly to the provincial authorities. I advise you to return home and cleanse your conscience, for life behind bars is far from harmonious. I warn you, do not slander me. Long Si shot a fierce glare at Hu Sheng, who obstructed him. But upon hearing Li Dongsheng expose his secrets in a public setting, his gaze momentarily faltered. Whether I am slandering you is not for you to decide, but rather the law will determine that. The law shall never wrong an innocent person, yet it will certainly not spare a wicked one. The nefarious deeds you have committed over the years are ample grounds for a lengthy imprisonment. Do you truly think that seeking protection from Situ Haonan will be of any use? In his eyes, you are merely a dog that can be unceremoniously kicked aside at any moment. Chapter 47. The poverty of Li Dongsheng. Are you enraged? What do you wish to touch? Surely, you do not believe that today, while my elder brother celebrates his birthday at the gathering of Worthy's pavilion, there are no watchful eyes upon us? Hu Sheng, there is no need for you to restrain him. This scoundrel truly overestimates his worth. Such a person, if given the chance, is utterly useless. I stand here. If you possess any courage, Long Si, dare to reveal what you have and see who meets their end first, me or you. Situ Haonan, is it? My elder brother, Jia Jingjing, is a man of integrity who shuns foul language. Yet, I am but a commoner, unrestrained by decorum. What is your intent in bringing Xiaoli here today? I can assure you with certainty that our company, Jia Sheng, conducts itself with utmost propriety, never evading taxes, and every transaction is transparent. Should you seek to tarnish our reputation, you shall find no opportunity. We are unlike some who engage in despicable deeds. Such behavior is beneath dignity. Would you not agree? Long Si, Little Wang Wang, and young Master Si2? Li Dongsheng lightly patted Hu Sheng's shoulder and boldly collided with Long Si, sending him tumbling. Navigating through Long Si's predatory gaze, he approached Si2 Haonan, sizing up Xiaoli with a face full of regret. What a wretched creature has come here. Si2 Haonan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the presence of this sharp-tongued individual. The last time they met, Li Dongsheng had mercilessly mocked him, and he had entertained thoughts of eliminating him to relieve his ire. However, after a stern reprimand from his father, he had no choice but to let Li Dongsheng be. Yet, to his astonishment, this loquacious fellow still lingered today. Just as Si2 Haonan prepared to unleash a few scathing remarks toward Li Dongsheng, He was interrupted by a dismissive wave from Li Dongsheng, denying him any opportunity to speak. "Ah, your dog is over there. Do refrain from barking. In this day and age, rabies is not easily treated." "Who are you calling a dog?" Long Si glared fiercely at Li Dongsheng, his eyes ablaze, drawing his dagger and positioning himself behind Si-Tu Haonan. At a mere command from Si-Tu Haonan, he would not hesitate to strike Li Dongsheng. "You two, silence yourself. What place do you have in this conversation? Do you not see I am engaged in a chat with your master? Unleashed beasts should not bark aimlessly. Young Master Si-Tu, if I were you, I would replace that filthy dog at once. It would be quite revolting to find yourself covered in its filth in a few days, would it not? Shaoli, when you next seek treatment for your height deficiency, refrain from using the Jiasheng name. You seem to have climbed into young Master Si-Tu's favor. Grasp that opportunity tightly, for such a suitable benefactor is rare in this world. Oh, and on a formal note, I must inform you that your position at Jiasheng has been terminated. Do as you please from here on. An imbecile incapable of simple arithmetic. A quintessential silicone brain transformed into a walnut shell. I have long wished to dismiss you. Did you not go to see a doctor about your ailment today?" Li Dongsheng clicked his tongue in mock sympathy, infuriating Xiao Li, whose chest heaved with indignation as she shook Si-Tu Haonan's arm in distress. Yet, seeing Si-Tu Haonan remain unmoved by Li Dongsheng's slander, she could only retaliate with furious exclamations. Li Dongsheng appeared utterly indifferent to Xiao Li's scathing remarks, instead turning to tease Jia Jingjing with a playful wink. "Brother, if I may say, you lack the temper of a senior. Your nephew has come to pay his respects to his grandfather, and you ought to at least allow him entry. Those who are unaware might think you are bullying a mere child. Indeed, it is my fault. Come, dear nephew, let us discuss matters inside the hotel." Jia Jingjing, a pragmatic individual, was far less adept at banter than Li Dongsheng. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng emerge from the hotel, his tongue had not ceased its chatter, leaving Si-Tu Haonan and Long Si utterly exasperated. Yet, every time they attempted to retort, Li Dongsheng skillfully stifled their words before they could escape their lips. Their faces flushed with anger, they found his incessant prattling exceedingly irksome. Jia Jingjing, suppressing a smile, nodded and was about to invite his young nephew inside when he noticed Li Dongsheng casually lighting a cigarette and generously offering one to Si-Tu Haonan, eager to assist him in lighting it. To his surprise, Si-Tu Haonan stepped back, discarding the cigarette in his mouth, and ordered Long Si and his underlings to deal with Li Dongsheng first. Jia Jingjing's expression hardened, and with a wave of his hand, over a dozen employees quickly assembled, the atmosphere growing tense. "Cease this at once. It is a joyous occasion for the elder Jia. What are you all doing? Is there no sense of decorum? Your nephew is honored to be called such by Jia Laodi. Is that a crime?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated as a middle-aged man with a receding hairline emerged from the back door of a Mercedes. He approached Si-Tu Haonan, glaring at him fiercely before delivering a sharp slap to Long Si. Then, donning a cordial smile, he stepped forward to shake hands with Jia Jingjing, while discreetly sizing up Li Dongsheng. This man was Si-Tu Haonan's father, Si-Tu Nan. Jia Jingjing, noticing Li Dongsheng's bewilderment, offered a strained handshake with Si-Tu Nan, providing a brief explanation to Li Dongsheng. "Si-Tu Haonan's father? What brings him here today?" Li Dongsheng inquired with a glance at Jia Jingjing, who merely frowned and shook his head in response. "I did not anticipate Si-Tu Laodi's arrival. Please, do come in." While Jia Jingjing might have been indifferent to Si-Tu Haonan's presence, the arrival of Si-Tu Nan necessitated that they indeed extend hospitality today. "I cannot leave just yet. Hu Sheng, keep an eye on my brother. I sense that our guests may not come with good intentions." Li Dongsheng observed Si-Tu Nan and Si-Tu Haonan entering the restaurant with Jia Jingjing. He glanced at Long Si and Xiao Li, who attempted to follow, and promptly instructed the nearby staff to block their way. "Rest assured, this old rogue is as wicked as they come, truly unscrupulous. Today, there will be no guessing. He surely harbors ill will." Hu Xing wholeheartedly concurred with Li Dongsheng's assessment, signaling to the staff to watch over Long Si and Xiao Li before following Li Dongsheng and the Li couple into the restaurant. "What brings you back?" As Jia Qiuyu emerged from the restroom, he caught sight of Li Dongsheng ascending the stairs alongside Hu Sheng and a few others, a faint smile gracing his lips. "My brother has missed you. He returned just to share a meal with you." Before Li Dongsheng could utter a word, Li Guorong preemptively interjected, earning an eye roll from Jia Qiuyu. "Do not heed Rong Ji's jest. I truly missed you and wish to return to dine together." Li Dongsheng found Jia Qiuyu's eye rolling rather endearing, casting a serious glance at Li Guorong before playfully quipping, "If anyone is shameless, it's certainly you, Li Dongsheng." Hearing this brazen remark, Hu Sheng cautiously distanced himself, disdainfully giving Li Dongsheng a thumbs up. Keep on with your nonsense. Jia Qiuyu playfully struck Li Dongsheng with a light fist, prompting him to exaggeratedly stagger back several steps, drawing eye rolls from everyone present. Upon reaching the third-floor hall, Li Dongsheng and his companions did not join the main table occupied by Jia Liujiu and Situ Nan, but instead settled beside Jia Qiuyu. This table was the closest to Jia Liujiu's, enabling them to overhear the conversations taking place there. Initially, there were 6 individuals at Jia Qiuyu's table, and with the addition of the 4 from Li Dongsheng's group, they now totaled 10. Just moments prior, these individuals had been gossiping about Li Dongsheng, and it was quite a surprise for them to see him return so swiftly, now seated at their table, which piqued their curiosity towards him. They were nearly drooling in anticipation. Chapter 48. A Proposal? In the present day, millionaires are a rarity, particularly those like Li Dongsheng, who is not only young but also single. At this table, where the majority are unmarried women, it is likely that, had Jia Qiuyu not been present, they would have already cast flirtatious glances at him. Unbeknownst to Li Dongsheng, he has become quite the catch. Since acquiring his initial fortune, he has spent most of his time either in the hospital or on the way there. Although he has earned some money, he has scarcely made an appearance in public. His usual interactions are limited to his long-standing neighbors in the courtyard and the workers from the chopstick and canning factories. Moreover, those around him subtly perceive that he is waiting for Zhang Rui's return. Gradually, Li Dongsheng has assumed the role of a protected golden son-in-law. Currently, his thoughts are solely focused on the main table, where he awkwardly entertains the advances of Jia Qiuyu and her cousins, appearing distracted to anyone with keen insight. At the main table, Jia Quan narrows his eyes, sipping white wine and enjoying the sweet and sour pork, his demeanor amiable. He had not anticipated that the Situ family would send someone today, though he had conjectured the ulterior motives behind Situ Nan's visit, which were evidently not benign. Jia Liujiu, engrossed in his own thoughts, notices his elder brother's silence and feels a twinge of confusion. He pays little mind to Situ Nan's flattery, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Situ Nan takes the initiative to sit beside Jia Liujiu, receiving a small square wooden box from Situ Haonan and respectfully presenting it to him. The box is exquisitely carved with dragons and phoenixes. I know Uncle Jia has a fondness for antiques. Some time ago, my father acquired a remarkable piece, and today, I wish to present it as a token of good fortune. I hope you will accept it, he says. Jia Liujiu inspects Situ Nan with curiosity, instinctively stroking his beard as he accepts the elegantly crafted box. Upon opening it, a smile involuntarily graces his lips. Well, what a coincidence. It is a snuff bottle, identical to the one Li Dongsheng had gifted him. Situ Nan, unaware of the reason behind Jia Liujiu's smile, mistakenly believes he is enamored with the snuff bottle and hastily elaborates. This snuff bottle was said to be a favorite of Emperor Chongzhen. It bears a melodious name, Jade Rouge. Legend has it that it was a tribute from a foreign land, and after the Ming dynasty fell, it changed hands numerous times before eventually being acquired by a friend of my father, who gifted it to him. Today, as I attend your birthday celebration, my father has instructed me to present it to you, wishing you health, longevity, and ever-increasing happiness. Jia Jingjing, seated to the right of Situ Haonan, picks up a piece of greens with his chopsticks. He finds Situ Nan's behavior particularly peculiar today, sensing an excessive amount of flattery. The lavish gift raises his suspicion. What could be his true intentions? No good deed goes unpunished. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Please convey to Situ Liujiu that I, Jia Liujiu, am but a humble man and graciously decline his generous offer. Ah, you are too kind. You mustn't be so harsh. Otherwise, this treasure will be left to gather dust. Today, my dear nephew comes not only to celebrate your birthday, but also to request a favor, hoping you will advocate on behalf of your junior. It seemed that Situ Nan anticipated that Jia Liujiu would refuse, as he did not take the small wooden box but instead pushed it back towards Jia Liujiu. Upon hearing this, Jia Liujiu did not hastily decline. Rather, he was curious to discern what ulterior motives Situ Nan might be harboring. Even Jia Quan, who had been leisurely engaged with his dish of guobao roe, paused to cast a curious glance at Situ Nan. You see, I am indeed an unfilial son, approaching 25 without having taken a wife. Thus, I shamelessly come to you, uncle, to propose a union. To my knowledge, my dear sister Qiuyu remains unmarried. If our families were to unite, would it not be a match made in heaven? Moreover, this aligns with my father's wishes, as he believes that spring, when the flowers bloom, is the most auspicious time for marriage. What do you think? As Situ Nan's words fell, Jia Zhengjing set down his chopsticks, his gaze as cold as ice. The smile that once adorned Jia Liuzhou's face vanished, replaced by narrowed eyes as he scrutinized the smiling Situ Nan, revealing no discernible emotion. Jia Quan cast a casual glance at the wooden box on the table before resuming his contest with the Guobao row. Jia Qiuyu had been attentively observing the dynamics at the main table. Upon hearing that Situ Nan was audaciously proposing for her inept brother, her initial instinct was to rise in indignation and chastise him for his shamelessness, but she was restrained by Li Dongsheng's gentle grip on her shoulder, leaving her to fume silently as she pinched his thigh. Situ Nan's declaration had been audible to the guests seated near the main table. Some appeared anxious, while others crossed their arms, intrigued to witness Jia Liuzhou's response. Everyone present understood the implications of Situ Nan's mention of next spring's blossoming. They were aware that Jia Quan was slated for retirement by year's end due to age, and by early next year at the latest. His position would require a successor. Situ Nan's father, Situ Liang, was the frontrunner for that role. The affairs of the young should be left to their own discretion. We, the elders, ought not to interfere in the marriages of our children. However, let us not misconstrue matters. While you address me as uncle, that means Situ Nan must refer to me as grandfather. Do you not find it peculiar that he has set his sights on my precious daughter? A matter of such generational disparity? Jia Liuzhou's tone grew increasingly frigid. It was evident that Situ Nan's intentions were a blatant threat. He was audacious enough to issue threats before his elder brother, who had not yet retired. Did the Situ family truly believe they had him, Jia Liuzhou, cornered? He, too, had once served in the military, emerging from the horrors of war, and could not be intimidated by the words of a junior. Uncle, you are overthinking this. The significance of lineage is hardly relevant today. It is the pursuit of mutual benefit that reigns supreme. Consider that Qiuyu is unmarried and my son remains without a bride. I see no impropriety in this. Perhaps you should inquire about Qiuyu's feelings. If she agrees, why not facilitate this union? Situ Nan remained resolute, maintaining a smile as he clinked glasses with Jia Liuzhou, seemingly confident of his success. Your assertion is not without merit. However, my daughter has already found someone special, and their relationship appears to be flourishing. I cannot simply dismantle their bond based on your single utterance, can I? Jia Liuzhou gazed at Situ Nan while clinking glasses with him, then raised his cup and, in full view of Situ Nan, carelessly tossed the Mouta liquor over his shoulder. He discarded the shattered wine glass to the side, seized a new one, and poured himself a generous amount, sipping it delicately. Oh, my sister has found someone special? Yet, she is not even married. There is always room for change before marriage. Today, I present you with this snuff bottle as a token of our verbal agreement. When the time comes, my father will personally escort Haonan to your home to deliver a grand gift. Do you not perceive that an alliance with the Situ family is the most advantageous choice? Situ Nan watched in disbelief as Jia Liuzhou wasted the liquor and replaced his glass. The smile on his face gradually faded, and his tone grew increasingly frigid. Situ Nan, do you not comprehend my father's words? My sister has someone she cares for, and they are preparing for engagement. What does your interference signify? Are you not aware of your own son's character? He was just embracing someone downstairs. Do you wish for me to summon her here? Today is my father's birthday, so I trust you will act with some decorum. Chapter 49. The snuff bottle. Jia Zhengjing could no longer contain his fury. He slammed his chopsticks down and glared coldly at Situ Nan. Were it not for the multitude of guests present, he would have relished the opportunity to drag Situ Nan outside and administer a sound beating. Dear brother Jia, please do not be so agitated. Are you referring to that Shali just now? She is merely a receptionist hired by my son's company, nothing more. I assure you, my son has no involvement with her whatsoever. You are a wise man. With so many witnesses present, I advise you to temper your emotions. It would be quite unbecoming to lose face in front of uncle, wouldn't you agree? Situ Nan wiped the soup that had splattered onto his face when Jia Zhengjing had slammed his chopsticks. He forced a grin that did not reach his eyes as he regarded Jia Zhengjing, his words dripping with veiled threats. Under normal circumstances, Situ Nan would refrain from such ostentatious behavior, but today, prior to leaving, his father, Situ Liang, had given him a heads-up. Once Jia Quan retired, Situ Liang was all but assured to ascend to that position, and today, he intended to assert his dominance in front of Jia Quan. The news of Situ Liang's impending promotion had only been circulated internally, and the only person present who was aware of Situ Nan's leverage was Jia Quan. Jia Liuzhou and the others remained oblivious to Situ Nan's advantage, which only fueled their ire further. Just before you arrived, my prospective son-in-law presented me with a small gift. a token of his betrothal to my daughter. I have accepted the betrothal gift. This marriage is non-negotiable. Jia Liujiao observed Situ Nin growing increasingly audacious and turned to his elder brother, Jia Quan. He found Jia Quan still engrossed in his dish of guabao roe, having polished off an entire plate without a hint of concern. In a moment of desperation, he fished out the snuff bottle gifted to him by Li Dongsheng and placed it on the table. What betrothal gift could possibly compare to mine? Just as Situ Nan was about to mock Jia Liujiao, his gaze fell upon the identical snuff bottle on the table, which mirrored the one he had brought, causing him to choke on his words. Uncle, I believe there is nothing wrong with my cousin being with young Master Situ. He is a paragon of excellence, the epitome of an ideal partner. Are you truly considering marrying my cousin off to a hopeless gambler? I suggest you stop using that trinket he gifted you as a feeble excuse. It pales in comparison to my brother's antique. If I were you, I would readily agree to this union and have my brother sever ties with that Li Dongsheng. What nonsense. At that moment, Jia Lubing, who had remained silent at the end of the table, finally spoke up, surprisingly siding with the Situ family. HM? Upon hearing Jia Lubing's voice, Jia Quan, who had been fixated on his dish of guabao roe, put down his chopsticks. He cast a cold glance at Jia Lubing, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he slightly shook his head, returning his focus to the meat strips. Jia Liujiao was sipping Mao Dai when he heard his nephew audaciously siding with the Situ family, causing his grip on the wine glass to tighten involuntarily. With a sharp crack, the delicate white wine glass shattered in his hand. Jia Zhenjing, already in a foul mood, was further incensed to hear his cousin dare to publicly align himself with the Situ family in front of so many witnesses. His fists clenched under the table, cracking ominously. If it were not for the overwhelming presence of guests, he would have truly been unable to suppress his anger. This was no longer mere treachery. It was a blatant affront to the entire Jia family. In that moment, the onlookers, who had previously been merely spectators, began to sense the unusual tension at the banquet. Situ Nan paid little attention to Jia Liubing's attempt to support him at that moment. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the snuff bottle that Jia Liujiao had produced. After receiving permission from Jia Liujiao, he furrowed his brow and carefully examined the snuff bottle on the table. He confirmed that this snuff bottle was indeed identical to the one he had gifted to Jia Liujiao, and he could assert with absolute certainty that it was genuine. If there were any difference, it was that the snuff bottle presented by Jia Liujiao had a lid, with the character Yang inscribed on its base, while his own lacked a lid and bore the character Yin. The superiority of one over the other was quite evident. As Situ Nan meticulously scrutinized the snuff bottle inscribed with Yang, he suddenly recalled his father's reflections upon acquiring the snuff bottle marked with Yin. It was said that the Jade Rouge originally existed as a pair, representing Yin and Yang, and was a treasured possession of Chongzhen during his lifetime, concealing a significant secret. Subsequently, during the chaos brought on by Li Zicheng's invasion, this pair of snuff bottles fell into his hands. Being a mere brute, he had no comprehension of their value and carelessly bestowed the two snuff bottles upon a subordinate nearby. That subordinate, also of peasant origins, appreciated the snuff bottles and took them home to casually gift to his concubine. In the end, Li Zicheng's reign as emperor lasted only 18 days before he was defeated, and that subordinate met a tragic end in the ensuing turmoil. The pair of snuff bottles had endured numerous twists of fate, their separation shrouded in mystery, with the one inscribed with Yin losing its cap and ending up in his father's possession. The snuff bottle marked with Yang, however, had seemingly vanished from existence, only to unexpectedly reappear in Jia Liujiao's hands. How could that scoundrel, Li Dongsheng, have so brazenly gifted such a precious snuff bottle as a betrothal gift? Were it not for the cap being lost from the Yin snuff bottle, diminishing its collectible value, Situ Nan would never have dreamed of parting with it as a gift. Yet here he was, confronted by a rival. Could Situ Nan declare that this snuff bottle was a counterfeit? That would be tantamount to humiliating the Situ family in front of Jia Liujiao. Observing his father's furrowed brow and the snuff bottle clutched in his hand, Situ Hanan opened his mouth to speak but was met with a fierce glare from Situ Nan, compelling him to remain silent. It appeared that the husband of Chiu Yu was indeed a remarkable individual. His father had long sought the Yang snuff bottle and was unexpectedly fortunate to encounter it today. Uncle, please take good care of this small artifact. If taken to an auction house, it would fetch no less than 10 million. While it was undoubtedly true that the Yang snuff bottle was precious, its worth of 10 million seemed improbable, yet Situ Nan had already lost face that day. Remaining any longer held no significance. It would be more fitting to leave with a cutting remark. He believed that Jia Liujiao's future would not be a pleasant one. As for Jia Qiuyu, his son would have ample opportunities to acquire it in due time. Jia Lubing was acutely aware of the piercing gazes from his elder and second uncle. Yet, he had completely entrenched himself beside Sidu Haonan, and his task for the day was to play the role of a foil. Initially, he believed that the snuff bottle bestowed upon Jia Liujiu by Li Dongsheng was nothing more than a mundane trinket, perhaps a mere plaything from the days of landowners. Unworthy of high regard, he had prepared his remarks, thinking that since he had already offended his uncles, he might as well stir trouble regarding the affair between Li Dongsheng and Jia Qiuyu. In doing so, even if the Jia family were to cast him aside, he could still lead a comfortable life under Situ Haonan's protection. However, he could scarcely fathom that Situ Haonan would assert the authenticity of that wretched snuff bottle, declaring it to be worth 10 million. At that moment, not only did Jia Lubing feel a surge of envy, but even the guests present were utterly taken aback. What did 10 million signify in that context? Wasn't that the approximate investment needed to establish a business? To think that Li Dongsheng casually gifted such a fortune as a bride price. Jia Qiuyu, seated at the table, stared at Li Dongsheng in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. She even forgot to pinch her thigh, her eyes reflecting sheer incredulity. Jia Guorong and Hu Sheng exchanged glances, their throats dry with astonishment. They could never have imagined Li Dongsheng possessed such wealth. As for the women seated nearby, their fervent gazes seemed to yearn to devour Li Dongsheng whole. This was indeed a classic case of being elevated to one's demise. Chapter 50. Zhang Fatsai. Li Dongsheng furrowed his brow, intently observing the retreating figure of Situ Nan. There was no doubt that the snuff bottle was an antique. However, valuing it at 1 to 2 million was already an exaggeration. Even if Situ Nan's claim of it being a pair were true, it could scarcely exceed 500,000. Situ Nan's seemingly envious remark had thoroughly thrust himself and his adoptive family into a precarious position. In this era, a sum of 1 million was sufficient to drive anyone to madness. Situ Nan, with a smile, surveyed the expressions of those around him. Satisfied that he had achieved the desired effect, he stood up, took leave from Jia Liujiu, and departed with Situ Haonan. Witnessing the Situ family's departure, Jia Lubing was alarmed by the murderous glares from his uncle and second uncle, prompting him to hastily follow the two out of the banquet. Jia Liujiu had a penchant for tangible collectibles and possessed a modest understanding of antiques. He had previously discerned the value of the snuff bottle, recognizing that while the 1 million valuation was an overstatement, 100,000 was certainly attainable. He had even boasted to his elder brother, "Look, this is a gift from my son-in-law. You've never even seen one like it, have you?" However, he had never anticipated that the Situ family would disrupt his birthday celebration so tumultuously, leaving him with an enormous dilemma that, if mishandled, could spell peril for the Jia family. After the uproar, it wasn't long before the remaining guests at the banquet recognized the heavy atmosphere and began to depart in small groups. Before leaving, they made a point to introduce themselves to Li Dongsheng, seeking to cultivate favorable connections. Once the third-floor banquet hall was left solely with members of the Jia family, Jia Liujiu beckoned Li Dongsheng to sit beside him and personally introduced his elder brother, Jia Quan. Upon realizing that Jia Quan was the very support that his elder brother, Jia Jingjing, had always relied upon, Li Dongsheng's brow relaxed somewhat. Yet, when he learned that Jia Quan was set to retire by the end of this year or early next year, his brow furrowed once more, fully comprehending the implications behind Situ Nan's remark about the coming spring. After attending Jia Liujiu's birthday banquet, Li Dongsheng declined Hu Sheng's offer to drive him back to the hospital and also politely rejected Jia Qiuyu's company. Instead, he wandered alone down the street, gradually making his way to the hospital. His mind was in a state of turmoil, stirred by Jia Liujiu's assertion that he was now the prospective son-in-law, as well as the realization that he had irrevocably antagonized the Situ family. Even a mere snuff bottle had thrust him into the spotlight. Currently, Li Dongsheng's only concern was for Xiaonan, coupled with some discretionary funds. He occasionally indulged in self-deprecating humor, mused about the day when Jia Jingjing could no longer shield him. He would simply take Xiaonan to the capital or Shanghai, purchase a few courtyard homes, and retire in peace. He imagined a leisurely life, tending to pets, playing chess with neighbors, and savoring the tranquility of his golden years. Yet, little did he know, this just might soon become a reality. However, since fate has granted him a second chance at life, he refuses to live as a coward. The situation with the Situ family poses a significant dilemma. By the end of this year, or at the latest, early next year, Jia Quan is expected to retire. Once he steps down, his influence in the city will dwindle to insignificance. Situ Nan's father, currently in his prime, is likely to emerge as the strongest contender for Jia Quan's position. Should a member of the Situ family ascend to this role, the Jia family, particularly Jia Jingjing, will undoubtedly face repercussions, and even he, as a mere sycophant, will not escape unscathed. The Situ family is brimming with confidence. Otherwise, they would not have brought Situ Haonan to brazenly confront them. Especially on the occasion of Jia Liuzhou's birthday, they act with impunity. To be fair, Li Dongsheng is uncertain whether he genuinely harbors feelings for Jia Qiuyu. Yet, he is undeniably human and capable of emotions. They have spent nearly a month and a half together, engaging in playful banter daily. Throughout his life, Li Dongsheng had been a solitary man, confined to his home, accompanied only by the world of anime. The sudden presence of an admirable woman who does not disdain him, but rather seeks his company, fills him with an inexplicable dread. A beautiful woman is easily obtained, but a true confidant is rare. Today, Jia Liuzhou has thrust their relationship into the public eye. Li Dongsheng finds himself at a loss, unsure of how to navigate this predicament. A confidant can transform into a romantic partner, yet reverting from romance back to mere friendship is fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, one thing remains clear to Li Dongsheng. Even if he cannot be with Jia Qiuyu, he must absolutely prevent her from being with Situ Haonan. That is his unwavering principle. Gradually, his thoughts become increasingly chaotic, and as he walks, he realizes he has strayed from the path to the hospital. Upon halting his steps and gazing at the familiar alley before him, feeling the gentle summer evening breeze and listening to the chirping of insects, he suddenly smiles. In that moment, he quietly closes his eyes and exhales deeply. After 3 minutes, Li Dongsheng slowly opens his eyes and strides forward, free of any lingering hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. Is Brother Zhang at home? Oh, little brother, what brings you here? Buying canned goods? The dilapidated courtyard door creaks open, revealing Zhang Fatsai in a tattered white tank top and worn-out slippers. Beside him, a young girl peeks out from behind the door, curiously observing Li Dongsheng. Well, aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? Oh, my mind is elsewhere. Come in, come in. By the way, what happened to your arm? Zhang Fatsai exclaims, slapping his forehead in realization, and steps aside to let Li Dongsheng enter the courtyard. After 3 months away, returning to this small courtyard evokes a different sentiment within Li Dongsheng. He greets the girl still hiding behind the door with a smile, and casually takes a seat on a small stool. Brother, let me get you some canned goods. How many would you like? Just one for now. All right, please wait a moment. After a little over a minute, Zhang Fatsai emerged from the inner room, carrying a jar of canned fruit, which he placed before Li Dongsheng. Upon seeing the label, Li Dongsheng broke into a smile. It was the Jiasheng yellow peach canned fruit, a product of their own making. Brother Zhang, how much does this canned fruit cost? Is it selling well now? It's still the old price of 3 yuan. As for whether their canned products sell well, they truly do. Let me put it this way. In the past, when I rode my tricycle to sell goods, I would come back with at least half a cart of unsold cans every day. Since I started selling Jiasheng's canned fruit, I have to make 2 trips home daily to restock. So, you tell me, does it sell or not? If you, my brother, wish to get involved, I advise you to act swiftly. I heard from my supplier that the price of these cans is likely to rise soon. I'm not certain about the accuracy, but I've stocked up considerably. If you want to sell these cans, you can source them through me, and I'll charge a mere 10 cents as a handling fee. What do you think? Rest assured, my channel is cheaper than others. Even with my fee, you can inquire around. I guarantee my prices are several cents lower than any other source. Zhang Fatsai scratched the back of his head in a good-natured manner, noticing that the young man before him seemed quite interested in the canned fruit he held. He had asked about it previously, and now, after more than 3 months, it appeared he was ready to make a purchase. Li Dongsheng nodded in agreement with Zhang Fatsai's words. However, it must be said that Jiasheng's canned fruit, while not particularly exquisite, had found a unique market. Li Dongsheng cleverly bundled disposable chopsticks with the cans for sale. Each jar of Jiasheng canned fruit was affixed with a pair of disposable chopsticks. Although eating canned fruit with chopsticks might not be the most practical choice, this novel promotional tactic proved to be far more effective than those canning factories that lacked innovation. As he observed Zhang Fatsai's subtle salesmanship, Li Dongsheng couldn't help but smile inwardly. Truly, this was a person destined to break into the Fortune 500 in 20 years. He already possessed an understanding of how to cultivate an image. Chapter 51. I provide the funds. You take the helm. The canned goods from Jiasheng are indeed delightful. Both the texture and the balance of sweetness and sourness appeal to my palate. On occasion, I can consume 3 or 4 jars in one sitting. And were it not for the fear of developing diabetes, I would indulge even further. Li Dongsheng toyed with the can in his hand, then abruptly shifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zhang Fatsai. Brother Zhang, do you truly envision a life spent pushing a tricycle to sell canned goods day in and day out? Have you ever contemplated the future of your young daughter? What kind of life do you wish for her? Or even, what university would you hope she might attend? What do you mean by that? Zhang Fatsai replied, regarding Li Dongsheng with a puzzled expression before chuckling lightly. If I didn't sell canned goods, what else could I possibly do? In this day and age, what doesn't tea require money? Each jar nets me 80 cents. After a month, I can make around 300, which is just enough to support my daughter's education. Given her academic performance, I would be content with her merely attending high school. A university is a luxury I have never dared to dream of. For someone like me, who is inept in all endeavors and leaves nothing on the plate, earning 300 a month feels like a dream come true. If I truly desire a better life, I hope to save enough to open a restaurant someday, though I have no idea how long that might take. With a hint of self-deprecating humor, Zhang Fatsai chuckled softly and rubbed his round belly, perplexed by the intentions of the young man before him. Oh, you aspire to open a restaurant, Brother Zhang? That is not without merit. If you had the capital to start, what kind of establishment would you envision? Do you possess any culinary skills? Li Dongsheng bit into the can, using his right hand to grasp the chopsticks as he attempted to pick up a piece of peach. Being left-handed proved challenging, and after several futile attempts, he abandoned the chopsticks and opted to drink the broth directly. While savoring the soup, he continued to converse with Zhang Fatsai. Zhang Fatsai, bemused by Li Dongsheng's direct approach, decided to indulge the conversation further, returning to the house to retrieve a plate of peanuts and 2 small wine cups, while also procuring a spoon for Li Dongsheng, preparing to indulge in some spirits. To be honest, my ancestors were imperial chefs. I learned to cook at a young age from my father. Had it not been for a downturn in business, I might have become a proper boss by now. My signature dish is Huangdiao chicken, which even Empress Dowager Cixi praised highly. Alas, it is futile to speak of it now, as there are no chickens at home. Should you visit again, I will gladly showcase my culinary prowess. With a tinge of melancholy, Zhang Fatsai poured himself a glass of erguo too, glancing at Li Dongsheng, who sported a plastered arm. He refrained from pouring a drink for him, and instead downed it in one go. Brother Zhang is a man of substance. Then allow me to be forthright. I am currently the deputy director at Jiaxing Food Factory. The canned goods you sell are produced at our branch. The inspiration for selling cans stemmed from the sight of you pushing your cart 3 months ago. Should you doubt my words, feel free to inquire. My name is Li Dongsheng. Today, I have come specifically to seek you out, intending to propose a lucrative venture to Brother Zhang. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? Li Dongsheng, leisurely savoring a can of peaches, regarded Zhang Fatsai with a smile, his words imbued with an irresistible allure. Are you Li Dongsheng? Zhang Fatsai, indulging in a sip of erguo too, nearly spat out his drink upon hearing Li Dongsheng introduce himself. Having sold Jiaxing's canned goods for over 2 months, he had never met the factory director, yet he was aware of the existence of a figure named Li Dongsheng. Could it be that this individual before him was indeed that person? Zhang Fatsai scrutinized Li Dongsheng with suspicion. It seemed implausible that a factory director would don a patched-up work uniform and sport a broken arm. Li Dongsheng, perceiving the doubt in Zhang Fatsai's eyes, chuckled and produced his identification card, handing it to Zhang Fatsai. Upon examining the ID, Zhang Fatsai noticed the name Li Tiezhu. Yet the likeness was unmistakably that of the man before him. He recalled having heard that Li Dongsheng's original name was Li Tiezhu, later changed for better prospects in business. Having seen the identification, Zhang Fatsai sheepishly returned it to Li Dongsheng, fully convinced of his identity. So, it turns out I have a great fortune before me. Please, take a seat. I will prepare a couple of dishes, and we can discuss this further. No need for that. I will only sit for a moment before departing. Li Dongsheng interjected, halting Zhang Fatsai's attempt to rise, continuing to enjoy the canned peaches. I wonder if you have any interest in my earlier proposal, Brother Zhang? Huh? Zhang Fatsai was utterly taken aback. Was this fortune giver serious? You see, I would be more than happy to partner with you, but the thing is, I don't know how to produce canned goods. I do not require you to make canned goods. I will provide the capital, and you will be the boss. Together, we shall establish a fast food restaurant specializing in fried chicken. There is a particularly convenient style of fried chicken that has gained immense popularity abroad. And though it has yet to arrive in our country, it will not be long. Given your experience with Huadiao chicken, why not create our own brand? We could offer portable fried chicken, adopting a fast food approach to cultivate our unique culinary style. I have no issue with making fried chicken. But what exactly is a fast food restaurant? Zhang Fatsai licked his lips, sensing the ambition in Li Dongsheng's words. He was uncertain why Li Dongsheng had sought him out. Yet the temptation within his discourse was simply irresistible. Creating our own fast food style? That sounds impressive, he mused. The essence of a fast food restaurant lies in its simplicity, speed, and convenience. Patrons can dine and leave without wasting too much time. In the future, we could also delve into delivery services and even tailor-made orders. But do not concern yourself with those aspects at this moment. I only ask you one thing. Do you possess the confidence to elevate the culinary skills passed down from your ancestors to new heights? As long as it is profitable. Brother, whatever you say, I shall follow. Zhang Fatsai pondered carefully for a moment, realizing that no matter how he chose, he stood to gain. Taking a gamble could indeed present a splendid opportunity for wealth. Zhang Fatsai possesses unwavering confidence in his ancestral culinary skills, with the sole regret being the lack of funds to establish a restaurant. If Li Dongsheng truly intends to invest in him, allowing him to reap rewards without initial capital, it would indeed be a magnificent opportunity. My dear, please fetch some sheets of paper. Your uncle wishes to discuss a significant business proposition with your father. Li Dongsheng, observing the burgeoning spark in Zhang Fatsai's eyes, realized that his flames of ambition had already been sufficiently stoked, and he waved towards the little girl hiding behind the door. The young girl furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Li Dongsheng, then glanced at her father. Upon witnessing her father's encouragement to retrieve the paper, she turned and retreated into the room. While our friendship is cherished, it is imperative to maintain clear accounts in business. To be candid, my interactions with Brother Zhang have been limited. Thus, I am hesitant to invest recklessly, fearing that my hard-earned money may vanish without a trace. Therefore, to ensure prudence, I propose we draft an agreement. I shall compose this document before you, and should you find it satisfactory, you may affix your signature and seal, with 2 copies made for our records. Should you disagree, we can reconsider the ensuing matters. Li Dongsheng accepted the paper from the little girl, retrieving a carbon pen and a portable ink pad from his pocket, placing them upon the table as he began to draft the preliminary cooperation agreement. Brother, feel free to write. As long as your requests are reasonable, I shall acquiesce. Chapter 52. A girl's charm lies in her independence. Upon encountering Li Dongsheng, Zhang Fatsai was somewhat bemused to see him casually carrying an ink pad. Nevertheless, he reassured himself with a pat on his chest. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Dongsheng completed the initial draft of the agreement and handed the paper to Zhang Fatsai. With a sense of trepidation, Zhang Fatsai received the document, scrutinizing it word by word multiple times. The essence of the agreement stipulates that Li Dongsheng would invest 50,000 yuan under the name of Li Tiezhu to partner with Zhang Fatsai in establishing a fast food restaurant, primarily specializing in fried chicken. Should the initial funds prove insufficient, Li Dongsheng pledged to provide further investment in due course. The profits earned would be calculated after deducting expenses, with 10% reserved as contingency funds, while the remaining profits would be shared in a 70-30 split between Li Dongsheng and Zhang Fatsai. As a co-investor, Zhang Fatsai was to fully unleash his culinary talents in pursuit of maximizing the restaurant's profitability. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Fatsai would be the sole authority of this culinary establishment. However, in matters of profit distribution and restaurant management, Li Dongsheng held both the right and obligation to make every decision. After perusing the draft contract, Zhang Fatsai felt as if he had been struck by a windfall from the heavens. Initially, he believed that Li Dongsheng merely intended to employ him as a chef. He was astonished to discover the genuine intention to enter into a business partnership. The notion that he would be perceived as the sole authority? Did Li Dongsheng aspire to establish a personal enterprise? To allocate 30% of profits merely to elevate him to the status of a figurehead? This was indeed within his capabilities. Bro, are you certain there are no mistakes in this? If it's indeed correct, I shall affix my signature. And once my seal is impressed, it shall bear legal weight. There can be no turning back. Zhang Fatsai uncertainly waved the draft paper towards Li Dongsheng, who responded with an encouraging nod. In a burst of excitement, he opened the ink pad and pressed his handprint onto the document. Let us celebrate this fruitful collaboration. I shall take my leave for today, and in a day or 2, I will return, and we can select the restaurant's location together. Li Dongsheng also stamped his handprint on both copies of the agreement, folding one neatly and tucking it into his inner pocket. He nodded in acknowledgement to Zhang Fatsai, declining his offer to see him off, and walked alone through the narrow alley. At that moment, Li Dongsheng felt exhilarated, having successfully enticed Zhang Fatsai, the future culinary mogul, with a mere 30% profit share. If memory served him right, KFC was set to launch in the capital by year's end. And this innovative fast food model would soon gain immense popularity across the nation. However, unlike them, he possessed foresight into KFC's operational framework 3 decades hence. Devoid of the hardships they currently faced. With a 30-year perspective, if he could not secure the leading position in the fast food industry, it would be an utter failure for him as a time traveler. Li Dongsheng harbored his own strategies regarding Zhang Fatsai, who had unwittingly become a pawn in his game. Should the Situ family indeed ascend to power, he would find himself overshadowed by them for at least the next 3 years, while not entirely incapacitated. His progress would certainly be arduous. Fortuitously, he had the foresight to persuade Jia Zhengjing to gradually clear their name. By then, even if Jia Quan retired, Jia Zhengjing would possess the capability to safeguard herself, a fact she was well aware of. However, Zhang Fatsai merely serves as a covert connection he has left behind, one that will remain and used for the time being. Should he find himself resorting to Zhang Fatsai's line, it would signify that Li Dongsheng has reached a desperate juncture. Anticipating future challenges is a fundamental skill that Li Dongsheng must cultivate at present. He is acutely aware of his circumstances, despite appearing to maintain amicable relations with those around him. Past experiences have taught him that placing excessive trust in others without securing an escape route only leads one toward an abyss of despair. Whether in 30 years or in the present, where there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. He can extend his trust to others. But it must not be absolute, whether concerning Jia Zhengjing or Zhang Fatsai. Even the current Li Guorong cannot be relied upon to refrain from betrayal when faced with substantial interests. After all, Li Guorong's true child will not be born until 1990. For now, he is merely a stranger who bears a name strikingly similar to that of Li Guorong's son. As he continually deliberated over the path that lay ahead, Li Dongsheng exited the narrow alley, hailed a taxi, and returned to the hospital. To his surprise, Jia Qiuyu had not gone home. Instead, she had dismissed the nanny and was playing alone with little Nan Nan. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng's return, her gaze faltered momentarily. Li Dongsheng raised an eyebrow, taken aback that Jia Liujiao had publicly clarified the nature of his relationship with Jia Qiuyu. Shouldn't Jia Qiuyu be avoiding public view? What was she doing at the hospital? Had she mistakenly entered the wrong script? I thought you would have gone home. I didn't expect to find you here indulging in drunken antics. Can't you speak? If you can't, then silence is golden. Li Dongsheng's remark effortlessly alleviated the awkwardness between them. He approached the bed and lifted little Nan Nan, showering her with affectionate kisses until she grew somewhat perturbed, prompting him to tuck her snugly under the covers. Where have you been? Why are you so late returning? Jia Qiuyu inquired, setting aside her picture book and scrutinizing Li Dongsheng with curiosity. Upon noticing a faint red mark on his face, her expression shifted instantly. Li Dongsheng remained oblivious to the ink stain left by his hand, shrugging nonchalantly. I visited a friend. And you? Out so late. Are you planning to stay here? I want to be going home tonight. My brother asked me to keep an eye on you. You offended Situ Nan today, and he is a bit worried about you. It's nothing. I'm a legitimate businessman. What can he do to me? If you're feeling lazy, just admit it. Don't make excuses. Li Dongsheng approached the wardrobe, shedding his work attire to reveal the patient-esque gown beneath, a slight headache nagging at him. He moved closer to Jia Qiuyu and handed her a bankbook. There are 20,000 in here. I hope you will use it to open a clothing store in your name. A girl should strive for independence to be truly charming. What are you doing? Trying to buy me off? This some isn't enough for a dowry. Jia Qiuyu toyed with the bankbook, regarding Li Dongsheng with suspicion, intrigued by his intentions. Didn't today's godfather merely use me as a shield? You really think I'm going to marry you? Do I need a dowry for that? Today, the appearance of Situ Nan has sounded a subtle alarm within me. Surely, your elder brother is also pondering today's events with your godfather, is he not? You were sent here to gauge my thoughts, I presume? Upon reflection, I realize that your uncle is nearing retirement, and once the Situ family ascends to power, life will undoubtedly become increasingly difficult for the Jia family, not to mention for someone like me, who often bears the brunt of blame. I must prepare for the unforeseen and diversify my investments. I am aware of your long-standing desire to establish your own business. Consider this money as my investment in your future. Li Dongsheng lifted his cup and took a sip of water, his gaze fixed intently on Jia Qiuyu. His eyes profound and contemplative. Is it that marrying me requires no dowry? He queried. Jia Qiuyu felt a surge of indignation at Li Dongsheng's remark. her brows furrowing in displeasure. She had intended to engage him in a spirited debate, but upon hearing his subsequent words, her expression softened slightly. In truth, she had not returned home today but remained at the hospital, a decision influenced by her father, Jiao. She harbored a desire to understand Li Dongsheng's perspective, and was taken aback by the depth of his foresight. Then what do you propose? Shall I willingly offer myself to sit a hound in? She mused, contemplating the idea. For he is undoubtedly a promising prospect for the future. Chapter 53. The shop. What do you mean I would hand you over to Situ Haonan? You are not an object. I could never part with you. The rift between Situ Haonan and me is already formed, and your father has thrust me into the eye of the storm. If I were to send you away now, what would I gain? Rest assured, I have devised a strategy to counter Situ Haonan's advances. When the enemy approaches, we shall stand firm, provoke me, and I shall retaliate fiercely. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Li Dongsheng rose early. Seizing a moment when Director Wang had just finished inspecting the beds, he slipped out of the hospital with Jiaqiuyu and Xiaonanan. If we were to open a clothing store, the main streets of Nangang District and Daily District would be our prime choices. Even if relocation occurs in the future, it would still be a lucrative endeavor. Look around Central Street. Let us not rent, but rather purchase directly. You must be joking. You think with just 20,000 yuan you can buy a storefront near Central Street? Have you lost your mind? Jiaqiuyu, carrying Xiaonanan on her back, and Li Dongsheng, holding snacks in his right hand, strolled through the streets as if they were a family. When Jiaqiuyu heard Li Dongsheng's intention to buy a small shop on the main street for 20,000 yuan, she nearly choked with laughter. Has your brother not informed you of his earnings? I can't claim to know much, but I can manage to buy a 100 or 200 square meter shell shop here. Just look for it. There's no need for all this chatter. Dressed in a tracksuit and a large straw hat, Li Dongsheng's appearance was somewhat mismatched. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, nonchalantly stashing the snacks behind him while munching on a pack of crispy noodles, thoroughly enjoying himself. All right, you're the affluent one. But let me clarify. If this venture fails, I want to be able to repay you, and I might have to repay in kind. Oh, please. Pork is only 5 to 6 mao per gene now. Even selling you 100 wooden tea cover the loss. And you're already thinking about failure before we've even started. What kind of mindset is that? Li Dongsheng, you're the real pig. Your entire family is a bunch of pigs. Xiaonanan is not a pig as noon approached. Li Dongsheng and Jiaqiuyu wandered about until they discovered a promising storefront facing the main street. It measured around 130 square meters in disarray, as if the previous tenant had just vacated, preparing for renovations. After negotiating with the landlord, they learned the monthly rent was 400 or 3,005 if paid annually. When Li Dongsheng inquired about the possibility of purchasing the property, the landlord looked at him as if he were foolish, quoting a price of 150,000. Li Dongsheng promptly produced his savings book and informed the landlord that he would sign the transfer agreement for 120,000 immediately. Otherwise, he would not rent the place. The landlord was taken aback. 120,000 was a considerable sum. His initial asking price of 150,000 was merely a scare tactic, meant to convey the value of this prime location. If he were to sell, 130,000 would already be a generous offer. After conferring with his family, the landlord quickly agreed to the transfer agreement, declaring they would head to the real estate bureau the next day to register, anxious that this seemingly naive young man might change his mind. As Li Dongsheng completed the agreement, Jiaqiuyu remained in a state of dreamy disbelief. Did 120,000 yuan truly change hands so effortlessly? His brother had once struggled for ages to gather 80,000 yuan to purchase a sealing machine, a sum that Jia Zhengjing painstakingly amassed from various sources. This, however, was a staggering 12 households worth. Well then, my dear boss, it is yours now. Do give it a name, he said, gazing affectionately at Jiaqiuyu, who appeared adorably entranced throughout the afternoon. Li Dongsheng, if I incur a loss, how will I repay you? At that moment, Jiaqiuyu had long since passed the thrill of excitement. She stared at the shop before her, gripping the property deed tightly. Once the transfer was finalized tomorrow, this shop would indeed belong to her, and it all felt surreal. Then let it be as you say, let us settle this with meat. Having acquired the shop, Li Dongsheng felt a rush of exhilaration. It was the largest expenditure he had made since traversing into this realm. It undeniably worth every penny. In 10 or 20 years, that 12,000 would multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. Now that would be true financial mastery. Just yesterday, while returning to the hospital, Li Dongsheng pondered deeply. If he were to lay the groundwork for Zhang Fatsai's hidden wealth without arousing suspicion, How would his profits be calculated? If the duration were short, it might be manageable. But what would Jia Jingjing think once he discovered the truth? Would he suspect that Li Dongsheng intended to sever ties and operate independently? Given that Jia Yuzhou had publicly declared his relationship with Jia Qiuyu, gifting her a shop seemed only fitting, did it not? Moreover, with the profits shared as 70-30 in her favor, it was an arrangement that no one could contest. Concealing the revenue from Zhang Fatsai under the guise of Jia Qiuyu's earnings, what was that term again? Indeed, masking profits was one aspect. But if he were to truly pursue a future with Jia Qiuyu, allowing such a business-savvy woman, akin to a female Gates, to merely stay home and raise children would be a travesty. Jia Qiuyu remained blissfully unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in Li Dongsheng's mind. She was still somewhat entranced. She had never imagined that one day, a man would gift her a shop worth over 100,000 yuan under the pretense of conducting business. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. If she had been proud before, that pride had been thoroughly dismantled upon meeting Li Dongsheng. Yet, it was precisely this man, who had so thoroughly humbled her, who wholeheartedly believed in her, something her brother Jia Jingjing had never done. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, Jia Qiuyu fixed a serious gaze on Li Dongsheng and said, "You promised, if I incur a loss, we settle it with meat. You must not go back on your word." Li Dongsheng couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness, teasingly pinching her nose. They then contacted a nearby renovation company, where Li Dongsheng sketched out a design. After paying the deposit, amidst the curious stares of the workers, he led Jia Qiuyu and Xiao Nan into an ice cream shop. "What were you just sketching?" "The arrangement of the tables, chairs, and counter is utterly nonsensical and completely asymmetrical." "Surely you didn't just doodle aimlessly, did you?" At the dining table, Jia Qiuyu cradled little Nan, selecting morsels to feed her, while harboring a curiosity about the peculiar symbols that Li Dongsheng had just sketched. "You wouldn't comprehend this, would you? The conventional decor style is destined for obsolescence. Present-day furniture and store designs, regardless of their stylistic elements, are utterly outdated and will soon be supplanted by emerging trends. The aesthetic I have envisioned for our establishment may not be apparent now, but I assure you, within 2 years, numerous individuals will seek to emulate our style. With your current perspective, it is still beyond your grasp, so enjoy your ice cream. But be mindful not to let little Nan indulge in such icy treats, as they are detrimental to her digestion. I increasingly sense that you possess an air of omniscience. At times, I genuinely wish to dissect your mind to discover what thoughts reside within." Jia Qiuyu savored her ice cream, reflecting on the drafts that Li Dongsheng had previously drawn, which indeed bore a hint of avant-garde flair. "Don't hurt Daddy. Daddy doesn't taste good." Little Nan exclaimed upon hearing Jia Qiuyu's remark about causing harm to Li Dongsheng, swiftly wrapping her arms around Jia Qiuyu's neck. This scene left Li Dongsheng both amused and bewildered. Chapter 54. A Fire in Winter. Has Old Wang finally released you? After a month of fervent pleading, Li Dongsheng was granted reprieve and liberated from the hospital by Director Wang. As soon as he stepped out, he plunged headlong into the Jiasheng food factory, eager to acquaint himself with the employees, only to be pulled into the office by Jia Jingjing. "You are like a fire in winter, a blazing flame that warms my heart. Each time you quietly approach me, the flickering light illuminates my soul. Your large eyes, bright and twinkling, seem like the most radiant star in the heavens." In the office, Hu Sheng was hoisting a massive dual cassette recorder, playing Fei Xiong's renowned hit, "A Fire in Winter." He swayed to an eclectic dance, reveling in his own rhythm. Li Dongsheng grabbed a bottle of juice from the cabinet, opened it with his teeth, took a sip, and gestured towards Hu Sheng, inquiring of Jia Jingjing. "Brother, what's wrong with Hu Sheng? Has he gone mad?" "I don't know. Ever since you were hospitalized, he has developed a fondness for this, even enrolling in a dance class in the city to learn breakdancing. But I suspect it's because he has taken a liking to one of the dance instructors." Jia Jingjing leaned back in the boss's chair, legs propped on the desk, exhaling clouds of smoke. It seemed he was genuinely pleased with Hu Sheng's newfound interest. "Oh, chasing girls that way is the height of foolishness." Li Dongsheng finished the juice in the bottle and walked directly to Hu Sheng, turning off the recorder. "Li Dongsheng, what are you doing?" Lost in his own world, Hu Sheng had not noticed Li Dongsheng's arrival until the recorder was silenced, and his expression soured. "What can I do? I've come to rescue you. A misguided young soul. Tell me, have you set your sights on a girl? Pursuing romance requires finesse. Bumbling about and learning to dance is utterly futile. Do you think you're Yanghua? Don't listen to my brother's nonsense. I'm not. Why did you come back when you should be resting in the hospital?" As Li Dongsheng draped his arm around Hu Sheng's shoulders, Hu Sheng attempted to break free. However, upon hearing Li Dongsheng's teasing, his face flushed crimson, and his voice became hesitant. "Stop with the nonsense. We are brothers, and there is no shame in courting. What is there to be shy about? You must understand that your excellence deserves all the beauty in the world. I'll ask you one thing. Are you serious? Or is this just a game?" Li Dongsheng released his grip on Hu Sheng, lit a 555 cigarette, and exhaled smoke into his face. He then shoved the cigarette into Hu Sheng's mouth, lit another for himself, and sprawled languidly on the sofa. You can't even win over Li Tiezhu." Hu Sheng disdainfully took a puff of the cigarette, bent down to flip the cassette tape, then settled on another sofa, crossing his legs and fiddling with the new tape brought from the table. "You still want to compare? My connection with Tiezhu was natural. You cannot compete. However, it appears that you are quite earnest, so allow me to inquire. Since you harbor intentions of pursuing the other party, have you taken the time to discern their interests and hobbies? Why is it imperative to understand their preferences?" Hu Sheng, aware of Li Dongsheng's cunning nature, decided to lay his cards on the table. He carefully retrieved a black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Li Dongsheng. With some confusion, Li Dongsheng asked about the purpose of this gesture. "It's rather appealing. Firstly, you must grasp a fundamental principle. Courting someone is akin to seeking medical attention. One must ensure compatibility. If the individual delights in ice cream, yet you insist on taking them for hot pot, it's a recipe for disaster. Not only will you fail to achieve your desired outcome, but you may also incite their aversion. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. Do not dwell on the minutiae. I heard from my elder brother that she teaches breakdancing, right? Now, at this juncture, she is already instructing dance classes? That's quite impressive. Her intellect must be exceptional. I can only surmise that she could easily deceive someone as Li Tiezhu. You are the Li one. Return the photograph. I no longer require your advice." Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's assertive remarks, Hu Sheng was initially inclined to agree, but was taken aback when the other party called him foolish. His expression stiffened, and he lunged at Li Dongsheng to retrieve the photograph. Hey, do not cause a ruckus. My arm is still healing. Do you wish for me to return to the hospital? You cannot be that heartless." In response to Hu Sheng's playful assault, Li Dongsheng executed a roll and evaded, seeking refuge behind Jia Zhengjing while proudly flaunting the photograph. "Look at him." Hu Sheng was incensed to see Li Dongsheng hiding behind Jia Zhengjing, stamping his feet in frustration. The scar on his face twitched, resembling a writhing earthworm. This sight made Jia Zhengjing want to laugh, yet she felt too embarrassed to do so, resulting in considerable discomfort. "I believe Dongsheng is correct. If we rely on you, I doubt I will ever witness your marriage. You ought to heed Dongsheng's counsel." Jia Zhengjing, acting as a mediator, extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and took the photograph from Li Dongsheng's hand. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Hu Sheng indeed had a keen eye. "Oh, Hu Sheng," feeling dejected, muttered in agreement and plopped down on the boss's desk, puffing away at his cigarette. "All right, I shall refrain from teasing you. Since my brother is present, we can offer you some advice. Should you wish to settle down sooner, it would alleviate our shared concern." Li Dongsheng approached the cabinet, retrieved another bottle of juice, opened it, and took a seat. "Let me share my perspective. Those aspiring to learn breakdancing are undoubtedly influenced by films. Given that this young lady has chosen to teach breakdancing, it is evident that she possesses a passion for cinema." "Nonsense. I have never heard of her visiting a cinema. How can you assert so confidently that she enjoys watching movies?" Hu Sheng retorted, feeling that Li Dongsheng was overly presumptuous. "Hey, foolish boy. Do you think she would confide in you about her movie-watching habits? Have you been stalking her? Now, do not interrupt. Allow me to finish. In this day and age, how difficult is it to travel abroad? She does not watch films. How can she learn breakdancing, let alone teach others? During her unrecognized hours, one cannot fathom how she practices. Since you wish to pursue her, you should cater to her interests. Relying on the hope of learning dance to get closer to her will surely lead to a lifetime of solitude. My friend, how much liquid cash do we currently possess? Less than 500,000. What of it?" As Jia Zhengjing listened to Li Dongsheng's persuasive words directed at Hu Sheng, he became somewhat apprehensive upon hearing the mention of the company's reserve funds. Since Hu Sheng aims to win over this modern girl, it would be difficult to achieve without spending some money. I propose we withdraw a portion of our funds to open a video hall. However, it should not be too large, as video equipment becomes obsolete swiftly. It may very well be outdated in 2 years. We can simply rent a space, acquire a few quality video machines, and set up some tables and chairs to commence operations. Do not underestimate the potential profits from this video haul. While making money is secondary, our primary goal is to create a space for Husheng to interact privately with that young lady. I believe there is no venue more suitable than a video hall. Chapter 55. Teaching you the art of courtship. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhengjing and Husheng exchanged glances. Husheng rolled his eyes, considering Li Dongsheng's words nonsensical, while Jia Zhengjing furrowed his brow in contemplation. East City, there are numerous video halls in H City. If you speak of profit, such ventures may not yield substantial riches, yet they can be a modest enterprise. However, if we were to engage in this, wouldn't it amount to encroaching on someone else's business? Brother, you must grasp one fundamental truth. What you need to do now is to forget that you are a member of the underworld, and repeatedly remind yourself that we are legitimate businessmen. What does it mean to seize someone else's business as a legitimate merchant? In trade, it is those with capability who feast, while the incapable are destined to starve. Moreover, H City is vast. Opening a small video hall, who could we possibly overshadow? My intention in establishing merely a modest video hall, equipped with a few video machines, stems not only from the rapid obsolescence of such machines, but also from the desire to avoid attracting undue attention. Furthermore, what you may not be aware of is that in Hong Kong and Shanghai, VCDs have long emerged as a replacement for video machines. These VCDs are compact and portable, offering clarity that far surpasses the monochrome images of video machines. However, VCDs are currently quite expensive, and we lack access to a reliable supply. Thus, we must settle for a video hall for now. Let Husheng have his fun with it. Our next step is to be the first to acquire VCDs, or even their advanced counterpart, DVDs, and establish a private cinema. I assure you, once we obtain these, what would a video hall be in comparison? Li Dongsheng, why do you resemble a charlatan every day? You haven't started practicing some kind of qigong, have you? I must inform you, that is all a ruse. Do not be deceived. As Husheng listened to Li Dongsheng's fervent discourse, he found himself oscillating between thoughts of how to engage with women and the sudden shift towards business talk. VCDs and DVDs were terms he had never encountered before. Where had Li Dongsheng procured such dubious information? It felt as though he were enraptured by some delusion. The obsolescence of video machines was an inevitable reality, a truth known to all who operated video halls. The pressing concern was not whether these machines would become obsolete, but rather when that would occur and how long they could continue to profit from them. I am uncertain of the source of your information, yet I simply wish to ascertain its reliability. Jia Zhengjing nodded, pondering Li Dongsheng's words. Suddenly, he recognized that Li Dongsheng's ideas, though seemingly whimsical, aligned perfectly with the contemporary backdrop and were potentially lucrative ventures. Speaking of video machines, he recalled that his family owned one, cherished by his father as if it were a treasure. The films projected by this machine bore a quality akin to that of a cinema, albeit with frequently disappointing visuals marred by static. Deep down, Jia Zhengjing understood that such machines could not endure indefinitely. One day, superior projection devices would undoubtedly emerge, offering even clearer imagery. This aligns perfectly with what Li Dongsheng just mentioned regarding the so-called VCD theory. You see, my brother possesses a far more visionary perspective than you do. Perhaps it would be best for you, ensnared in the throes of love, to refrain from speaking. Your intellect appears to have vanished, rendering you without the right to voice an opinion. Rest assured, my brother, the information is utterly reliable. Li Dongsheng inserted a lollipop into Husheng's mouth and tugged at the corner of his own lips, mimicking a gesture of zipping up, signaling Husheng to remain silent. He then solemnly nodded towards Jia Zhengjing. Very well, regarding your VCD, let us set this matter aside for now and focus on launching Husheng's cinema. What do you think would be an appropriate investment, and what size should our screening room be? Jia Zhengjing, a rather pragmatic individual, quickly discerned the business opportunity within Li Dongsheng's words. This venture not only aids Husheng in his romantic pursuits, but also promises substantial profits. It is indeed a foolproof endeavor. It shouldn't cost too much, I suppose. I have never purchased a video recorder myself, and currently, acquiring one in the north is prohibitively expensive. I heard from Chiyu that our benefactor possesses one. Where did he procure it? Li Dongsheng set down the empty bottle, stretched lazily, and patted Husheng on the shoulder. Once the cinema is operational, we shall create a romantic ambience for the opening day, not receiving any patrons. You can invite her to a film, and we will handle the atmosphere. In this day and age, young ladies can be quite naive, with genuine effort. No one is unattainable. With a brother like me playing matchmaker, Regardless of her status, she will undoubtedly be devoted to you. I can't trust a word you say. Hushan shrugged off Li Dongsheng's arm, casting him a sidelong glance, yet within his eyes, a flicker of hope was unmistakable. The video recorder was a purchase I made for my father. After recently earning a bit of money, I acquired a second-hand one from a friend, and he cherishes it dearly. Jia Zhenjing succinctly recounted the origin of his family's video recorder, opened a safe, and placed 50,000 yuan on the table. If it's merely a few video recorders and a rental space, it won't require much funding. There will be surplus, which I can lock back in the safe. Brother, you are my own flesh and blood, and you so brazenly lock cash within the safe? Have you forgotten how I broke my arm? Just as Jia Zhenjing opened the safe, Li Dongsheng took a casual glance and noted that Jia Zhenjing had withdrawn 50,000, while at least another 50 to 60,000 remained inside. He had always assumed Jia Zhenjing deposited all his cash in the bank, leaving only the passbook in the safe. To his surprise, Jia Zhenjing was bold enough to keep over 100,000 yuan in cash without fear of loss. It's merely a little over 100,000. I keep it here to ensure the workers are at ease. But you, do you have any idea how distressed my father was due to that snuff bottle you gifted him? You cannot blame me for that. I merely wished to surprise the old gentleman. Who would have guessed that Situ Nan would deliver such a biting remark? That thing is worth at most 100,000. Only a fool would believe it to be worth 10 million. So what is our benefactor planning to do now? If all else fails, perhaps we should consider storing it in a museum. Sigh. My father has long since utilized his connections to donate the snuff bottle to the museum. Not merely as a temporary deposit, but as a generous gift. My heart feels as if it might shatter. Jia Zhenjing lamented, striking his chest in despair. If it were a mere million, he would not fear the covetous gaze of thieves. However, if others genuinely believe this item to be worth 10 million, it would indeed spell disaster. Yet, it is still a million. That is, after all, real money. What's done is done. I was simply too timid at the time. Otherwise, I would have sold it. But had I sold it, I would likely be serving time in prison now. Don't let it trouble you too much. We shall strive to recoup that million. As for my godfather, I shall send him a piece of calligraphy another day. Ah, you should stop right there. Don't send anything further. I advise you to quickly secure the remaining items. During your hospital stay, your doorstep has been nearly trampled. Just as Jia Zhenjing was about to light a 555 cigarette, he was jolted by the thought of Li Dongsheng wanting to send his father a piece of calligraphy. The flame felt too hot in his hand. I am not foolish. I've already hidden everything away. Besides, the remaining items are merely worthless trinkets, hardly worth a month's dividends. I am not concerned about any thieves coveting them. You all continue your conversation. I have not seen Xiao Yu in a few days and find myself rather missing her. I will check on the shop to see if there is anything I can assist with. Li Dongsheng lit a cigarette, reflecting on how Jia Xiaoyu had not shown her face for several days. The most frustrating part was that she had taken little Nan with her, leaving him feeling suffocated in the hospital. It was a rare occasion for him to be out. He was curious about how the shop was faring. Chapter 56. The rest of life in the Yushin clothing store located on Central Street, Daily District. Jia Xiaoyu was guiding little Nan through the rows of clothing racks, meticulously inspecting the tags and taking notes. Today, Nan was adorned in a pure white princess dress, her hair styled into adorable braids, trailing closely behind Jia Xiaoyu. Her chubby little hands were busily fiddling with a transformer toy. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she looked up and spotted Li Dongsheng curiously peering through the store's entrance. Without hesitation, she tossed aside her transformer and dashed towards him, her little arms flailing with joy. Hey, come here, let daddy give you a kiss. Upon seeing Nan running towards him, Li Dongsheng's face broke into a warm, wolfish smile. He bent down and effortlessly lifted her with one arm, feeling her increased weight as he affectionately kissed her cheek. Daddy, I missed you. Why did you take so long to come? Nan blushed at the kiss, noticing her father seemed to struggle slightly to hold her. She wrapped her chubby little hands around his neck and climbed onto his shoulders, proclaiming, I'm riding the horse. Ah, did you miss Daddy? Daddy missed you too. After leaving Jiaxing Food Factory, Li Dongsheng had come directly to the Yushin clothing store. The store had only recently opened, and the flower baskets at the entrance had yet to be removed. One would assume that this would be the busiest time for Jia Qiuyu, and Li Dongsheng had initially thought that little Nan would be temporarily left with her godparents. To his surprise, she had remained by Jia Qiuyu's side, which intrigued him. He allowed Nan to perch on his shoulders as she surveyed the interior design of the shop. Although the style was based on his initial sketches, it had undergone significant changes. The decor was an eclectic mix, neither distinctly retro nor entirely modern, a blend of Chinese style infused with a hint of punk, and a dash of contemporary flair. Though somewhat disjointed, upon closer inspection, it was rather appealing. The store was named Yuxing, a name Jia Qiuyu insisted upon, cleverly combining the last characters of both their names. Since Jia Qiuyu was the sole proprietor of the establishment, Li Dongsheng had not objected and allowed her to take the lead. However, seeing the name Yuxing alongside the store's decor today, he found it quite fitting. At this moment, there were but a few customers in the store, with several sales assistants busy organizing the shelves. Upon hearing Nan Nan's cheerful exclamations, they paused their tasks. Intrigued by the youth in tattered work attire at the entrance, their curiosity ignited. Could it be? Is this the owner's partner? Why is he dressed like that? And why does he have a cast on his arm? It doesn't seem likely, but why does Nan Nan call him daddy? Isn't she the boss's daughter? Do not speak nonsense. Our boss is not married, so where would a child come from? Little Nan Nan is the child of a friend of the boss. Nearly being entertained by her. In the center of the display case, Jia Qiuyu heard Li Dongsheng's voice and paused momentarily, quickly emerging from the pile of clothes. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng carrying little Nan Nan and surveying the surroundings, a smile graced her lips. She set down the ledger and briskly approached Li Dongsheng, playfully nudging him. What brings you here? Did Director Wang finally let you out? Well, after much persuasion on my part, Director Wang has thoroughly succumbed to my charm. From now on, I need not remain confined to the hospital. A glimmer of hope shone on Li Dongsheng's face, reflecting his yearning for freedom. He chuckled and settled onto a nearby sofa. Placing little Nan Nan on his lap, he casually picked a sour candy from the bowl on the table and tossed it into his mouth, wincing at the sharp tang. Look, our boss seems quite familiar with this young man. Her face is lit up with joy while speaking to him. A stark contrast to her usual stern demeanor with us. I would wager this must be her man. I would concur, but doesn't this man dress rather shabbily? Our boss sells clothing. It's hard to believe she wouldn't provide her man with a few decent outfits. Who knows? However, I find it curious. Our boss is quite affluent, with this store valued at over 100,000. She claimed a fixed price when purchasing. So why would she associate with such a shabby man? It seems beneath her. Oh, but isn't it trendy for wealthy women to keep younger men? This young man may not dress well, but look at that handsome face. Perhaps our boss has a preference for this type. Please, be cautious with your gossip. If our boss hears you, you will be in trouble. Come on, we're merely chatting among ourselves. If you don't speak, who could possibly expose us? I had even considered introducing my brother to the boss, but now, seeing this, it seems hopeless. Don't flatter yourself. Your brother is a match for our boss? They belong to entirely different worlds. It's best to keep them apart. A group of salespeople huddled together, hidden behind the clothing racks, secretly observing Jia Qiuyu and Li Dongsheng on the sofa. Watching the two exchange smiles rekindled the smoldering flames of gossip among the onlookers. In no time, the narrative of a wealthy woman maintaining a down-and-out young man rapidly spread among the sales staff, resembling a plot from a feminist novel. Unbeknownst to Jia Qiuyu, her actions had already branded her as an unconventional boss in the minds of the employees. At that moment, seated beside Li Dongsheng with little Nan Nan in her arms, she presented him with a box of chocolates inscribed with German words, freshly retrieved. Gently tearing open a piece of chocolate, she personally offered it to Li Dongsheng. Give it a try. I had this Russian chocolate brought back for me. It's quite delightful. Russian chocolate tends to be overly sweet. Our factory is currently testing machines to produce a new type of chocolate with a milder flavor, allowing one to savor its smoothness. Li Dongsheng opened his mouth to relish the morsels fed to him by Jia Qiuyu, inadvertently licking her finger and earning himself a significant eye roll. You, who seems to be constantly buried in snacks, how is it that you never seem to gain weight? Jia Qiuyu casually tossed her hair, the movement flowing like water, exuding a mature, peach-like fragrance that made one yearn to take a bite. With my constitution, you could never harbor such envy. So, how have the profits been during this opening period? Has our esteemed boss Jia enjoyed herself? Li Dongsheng chewed on the chocolate in his mouth, grimacing at the overly sweet taste, and quickly grabbed a bottle of soda from the nearby shelf, gulping down several mouthfuls to quell the cloying sweetness. The revenue in the first 3 days was decent. My brother and your friends came to support me, and I sold to them at cost, breaking even. After the openings, the customer flow diminished, but I still managed to maintain a net income of 1 to 200 daily, with the highest day reaching over 500. Just as Jia Qiuyu prepared to offer Li Dongsheng another piece of chocolate, she noticed his discomfort and halted her motion. Instead, she sat up straight with a serious demeanor. replying to Li Dongsheng's inquiries with utmost formality, provoking yet another roll of his eyes. Xiaoyu, today you are finally here at the store. I've been searching for you with great difficulty. Chapter 57, Get Out. Li Dongsheng, what brings you here? Just as Jia Xiaoyu was earnestly reporting her work to Li Dongsheng, a young man clad in a suit and donning sunglasses stepped into the clothing store. Upon catching sight of Jia Xiaoyu within, he broke into a delighted smile, yet his expression darkened the moment he noticed Li Dongsheng's presence. Why should I not be here? Shouldn't it be me asking why you are here? Li Dongsheng sipped his juice, stifling a laugh at Jia Xiaoyu's antics, when suddenly he heard the voice he detested most. Frowning, he turned his gaze towards Situ Haonan, who stood at the entrance, his tone growing colder. Situ Haonan, you are not welcome here. Please leave. Jia Xiaoyu, who had initially sported a beaming smile, saw Situ Haonan's arrival and instantly lost her cheerfulness. Cautiously glancing at Li Dongsheng, she noticed he seemed unperturbed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu, is it really appropriate to chase away customers? I am here to purchase clothing. As a customer, you cannot expel me. Can you? Situ Haonan's sharp eyes coldly scrutinized Li Dongsheng as he adjusted his collar. He sauntered toward the center of the display, seemingly intent on shopping. I'm afraid that even as a shopper, you are unwelcome here. Please leave. Jia Xiaoyu stood up, pointing toward the door, her voice growing increasingly frosty. Since the store's opening, Situ Haonan had somehow learned that it was Jia Xiaoyu who owned it, and he had taken to visiting frequently, offering his unwelcome attentions. While others might be oblivious to Situ Haonan's ulterior motives, Jia Xiaoyu was certainly not fooled. Each visit, he would purchase a bunch of particularly inexpensive clothing, all the while dragging Jia Xiaoyu along to provide incessant recommendations, which became quite tiresome. Eventually, Jia Xiaoyu began to hide in the storeroom at the mere sight of Situ Haonan, utterly reluctant to engage with him. However, what Jia Xiaoyu had not anticipated was that today, for the first time, Li Dongsheng had come to the store, and in the brief moment they had spent chatting, Situ Haonan had appeared once more. Now, even if Jia Xiaoyu wished to retreat to the storeroom, it was too late. Xiaoyu, look at you. I said I came to buy clothes. I'm here to support you, yet you seem displeased. Today is your birthday, and I brought a little surprise for you. You can't possibly turn me away, can you? Situ Haonan gazed at Jia Xiaoyu's frowning visage, finding even her anger to be irresistibly charming, making it hard for him to resist. He longed to flash Jia Xiaoyu a sweet, captivating smile, but upon catching sight of Li Dongsheng's amused expression, he found it impossible to muster any cheerfulness. Situ Haonan had encountered countless women, which one did not come forward to seek his favor upon hearing the Situ family name. Yet, Jia Xiaoyu, with her formidable background and credentials, stood well above him, dismissing him with disdain. What is unattainable is always the most desirable. The grapes that cannot be reached are invariably sour. A few days ago, during the birthday banquet for Jia Liujio, Situ Haonan believed that with his father's presence and his grandfather's imposing authority, the old fellow Jia Liujio would surely comply and relinquish his daughter for Situ's nefarious intentions. However, he was utterly blindsided by the interference of Li Dongsheng, which thwarted his plans. Once the banquet concluded, Situ Haonan utilized his connections to thoroughly investigate Li Dongsheng's background. He uncovered that Li was nothing more than a hopeless gambler, having somehow latched on to Jia Zhongjing's favor, audaciously daring to compete for a woman with him. Were it not for his father's admonition against taking action, Li Dongsheng would have already been discarded into the Songhua River. Barking from the sidelines was utterly intolerable. Today marked Jia Xiaoyu's birthday, a day when women revel in romance, and I've meticulously prepared a surprise for her. What could Li Dongsheng possibly offer? A worthless wretch is simply a worthless wretch. Situ Haonan disdainfully licked his lips while gesturing towards the door. Immediately, several young men clad in black trench coats entered, carrying an enormous bouquet, which they respectfully placed beside him. The bouquet was as large as a round table, entirely composed of vibrant red roses. Li Dongsheng curiously scrutinized the floral arrangement, estimating that it contained no fewer than 1,000 or 2,000 roses. He was taken aback to learn that today was Jia Xiaoyu's birthday. Why hadn't she informed him? Even his elder brother had not given him a heads up. I'm sorry, but I am not celebrating my birthday today, nor will I accept your bouquet. Please take it away and refrain from pursuing me in the future. In this lifetime, the next, or even in subsequent lives, it is impossible for us to be together. If you do not leave now, I will call the police. And once I do, your family's reputation will surely suffer. Xiaoyu, please don't be so agitated. Why must our matters involve my family? Don't pretend you would dare to call the authorities. What could it possibly achieve? In H City, who would dare to apprehend Sita Haonan? Your refusal is futile. I have never failed to attain what I desire. If you know what is good for you, you will acquiesce. Otherwise, managing such a large establishment will undoubtedly lead to many troubles for you. Who do you think will protect you? Jia Xiaojing? Soon. He will be in no position to safeguard himself. Do you intend to rely on that cripple behind you? Wake up, he is not dependable. Sita Haonan commanded one of his subordinates to kneel before him, brazenly sitting atop the subordinate, his words dripping with disdain aimed at both Jia Zhengjing and Li Dongsheng. Huff, cough, cough. My apologies, I couldn't hold it in. Li Dongsheng, sipping juice, was caught off guard by Sita Haonan's shameless self-aggrandizement, causing him to spray soda onto the adjacent wall, followed by a fit of relentless coughing. What are you laughing at? If I were you, I would find a place to hide. The waters in H City run deep. What business do you, a penniless fool, have stirring up trouble? Jia Qiuyu is not a woman for the likes of you to tarnish. You are utterly oblivious. Do you truly believe that Jia Zhengjing can shield you? My esteemed Sir Sita Haonan desires to extinguish your existence with the same ease as one might crush a grasshopper. Do you comprehend this? Upon encountering Li Dongsheng, who audaciously mocked him, Sita Haonan's countenance darkened ominously. His piercing phoenix eyes fixated coldly on Li Dongsheng, his words laden with menace. Ah, you are indeed the most formidable, are you not? In all of H City, you claim the second position, with no one daring to assert the first. How impressive you are! Do you govern the heavens and the earth, as well as the very acts of nature? I am free to laugh as I please in my woman-ass establishment. Do you have any authority over that? Pray tell, do you possess a rather inflated sense of social superiority, believing that due to your illustrious grandfather, everyone must indulge your whims? How old is your grandfather this year? Is he not approaching retirement? Will he not eventually pass on? Can he sustain you indefinitely? Without your grandfather, what are you truly worth? I have encountered many arrogant heirs, yet you, the third-generation scion exhibiting such hubris, are a rarity indeed. Life is unpredictable. None can foretell what tomorrow holds or which event will precede another. It is mid-October, and the arrival of spring is still a distant prospect. Even if the venerable Mr. Zhao were to retire, it does not guarantee that your grandfather would take his place. Moreover, this establishment is mine. You dare to bellow commands within my domain as if you were the proprietor? Have you mistakenly consumed too much rodent poison, mistaking it for liquor? I implore you now, gather your pack of sycophants, clutch your beggar-esque basket, and vacate my establishment at once. Chapter 58. Zhang Xiaoyu, the clay figure, still possessed a flicker of defiance, and what more could one expect from the inherently provocative Li Dongsheng? While others might tremble before the influence of the Situ family, particularly Sita Haonan, Li Dongsheng, having lived once before, feared no one, ever since the day of the banquet. When he severed ties with the Situ family, he had been cautious in the face of their overwhelming power, meticulously preparing for any eventuality. In his moments of leisure, he reflected on the prominent figures of H City in the early 1990s and found no trace of the Situ family among them. With the impending arrival of 1988, it was uncertain whether Situ Liang could ascend to power, and even if he did, his tenure would likely be brief. Therefore, Li Dongsheng held no fear whatsoever. Li Dongsheng, your incessant prattling is utterly loathsome. Rest assured, I shall personally ensure that your tongue is rendered useless, leaving you incapable of being human in your next life. Situ Haonan, observing Li Dongsheng unleashing his provocative nature, suddenly burst into laughter. Rising from his subordinate's body, he cast a penetrating gaze at Li Dongsheng, making a throat-cutting gesture with an expression of sheer malice. I await your downfall. In the face of Situ Haonan's blatant threat, Li Dongsheng merely smiled, his pupils growing ever more profound. Jia Qiuyu glared coldly at the retreating figure of Sita Haonan. Upon hearing Li Dongsheng declare that she was his woman, her cheeks flushed. Despite recognizing that he might have said it to provoke Situ Haonan. Daddy, I'm scared. Little Nan Nan trembled at the chilling gaze Situ Haonan had cast upon her, a look she had only ever witnessed from her grandfather. In that moment, memories of her previous, tragic existence resurfaced, prompting her to burst into tears. Don't cry, Nan Nan. Daddy is here. There's nothing to fear. Li Dongsheng gently patted her back, offering comfort. Li Dongsheng, now that Situ Haonan harbors a deep-seated grudge against you, what will you do? Let them come. I, Li Dongsheng, am not one to be intimidated. Suppressing his inner fury, Li Dongsheng shot Jia Qiuyu a reproachful glance. They say women are the source of calamity. Why must I bear the burden for my godfather's troubles? It hardly seems fair. Are you blaming me? Jia Qiuyu's brows furrowed at Li Dongsheng's teasing remark, glaring at him fiercely. Not at all. I merely pondered whether we should hastily formalize our union, so that if blame arises, I would accept it willingly. Dream on. The pleasant mood he had earlier experienced was completely disrupted by Sita Haonan. After lingering on the sofa for a while, Li Dongsheng bid farewell to Jia Qiuyu and took little Nan Nan back to the food factory. He intended to have a serious conversation with Jia Jingjing, as Situ Haonan's earlier words, "Soon, Jia Jingjing will be too preoccupied to protect you," had lodged uncomfortably in his throat, filling him with dread that something might befall Jia Jingjing. Such arrogant individuals as Situ Haonan were not unfamiliar to Li Dongsheng from his previous life. Yet most had only been boastful braggarts. However, Situ Haonan was different. He indeed possessed formidable capabilities, and thus, caution was imperative. Upon returning to the Jiaxing food factory, Hu Xing found himself alone in the office, listening to a tape while performing an awkward rendition of breakdancing. It was then that Li Dongsheng received astonishing news from Hu Sheng's lips. "What did you say? Beilijian Company has taken an interest in our jelly product? My brother went to host the representatives?" Hu Sheng was taken aback upon seeing Li Dongsheng arrive with the little girl, Xianan. He casually handed a letter of invitation to Li Dongsheng and revealed the whereabouts of Jia Jingjing. How can this be? It defies logic. Isn't Beilijian based in Guangdong? Our Jiaxin is not even well known in H City. How could we possibly attract their attention? Li Dongsheng prepared an array of snacks for Xianan, bidding her to sit aside and play. He then turned off Hu Xing's tape recorder, pulled him onto the sofa, and began to inquire intently. "If you ask me, who should I ask in return? However, I heard from my brother that Beilijian dispatched researchers intending to establish a branch factory in the northeast. Initially, it was meant to be in Shenyang, but for some reason, they chose H City instead. It seems the researcher is particularly interested in our jelly, orange juice, and dabapi, which led them to contact my brother, who then went to receive them. Why are you so agitated? Shouldn't you be pleased that such a large manufacturer like Beilijian has taken an interest in us?" Hu Sheng playfully tussled with Xianan over the jelly. Puzzled by Li Dongsheng's intense reaction, Beilijian is planning to build a factory in H City? Leaning back in his office chair, Li Dongsheng's mind raced with memories from his previous life. It seemed that around the year 2000, Beilijian indeed had established a branch in Shenyang. Yet he had no recollection of H City hosting a Beilijian factory. Could it be that I am mistaken? Or perhaps the historical trajectory here has been altered by my rebirth, creating a butterfly effect? Li Dongsheng rubbed his temples in frustration, sensing something amiss, as though he had overlooked a crucial detail. Logically, Beilijian's interest in Jiaxing at this juncture should be a fortuitous development. After all, prior to 2005, Beilijian was formidable. Their decline was primarily due to mismanagement. If Jiaxing could align itself with Beilijian now, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for its future growth. Yet, a nagging fear lingered that the intentions of Beilijian's researcher might not be pure. However, with Jia Jingjing absent and Hu Sheng clearly captivated by the dancing little sprite, Li Dongsheng's anxiety proved futile. "When your brother returns, you both come find me at the courtyard. We shall discuss this further tonight." He patted Hu Sheng's shoulder and took a stroll through the workshop, observing that the workers were maintaining commendable efficiency before returning to the courtyard with Xianan. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered only Zhang Xiaoyu at the stone table, diligently engaged in her homework. Her face lit up with joy upon seeing Li Dongsheng and Xianan return. "Uncle, you've been discharged?" "Xianan, come let your sister give you a hug." As the neighbors in the courtyard gradually united, Zhang Xiaoyu's apprehension towards Li Dongsheng diminished. In fact, she began to seize opportunities after school to visit the hospital and play with Xianan. If one were to ascertain who shares the closest bond with the delightful Xiaonan in the courtyard, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Xiaoyu. With open arms, the elder sister embraced her. Xiaonan, upon encountering Zhang Xiaoyu, was filled with joy. She released her grip on Li Dongsheng's hand, waving her chubby little hands and dashing into Zhang Xiaoyu's embrace. The two young girls, one tall and one petite, frolicked together for quite some time before parting. Li Dongsheng approached Zhang Xiaoyu, affectionately ruffling her hair, and curiously picked up a notebook resting on the stone table. There, he discovered the title inscribed, "My Dream." It appeared that Zhang Xiaoyu was engaged in writing an essay, albeit her writing skills seemed to leave much to be desired. The page contained a mere 16 or 17 words, replete with corrections and several misspellings. Upon noticing that Li Dongsheng had taken an interest in her essay, Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she swiftly snatched it back, concealing it behind her. "Uncle, please don't look. I haven't finished yet." The little girl, displaying a hint of shyness, was reminded by Li Dongsheng, You ought to eat something first. Have you had lunch? With a chuckle. He shook his head, but was suddenly alerted by the rumbling sounds emanating from Zhang Xiaoyu's stomach, prompting him to frown slightly. No need, uncle. My mother left me some pickles. I'm not hungry. Zhang Xiaoyu, having heard her own stomach's protest, felt her cheeks grow even warmer. Finding it difficult to meet Li Dongsheng's gaze. Chapter 59, The Tale of Pork Skin and Truth. On the morning when Li Fenglan went to work, she did indeed prepare lunch for Zhang Xiaoyu, consisting of 2 steamed buns and a plate of pickled mustard greens. However, Zhang Xiaoyu was utterly weary of consuming pickled vegetables at every meal. She preferred to endure hunger rather than continue eating buns with pickled greens. Naturally, Li Dongsheng was oblivious to Zhang Xiaoyu's sentiments. He entered the kitchen and lifted the lid off the plate on the table. Picking up a strand of mustard greens and chewing gently, he frowned. Mustard greens were a staple in every household at that time, especially considering the economic conditions of the late 1980s. Even the workers at the 3 major factories found it impossible to enjoy pork at every meal. For families with some assets, stir-frying mustard greens with shredded meat and a bit of oil was a common dish served throughout the day. Those with fewer resources could only dry-fry the mustard greens, and not even a scrap of meat or a drop of oil could be afforded. In stark contrast to the current high prices of pork, it was amusing to note that the price of pork skin had surpassed that of the meat itself. The reason behind this peculiar phenomenon was quite intriguing. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, some young people, in an attempt to disguise their family's poverty and inability to afford meat, would prepare a thick layer of pork skin in the kitchen. Just before stepping out, they would dab it on their lips, creating the illusion of having just enjoyed a hearty homemade meat dish. They would then take a stroll just after mealtimes, garnering envious glances from neighbors, friends, and coworkers. In fact, this habit of wiping one's mouth with pork skin was rather unhygienic. And as more people became aware of it, it gradually turned into a subject of ridicule. Zhang Dongbei had indulged in this practice once, successfully inspiring both Chao Yaoting and Lu Kaixian to follow suit. Even during the lifetime of Li Tiezhu, he partook in this peculiar ritual. Now, the residents of the courtyard, under Li Dongsheng's employment arrangements, enjoyed a more affluent lifestyle. Although they could not afford meat daily, indulging in a meat dish every few days was certainly feasible. It was worth noting that due to health concerns, Chao Yaoting, nearing 40 alongside Cui Wan, had yet to have children and could not fully grasp the financial burdens of raising a family. In contrast, Li Fenglan and Zhang Dongbei epitomized frugality. In fact, besides Li Dongsheng, Zhang Dongbei's family was now among the highest earners in the courtyard. Both Li Fenglan and Zhang Dongbei worked at the canning factory, and through relentless overtime, their combined monthly income approached 650 yuan, a sum that many envied during these times. Yet, accustomed to their frugal ways, even with their current financial comfort, they remained habitual savers. They concocted various excuses for their savings, whether it was for Zhang Xiaoyu's tuition or for Zhang Dongbei's future home purchase. Despite their income reaching 650 yuan a month, they still treated every cent as if it were a precious dollar. With no refrigerator in the courtyard, Zhang Xiaoyu could only indulge her cravings on weekends, relying on pickled greens for sustenance during the week. Due to this almost cruel treatment of a child, Li Dongsheng had protested to the Zhang couple numerous times, yet they remained unyielding in their ways. Even the pocket money that Li Dongsheng secretly slipped to Zhang Xiaoyu was ruthlessly confiscated by Li Fenglan under the pretext that the child was too young to spend money, insisting it be saved with her instead. Ultimately, even Zhang Xiaoyu could no longer tolerate the situation and proactively approached Li Dongsheng, requesting him to cease giving her any pocket money, thus putting an end to the matter. However, the conversation veered off topic. Let us return to the main thread. Upon tasting the pickled vegetables, Li Dongsheng discovered they had begun to mold, prompting him to discard the entire plate into the garbage. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was awkwardly leaning against the kitchen door, and remarked, "What kind of parents do you have? Come, let us get you something to eat. At your age, why are they giving you this? Do they wish to turn you into a salted fish?" Ignoring Zhang Xiaoyu's protests, Li Dongsheng led her and Xiaonan out of the courtyard and into a small restaurant adjacent to the street. "Is that you, Brother Dongsheng? What would you like to eat?" The waitress greeted them with a warm smile, a stark contrast to her previous disdain, recognizing Li Dongsheng's newfound fortune and status within the community. It was common knowledge that he had secured a lucrative position, earning a monthly income befitting a wealthy individual, and no longer resembled the drunken gambler he once was. Who would dare to underestimate Li Dongsheng now? Fried pork with sweet and sour sauce, cherry pork, pineapple sweet and sour pork. Shredded pork and garlic sauce. Just bring me everything involving meat. Let us have 10 dishes. Li Dongsheng said with a smile at the waitress. No longer feeling the awkwardness of his first visit, he and the two young girls found a table, and he opened a bottle of juice with a satisfying pop. Brother Dongsheng, our portions are quite large. With just you and the two kids, you surely cannot finish all this. The waitress was accustomed to Li Dongsheng's generosity. In fact, the courtyard had practically become a frequent patron of her establishment. They would order food whenever there was a celebratory event, which had broadened the waitress's perspective on business since experiencing the demand for takeout. No worries, we can take the leftovers home. By the way, my dear, I'd like to place a deposit with you. Could you deliver a meal to my courtyard every afternoon? It doesn't need to be anything extravagant, but it must include meat, and I'd prefer it to vary daily. Can you manage that? Oh my, with you living right across the street. There's nothing we can't do. Just let me know what dishes you want, and I'll ensure everything is clear. The waitress, holding the menu, beamed at the prospect of Li Dongsheng's daily orders, eagerly jotting down his requests, fearful he might change his mind. Let us go with 1 or 2 dishes a day for Xiaoyu. She can't eat much. Just ensure there's meat, and you can decide the rest. Li Dongsheng said, pulling 3 bills out of his pocket and placing them before the waitress, his cold gaze silencing any objections Zhang Xiaoyu might have made. All set. I'll head to the kitchen now. Please wait a moment. Your dishes will be ready soon. The waitress's eyes sparkled as she carefully pocketed the bills, her smile radiant as she hurried off to fulfill the order. In such modest eateries as hers, the daily revenue scarcely exceeds 10 or 20 yuan. When has one ever encountered such a substantial sum? Uncle, you needn't be so extravagant. If my mother finds out, she will surely scold me again. Zhang Xiaoyu watched as the waiter departed, instinctively licking her lips. Hesitantly, she shook Li Dongsheng's arm, feeling that her uncle was being rather lavish with his spending. Eat your fill. Your parents will be back soon. And how old are you now? If you don't eat well, how will you grow? Li Dongsheng reassured her. I'm not concerned about the expense. This meat is precisely what you need at this moment. I've watched you grow up, so there's no need for formality. He affectionately ruffled Zhang Xiaoyu's hair and opened a bottle of juice for both her and Xiaonan. The 3 of them eagerly slurped their juices, their eyes fixed on the kitchen door. Ah, I knew you'd be here. Waiter, bring a few bottles of beer. Not long after the dishes arrived, Li Dongsheng delightedly alternated between savoring the sweet and sour pork and sipping his juice. His recent days in the hospital had left his palate yearning for flavor. Day after day, he had been served nothing but bland chicken and fish soups. How could someone accustomed to spicy food endure such monotony? Now, at last, he was free to indulge without restraint, reveling in the meal, utterly oblivious to decorum, as he shared this feast with the 2 children. Xiaonan, who was not yet 2 years old, could only manage a couple of pieces of the crispy fried pork before she was full. She lay on the table, her big eyes wide, watching her father and sister Zhang Xiaoyu devour their meal with the ferocity of ravenous beasts. Li Dongsheng was quite intrigued. This Zhang Xiaoyu, merely in her early teens, could eat with a voracity that rivaled his own as an adult. At that moment, the door of the small restaurant swung open. Li Guorong poked his head in, and upon spotting Li Dongsheng, he plopped down across from him. Brother Rong, what brings you here? Chapter 60. Overlapping timelines. Li Dongsheng laid down his chopsticks and gently rubbed his belly, accepting the beer handed to him by the waiter. He poured a glass for both of them. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how Li Guorong had managed to find him here. Hey, I went to the hospital to look for you. Brother Wang said you had been discharged. I then went to Qiuyu's shop only to find out you had returned to Jiaxing. I searched for you in Jiaxing, but Hu Sheng mentioned you were home. I arrived at the courtyard, only to discover the door tightly shut. I thought to myself, it's midday, you must be out for a meal. So I checked a nearby small restaurant, and, lo and behold, I found you. You're always flitting about, causing me all this trouble. Li Guorong downed his beer in one gulp, tossed a piece of cherry meat into his mouth, and cast a mockingly accusatory glance at Li Dongsheng, his tone tinged with playful lament. So, what brings you to me today? Li Dongsheng chuckled at Li Guorong's woeful expression, finding it hard to believe that the stern father he would become in 30 years once possessed such charm in his youth. What brings me? I came to drink with you. I haven't seen you in days and missed you. Finding you for a drink turned out to be quite the challenge. I almost had to make a reservation, feeling dissatisfied with drinking from a cup. Li Guorong grabbed the beer bottle and clinked it with Li Dongsheng's before taking a couple of swigs. All right, enough of your banter. You must have a purpose for seeking me out. What is it? Li Dongsheng took a piece of fish and added it to Zhang Xiaoyu and Xiaonan's bowls. opting to share the beer bottle with Li Guorong. You know, I actually do have something to discuss. Remember when you mentioned printing those colorful cards? After I returned home, I talked it over with my father and decided to purchase a second-hand, lower-spec color printing machine. Coincidentally, a university classmate of mine returned from the South and introduced me to a business in printing colorful publications. I was hoping to ask you how many colors you need for your cards. When I order the ink, I could print your cards alongside the books. Li Guorong retrieved a sample of the ink from his small leather bag and handed it to Li Dongsheng, pointing out the colors for him to choose from. A color printing machine costs at least 300,000 now, doesn't it? Brother Rong, your family must be quite affluent. Li Dongsheng was taken aback by Li Guorong's statement, instinctively accepting the ink sample and gazing at him in disbelief. Li Guorong was actually planning to purchase a color printing machine. In his recollection, their family had only acquired one when he was around 7 or 8 years old, and they had borrowed a considerable sum to do so. Was the Li family truly so wealthy now? You're thinking too much. A second-hand, lower-spec model is adequate for under 300,000. Currently, color printing jobs are quite lucrative. Once Xuxing acquires the printing machine, recouping that 30,000 should not pose a challenge. Li Guorong blushed slightly, winking at Li Dongsheng, conveying a look of "I'm your benefactor, come and lean on me," which made Li Dongsheng roll his eyes in exasperation. You are absolutely right in your assertion that those who take the initiative will never go hungry. I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. However, regarding the printing of books, wouldn't the cost for colored illustrations be rather steep? Can we truly trust the recommendation from your friend in the South? Li Dongsheng took a small sip of beer, casting a disdainful glance at Li Guorong, who appeared to be reveling in the prospect of imminent profits. This expression was all too familiar to him from his previous life, where more often than not, Li Guorong either suffered significant losses or faced utter ruin. Trustworthy? How could my friend not be reliable? He was once a classmate of mine in university and later ventured southward for his career. Now, he is quite familiar with the deputy director of the Guangdong Education Bureau. And it just so happens that this bureau is in need of a batch of colored publications. My old classmate thought of me, and after the deal is closed, the profits will be divided 70-30 in my favor, Li Guorong proclaimed with a sense of pride. Taking another sip of beer and gently tousling the little braid of Xiao Nannan, he felt a flicker of indignation at Li Dongsheng's doubt regarding his friend. The South, Guangzhou? Could it possibly be Guisi? As Li Dongsheng observed Li Guorong's smug demeanor, he was suddenly reminded of an incident from his past life, where Li Guorong had been severely duped by a classmate from the South. It was precisely that episode that led to the decline of Li Dongsheng's family from a state of modest prosperity to one of hardship. At that time, he was quite young, only recalling that his father had a southern friend who frequently visited him, always bringing a plethora of snacks, which Li Dongsheng would devour with gusto, much to the man's amusement. This man was named Guisi, a former classmate of Li Guorong, with whom he had once shared a strong bond. One day, Guisi approached Li Guorong with a business proposition, the printing of educational publications for the bureau. At that time, Li Guorong was consumed by dreams of wealth and eagerly partnered with Guisi, disregarding the warnings from Li Dongsheng's grandfather and insisting on purchasing a color printing machine. If Li Dongsheng's memory serves him correctly, it was in 97, the very year of Hong Kong's return. That year, due to his uncle's unfortunate condition of being in a vegetative state, the family, having lost this source of income, faced financial strain. Nevertheless, Li Dongsheng's grandfather acquiesced to Li Guorong's demands, acquiring a second-hand German printing machine. In his eagerness to fulfill Guisi's order, Li Guorong borrowed extensively and managed to fill an entire warehouse with colorful publications. However, when it came time for delivery, Guisi had vanished without a trace. From what Li Guorong later learned, this Guisi had apparently crossed someone in Shenzhen, suffering a gruesome fate, one eye brutally blinded, both legs crippled, and one arm severed. Li Dongsheng's recollection of Guisi remains vivid, as all his childhood pocket money had been earned by trading the new books from the warehouse at the recycling station. As a child, he had little comprehension of the true value of a bundle of new books, and now, as an adult, the memory of his father's folly brings him immense pain. Yet for his father, the experience with Guisi had become an indelible thorn in Li Guorong's heart. Now, hearing that Li Guorong has a southern acquaintance eager to introduce him to a printing business once more raises a multitude of concerns. In that fleeting moment, Li Dongsheng felt as though the timelines of his two lifetimes had completely converged. You know old Guo as well? Present-day Li Guorong, unaware of Li Dongsheng's poignant past, regarded him with curiosity, observing the furrowed brows that hinted at an unspoken anguish. He could not comprehend the source of this deep-seated sorrow. Brother Rong, if you consider me a friend, I implore you not to engage in this business. Should you proceed, it will haunt you with regret for a lifetime. Li Dongsheng gazed intently into Li Guorong's eyes, utterly perplexed. How could events that were destined to transpire in 1997 manifest a decade earlier, in 1987? At that time, Li Guorong had yet to wed Lu Ruyun, and the true Li Dongsheng had not even been born. Why, then, was Guisi already plotting deceit? Was it possible that, before his own birth, his father had conducted business with Guisi, only to suffer irrevocable losses after his own arrival into the world? Or could it be that the original timeline had indeed been irrevocably advanced? Chapter 61. A modest worth Li Dongsheng rubbed his temples in anguish, acknowledging that his speculation was somewhat excessive, as the color printing machine had only been purchased by his father in 1997. Why, dear brother, could you not elucidate this opportunity? Printing for the Education Bureau, especially in large quantities of colorful publications, is the kind of business that countless printing houses yearn for but cannot attain. If I managed to secure this deal, it could easily elevate my worth to hundreds of thousands, if not 50 or 60,000 at the very least. Why would I regret such a prospect? Li Guorong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Dongsheng, pondering internally. Was his younger brother envious of the potential profits, deliberately attempting to dissuade him? It seemed unlikely. Dongsheng was not the type. There must be a reason behind his reservations. Have you considered how much money will remain after purchasing this color printing machine? Have you calculated the cost of 64K copperplate paper for printing? Do you know how much ink is required for a single book? If you've thought about these expenses, have you also contemplated the risk of investing your entire fortune into these publications, only to find they do not sell, or the venture collapses? How much would you stand to lose? Li Dongsheng sighed heavily, at a loss for how to convey his concerns to Li Guorong. Should he simply tell him, I am your son, having traversed 30 years into the past. I have witnessed how your business dealings with Guisi led to the complete depletion of your fortune, leaving you in despair and ultimately a hopeless drunkard? He was certain that Li Guorong would deem him unhinged. To sever someone's financial prospects is akin to endangering their life. No matter how he pleaded, Li Dongsheng would inevitably be in the wrong. Overpersuasion might even lead to resentment, jeopardizing their relationship entirely. I have calculated, and I trust old Guo will not deceive me. Rest assured. As Li Guorong listened to these words, the smile on his face gradually faded. He took a sip of beer and continued, I know you care for your elder brother, yet your concern is unwarranted. The bond one share with old Guo is something you might not comprehend. It is a friendship forged in our youth. Although he moved south after graduation, our connection has never waned. I am confident in this matter, so you should quickly choose the glue color, and I shall return to focus on procuring it. Li Dongsheng sighed, realizing that Li Guorong had made up his mind. It would take the strength of 8 oxen to change it, and further persuasion would only lead to offense. Thus, he haphazardly selected a few samples from the display and returned the glue board to Li Guorong. All right. The work is settled. Now, let us refrain from discussing business matters and simply enjoy our drinks. This round is on me. As a celebration for your discharge from the hospital, Li Guorong opened a bottle of beer with his teeth and handed it to Li Dongsheng, who then opened another for himself. After clanking their bottles together, he gulped down a few swigs and wiped his lips, tossing a piece of pineapple into his mouth. Li Dongsheng managed a wry smile and nodded, downing half a bottle of beer in one go. He gazed at Li Guorong's spirited demeanor, reflecting on the bittersweet reality that in their previous life, they had never shared a drink together at the same table. Back then, Li Guorong was consumed by a patriarchal mindset, overflowing with the need to impart lessons to Li Dongsheng whenever they met. Li Dongsheng found his father's drunken ramblings exceedingly irksome, as he would chatter incessantly, much to his chagrin. Neither was willing to relent in their opposing ideologies, resulting in a strained relationship where even under the same roof, they exchanged barely a few words each day. In this lifetime, since coming to know the youthful Li Guorong, Li Dongsheng had shared countless toasts with him. It was only now that he realized the father he had once deemed utterly unremarkable in his previous life was, in fact, a remarkably talented young man. Not only was he youthful and handsome, but he also possessed a nimble mind, brimming with ambition and loyalty to friends, as well as unwavering devotion to his partner, a truly impeccable man. Why had he failed to see this in his past life? Lost in thought, Li Guorong noticed Li Dongsheng had drifted into a reverie and curiously waved his hand before him. What are you pondering? When do you plan to marry your sister-in-law? Shall I be the godfather to your child? Perhaps next year. It's already October, and there are no auspicious days left this year. Of course. You must be the godfather. Li Guorong smiled at the change of topic, raising his beer bottle to clink with Li Dongsheng's once more. Brother, I shall come to find you soon. Let us continue our revelry. As dusk approached, Li Dongsheng ushered Li Guorong into a yellow van. Instructing the driver to take him home, he stretched lazily before returning to the courtyard. Earlier in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoyu and Xiaonanan had returned home after a hearty meal. Li Dongsheng, on the other hand, had indulged in a genuine drinking session with Li Guorong. They both stood on boxes to drink, facing Li Guorong's prodigious capacity. Li Dongsheng could scarcely recall how many times he had succumbed to nausea, truly understanding the jest of his uncles from his past life, who had remarked, "Your father used to drink standing on boxes with us." Upon returning to the courtyard, he found that the elderly neighbors had not yet returned. Hearing the gate creak, Xiaonanan dashed out from Zhang Xiaoyu's room, and Li Dongsheng scooped her into his arms, showering her with affectionate kisses for an extended moment. "Daddy smells," Xiaonanan exclaimed in mock disgust, pushing against Li Dongsheng's head with her chubby little hands and feigning a gag, which elicited laughter from him. He waved to Zhang Xiaoyu, encouraging her to continue her homework, before leading Xiaonanan back to the master bedroom. He gestured for her to play on her own and then collapsed onto the sofa, promptly falling into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until the following afternoon, when he finally awoke, rubbing his groggy head in search of water. He noticed that food had already been laid out on the table, covered neatly, accompanied by a note. "Li Dongsheng, I noticed you were asleep and did not wake you. I took Xiaonan to the canned food factory and left some dishes for you on the table. If they have cooled down, feel free to reheat them." This lad, Li Dongsheng chuckled softly, crumpled the note, and tossed it into the trash bin. He opened the iron basin on the table and discovered a delectable spread of 3 dishes and a soup beneath the cover. Gazing at his lunch, Li Dongsheng's stomach rumbled audibly. Deciding against washing his face, he picked up a steamed bun and took a hearty bite, sitting down to indulge in his meal. After finishing lunch, Li Dongsheng made his way to Jiaxing, where he fortuitously encountered Jia Jingjing, who was just about to step out. "Dongsheng, you arrived at the perfect moment. I need to accompany a researcher from Beilijian for dinner. You should join us. I returned too late last night to visit your home. I intended to come by this morning, but Zheng Shili mentioned that you had overindulged yesterday and were sleeping in, so I refrained from disturbing you. Quickly change your attire. There is a tailored suit I ordered for you in the wardrobe. Please, don't continue wearing those tattered work clothes everywhere. You are now a wealthy individual worth 600,000 to 700,000. Is it not embarrassing to dress like this every day?" Chapter 62, Bali Health. Jia Jingjing, in a moment of exasperation, delivered a light punch to Li Dong's shoulder. His words held truth. Ever since he partnered with Li Dongsheng in business, a mere 4.5 months had elapsed from mid-May to October. Although Li Dongsheng had remained in the hospital during this time, it might appear that he had been inactive. In reality, under Li Dongsheng's continuous guidance, Jia Jingjing had transformed from a canned goods factory to the current Jiaxing food factory. The duo not only set aside 20% of their total earnings as reserve funds, but also successfully reclaimed all initial investments. Now, each of them boasted total profits of no less than 700,000, and this did not even account for the profits from October. October was expected to yield the highest revenue. Once those profits were accounted for, Li Dongsheng would undoubtedly become a millionaire, and all of this occurred in 1987. "I look good in anything I wear. Even if the autumn rain insists on dressing me, I would refuse," Jia Jingjing remarked. "You should save a little. In these times, the more understated you are, the safer it is. I lack your level of prowess. If I were to flaunt my appearance daily, I might find myself on the receiving end of an unexpected blow." Li Dongsheng shrugged nonchalantly, but then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "Brother, there is something I must convey up front." "Go ahead," Jia Jingjing replied, casting an exasperated glance at Li Dongsheng. However, upon witnessing Li Dongsheng's solemn expression, his pupils involuntarily contracted. "What I wish to express is that although Jiaxing has gained a modicum of fame in H City, beyond its borders, we are inconsequential. Bali Health, with a market value in the billions, represents a colossal entity for us. If they genuinely seek to collaborate with us, I would welcome it with open arms. However, just yesterday, I encountered Sidhu Haonan, who issued threats I need not elaborate on. Yet, he inadvertently let slip a statement. Jia Jingjing is also nearing a precarious situation and can no longer shield me. I share this not to provoke you. Rather, you should comprehend my meaning. We have firmly established ourselves against the Sidhu family. At such a critical juncture, the appearance of a Bali health investigator seems rather coincidental. Does it not? Li Dongsheng opened 2 bottles of juice, offering one to Jia Jingjing before taking a seat on the sofa, observing the fluctuating emotions on Jia Jingjing's face. He understood that for a perceptive individual like Jia Jingjing, sometimes a mere hint sufficed. Jia Jingjing furrowed his brow, sipping the juice as his expression shifted. He contemplated Li Dongsheng's words, exhaling a gentle sigh. You were correct. In recent days, I have been so engrossed in thoughts of profit that I neglected the lurking wolf watching us. Your insights regarding the timing of the Bali health investigator's arrival do seem suspicious. The crux of the matter is that we cannot ascertain the authenticity of this investigator from Bali Health, even if we were to immediately seek out someone to investigate. Time is of the essence. If it is a ruse, we can dismiss it. If it is genuine, we cannot afford to offend them. Jia Jingjing carried the juice bottle to his office chair, no longer in a rush to engage in socializing. Instead, he laid out all the materials he had gathered concerning the Baoligian factory on the table and beckoned Li Dongsheng to take a look. The elder brother was indeed correct. In the absence of certainty regarding the authenticity of the other party, we should refrain from jumping to conclusions. Given the magnitude of Baoligian as a manufacturer, any plans to establish a subsidiary in a different location would be difficult to keep under wraps. Did Uncle have any other information? Li Dongsheng took a seat at the boss's desk, perusing the documents in his hand. He found that the information about Baoligian was even more legendary than the snippets he had encountered online in his future. The establishment of a factory by Baoligian was confirmed. Initially, they intended to locate it in Shenyang. However, the investigator suddenly vanished, prompting inquiries from Shenyang to Uncle about the matter. Yet, whether the factory would actually be built in H City remained uncertain. With a furrowed brow, Li Dongsheng set the materials down and suddenly turned to scrutinize Jia Jingjing. Brother, do you know Guoyisi? Guoyisi? Not very well. He and Li Guorong are childhood friends. Why do you ask about him? Jia Jingjing replied, also examining the documents. He was momentarily taken aback by Li Dongsheng's sudden curiosity about Guoyisi, thinking to himself how his brother's thoughts seemed to shift abruptly. It's nothing. I just remembered that Baoligian is from Foshan, Guangdong. Coincidentally, I was drinking with Ronggu yesterday, and he mentioned that Guoyisi had contacted him regarding a business opportunity at the Guangdong Education Bureau. Given that Guoyisi has been in Guangdong for quite some time, he must have heard something about Baoligian. Perhaps we should consult him and see if he can offer us some valuable insights. Li Dongsheng's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and for some inexplicable reason, Guoyisi surfaced in his thoughts. An idea began to crystallize in his mind, and he suspected that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. I can see the wheels turning in your head. It seems you are not concocting anything benign. Jia Jingjing remarked, scrutinizing Li Dongsheng. He noticed that Li Dongsheng had resumed his habitual finger tapping, a subconscious action that seemed to emerge whenever he contemplated mischief. Only a brother can truly understand me. I indeed wish to meet Guoyisi. He has been deceiving Ronggu into pursuing a business venture, while Ronggu is now preparing to invest his entire fortune in a second-hand German printing machine. If Ronggu accepts this deal and profits, it will be a cause for celebration. However, if he suffers losses, he may never recover. As a friend, I cannot stand idly by and watch him leap into the abyss. Li Dongsheng exhaled deeply, draining the juice from the bottle. He walked over to the wardrobe and retrieved the suit that Jia Jingjing had bought for him. You and Li Guorong have known each other for less than 2 months. Why are you so concerned about him? Jia Jingjing questioned, increasingly perplexed, as he noticed an air of resentment emanating from Li Dongsheng. It is somewhat perplexing that Li Dongsheng, having known Li Guorong for less than 2 months, would involve himself in matters of the latter's business, even if their relationship is amicable. Could it be that there exists a clandestine secret between them of which I am unaware? This revelation has ignited an unexpected curiosity within the usually unassuming Jia Jingjing. Time does not always dictate the nature of relationships. For instance, just 4 months ago, our dynamic was fraught with the tensions of debt. Who could have anticipated that merely months later, we would not only have forged a bond but become allies united in purpose? Li Guorong is a man of deep loyalty, and such individuals are invaluable partners for future endeavors. Should he falter, we would lose a remarkable collaborator. Li Dongsheng shed his athletic attire and donned a pristine shirt, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. The sight of Jia Jingjing's inquisitive gaze stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him, compelling him to fabricate a response. Your assertion holds merit. However, the evasion in your eyes reveals that your words are mere improvisations designed to deceive me. Without hesitation, Jia Jingjing exposed Li Dongsheng's deceit. Chuckling as he lit a 555 cigarette, he casually propped his legs on the boss's desk, observing the newly attired Li Dongsheng. Indeed, he turned out to be quite the handsome fellow. Chapter 63. The True and False Li Kuei. Look, you are already aware that I am deceiving you. Yet you still expose me. Does that not render me embarrassed? Li Dongsheng adjusted his tie and cast a sidelong glance at Jia Jingjing, his expression abruptly turning grave. Just a moment ago, an idea struck me. A method to discern whether this investigator is genuine or not. Oh, how so? Pray enlighten me. Jia Jingjing, momentarily distracted from his smoke, perked up at Li Dongsheng's words. He extinguished his cigarette butt and fixed his gaze intently on Li Dongsheng, eagerly awaiting further elaboration. My dear brother, you must have read water margin. Do you recall the episode when the true Li Kuei encounters the false Li Kuei? Guaisi has been entrenched in Guangdong. It stands to reason that he would have mastered their dialect. We shall test him and ascertain whether he is indeed a conman, deceiving Li Guorong. If he is a fraud, we will possess a small leverage against him, compelling him to feign being an investigator from Balijian. Should he prove to be genuine, allowing him to play the role of an investigator poses no risk. In either scenario, we shall have a false Li Kuei in our grasp. Whether or not we have engaged the true Li Kuei, trying it out incurs no loss on our part. Having tidied his tie, Li Dongsheng retrieved a box of styling wax from the cabinet and applied it to his hair, fashioning it into a slick-back style, striking a pose before Jia Jingjing. Have you considered that your actions might irrevocably offend this investigator? What if he is indeed authentic? Our collaboration with Balijian could then be utterly jeopardized. Jia Jingjing leaned back in his chair, lighting another 555 cigarette, casting a disapproving glance at Li Dongsheng's rather dubious suggestion. My dear brother, have you pondered this? Although Balijian appears prosperous, their success is built on dubious means. If we partner with them, we are courting danger. We might end up with nothing but scraps. In truth, our Jiaxing is not weak. It merely lacks time for growth. Instead of gambling on a potentially disastrous outcome, why not focus on our own development? Caution is the mother of safety. Isn't that a maxim you often espouse? Li Dongsheng donned the leather shoes prepared by Jia Jingjing and took a few steps to test their comfort. After putting on his suit jacket, he glanced at himself in the mirror before turning to sit across from Jia Jingjing, his demeanor calm and composed. Yesterday, during the banquet for the investigator from Balijian, he subtly indicated that Balijian has a keen interest in our Jiaxing and is contemplating its acquisition. Should that transpire, Jiaxing would fall under Balijian's umbrella, yet we would still remain its proprietors, albeit as a subsidiary of Balijian. I was quite tempted by the prospect, but upon reflection, how could such a large enterprise as Balijian truly value our humble establishment? Even if they did, would we retain any autonomy post-acquisition? Jiaxing represents our collective effort. Without it, I would not have the privilege of calling you my brother. Though Jiaxing is still in its infancy, my affection for it runs deep. If the decision regarding Jiaxing's fate were to be made in such a hasty manner, I would feel a sense of discontent. Therefore, I vaguely diverted the topic, intending to revisit it with you later. Upon seeing your resolution now, I am filled with relief. Jiaxing need not rely on anyone. Its future is destined to flourish. This is my unparalleled trust in you, in Jiaxing, in Husheng, and even in myself. Let us proceed as you have suggested. We shall create a false FAAD to test the authenticity of the true contender. Jia Jingjing let out a deep sigh, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. In that moment, Li Dongsheng perceived an extraordinary confidence emanating from Jia Jingjing, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. What about the banquet for the researchers? Are you still attending? Li Dongsheng inquired with a hint of a smile, loosening his shirt collar. I shall not go. Let Husheng handle it. Just tell them I am preoccupied with an important matter. Can Husheng manage it? Rest assured, he is far more capable than you and I can fathom. I concede Husheng's excellence, but isn't he currently off learning breakdancing? Are you intending to drag him out of dance class? Jia Jingjing, at a loss for words, smacked his forehead and picked up the phone from the table, dialing a number with his finger. Hello, is this the Century Hotel? Please connect me to Mr. Zhang Yuzong in room 302. Thank you. As for testing Guaisi, Jia Jingjing took it upon himself. He would wait for Husheng and host a dinner for Guaisi in the evening. Having engaged in such manipulative tactics before, both Jia Jingjing and Husheng were well acquainted with the approach, allowing Li Dongsheng to trust them with the task. He, however, had a pressing matter to attend to. News had just arrived that Zhang Fatsai's restaurant was facing issues. At number 3, Daily District. The establishment had been renamed New Era Fried Chicken Fast Food. When Li Dongsheng arrived outside the restaurant and peered through the window, he saw Zhang Fatsai sitting despondently in the lobby with a group of employees, while several police officers took notes. Outside the New Era Fried Chicken Fast Food, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, making the area congested. Li Dongsheng's left eyelid twitched incessantly, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. What is happening here? Li Dongsheng thought anxiously. Zhang Fatsai's restaurant was his ticket to a turnaround. How could there be problems so soon after its opening? Who are you? No outsiders are allowed in here. The entrance to the fast food restaurant had been cordoned off by police tape, and a police officer quickly stopped Li Dongsheng as he attempted to enter. I am one of the owners of this fast food restaurant. Officer, what has occurred? Oh, you are also one of the owners? Your restaurant has caused food poisoning. You may enter. Brother, you have arrived. Zhang Fatsai, feeling dejected while providing statements to the police, perked up upon hearing Li Dongsheng's voice and quickly stood, grasping his arm as if he had found a lifeline. Before he could utter a word, a young police officer forcefully pushed him onto a nearby chair, nearly causing him to stumble. What on earth is happening? Li Dongsheng's face turned ashen. Wasn't this Zhang Fatsai, the burgeoning king of the culinary world? How could there be an incident so soon after opening a restaurant? Allow me to explain. 3 hours ago, a woman brought her child to your establishment to indulge in fried chicken and spicy hot pot. Suddenly, the child began frothing at the mouth and was unable to breathe. He has since been rushed to the hospital for treatment. We are conducting a lawful inspection of your restaurant. You must be Li Dongsheng, correct? I have a question for you. While the hygiene standards of your restaurant may seem acceptable, how is it that a patron fell ill so soon after opening? How did you obtain your food service license? The young officer, who was in the midst of taking a statement from Zhang Fatsai, regarded the restaurant's owner with a barely perceptible disdain as he brusquely shoved Zhang aside and coldly interrogated Li Dongsheng. Officer, this is utterly impossible. Every procedure for New Century Fried Chicken has been meticulously followed and legally acquired, with each step having been thoroughly inspected by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. If anyone has fallen ill, I find it hard to believe. May I inquire, officer, about the condition of that child? Does he have any pre-existing hereditary conditions? Chapter 64. Trouble at the restaurant. Li Dongsheng scrutinized the expression of the young officer, easily discerning a hint of disdain in his eyes. He immediately sensed an unusual undertone. Such an expression should not be present on a law enforcement officer. The procedures for the fried chicken shop concerned Li Dongsheng, as he feared that someone might exploit this situation later. Thus, he refrained from leveraging any connections and allowed Zhang Fatsai to apply step by step, a process that took over a month. Now that the permits had just been issued, the restaurant had already encountered trouble. Even if Li Dongsheng harbored doubts regarding Zhang Fatsai's culinary skills, he had to trust the reputation Zhang had built over 30 years. After all, Zhang's fried chicken was a beloved staple of Li Dongsheng's childhood. There could not possibly be any issue with the quality of the products, as news from the hospital had yet to arrive, presumably because they were still in the midst of emergency treatment, the young officer declared, regardless of the circumstances. This child fell ill after dining in your establishment. I am hereby sealing your restaurant, and you will accompany me for a discussion. A smirk curled upon the young officer's lips as he produced handcuffs from his waistband, preparing to restrain Li Dongsheng. How could Sidhu Haonan know this restaurant belonged to me? Was this officer waiting for my arrival all along, ready to cuff me the moment I stepped in? Young Master Sidhu, you are asking too many questions, the officer retorted. Taken aback by Li Dongsheng's sudden interjection, he instinctively began to respond but halted mid-sentence, realizing his error. He shot a cold glare at Li Dongsheng and signaled to the officers behind him. Li Dongsheng's arms were immediately seized by them, and the young officer forcefully cuffed his wrists. Take him away. With the main target apprehended, the officer gestured, and the two officers holding Li Dongsheng pressed him forward, ushering him into a police van. Quickly, find Jia Jingjing. Li Dongsheng had not anticipated the retaliation would come so swiftly. He barely managed to shout a warning to Zhang Fatsai before a black hood was pulled over his head. A hard blow to his neck sent him spiraling into unconsciousness. Pain surged through him, a searing agony as if his neck were about to snap. Time felt irrelevant until he gradually regained consciousness, his surroundings coming into focus. He found himself bound to a chair within a dilapidated factory. Upon awakening, a burly man beside him delivered a heavy slap, knocking out one of his teeth. Enduring the pain, Li Dongsheng scrutinized the individuals before him. The leader was none other than the young officer who had handcuffed him earlier. flanked by several imposing figures, those who had been in police uniforms that day. However, these men were no longer clad in official garb. Their hair bore vibrant colors, and some sported tattoos. This group was not comprised of police officers, but rather thugs masquerading as law enforcement. Do you realize the severity of impersonating a police officer? What audacity you possess, not only to impersonate law enforcement, but also to brazenly abduct a law-abiding taxpayer in broad daylight. Your inhumane treatment of me is beyond comprehension. Mere imprisonment will not suffice for you. The death penalty awaits you. Li Dongsheng lost a tooth, causing his speech to escape with a certain awkwardness, as blood involuntarily seeped from his mouth with every utterance, leaving him in an exceedingly disheveled state. He glared coldly at the young man before him, who was toying with a dagger, as if he had already foreseen his own grim fate. In that moment, Li Dongsheng's mind was crystal clear. Had his adversaries been law enforcement, perhaps Jia Zhengjing could have rescued him. Yet, these were mere thugs, and even if Jia searched the entirety of H City, he would likely only find Li's lifeless body in the end. Confronted with the impending specter of death, Li Dongsheng's mind was unsettlingly lucid. He struggled desperately against the restraints binding his arm. No matter how forcefully he exerted himself, he could not budge an inch. Observing the demeanor of his captors, it was evident that his chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Li Dongsheng, poised even at death's door, could indeed be considered a remarkable individual, yet alas, the Grim Reaper had no intention of granting him a reprieve. Shall we discuss your last words? My brothers are eager to see you on your way. The young man, still playing with his dagger, paid no heed to the grandiose claims Li Dongsheng attempted to make. He abruptly plunged the dagger into the decrepit table beside him and crossed his arms, scrutinizingly from head to toe. How much has Situ Haonan compensated you? I shall offer you double. Release me, and I will consider this incident as if it never transpired. Li Dongsheng spat out the blood from his mouth, acutely aware that no amount of effort could enable him to escape from the clutches of 4 or 5 burly men. His fate now rested solely upon the whims of the young man before him. Your proposition is undeniably tempting, yet we pride ourselves on our reputation. Once we accept payment from an employer, we cannot betray their trust. Li Dongsheng, I have come to understand you somewhat. It would indeed be a pity for you to perish in such a manner, but we are left with no alternatives. Let me offer you a choice of death. Shall we dispose of you in the Songhua River, or shall we stage an accident resulting in your demise? Choose. Is there truly no room for negotiation? In your line of work, does a higher payment not equate to a superior employer? Situ Haonan cannot evade his fate for long. Rather than bear the burden of murder, would it not be more prudent to take the money and vanish? 700,000. I will purchase my life. I trust your employer cannot possibly muster such a sum. This amount would afford you a long period of indulgence, enabling you to engage in legitimate business elsewhere. Saving a life is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. This would indeed be a benevolent act on your part. A bitter smile graced the corners of Li Dongsheng's mouth, as it became apparent that his adversaries were resolutely intent on taking his life. Whether through a fatal accident or by sinking in the river, neither option promised a dignified end. He had not survived for 30 years merely to meet such a dismal fate. It seems you are unwilling to choose. 700,000 may indeed be an astronomical figure for me, but we value our lives even more. Li Dongsheng, do not hold it against my brothers when you find yourself below. As Li Dongsheng attempted to sway the young man, a chuckle escaped the latter's lips. He drew the dagger from the table and slowly approached Li Dongsheng, the glint of murderous intent in his eyes chillingly palpable. Brother, let us not act impulsively. You are well aware of your employer's true character. You must have heard of my brother's reputation in the underworld. Spare me this time, and I shall comply with whatever you desire. Li Dongsheng struggled desperately with his legs, but the chair beneath him seemed as though it had been welded to the ground, remaining utterly immovable despite his frantic attempts. In despair, he realized that in this dilapidated factory, with the daggers so perilously close, even the heavens themselves could not save him. I refuse to surrender. If I manage to survive, I shall ensure that the Situ family meets their irrevocable demise. Finding his struggles futile, Li Dongsheng resigned himself, closing his eyes as visions of familiar faces flickered in his mind. Xiaonan, Jia Qiyu, Pusheng, Jia Zhengjing, and even his grandparents, whom he had never had the chance to meet in this lifetime, seemed to drift further away from him, leaving a trail of tears at the corners of his eyes. Brother, this fellow does make a valid point. Why don't we release him? Surely, we could find a better use for the 700,000. There is no need for murder. A middle-aged man, possessing a somewhat simple demeanor, leaned closer to the young man, attempting to dissuade him from taking lethal action. 700,000, a sum of wealth they would never again encounter in their lifetimes. Do you covet his money so dearly? Very well, I shall send you to join him. Chapter 65. The injury of Hu Xing. The young man spun the dagger in his hand, poised to strike, when suddenly he heard someone behind him attempting to intervene. His expression shifted from cold to a disarming smile. Turning around to face the middle-aged man behind him, he patted the man's shoulder, and before the latter could register disbelief, he plunged the dagger deep into him. Brother, you— The middle-aged man stared incredulously at the youth, blood pooling from his mouth as his eyes rolled back. And he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This is the fate of those who disregard my words. Now, who among you still desires money? Speak up, and I shall oblige. The young man flicked the blood from his dagger, surveying his four subordinates with a glint of amusement. Observing their petrified expressions, he twirled the dagger once more, ready to strike again. You kill even your own brother. A person like you cannot live long. I shall await you below. Li Dongsheng. Hearing the young man's subordinate attempt to counsel him, opened his eyes with a flicker of hope, but was met with the sight of a lifeless body, leading him to resign himself to his fate. Such a deranged individual, one who would kill at whim, would not be swayed by any pleas. His life had been a harsh one. He could only hope for a more comfortable existence in the next. Spitting a mouthful of blood at the youth's face, he resolved that even in death, he would maintain his dignity. What a shame for such a man. Unfazed, the young man wiped the spittle from his face and drove the dagger downward. Just then, a sudden crash echoed through the desolate factory, shattering the silence and alerting everyone present. Go see what that was. The dagger halted perilously close to Li Dongsheng's neck, mere millimeters away. As the young man's face darkened with apprehension, commanding his subordinates to investigate the disturbance. It seems your reinforcements have arrived, but alas, even if they find this place, your fate remains unchanged. The young man coldly observed Li Dongsheng's eyes, filled with a fierce desire to survive. Licking his lips in excitement, he wasted no time and thrust the dagger down once more. In a moment of crisis, a brick flew from an unknown source, striking the young man's shoulder with precision. Caught off guard, he heard a sharp crack, and his left arm went numb, causing him to instinctively drop the dagger and flee. Li Dongsheng stood in stunned silence as the falling brick sent the youth sprawling. The dagger, released from the young man's grasp, plummeted and landed mere millimeters from Li Dongsheng's vital spot on the chair, sending a chill of fear coursing through him. Death was not to be feared, but the thought of becoming a eunuch was a fate worse than death. Brother? The four subordinates, who had been surveying the surroundings, saw their leader retreat and exchanged glances before bolting in the opposite direction. In an instant, the abandoned workshop fell silent once more, leaving only Li Dongsheng, still trembling with cold sweat. Stop your blustering. Have you no shame? A low, somber voice emerged from the darkness, followed by the figure of Hu Xing, clad in a black suit, stealthily emerging from a dilapidated iron barrel. Upon confirming the vicinity was secure, he hastily approached Li Dongsheng, intent on freeing him from his bindings. However, after a prolonged struggle, he discovered that the knots were either too tight or the handcuffs too secure to be undone. You are my dearest brother, truly. Could you please remove this dagger first? Li Dongsheng gazed at the suddenly appearing Hu Xing, feeling as if a celestial hero had descended, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. With a dagger pressed against his throat, threatening his very life, Li Dongsheng had never shed a tear. Yet, upon seeing Hu Xing, his emotional dam burst forth. Stop the sentimental nonsense and run. This place is not safe. Hu Xing drew the dagger from Li Dongsheng's groin and desperately began to saw at the legs of the chair. Since the ropes were unyielding, the chair would have to suffice. What a moving scene. I had thought a multitude had come to rescue you, yet it seems there is but one. Now I shall see who else dares to come to your aid. Li Dongsheng fixated unblinkingly on Hu Xing, assisting in the cutting of the chair legs. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from afar, and both men instinctively turned their attention to the returning youth and his four subordinates. Damn it, you are truly treacherous. Hu Xing glared coldly at the youth wielding a pistol, unflinchingly gripping the dagger, shielding Li Dongsheng fiercely behind him. Run. Stay alive to avenge me, go. Li Dongsheng watched as Hu Xing bravely stood before him, and tears streamed down his face like a torrent, entirely against his will. He struggled desperately to free himself, hoping Hu Xing would escape alone, but it was as though Hu Xing did not hear him, steadfastly positioned in front. You fool, aren't you supposed to be in love? Hurry and run. If you die, who will avenge me? You imbecile. Brothers are like limbs, while women are merely garments. To abandon my brother in cowardice would surely bring shame upon me from my elder brother. Where do you hail from? How dare you touch my brother's men? I stand here today. If you wish to harm Li Dongsheng, you must first step over my body. Just as Hu Sheng finished speaking, a bullet struck his left leg with deadly accuracy, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse. He regarded the approaching youth with cold disbelief, unable to comprehend why this young man was not adhering to the unwritten rules of their world. Hu Sheng, are you even a man? If there is a dispute, direct it at me. Wasn't Sidhu Haonan the one who sought my demise? Why involve others? You have a gun. Why resort to a mere dagger? I am right here. Shoot me if you dare. If I am to perish today, I will ensure your ancestors' graves are desecrated, condemning you to eternal suffering. As Hu Sheng fell from the gunshot, Li Dongsheng's eyes turned crimson with rage, and he fought with all his might, hurling curses at the youth with the pistol. If Hu Sheng were to die because of him, even descending to the underworld, Li Dongsheng would find no peace. Only the powerless resort to curses. Do you truly care for him? With a soft sound, a bullet was fired from the silenced pistol, striking Hu Sheng's right leg. This sudden injury caused Hu Sheng, already at the brink of collapse, to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. You bastard! Smash it! Come at me! Li Dongsheng bellowed, his voice resonating with madness. His right wrist, previously shackled, was forcibly wrenched free, leaving it a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. As if oblivious to the pain, he yanked his left wrist free as well. Gazing at the young man with a chilling smile, he seized the dagger from Hu Sheng's hand and flung it away. With a swift motion, the young man twirled his handgun and accurately shot the thrown dagger out of the air, preparing to continue firing. Suddenly, a series of 5 thunderous gunshots rang out, revealing an unbelievable sight to the advancing youth. His right hand, which had held the pistol, was brutally shattered, and his companions lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Simultaneously, a squad of heavily armed police stormed into the dilapidated factory, swiftly surrounding the young man. I was careless, forgetting that as a villain, I ought not to speak so much. Li Dongsheng, your life is spared today. I shall await you below. The young man laughed maniacally as he turned to flee, only to be instantaneously subdued by the encroaching armed police. Quick, save him! Li Dongsheng exclaimed, recognizing a familiar figure in a black jacket rushing towards him, and he could only utter one last phrase before slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 66. Half a month later, in a dim and oppressive space, Li Dongsheng ran forward relentlessly, as if a terrifying presence pursued him with fervent determination. Exhausted in both body and spirit, he had lost track of how long he had been sprinting through the darkness until a glimmer of light appeared ahead, finally illuminating the essence of his existence. He awoke. Li Dongsheng emerged from a hazy slumber, struggling to open his eyes, which had grown accustomed to prolonged closure. The familiar voice of Li Fenglan, filled with anxiety, broke through the fog. Water, I need water. The intense dryness in his throat felt as if it were igniting sparks within him. He glanced at the group of old neighbors surrounding him, their expressions reflecting a sense of relief, and all he yearned for was a sip of water. Quickly, water. Upon seeing Li Dongsheng awaken, Li Fenglan hastily wiped away her tears and grabbed the red double happiness water jar on the bedside table. Inserting a straw, she carefully fed him. Gulyalu. Li Dongsheng gulped down the refreshing water, consuming nearly half the jar before the burning sensation in his throat gradually subsided. His gaze, somewhat unfocused, settled on Li Fenglan. What about Hu Sheng? Ah, Hu Sheng is fine. We were truly worried you might not wake up, came the response from Jia Jingjing, who approached Li Dongsheng with a calm demeanor, yet his eyes were filled with concern. Li Dongsheng noticed the weary appearance of Jia Jingjing, whose dark circles suggested sleepless nights. His unkempt beard indicated a long absence from grooming, and his half-open shirt revealed a disheveled state. Even his voice carried a hint of hoarseness. This was a stark contrast to the meticulously groomed Jia Jingjing he remembered, and it was the first time he had seen him so haggard. You look quite worn out, Li Dongsheng remarked hoarsely, turning to observe the red-eyed Jia Qiuyu, puzzled by the situation at hand. Well, since Dongsheng can crack jokes, it seems he is all right. Everyone, let us give him some space to rest, Jia Jingjing replied, a stiff smile forming on his lips at the jest. He exchanged glances with the surrounding neighbors, who nodded quietly, reluctantly departing the hospital room, leaving only Jia Qiuyu, who sat in silence, peeling an apple. What has happened to you all? You make it seem as if I were on the brink of death. Smile a little. Your morose expression is quite unappealing, Li Dongsheng teased, attempting to pinch Jia Qiuyu's nose. However, as he struggled to lift his right arm from the covers, he discovered it was tightly bound in thick bandages. He raised his left arm, only to find it similarly ensconced, resembling a mummy. A wave of confusion washed over him as he felt no sensation in either limb. Have my arms lost feeling? Li Dongsheng's pupils dilated in alarm as he attempted to sit up, only to realize that apart from his head, his entire body seemed unresponsive. Even his legs felt numb. What is wrong with me? He gazed at Jia Qiuyu in terror, the burning dryness in his throat returning with a vengeance. In a moment of reverie, he found himself transported back to his childhood, a time overshadowed by the fear instilled by the eccentric uncle with his peculiar plant-like demeanor. Your arm's soft tissue is damaged and is currently healing. You may be left with scars, but other than that, do not move, as it is detrimental to the recovery of your wounds. Jia Qiuyu meticulously cut the peeled apple into small pieces, placing them on a plate, and used a toothpick to feed a piece to Li Dongsheng. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Li Dongsheng fixed his gaze on Jia Qiuyu, his legs bouncing restlessly. Gradually, he began to feel sensations returning to his legs, previously numb, likely from lying in one position for too long. Jia Qiuyu gently shook her head, continuing to feed him apple slices. With a deep sigh, Li Dongsheng resigned himself to the thought of scars on his arms. It was better than facing death directly. Has the identity of the person who kidnapped me been uncovered? That individual is named Gus Li, a rogue who roamed the Heilongjiang region, with several lives on his hands. The police had been pursuing him for a long time, but to no avail. During your unconsciousness, he committed suicide in prison. Dead? Li Dongsheng gritted his teeth in anger. The man who nearly took his and whose lives had chosen to end his own. How long was I unconscious? Li Dongsheng sighed softly, dejectedly chewing the apple in his mouth, glancing at Jia Qiuyu for answers. Today, Jia Qiuyu donned a fitted women's suit, her delicate features appearing quite haggard. With deep-set eyes and a red hue, tear stains evident at the corners of her eyes, her voice husky. It's been half a month. The doctors said your subconscious was sealed within a space of your own making. If you remained unresponsive for over 20 days, you would become a vegetative state, never to awaken again. As Jia Qiuyu spoke, tears began to flow once more. She turned her head, wiping her tears, but her choked voice was heart-wrenching. A vegetative state? Then death would be preferable. Li Dongsheng painfully closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them, suddenly gazing earnestly at Jia Qiuyu. When I am discharged, let us marry. With a crash, the plate containing the apples fell to the floor, shattering into countless pieces, emitting a crisp sound. Jia Qiuyu looked at Li Dongsheng in disbelief, as if she were meeting him for the first time, even failing to notice when a knife had cut her finger. After a long pause, she suddenly broke into a smile, casting a charming glance at Li Dongsheng. Is this your proposal? In the hospital, all bound up like a dumpling. And you wish to propose? Am I really that lacking in dignity? What about Xiao Nanan? Li Dongsheng, noticing Jia Qiuyu's tearful joy, suddenly remembered that he had not seen Xiao Nanan and felt puzzled. I sent Xiao Nanan to my parents for safekeeping. I told her you were on a business trip and would be gone for a while. She cried for quite some time. When you are discharged, we will have to think of a way to comfort her. Jia Qiuyu stood up, retrieved a broom from the corner, and began to sweep the shattered pieces of the plate into a trash bin, casually applying a band-aid to her finger. Then, as if she had made a momentous decision, she approached him amidst Li Dongsheng's incredulous gaze. Leaning down, she bestowed a fleeting kiss upon his lips before nonchalantly resuming her task of peeling an apple with a small knife. Is this what you call taking advantage of someone's vulnerability? Preying on me while I lie helpless in bed. If you possess the courage, come at me again. Li Dongsheng was amused by Jia Qiuyu's feigned composure, savoring the moment as he playfully licked the corner of his mouth and teased her. You have quite the imagination. By the way, Huxing is right next door. He probably has no idea you've awakened. I'll summon him. Just wait here. Don't move. Jia Qiuyu, her cheeks flushed from his playful banter, quickly shifted the topic and found an excuse to leave the hospital room. Gu silly. Do you think that by attempting to end your own life, this matter is resolved? Situ Haonan, I truly ought to express my gratitude to you for revealing the malice that resides within the hearts of people in this era. Li Dongsheng gazed blankly at the ceiling, the innocence and kindness in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by an inscrutable depth. With a creak, the hospital room door swung open, and Jia Qiuyu wheeled in Huxing, who sat in a wheelchair. At that moment, Huxing, encased in thick plaster on his legs and bound in bandages around his torso, appeared scarcely better off than Li Dongsheng. You finally awakened. I thought you might never come to. You owe me my tears. Chapter 67. I want to discharge myself. Huxing waved his arms, reminiscent of a mummy. letting out an exuberant laugh, only to inadvertently begin to stutter once more. Speak properly. If you stutter again, I shall give you a good thrashing. Li Dongsheng observed Hu Sheng's comical demeanor and felt a slight sense of relief. Had Hu Sheng not appeared that day, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. For that, Hu Sheng had endured being shot in both legs. How could Li Dongsheng ever repay such a debt of gratitude? Thankfully, Hu Sheng was now unharmed. Had anything tragic happened to him, even if he survived, Li Dongsheng would forever be plagued by guilt. Look at you, so capable. If you're so capable, then get up. How dare you hit me? Who do you think you are? Smack. Ouch. Xiaoyu, why are you hitting me? Hu Sheng gazed at Li Dongsheng lying in bed, wearing a mocking smile. Just as he was about to continue teasing Li Dongsheng, he was met with a sharp slap from Jia Qiuyu on the back of his head, causing him to retract his neck in pain. You bully my man. If I don't strike you, who else should I hit? Jia Qiuyu narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixated on Hu Sheng with mischief. Clenching her delicate fist not only asserted her claim but also carried an adorable threat. What? Your man? Li Dongsheng he. I can't believe you're bullying me like this. Hu Sheng stared incredulously at Jia Qiuyu's flushed cheeks, and then glanced at the smiling Li Dongsheng on the bed. A torrent of expletives surged through his mind. When did this happen? How was he completely oblivious? Li Dongsheng was momentarily taken aback by the simplicity with which Jia Qiuyu asserted her claim, and he shook his head in bemusement. You see, I can't take action right now, but there is someone who can deal with you, so be cautious. You all are bullying me. Let me go. I need to find my brother. Bullying someone isn't done like this, and you all ganged up on me. Hu Sheng lamented, feeling utterly helpless under Jia Qiuyu's threat. He wished to regain control of his wheelchair, but Jia Qiuyu's narrowed eyes made him genuinely uneasy. All right, Qiuyu, stop messing around. By the way, Hu Sheng, how did you find me that day? That brick you threw was remarkably accurate. Li Dongsheng, amused by Jia Qiuyu's intimidation of Hu Sheng, was genuinely curious about how Hu Sheng had ended up at the abandoned factory. Well, I was out practicing breakdancing that day when I received a message from my brother about inviting someone named Gua to dinner, so I stepped out. As I rode my motorcycle past Central Street, I saw a crowd gathered around a fried chicken shop, so I decided to take a look. That's when I noticed you being taken away by the police, and I even heard you shouting for your brother. Sensing something was amiss, I promptly informed my brother and then followed the van to the abandoned factory, where I discovered that you hadn't been arrested but rather kidnapped. I yearned to rush in and rescue you, but upon discovering that scoundrel wielded a firearm, I feared that in a moment of impulsiveness, your life could be snuffed out. Thus, I sought the counsel of my elder brother. Witnessing your torment was oddly gratifying, I must admit. Hu Sheng was shoved by Jia Qiuyu to the edge of Li Dongsheng's bed, casually picking up a banana and indulging in it. When Li Dongsheng inquired about him, Hu Sheng recounted the events in detail, causing Li Dongsheng to break into a cold sweat. It turns out Hu Sheng had been nearby all along. Fortunately, he had restrained himself. Had he acted rashly, both of them would have met a grim fate. Are you merely a spectator reveling in the chaos? At that moment, I wouldn't have let you escape. Why on earth did you not flee, foolishly shielding me from bullets? Do you think you were Sylvester Stallone? Had I not intervened, you would have surely met your end. I never anticipated that scoundrel would deviate from our unspoken code, not even allowing me to finish my opening remarks before resorting to underhanded tactics, truly disgraceful. Hu Sheng chewed vigorously on the banana, discarding the peel into the trash, only to peel another one and continue his feast. Rumor has it that he committed suicide in prison. What a stroke of bad luck. So, how does your doctor assess your leg? You won't be confined to a wheelchair for life, will you? Because I certainly cannot support you. Humph. As if I would rely on you to sustain me. Fortunately, Hu Sheng's leg sustained no serious injury. That Gus Li had originally aimed to shoot Hu Sheng in the knee, likely underestimating him as a knock-kneed individual. Consequently, the bullet intended for his knee struck his thigh instead, sparing his bone. However, due to excessive blood loss, the doctor opted to put him in a cast to prevent future complications. Jia Qiuyu returned to her seat, resuming her apple peeling. Aware of Li Dongsheng's concern for Hu Sheng, she spoke up. Well, that's a relief. You truly have a charmed life. If you had perished, how could I ever repay such a favor? Li Dongsheng shot a disapproving glance at the cocky Hu Sheng, wishing he could slap him. Humph, as if I would depend on you. We're all grown men here. Must you always create such a ruckus? A head injury the size of a bowl. This is what you call loyalty? Do you not understand? Hu Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine under Li Dongsheng's intense gaze. In exasperation, He tossed a banana in Li Dongsheng's direction, only to be met with Jia Qiuyu's withering stare, which made him retract his neck in fear. All right, you are quite the loyal friend. By the way, during your hospitalization, has that old flame of yours come to see you? Li Dongsheng nodded, refraining from expressing gratitude. Some bonds are best kept silent. Voicing them would only diminish their value. Well, she must come to see me. Hu Sheng awkwardly twitched his mouth, unable to meet Li Dongsheng's gaze, instead turning his head aside to continue eating his banana. You need to inquire about her. During your entire hospitalization, not a single soul has visited him. Jia Qiuyu, peeling her apple, ruthlessly exposed Hu Sheng's lie, causing him to erupt in frustration. No, you can't treat me like this. I refuse to remain in this room. This is truly an affront. She hasn't visited you even once in half a month? Li Dongsheng's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of curiosity prompting him to inquire of Hu Sheng. Before turning his gaze towards Jia Qiuyu, it seemed evident that Hu Sheng had never visited this place. Hu Sheng, with so many admirable women by your side. Why did you choose a dance instructor? Such individuals are often superficial, and with your Navi disposition, you might find it quite challenging to navigate. Jia Qiuyu set aside the dagger in her hand, using a toothpick to offer a piece of apple to Li Dongsheng. She gently advised Hu Sheng, though the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true sentiments. You don't understand. She hasn't come to see me. She must be busy. Hu Sheng sighed softly, a touch of melancholy accompanying his chewing of the banana, unusually refraining from countering Jia Qiuyu's words. Doctor, when can I be discharged? Li Dongsheng observed Hu Sheng's despondent demeanor, surprised to find that the once boisterous Hu Sheng, who frequently spoke of himself, could indeed possess the qualities of a lovesick fool. A lovesick fool, who ultimately ends up with nothing. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Hu Sheng had saved his life, and no matter how exceptional that woman might be, he felt compelled to assist Hu Sheng in winning her heart. Otherwise, he would be forever indebted. Jia Qiuyu, blissfully unaware of Li Dongsheng's thoughts, furrowed her brow, hesitated for a moment, then replied to him, in truth, you only have soft tissue damage in your arms. Now that you have awakened, you are able to return home for recovery. Are you already restless? Chapter 68. A significant bargaining chip, Hu Sheng. You must admit, despite your disability and our arms being incapacitated, when we team up, we truly complement each other. 2 days later, within the main bedroom of the courtyard, Li Dongsheng circled the floor while Hu Sheng sat in a wheelchair, assisting him in organizing the recent financial reports from Jiaxing over the past fortnight. The two disabled men worked together harmoniously. Get lost, who said we're a team? If it weren't for the fact that no one else would pay you any attention, I wouldn't even bother with you. Hurry up, stop circling around. Your antics are making me dizzy. Take a look at the purchases and expenditures from the last half month. If everything is in order, I'll have someone return it to Jiaxing. Do you think I can see it like this? Please spread it out on the bed. Thank you. Li Dongsheng flashed a sweet smile at Hu Sheng, shaking his two arms tightly wrapped in bandages, and shot a disgruntled glance back at him. By the way, during Xiao Li's tenure, the accounts she managed were mostly fabricated. We need to ensure she returns what she embezzled. As Li Dongsheng leaned over to inspect the financial records laid out on the bed, he suddenly recalled Xiao Li, the undercover agent embedded within Jiaxing who was ultimately expelled by Sita Haonan. You don't need to worry about that. The elder brother has already filed a lawsuit against her. She has been sentenced to 4 years in prison, and the embezzled funds have been recovered. Hu Sheng methodically arranged the purchase orders, casually responding to Li Dongsheng. No, she must not be sidelined. This person is crucial. Shili, come in for a moment. What is up, brother-in-law? In the courtyard, Zhang Shili was preparing lunch when he heard Li Dongsheng's call and hurried into the room. Go to Jiaxing and find the elder brother. Tell him to bail Xiaoli out. This person is very important to me. I'm in the middle of cooking. I can't leave right now. Why don't you wait a bit? What are you cooking? There is no need for that anymore. We'll order everything from the restaurant. Turn off the stove and head to Jiaxing. All right then. Zhang Shili, glancing at Li Dongsheng's serious expression, shrugged helplessly, removed his apron, and rode off on his motorcycle. Why do you want the elder brother to bail her out? This person embezzled nearly 80,000 from our Jiaxing. A 4-year sentence is already a lenient punishment from the elder brother. You're not thinking of developing feelings for that woman, are you? I must warn you. You cannot betray Qiuyu. Hu Sheng frowned, scrutinizing Li Dongsheng, completely unaware of his intentions. You understand nothing. This person is a vital bargaining chip for us to bring down the Situ family. With the right application, even a pawn can cross the river and achieve victory. Forget it. With your intellect, You wouldn't comprehend anyway. Your intellect is what is lacking. As the clock approached 2, unexpectedly, Jia Jingjing returned alongside Zheng Shili, carrying bags of food with Jia Qiuyu. Are you planning to plant a seed of discord? Inside, Jia Jingjing settled into a chair, sipping tea while raising an eyebrow at Li Dongsheng's explanation. Indeed, while Xiaoli may appear unremarkable, she is, in fact, a significant pawn in this intricate game. The fact that Sita Haonan has managed to position her beside us indicates that he has employed considerable influence. It is perplexing that he would so carelessly abandon her, leaving one to ponder his motives. Regardless of the circumstances, with Gu Sili deceased and Long Si having completely vanished, any potential adversaries to Sita Haonan have been meticulously dealt with. Thus, it is imperative that we safeguard Xiaoli, Dongsheng, if he seeks your demise. I shall demand his life in return. Why did you attempt to thwart me back then? Jia Jingjing set down his teacup, casting an irritable glance at Li Dongsheng. Brother, do you recall when I spoke of the tumultuous nature of the world? Now that you are gradually cleansing your reputation, it would be prudent to refrain from further involvement in the underbelly of society. Rest assured, the Sidu family nearly took my life and that of Hu Sheng. I, Li Dongsheng, am no pushover. I must exact vengeance personally. If the Sidu family plays their dark games, I shall counter with righteousness, ensuring their disgrace, for otherwise my wrath shall remain unquenched. Li Dongsheng sipped his juice nonchalantly, yet the chill in his words dropped the room's temperature to freezing. Jia Jingjing opened his mouth, intending to interject, but ultimately withheld his words. Brother, do not impede Li Dongsheng. I trust him, Hu Sheng voiced support, sensing the growing tension in the room. He peeled a banana, chewing thoughtfully, his words brimming with faith in Li Dongsheng. Very well, since you feel so strongly, I shall not stand in your way. However, remember that your safety must take precedence. In this lifetime, I have but 2 brothers. Moreover, now that you are with Qiuyu, your life is intertwined with hers. Do not take unnecessary risks. With a sigh, Jia Jingjing realized his counsel would bear no fruit and retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, placing it before Li Dongsheng. What is this? Li Dongsheng inquired, puzzled by the assortment of 4-digit phone numbers inscribed on the paper. I have contacted several retired scouts, adept in tracking and counter-tracking. Here are their details. If you wish to gather evidence against Situ Haonan's illegal activities, they will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Jia Jingjing furrowed his brow, articulating something that took Li Dongsheng by surprise. Brother, sometimes I wish to dissect your mind to see if it harbors an ancient spirit. How do you manage to foresee every detail? I merely consider matters more thoroughly than others. In time, you will comprehend. And where is Qiuyu? Your brother is starving. Is no one attending to the meal? The table has long been set, yet it seems none of you have the inclination to eat. Perhaps you deserve your hunger. Hearing Jia Jingjing's call, Jia Qiuyu entered the room, willingly assisting Hu Sheng with his wheelchair, and the 4 of them made their way to the dining table. Shili, starting tomorrow, you need not go to the canned food factory. Remain at home to assist with various errands, as you will be called upon more frequently in the near future. At the dining table, Li Dongsheng, oblivious to the peculiar gazes of those around him, blissfully indulged in the offerings of Jia Qiuyu, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. All right, then I shan't go tomorrow. Zhang Shili, engrossed in his meal, lifted his head in response to Li Dongsheng's call. He observed the affectionate way Jia Qiuyu fed Li Dongsheng, and a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Unbeknownst to him, memories of his sister, whose whereabouts had long since become a mystery, surfaced, rendering the sweet taste of the guabao roe in his mouth somewhat bitter. Li Dongsheng noticed the glimmer of disappointment in Zhang Shili's eyes and surmised the thoughts that plagued his mind, yet he chose to remain silent. To him, Zhang Rui was merely a fragment of Li Tiezhu's past. Although Li Dongsheng had embraced Li Tiezhu's physical form, if Zhang Rui were still alive, caring for her in Li Tiezhu's stead would pose no issue. In a moment of near death, the first person to cross his mind was not his parents, but rather Jia Qiuyu. From that instant, Li Dongsheng fully acknowledged his feelings. He had grown somewhat dependent on Jia Qiuyu. Now, not only was Zhang Rui's return an impossibility, but even if she were to come back, no one could hinder the union between him and Jia Qiuyu. Chapter 69. From now on, you shall be the living signboard of the culinary world. After enjoying lunch, Jia Jingjing returned to Jiashan, while Hu Sheng was temporarily settled in an available room. Jia Qiuyu, under the pretext of caring for Li Dongsheng, decided to stay and attend to him thoroughly. The following morning, Jia Qiuyu went to the clothing store to assess the business, while Hu Sheng maneuvered his wheelchair into Li Dongsheng's room. slipping his icy hands beneath the covers. This sudden chill jolted the still slumbering Li Dongsheng awake. "What on earth are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." "I was having a dream," Li Dongsheng gasped, recalling a nightmare where he was being pursued by Situ Haonan and a group of people, just as he was running for his life. Hu Sheng's icy intrusion startled him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by the sight of Hu Sheng's scarred face quivering before him. Had he been able to move his arms, he might have swatted him away. "Still asleep? The sun's already high. Didn't you ask me to wake you up early today?" Hu Sheng, met with Li Dongsheng's fierce glare, suddenly broke into a grin. He promptly thrust both hands under the covers, shocking Li Dongsheng into a sitting position, revealing a flash of white skin. "Are you out of your mind, pervert?" Li Dongsheng shivered. Hu Sheng's hands were unbearably cold. It was only early November, and there had yet to be snowfall, yet his hands felt like blocks of ice. "If you're so capable, why don't you freeze me too? Come on." Hu Sheng brandished his intact wrists in a show of defiance, inciting Li Dongsheng to kick him in frustration. "Is it already noon? Why do I always feel fatigued lately?" After calling for Zheng Shili to assist him in dressing, Li Dongsheng shook his neck, plagued by a persistent fogginess in his head. "This is normal," Zheng Shili explained as he helped Li Dongsheng pull up his trousers. "The doctor mentioned that during your coma, your subconscious was exceptionally active, far beyond that of an average person. This is merely a post-residual effect of your awakening. It will improve with time. All right, get ready. We're heading out." "Where to?" "Of course, to check on the fried chicken shop. That's my investment. I put in around 60 to 70,000, Li Dongsheng responded, casting an exasperated glance at the two curious onlookers. He approached the table, extracted a straw from the holder, and inserted it into his juice bottle, slurping the beverage. At the new Century Fried Chicken shop, it was lunchtime, yet the fast food establishment that should have been bustling with patrons was now dismally quiet, with only a few pairs of young diners scattered about. The owner, Zhang Fatsai, sat near the entrance with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. Upon spotting Li Dongsheng and Hu Sheng approaching, he was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly went to greet them. "Hey, when did you get discharged? Why are you here in person?" Zhang Fatsai asked, avoiding direct eye contact with Li Dongsheng, his gaze flickering. Li Dongsheng's unwavering trust in him, having invested a substantial sum without hesitation, weighed heavily on Zhang Fatsai's conscience, as he felt he had let Li Dongsheng down by allowing the restaurant to fall into disarray. "Having just missed lunch, I came to see you. Please assist Hu Sheng." Li Dongsheng, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Fatsai's guilty expression, refrained from speaking. In truth, the previous incident had no bearing on Zhang Fatsai whatsoever. Even in the absence of this fried chicken shop, that deranged individual would have undoubtedly found another avenue to ensnare me and execute his nefarious plan. Regrettably, this uproar has caused a staggering reduction in the fast food establishment's profits by no less than 90%. Situ Haonan's maneuver can only be described as devastatingly effective. "Dongsheng, I apologize," Zhang Fatsai said, observing Li Dongsheng's indifferent demeanor. He had visited the hospital numerous times, yearning to express his contrition. Yet Li Dongsheng remained in a coma during those visits. To his surprise, upon not visiting the hospital for the past few days, he learned that Li Dongsheng had not only awakened but had also been discharged. Mustering his courage, he felt compelled to accept responsibility. "This is not your fault. There is no need for such self-reproach. Do not wear such a sorrowful countenance. Are you expecting me, a disabled individual, to console you? Quickly fetch a few hamburgers and some juice. We truly have not eaten," Li Dongsheng retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Zhang Fatsai, whose round face wore an expression of feigned grievance. Ignoring him completely, Li Dongsheng pushed open the restaurant door with his head and entered. "Good day, boss." Following the commotion of the past fortnight, all the employees of the fast food joint were now aware that Li Dongsheng was the hidden proprietor of the establishment. Upon seeing his arms wrapped like zongzi, they suppressed their laughter, nodding respectfully in acknowledgement. Li Dongsheng casually selected a chair, disregarding the employees' stifled chuckles, and called out to a passing order taker. "Excuse me, I would like 3 of each, the spicy chicken burger, the lobster burger, and the cod burger, along with 3 portions of fried chicken, pre-cut, 2 large orange juices, and 1 large cola." "Certainly, boss. Please hold on a moment." The order taker replied respectfully before hastily retreating to the kitchen. At that moment, Zhang Fatsai wheeled Hu Sheng in. Upon witnessing Li Dongsheng order an array of burgers, he realized that Li Dongsheng bore no ill will towards him. Blushing, he pushed Hu Sheng closer and sighed as he took a seat opposite Li Dongsheng. "Smile a little. Who conducts business with a long face? If you wear a frown, You'll scare the customers away. Dongsheng, ever since we were falsely accused, our shop's revenue has dwindled by the day. Do you have any thoughts or suggestions? I truly cannot endure this any longer. Zhang Fatsai attempted to muster a smile, yet it appeared forced upon his round visage. Some losses must be swallowed in silence. With winter approaching and the weather turning colder, do you remember the milk tea ratios I provided? Have you procured all the ingredients? Li Dongsheng, biting into the hamburger that Zheng Shili had offered him, signaled to Hu Sheng that it was quite delectable, then turned his attention back to Zhang Fatsai. I have long stored those ingredients in the warehouse. Since you were in a coma, I dared not touch them, fearing that a misstep would tarnish our reputation. Are you suggesting that we commence with the milk tea? Upon noticing a smear of salad dressing on Li Dongsheng's nose, Zhang Fatsai promptly took a napkin to assist him, his words laced with a hint of anticipation. Indeed, my purpose for today encompasses two matters. One is to instruct you on the art of crafting milk tea on site, and the other is to inform you that the new Century Fried Chicken establishment has officially merged under the auspices of Jiaxing. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of proprietor of this establishment. I shall no longer partake in any decision-making. Once you have settled the initial investment I made, all subsequent profits shall be remitted to Jiaxing at 60%, with the remainder yours to retain. Dongsheng, by doing this, aren't you effectively bestowing upon me a favor? I have already transformed this establishment into what it is today. Do you still have faith in me? Zhang Fatsai gazed at Li Dongsheng in disbelief. The previous 70-30 profit split had already rendered him significantly prosperous. Currently, fried chicken and burgers are virtually non-existent in the domestic market, and our establishment in H City attracts a steady stream of eager patrons, including curious visitors from afar. Had it not been for the recent uproar surrounding the incident with the children, our daily net profit would have exceeded 700. Even with the current scarcity of customers, we still manage to garner 200 to 300 in pure profit daily, a figure I once deemed a mere dream. Now, the fact that Li Dongsheng wishes to increase my share leaves Zhang Fatsai feeling utterly embarrassed. The path to profitability is seldom smooth. I have never doubted your abilities since our paths crossed. Work diligently, and I assure you, a resounding reputation in the culinary industry awaits you in the future. Chapter 70. YYDS, please, do not overstate my abilities. I am quite aware of my own capabilities. You and brother who can continue your meal, while I take a moment to inspect the storage room. Later, you shall instruct me in the art of crafting milk tea. Very well, go ahead. Shili, do not solely feed me. Indulge yourself as well. At this stage, if you wish to savor fried chicken and hamburgers in the Northeast, this establishment is your sole option. Just look at Brother Hu. He has already devoured 3 hamburgers. Li Dongsheng was presented with a codfish hamburger by Zheng Shili, prompting him to encourage Zheng to partake as well, while he himself sipped delicately on his fruit juice. Dongsheng, I have come to realize that your culinary prowess is quite extraordinary. How did you come to master this delightful creation? It is truly delectable. In response to Li Dongsheng's playful banter, Hu Sheng remained unfazed, tearing into his 4th hamburger and relishing a generous gulp of cola, his expression one of sheer bliss. Zhang Fatsai, descended from royal chefs, excelled in crafting huadiao chicken. I took a different approach, combining Zhang's fried chicken with freshly baked bread dough, enhanced with seasoned salad dressing and a secret spicy sauce, thereby creating a hamburger. Hamburgers are commonplace in America, and rumor has it that this month, a KFC will open near Tiananmen in the capital, serving precisely this type of fried chicken hamburger. Oh, so this is a foreign delicacy then? Hu Sheng inquired, piqued by Li Dongsheng's words, while Zheng Shili continued to enjoy his fried chicken leg, attentively awaiting Li's elaboration. Indeed, it is a foreign innovation. This new dining model is destined to captivate the entire nation, and what you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Hurry indeed. Soon we shall prepare milk tea, and I assure you, in the next decade, or even several decades, my milk tea will be emulated throughout all of China. You are among the first to sample it. Keep dreaming. Can it ever surpass the taste of pear and orange juice? I trust my brother-in-law's words. I shall certainly indulge in more milk tea. Hu Sheng scoffed at Li Dongsheng's audacious claims, acknowledging that his pear concoction was indeed commendable. However, the notion of milk tea, combining milk and tea leaves, seemed dubious to him. Conversely, Zheng Shili nodded in agreement, finding himself increasingly impressed by his multifaceted brother-in-law, despite his propensity for landing in the hospital in a rather disheveled state. Every proclamation he uttered seemed to manifest into reality. See, it all comes back to my brother-in-law. You shall never be my little admirer. Li Dongsheng was pleased with Zhang Xili's unwavering trust. Upon hearing Zhang Fatsai call for them, he instructed Zhang Xili to assist Hu Xing, and the trio ventured into the food storage of the fried chicken establishment. The new Century Fried Chicken restaurant spans over 300 square meters, featuring 2 floors and a basement, with the food storage located within the subterranean level. Upon entering the basement, Li Dongsheng signaled Zhang Fatsai to secure the door tightly. When only the 4 of them remained in the basement, Li Dongsheng instructed Zhang Xili to open the ventilation vent. The process of brewing milk tea is, in fact, quite simple, to be candid. Milk tea is not significantly more delicious than plain milk. However, people are always drawn to novelty. Now, I shall reveal the steps to you. You may take the initiative, with Xili assisting you. Given the current tools at hand, I can only impart to you the most straightforward method of preparation. Fortunately, milk tea has yet to permeate the mainland. As long as it is palatable, it will attract customers. First, bring water in a pot to a boil and steep the tea leaves. After 3 minutes, utilize a strainer to thoroughly remove the tea leaves. Then add fresh milk and simmer for an additional 5 minutes before incorporating edible saccharin. Allow it to brew for another minute. Then gently swirl it in a cup containing soft, fragrant red beans using a large straw, and it will be ready for consumption. 10 minutes later, Li Dongsheng, biting down on a straw, leaned over to sample Zhang Xili's cup of milk tea. His brows furrowed slightly. No, this is too sweet. And the milk tea has been overcooked. Discard it and start anew. Really, brother-in-law? I think it tastes quite good, exclaimed Zhang Fatsai. It is indeed quite delicious, responded Zhang Xili and Hu Sheng, who were savoring the milk tea and chewing on the soft red beans, puzzled as to why Li Dongsheng was dissatisfied. The milk tea you are tasting is somewhat overcooked. Since you have never experienced authentic milk tea, you cannot discern the difference. Those who frequently consume milk or tea can immediately identify the nuances. We cannot tarnish our reputation by launching a subpar product. Let us brew it again, and this time, I will keep track of the time. Ah, Dongsheng, won't it be a pity to waste all this milk? Zhang Fatsai remarked, looking at the milk tea in the pot, recognizing the validity of Li Dongsheng's concerns. However, it seemed wasteful to a person accustomed to frugality. Pour it out. Do you intend to serve it to others and risk having them replicate the recipe? Very well. Zhang Fatsai sighed and disposed of the entire pot of milk tea down the drain, cleaned the pot, and began steeping the tea leaves anew. This flavor is not right. Discard it. No, the timing is still off. Pour it out again. What could possibly be the issue? Is it the pot? Continue pouring. All right. The flavor is nearly perfect now. Everyone, come and taste it. You must remember this flavor. After numerous failures and repeated brewing, what should have been a simple process consumed an entire afternoon of deliberation for the 4 of them, ultimately leading to the creation of the first cup of milk tea in Northeast China. This version was indeed far superior to the previous attempts, almost addictively delicious. Brother-in-law, are you planning to sell it exclusively? I believe if this milk tea could be packaged for convenience, it would undoubtedly yield a tremendous fortune, Zhang Xili remarked enthusiastically, recognizing the immense commercial potential within this delightful beverage. If executed well, the profits could be boundless. You have hit the nail on the head. Let us first introduce the milk tea in the fried chicken shop. Over the next few days, I need you to run some errands and secure the patent for me. We aim to establish a factory dedicated solely to the production of various milk teas, promoting Jiaxing's milk tea nationwide. Is Boligian truly impressive? I am determined to measure our success against theirs. Brother-in-law, awaken. It is still daylight, and Boligian's market value is in the billions. Do not indulge in daydreams. Zhang Xili bluntly shattered Li Dongsheng's illusions. Although he had high hopes for milk tea, he did not believe it could rival Boligian. I actually think Dongsheng's perspective is quite reasonable. I do not find Boligian particularly palatable. In contrast, Jiaxing's pear and orange juices are simply exquisite. I often keep a couple of boxes at home, fearing that the local supply and marketing cooperative and grocery stores might run out. If Jiaxing were to introduce a milk tea with diverse flavors that surpasses Boligian, I believe it is entirely feasible. I have faith in Dongsheng. Zhang Fatsai sipped the milk tea, meticulously chronicling all previous failures and successful steps in his notebook. Upon hearing Zhang Xili question Li Dongsheng, he immediately rallied in support of him. For Zhang Fatsai, Li Dongsheng has not only taught him how to make hamburgers, spicy hot pot, spicy mixed dishes, spicy stir-fry, fried chicken, and French fries, but has also instructed him in the art of freshly squeezed juices and crafting cola. Now, he is imparting knowledge on milk tea. In Zhang Fatsai's eyes, Li Dongsheng has become a true legend. Chapter 71. Prime Advertising Space. All right, Zhang Ge, no need to flatter me. I genuinely possess great confidence in milk tea. Li Dongsheng chuckled, lightly tapping Zhang Fatsai with his bandaged arm. Others may not be aware of the impending lucrative potential of milk tea, but Li Dongsheng had grown up savoring various fast-track delights from Hong Kong's railway. And he held absolute faith in the milk tea that thrived in the early 1990s, long before his rebirth. Very well. I shall inquire at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau first thing tomorrow regarding trademark registration. At present, Zhang Shili had completely become Li Dongsheng's little admirer, and he would not delay any task assigned by Li Dongsheng. He rummaged through the warehouse for glass jars, intending to take some milk tea home. Receiving Hu Sheng's enthusiastic approval, Zhang Ge, you can start preparing the milk tea now. Winter has arrived, and a warm cup of milk tea will be the perfect drink for the season. Although the preparation steps for milk tea are not particularly difficult, we must keep them confidential for now. Once we secure the patent, imitation will pose no concern. Until then, I must trouble you to bear the burden and ensure the process remains undisclosed. Rest assured, Dongsheng, I am not foolish. This venture is a gold mine, and I value it more than my own life. Zhang Fatsai thumped his chest with determination. Starting tomorrow, I will renovate the warehouse. I will be the sole one to brew the milk tea, and no one shall be allowed to observe. Li Dongsheng appreciated Zhang Fatsai's prudence. Zhang Ge, I have always trusted your discretion. Please prepare some fried chicken and hamburgers for us to take away, and put the expenses on my tab. What tab? This establishment is yours. Whatever you take is justified. You go ahead. I will finish tidying up and join you shortly. Zhang Ge, understand this, even amongst brothers. Accounts must be clearly settled. Even though this shop is mine, as long as you return my initial investment, the remainder will be our shared profit. In the future, I will order a substantial number of employee meals from you. You should hire more staff and be ready to open a branch at any moment, keeping a separate tally of my expenses. After leaving the New Century Fried Chicken shop, Li Dongsheng and his companions first went to the clothing store to pick up Jia Qiuyu, then headed to Jiaxing to gather Jia Jingjing, before returning to the courtyard. Hey, where have you all been? I've been waiting for you forever. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Li Dongsheng noticed Li Guorong curled up like a sulking child, a slight frown on his face. Seeing Li Dongsheng and the others emerge from a van, with Zhang Shili and Jia Jingjing carrying bags of food, Li Guorong scratched his head in confusion. Rongge, what brings you here? Li Dongsheng inquired curiously, only to receive a typical eye roll from Li Guorong in response. How can you even say that? I spent over 10 days at the hospital watching over you while you lay unconscious. I left for just a few days, and you didn't even bother to inform me of your departure. You are truly lacking as a brother. Li Guorong stood up, ready to throw a punch at Li Dongsheng, but upon seeing the pitiful state of Li Dongsheng, he reluctantly lowered his fist and embraced him tightly. Damn it! I thought I would never see you again. As soon as Li Guorong spoke, he broke down, his eyes reddening and tears streaming uncontrollably. The sight of his father crying pierced Li Dongsheng's heart. In his previous life, he had never witnessed such a display of emotion from him. Conversely, having known his father for only a few months in this life, he had already seen him weep several times. Hey, it's all right. Let's go inside and talk. Li Dongsheng wiped away his tears and patted Li Guorong with his bandaged arm. Zhang Shi stepped out, and the group returned to the courtyard. I have an idea, brother. Tomorrow, withdraw all of Jiaxing's reserve funds. How much can we gather? Half an hour later, Jia Qiuyu and Zheng Shili laid a feast of fried chicken and hamburgers across the table, and the group gathered around, eating and chatting. Jia Jingjing was savoring the hamburgers with great delight, enjoying the novelty of the food. Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's inquiry, he set his hamburger down, took a sip of cola, and replied, currently, there are approximately 960,000 in the reserve account, all deposited in the bank. If we withdraw it all, what do you intend to do? 960,000 is somewhat insufficient. How about this? You and I each invest 120,000 to make a total of 1,200,000, and we can purchase an advertisement slot. Purchase an advertisement slot? 1,200,000. Li Dongsheng's suggestion left Hu Sheng, Zheng Shili, Jia Qiuyu, and Li Guorong utterly astonished. They stared at Li Dongsheng, unsure of what scheme he was concocting this time. Are you referring to the bidding for the prime advertising slots on Phoenix TV at the end of the year? Do you think 1,200,000 will be enough? While the others were shocked, Jia Jingjing furrowed his brow at the mention of 1,200,000 for an advertisement slot. He instantly recalled the bidding for the prime advertising slots on Phoenix TV at year's end, a piece of information that was quite confidential. How did Dongsheng learn about it? In fact, he had been eyeing that ad slot as well, but he knew securing it would be exceedingly difficult. Jiaxing was still in its infancy and might not be able to afford it. Therefore, he had intended to discuss the possibility of purchasing a time slot for a rerun instead. However, with Li Dongsheng's prolonged unconsciousness, that conversation had been postponed. Who would have thought that Li Dongsheng would bring it up himself? Yes, it is indeed the bidding for the prime advertising slots on Phoenix TV. 1,200,000 is merely the reserve fund. If that proves inadequate, as long as we do not exceed 2 million, we must secure it. Dongsheng, are you out of your mind? 1,200,000 for an advertisement? How gullible can you be? At this stage, not every household owns a television. If you spend so much money to secure it, will anyone even watch? Are you just burning money? Hu Sheng, who had been struggling with his fries, noticed that his brother seemed to agree with Li Dongsheng's point and immediately set down his fries to cast a dissenting vote. Indeed, Dongsheng, is such a substantial investment perhaps a bit too reckless? Jia Qiuyu sat beside Li Dongsheng, delicately nibbling on a fried chicken leg. Upon hearing her partner propose to spend over $1 million for an advertising spot, the taste of the chicken leg instantly diminished. Is Li Dongsheng truly this affluent now? Brother-in-law, I too find it somewhat. Never mind, I lack the authority to comment. Over $1 million, you truly dare to discuss such sums. Li Guorong, sipping on Maotai, felt a shadow of gloom wash over him upon overhearing the casual conversation between Li Dongsheng and Jia Jingjing about business dealings exceeding $1 million. Brother, what is your perspective? Li Dongsheng paid no heed to the opinions of Li Guorong and the others, instead fixating intently on Jia Jingjing, eager to hear her thoughts. Many enterprises are vying for the advertising slots during the prime time of Phoenix television. I believe even 3 million might not secure one. Jia Jingjing scrutinized the expressions of those present, noting their unwavering gaze upon her, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she abruptly shifted her tone. However, regardless of the exorbitance of this advertising spot, as long as it does not exceed 240,000, we must secure it. The significance of publicity for a company is evident. Just look at Baoligian. To everyone's surprise, Jia Jingjing actually supported Li Dongsheng. Brother, that is elder head. Hu Sheng gazed at Jia Jingjing in disbelief. Is this truly the same Jia Jingjing who once meticulously strategized every move? How has she transformed to resemble Li Dongsheng, now fully embracing the role of a gambler? Chapter 72. I aspire to be a literary plagiarist. The elder brother's vision is extraordinarily lofty. Thus, it has been decisively agreed upon. Shortly, I shall have Qiuyu hand over my savings book to you. You may return and gather the necessary funds, as it is prudent for us to plan ahead. Li Dongsheng was utterly unprepared for Jia Jingjing's support. He had a plethora of persuasive words stifled within him, leaving only a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well, Jia Jingjing nodded, continuing to savor the fried chicken leg. Brother Rong, I may no longer be able to serve as your best man. Once the arrangements for the prime advertising slot with Phoenix Television were confirmed, Li Dongsheng cast a sidelong glance at Li Guorong and uttered a remark that caused the latter's brow to furrow in consternation. What is the matter? Did we not agree that you would be my best man? Now that you have money, do you look down upon your elder brother? Li Guorong's tone dripped with acidity. He was genuinely taken aback by Li Dongsheng's newfound wealth, as he casually mentioned tens of thousands as though it were child's play. Not at all. What I mean is, once my arms have healed, I intend to marry Qiuyu. If I were to marry before you, naturally, I would be unable to stand by your side as your best man. Nanny? Upon hearing Li Dongsheng express his intention to wed Jia Qiuyu, Li Guorong was so taken aback that he blurted out in Japanese, oblivious to the chicken leg that fell from his grasp. He stared intently at Li Dongsheng, then glanced at the composed Jia Qiuyu beside him, swallowing hard. Brother, how could you be so reckless? Jia Qiuyu's icy gaze locked onto Li Guorong, startling him into silence, hastily swallowing back his words. Dongsheng, do you mean to disregard my existence entirely? Have you sought the consent of your elder brother and our father before making such grand declarations? Should my father disapprove, you would find yourself lamenting. Jia Jingjing, witnessing Li Dongsheng openly declare his relationship with Jia Qiuyu, felt genuine happiness for the pair and playfully teased Li Dongsheng. Fear not. I shall visit my godfather tomorrow or the day after to secure his blessing. This will be quite straightforward. How about this, brother? Let us set a date and marry together. Wouldn't that be a double celebration? Li Guorong's eyes darted about, and he unwittingly made a remark that left Li Dongsheng astounded. Brother Rong, that is a splendid idea. I shall stand as best man for my future brother-in-law. Zheng Shili took a sip of cola, adding fuel to the fire. I find this agreeable. You two could even arrange a betrothal. Hu Xing also chimed in. Wow, marrying alongside your own father seems far more exhilarating than merely serving as his best man. Li Dongsheng gazed at the group who had inexplicably begun to discuss how to organize a joint wedding. Even Jia Qiuyu eagerly joined in, sending a strange shiver down his spine. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Dongsheng first visited his godfather, effortlessly persuading Jia Lijiao and his wife to consent to Jia Qiuyu marrying him. On this day, Jia Jingjing arrived at the courtyard with a briefcase. They finalized the bidding arrangements, and the following day, he would accompany Zheng Shili to Shenzhen. This journey would undoubtedly stir up a tempest. In the evening, Li Dongsheng sat by the window, relishing the massage from Jia Qiuyu while listening to the tape recorder playing Zhang Chong's famous piece, Love You is Hard to Express. He turned to gaze at Jia Qiuyu, who was softly humming the lyrics, and realized that her singing was quite pleasant, which sparked a new idea within him. Do you really enjoy Zhang Chong's songs? He inquired. Of course. Who doesn't like Zhang Chong nowadays? Why do you ask such a silly question? Jia Qiuyu replied, her curiosity piqued by Li Dongsheng's sudden query, giving him a playful glare. She flipped the tape to play the girl under the street lamp. Go fetch some paper and a pen. I want you to take notes. Why? Don't tell me you also want to write a song. Do you even know how? Jia Qiuyu stood up, retrieved the paper and pen, and regarded Li Dongsheng's serious expression with a teasing peck on his thick lips. When it comes to singing, I might be tone deaf, but as for lyric writing, I doubt many can surpass me so far. I'll write a few songs for you to sing. If they sound good, you can release a few albums, and I'll help you become a big star. Then you can support me. Li Dongsheng reminisced, licking his lips and casting a flirtatious glance at Jia Qiuyu, which earned him a significant eye roll in return. I believe you, not at all. Though Jia Qiuyu feigned disbelief, she still picked up the pen, ready to take notes. How could a piece from that era be complete without a carefree journey by Yi Qianwen? That would lack any sense of nostalgia. This song was released in 1991, and if she copied it now, would that count as plagiarism? Li Dongsheng observed Jia Qiuyu's earnest demeanor, further solidifying his resolve to become a literary thief, and began to recite the lyrics. The world is vast, travelers pass swiftly. Tides rise and fall, entanglements of life and death, who can truly see through it? The mortal realm is tumultuous, love runs deep, yet gatherings and partings are inevitable. Leave half awake, half intoxicated, at least in dreams, you follow me. I wager my youth for tomorrow. You exchange your true feelings for this life. Time knows not the sorrows of the world. Why not live freely just once? As Jia Qiuyu listened intently, scribbling the lyrics on the manuscript, she initially approached it with the intention of amusing Li Dongsheng. Yet gradually, she sensed the uniqueness of the lyrics, beginning to hum them softly. When she completed transcribing the entire song, she looked at Li Dongsheng in disbelief, pointing at the written lyrics, her speech faltering slightly. Is this what you just thought of? If not, then what? Li Dongsheng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed Jia Qiuyu's astonished expression, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his masculine pride. After all, no one knew this song now. Even if he became a literary thief, no one would expose him. Why not admit it? Do you have more? Jia Qiuyu regarded Li Dongsheng's mischievous smile and suddenly felt she had asked a rather foolish question. She had never heard this song before. It must have been freshly created by Li Dongsheng. A genius. Is this what genius looks like? Indeed. A kiss exchanges for a song. Li Dongsheng gazed at Jia Qiuyu's unsatisfied expression, eager to tease her. Just as he began to speak, he was silenced by Jia Qiuyu, leaving only the enjoyment that followed. After a long while, their lips parted, and Jia Qiuyu, her cheeks flushed, turned her head away, exclaiming, Is that enough? That's enough. Li Dongsheng savored the moment, licking his lips, and gestured for Jia Qiuyu to retrieve a carbon pen. The legend of Madame Whitesnake, like mist, like rain, and like the wind. In the future, at least there will be you, my first love, the shy rose blooming quietly. He recited one beloved song after another, each a classic that would later captivate generations, yet they had yet to be released in this time. Initially, he intended to compose just a couple of tunes to amuse Jia Qiuyu, but the passionate kisses seemed to inspire an endless flow of melodies. As the night drew near its end, Li Dongsheng had recounted over 30 well-known songs of the future, prompting Jia Qiuyu to finally shake her sore wrist and release him. In that moment, Jia Qiuyu looked at Li Dongsheng, her large eyes filled with boundless admiration. Is your husband impressive? Very impressive. Truly remarkable. Then why don't you prepare the bedding? I'm already feeling sleepy, she yawned. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it was already past 1 in the early morning, and Li Dongsheng could barely keep his eyes open. At your command, he replied. Jia Qiuyu, feeling drowsy as well, hurriedly began to lay out the bedding. However, on this particular night, she did not return to her own room. This night was destined to be a muddle. Chapter 73. I truly am not cutting in line. The following morning, Li Dongsheng groggily opened his eyes to find Jia Qiuyu peacefully asleep beside him. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why she had not gone to the clothing store that day. Last night, upon learning that Jia Qiuyu would be sharing his bed, all traces of sleepiness disappeared in an instant. However, he found himself immobilized, his arms stiff as if bound like a mummy, rendering him incapable of engaging in any mischief. Ultimately, he could only acquiesce to Jia Qiuyu's insistence to recount tales from Anderson until the sun had fully risen, at which point both of them finally succumbed to slumber. Li Dongsheng, you complete fool, such an opportunity squandered. He silently chastised himself, stifling a yawn before drifting back to sleep. As noon approached, Li Dongsheng, still in a haze, sensed someone kissing him. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Jia Qiuyu, her face alight with joy, propped up on one elbow, gazing at him. A sudden flush crept across his cheeks. What are you staring at? You look like a lecherous maiden. I must inform you, you have sullied me last night, and you shall be held responsible, or I shall cry foul. Giggle, go ahead and shout. Everyone in this courtyard, except for that crippled Hu Sheng, has gone to work. Even if you scream, no one will heed your call. Jia Qiuyu chuckled, thoroughly amused by Li Dongsheng's deliberately feigned vulnerability. She playfully lifted his chin with her delicate fingers, planted a kiss on his lips, and shot him a flirtatious glance. Ah, you rogue. Is this what they call a sheep entering a tiger's den? Jia Jingjing has deceived me. Enough with your banter. My elder brother just called. He confirmed the time for the bidding meeting. It will commence in 20 days, and they shall not return until it concludes. 20 days? Then you ought to refrain from frequent visits to the clothing store. With Shili gone, only Hu Sheng and I remain in this courtyard, both unable to venture out to Jiasheng. Are you hungry? Let us go out for a meal. Listening to Jia Qiuyu's account, Li Dongsheng felt a sense of clarity. He turned over, sat up in bed, and cracked his neck with a satisfying sound. Shall we indulge in fried chicken and hamburgers again? The ones you brought back yesterday have gone cold. Let us enjoy freshly made ones today. Those fries were absolutely delectable. Absolutely. But you must help me change first. I cannot possibly step outside in these clothes. A yellow van pulled up at the entrance of the New Century Fried Chicken fast food restaurant, where Jia Qiuyu and the driver assisted Hu Sheng from the vehicle. As the trio approached the restaurant, they were taken aback by the long line snaking out the door. Goodness, is it New Year's or something? Why is everyone out shopping? Hu Sheng craned his neck to survey the scene, noting that the majority of the crowd consisted of young couples, with scarcely anyone over 60 in sight. Hey, how dare you cut in line? Do you possess no decency? Can't you see that there is a queue? Indeed, what has become of the youth today? Always trying to jump the line. It is truly despicable. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Li Dongsheng's mouth as he surmised the cause of the bustling scene. It could only be attributed to the allure of bubble tea. He gestured to Jia Qiuyu to push Hu Sheng forward, aiming to bypass the crowd and enter the fast food restaurant directly. However, just a few steps in, they were halted by a young couple. Were they mistaken for queue jumpers? I beg your pardon, you have misunderstood. I am one of the owners of this establishment, and I am not here to cut in line. But the response was dismissive. Come off it, look at yourself. This is the 7th time someone has said that to you. What are 2 disabled individuals like you trying to squeeze in for? You claim to be the owner? Do you have any idea how much it costs to run a place like this? Hurry up and get lost, or I swear I'll knock you out. Can't you speak properly? Why do you spew such nonsense? Hu Sheng, who had initially been grinning, was now perturbed. This fried chicken shop was under Jiashu's ownership, and he held a 20% stake in it. The more profitable the shop became, the happier he was. Yet, here were these oblivious individuals, making a scene. While Li Dongsheng might not be as handsome as himself, he certainly didn't deserve such insults. How could Hu Sheng tolerate it? Hey, why are you still hurling insults? Just because you're disabled doesn't mean you lack basic decency. Is it wrong for me to call you out for cutting in line? Everyone, look at this. This person is utterly unreasonable, cutting in line, yet acting indignant about it. It's freezing out, and everyone is queuing. Is it wrong for me to say something to him? He asked the one who resorted to insults. The couple blocking Li Dongsheng seemed to be of a different character. The young man appeared somewhat shy, persistently tugging at his girlfriend's arm, signaling her to cease her outburst. Yet the girl, undeniably bold, not only incited Hu Sheng's ire, but even caused Jia Qiuyu's expression to darken, her restraint nearly faltering. Listen, young men, let us not argue. We're all queuing here, and it's tough for everyone. Just refrain from cutting in and wait your turn. Purchasing items won't take long. Exactly. Seeing two of you injured, queuing must be quite a challenge. Please, stop arguing. The crowd will only grow larger, and you'll end up waiting even longer. The onlookers were intrigued, watching as the fiery couple confronted Li Dongsheng and his companions. Yet, it was apparent to the discerning that Hu Sheng, with his scarred visage and wheelchair, presented a formidable presence, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Li Dongsheng, while possessing a handsome countenance, bore an intensity in his gaze that suggested he was not easily intimidated. Jia Qiuyu, though more composed, was undeniably beautiful and exuded elegance. No one would believe she lacked connections while associating with the other two. It was quite possible that the trio were core members of some notorious gang, raising the question of why a mere couple would dare to confront them. The girl, oblivious to the spectators' perceptions, felt a surge of triumph upon receiving counsel to back down. She defiantly shook her little fist at Li Dongsheng and his companions, resembling a proud little hen. Unbeknownst to Li Dongsheng, their image had already been categorized by the onlookers as part of a notorious gang, and he furrowed his brow, staring intently at the young couple. As a simmering anger began to rise within him, I assert that I am the proprietor of this establishment, yet you remain skeptical. Very well, from this moment forth, this shop shall not welcome you. Should you manage to procure a cup of milk tea or a hamburger from this venue, I, Li Dongsheng, shall cease operations. Oh, have you become so engrossed in your performance that you've lost touch with reality? Whether or not I can acquire milk tea bears no relation to you. Kindly step aside and refrain from wasting everyone's time. Upon witnessing Li Dongsheng's continued theatrical display, the young girl forcefully pushed away her boyfriend who attempted to restrain her and unleashed a tirade. Li Kun, are you even a man? Here I am, standing up for justice. And you remain utterly silent while clinging to me. He is Li Dongsheng. Li Kun felt an overwhelming urge to slap his girlfriend on the spot. Typically, her headstrong and willful nature could be overlooked, but today she seemed utterly irrational. After all, he was the general manager of Jiaxin. How could she, a mere high school graduate working as a laborer, presume to challenge him? I care not for what title he holds, Li Dongsheng or otherwise. Disregard for the rules is unacceptable. If we allow such rude individuals to cut in line without consequence, we only embolden their lack of civility. Faced with her boyfriend's attempts at reason, the girl erupted like a powder keg. In front of such a crowd, you not only fail to support me, but also dare to undermine my stance. This relationship is irreparable. It is over. Chapter 74. What are your thoughts on Jiaxin? The young lady grew increasingly irate, ready to raise her hand to strike Li Kun. However, her arm was firmly grasped by Li Kun, leaving her with no choice but to kick his calf, causing him to stagger backward in pain. Do you know me? Faced with this Na'vi girl, who fancied herself a champion of justice like a black widow, Li Dongsheng was left utterly speechless. The world would soon teach her the harsh lessons of reality. Conversely, Li Dongsheng felt a flicker of interest in this lad named Li Kun, who surprisingly recognized him. Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's inquiry, Li Kun, while firmly holding his girlfriend's arm, nodded enthusiastically and smiled. My sister works at your chopstick factory. Her name is Li Tzuelan. Oh, so you are the brother of Sister Tzuelan? That explains why your name seems so familiar, Li Dongsheng replied. I had been waiting for you to come to Jiaxing, but I never expected to encounter you here today. You seem like a fine young man, though your girlfriend is rather Na'vi. Li Dongsheng examined Li Kun closely, pleasantly surprised to discover he was Li Tzuelan's brother, which instantly fostered a sense of camaraderie. Currently, the chopstick factory was not thriving. Most of the later employees had departed, leaving only Tian Hao and Li Tzuelan to uphold the facade with their colleagues. In the past, Li Tzuelan had mentioned to Li Dongsheng that her brother had just graduated and received lucrative job offers from numerous companies. However, she believed Jiaxing was the most humane, with excellent benefits, and sought to inquire whether there were any vacancies available. Talents have always been treasured in any era. A university graduate from 1987 is of exceptional value, especially now when Jiaxing is in dire need of skilled personnel. Without hesitation, Li Dongsheng assured Li Tzuelan that as long as her brother was willing to join Jiaxing, he would receive the best treatment. However, Li Kun had been assisting his classmates with some projects lately, and they had not had the opportunity to meet. It was indeed a twist of fate that they encountered each other here today. Who was making such a commotion? Do you not understand that one must queue to purchase items? Come forward and take a number. At that moment, an employee from New Century Fried Chicken emerged from the crowd, holding a stack of number tickets to distribute to the waiting customers. Upon spotting Li Dongsheng, the employee hurried over respectfully, exclaiming, "Boss, what brings you here? It's so cold outside. Please come in." "Hey, young lady, is he truly your boss?" "Surely not. He is far too young to be able to manage such a large restaurant." A crowd of onlookers, witnessing the employee's deference to Li Dongsheng, was taken aback. Is this young man really the owner of this fried chicken establishment? He must possess considerable wealth. How could it be false? Our boss is named Li Dongsheng, the general manager of Jiaxing. Our New Century Fried Chicken is now part of Jiaxing. The hamburgers you enjoy and the milk tea you are queuing for were all developed by our boss. He simply does not frequent this place, which is why you are unfamiliar with him. What was happening here just now? I heard quite a ruckus from inside. The server distributing wristbands was taken aback by the audacity of the customers questioning Li Dongsheng and swiftly seized the opportunity to enlighten them. This was an excellent chance to showcase her worth before the boss. How could she possibly let it slip away? Was she truly the boss? Or perhaps the proprietor of Jiaxing, the owner of that food factory? Thunderstruck, Li Kun's girlfriend stared incredulously at Li Dongsheng. Realizing that her act of bravery had inadvertently offended a significant figure, her previous bravado had evaporated, and she now nervously clutched Li Kun's arm, yearning to blend into the crowd and escape, only to be sternly halted by Li Kun's piercing gaze. "Young lady, does your face hurt from that slap? If I were to deny you this milk tea, you'd surely curse me 100 times in your heart, wouldn't you? Your courage to confront injustice is commendable, but it seems you were a bit too headstrong. I must ask, what makes you think I'm so unworthy of your respect?" A chuckle escaped Li Dongsheng's lips, causing the young girl to blush profusely, much to the amusement of Jia Qiuyu, who playfully nudged him. "We just had a minor misunderstanding, and I apologize for the embarrassment. Starting tomorrow, I shall establish a dedicated retail counter in the store to minimize your wait time. As for today, everyone present here may purchase their first item at full price and their second at half price, exclusively for those already in line. Unfortunately, this young lady shall not partake in this offer. How can you bully me like this? I had no idea you were truly the boss. Sir, can't you show some mercy and let it slide? Sir, I'm only 26. How can you call me sir?" Li Dongsheng exclaimed, realizing that a rift had formed between them. "I cannot possibly sell you this milk tea now." He had not anticipated that the young lady would shift her tone so rapidly. One moment she was challenging him, and the next she was attempting to charm him. Amused, he felt compelled to tease her further. "I'm merely 18. What should I call you then? Brother? But you look rather aged for that title," he jested. "Let us not quarrel over this, dear girl. We've been waiting here for quite a while, and it's quite chilly." The young girl, sensing the cold glare from Li Dongsheng, shivered and quickly hid behind Li Kun, peeking out shyly at him, looking adorably naive. "Hush, Hu Xing. What should we do about this situation?" Li Dongsheng exchanged a knowing glance with Jia Qiuyu, both suppressing their laughter as they tossed the dilemma to Hu Sheng. "In my view, let her wait in line while the others enjoy their discount. She shouldn't benefit from half price." Hu Sheng, realizing Li Dongsheng was in a playful mood, rolled his eyes and joined in the jest at the young lady's expense. "Come now, young lady, it's time to soften your stance. Don't you know how to handle this?" "Exactly. He is clearly a handsome young man. Why would you insist on calling him sir? If it were me, I certainly wouldn't sell to you." The onlookers had already discerned that Li Dongsheng was deliberately teasing the girl, and they chimed in, leaving her even more flustered. "Dongsheng, please do not tease the young lady. Are you not supposed to discuss matters with Li Kun? You both should proceed with your conversation while Hu Sheng and I accompany this young lady in line." Jia Qiuyu observed the girl on the verge of tears and pinched Dongsheng's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. He quickly nodded, signaling for Li Kun to follow him. "Rest assured, at Jiaxing we uphold fairness and justice in business. Even our employees are not permitted to cut in line." Jia Qiuyu watched as Dongsheng led Li Kun into the fast food restaurant, then wheeled Hu Sheng to stand beside the girl. "Your sister mentioned you were interested in seeking employment with us at Jiaxing?" In the basement of New Century Fried Chicken, after greeting Zhang Fatsai, Dongsheng brought Li Kun to Zhang Fatsai's office. He casually took a seat and inquired of the somewhat shy Li Kun. "Yes, I wish to join Jiaxing because my sister said it has a warm atmosphere, unlike other factories that feel so cold." Li Kun sat awkwardly across from Dongsheng. gazing earnestly into his eyes and speaking candidly. You need not heed others' opinions. I know Sister Tsuelan feels a strong sense of belonging to Jiaxing, and naturally, she speaks highly of it at home. What I wish to ask is, what is your perspective on Jiaxing? Chapter 75. I am not asking you to be an undercover agent, to be candid. My knowledge of Jiaxing is rather limited. The fragments I possess have been gleaned solely from my sister's remarks. I am aware that Jiaxing is overseen by a stern yet warm-hearted Iron King, a manager who empathizes with his subordinates and is unwavering in his promises, as well as a scarred gentleman who, despite his seemingly idle demeanor, possesses an admirable enthusiasm. However, these insights do not encapsulate my true intention for joining Jiaxing. My desire to be part of this enterprise stems from its nascent stage, where it has already begun to shine following a pivotal transformation. The owner is daring, the employees are industrious, and the entire organization is imbued with a vibrant spirit. Moreover, Jiaxing is currently experiencing a managerial void, creating an urgent demand for talent, thereby affording me ample opportunity to showcase my abilities. I am not inclined to enter a moribund industry where I would contend for sustenance among sycophants and flatterers. Ah, young man, you appear as bashful as a maiden. Yet your words possess considerable weight. I have thoroughly investigated your background. I have no reservations regarding your academic credentials, but I harbor doubts about your true capabilities. Presently, I have a commendable task for you, one that exists independently of Jiaxing. If you can illuminate my path with your insights, I shall integrate you into Jiaxing and grant you the management of a company. However, my trust in you is a singular opportunity. You must not disappoint me. Li Dongsheng reclined with his legs crossed, observing Li Kun, whose demeanor had transformed dramatically upon speaking. Ever since Li Tsuelan mentioned him, Li Dongsheng had taken it upon himself to investigate. His findings revealed that Li Kun is a prodigy, a genius in the realm of computer science. In the late 1980s, when televisions were still considered luxuries, and even the most basic computers started at exorbitant prices, finding a skilled computer enthusiast was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. While his night school education may seem lacking, academic credentials can always be enhanced. Yet, a rarity such as him, specializing in an increasingly vital field, is indeed precious. Thus, from the moment Li Dongsheng learned of Li Kun's intention to join Jiaxing, he had already envisaged a fitting role for him. Why do I feel as if you intend to dispatch me as an undercover agent? While the prospect of managing a company independently is tempting, I am merely a computer science student. I hardly seem suited for such clandestine endeavors. Li Kun scrutinized Li Dongsheng, sensing an ulterior motive behind his gaze. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is always a pleasure. I am not proposing that you act as an undercover agent, but rather encouraging you to pursue further education and absorb advanced ideologies from esteemed institutions. As someone who specializes in computer science, what are your perspectives on the future of the computer market? You also possess knowledge of computers? Li Kun expressed his astonishment, struggling to fathom how a food industry magnate could delve into the realm of computing. Is he aspiring to carve a niche in the computer market? Perhaps he is indulging in fanciful dreams. I possess a modicum of understanding. Now, do share your insights. Li Dongsheng paid no heed to Li Kun's astonished gaze. He bit down on a straw and slurped milk tea from the cup beside him. Well, since you wish to listen, allow me to speak freely. When discussing computers, one cannot overlook the avenues of acquisition. Currently, the computer market in our country heavily relies on large foreign manufacturers. Computers, which are relatively inexpensive abroad, become exorbitantly priced upon importation to China, laden with tariffs and subjected to various inspections, leading to a shocking increase in price by the time they reach second-hand dealers. And even more so when sold to individuals. Presently, it is primarily large factories or state-owned enterprises that procure computers, as small workshops often cannot afford them. Even if they do, they find little use for them. The primary reason is that stable hardware is exceedingly difficult to acquire, and even when obtained, it is riddled with bugs and has a lamentably short lifespan. If you are considering venturing into the computer industry, I would advise against it. Not only are the acquisition costs exorbitant, but when the time comes to sell, you may find the lack of channels quite daunting. Times are advancing, and technology will not remain stagnant. Perhaps in a few years, or a decade or two, computers will no longer be confined to factories or state-owned companies, but will truly permeate private homes at remarkably low prices, becoming as essential as the 3 major household appliances. At that juncture, your participation would not be too late. You seem to be advising me, but you are mistaken. I have no desire to engage in the arduous task of selling computers, which is both laborious and financially challenging. As you mentioned, once computers become commonplace in households, will their purpose not shift? From public utility to private use, from office applications to entertainment? Li Dongsheng sipped his milk tea, and with every word spoken by Li Kun, he nodded somewhat awkwardly, as if Li Kun had struck a chord deep within him. A person with such insight is destined to rise above obscurity. Are you trying to convey something? Li Kun squinted at Li Dongsheng, an incredulous thought germinating in his mind. It appeared he had grasped the essence of what Li Dongsheng was attempting to express. This young man, only slightly his junior, seemed to possess a clearer vision of the computer market's future than himself, a graduate in computer science. Unaware of the astonishment he had evoked in Li Kun, Li Dongsheng continued, if computers were to transition from office tools to essential household items, would they not give rise to numerous other entertainment possibilities? For instance, imagine being able to purchase any desired item from the comfort of your home, watch films, engage in remote conversations, or even collaborate in gaming. Bossly, what you describe is currently impossible. We in China do not yet possess an independent local area network. It is premature to discuss such matters. However, your insights have truly broadened my horizons, leaving this computer science student feeling inadequate. Please, speak plainly. Tell me what you wish me to do. And as long as it does not compromise my integrity, I will comply. Li Kun fixed his fervent gaze upon Li Dongsheng, interrupting his words, fearful that if he continued to listen, his heart might not withstand the weight of what was being said. The concepts Li Dongsheng had just articulated echoed those once discussed by his academic mentor during his school days. Li Kun's teacher postulated that in the future, an infinite network would undoubtedly become an indispensable resource for humanity. However, what Li Dongsheng had just conveyed was far more multidimensional, almost as if he had illuminated a boundless avenue for the future of the internet. Could it be that Li Dongsheng surpassed even his esteemed professor? After all, his mentor was a luminary in the field of computer science, a professor hailing from Yen University. I want you to pursue further studies at Yen University, focusing exclusively on all aspects of computer science. I shall assign you a project, one that you may undertake with trusted partners, but it must remain confidential. You have a span of 7 years to complete this endeavor. During this time, do not concern yourself with when China's internet will align with the global stage. Instead, develop a real-time chat software that harnesses the power of online communication. Your primary focus at Yen University should remain on your studies. Absorb as much knowledge as possible. I will cover all expenses, including any aspirations you may have for studying abroad. However, once you step outside this door, we shall no longer be acquainted. Do you comprehend my meaning? Chapter 76. The affection of children. Bossly, do you truly have faith in me? Are you not afraid that I might spread my wings and fly solo in the future? Li Kun attempted to steady his emotions as he discerned the formidable ambition harbored by Li Dongsheng. What audacity it took to contemplate such distant aspirations even before the establishment of a local network in China. Did he genuinely possess such confidence in himself? Ah, a fine steed is coveted wherever it may roam, yet not everyone is a discerning connoisseur of talent. I regard you highly for your studies in computer science. And your mentor is a professor at Yen University. To be candid, Li Dongsheng and Jia Zhenjing managed to establish a modest enterprise, Jiaxing, from nothing within a few months, elevating its worth beyond $1 million. Investing in you, a student, is of little consequence to me. My investment stems from my belief in Sister Tsulan. She is a person of gratitude, and as her younger brother, you should not fall short in character. Of course, if you turn out to be the kind of person who, having been nurtured, forgets their origins, I shall incur no significant loss. In your presence, your perspective seems akin to that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, I grant you 3 minutes to ponder. Respond once you have made your decision. A faint smile graced Li Dongsheng's lips. He recognized that Li Kun had already taken the bait. It was now a matter of his choice. To be honest, your proposal is indeed enticing, and I am profoundly grateful for your trust. Perhaps you are unaware that I am engaged to Chiyu, and we are to wed in the latter half of next year. If I agree to your offer now, I would inevitably have to distance myself from H City, and likely remain away for several years. I am somewhat reluctant to part from Chiyu. As the ancients wisely stated, cultivate oneself, harmonize the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. Your intentions are not misplaced, yet as someone who has traversed this path, I can assure you that a man without wealth cannot establish a home. Where is that young lady working now? Are you referring to Chiyu? She is employed at the electric meter factory. Ah, the ties of affection can be the most challenging to navigate. If you cannot let go of that young lady, you may consider taking her with you. Could I, Return to discuss this with her? Li Kun's expression revealed his inner turmoil. Li Dongsheng's proposal seemed like a bonanza falling from the heavens. Should he let this opportunity slip away, he feared he might never encounter such serendipity again. Yet, what would become of Qiyu if he departed? Even if he wished to take her along, would her disposition allow her to leave with him? If you find this difficult, then let it be. You may report to Jiaxing any time after tomorrow. I will reserve a position for you at the grassroots level. Li Dongsheng observed Li Kun's hesitation and sighed softly. There was a time when he too, for the sake of what he deemed love, relinquished an opportunity to soar. He then watched helplessly as that love, more precious than life itself, turned away and embraced another. Young man, having dreams and capabilities, and the courage to strive and explore, is commendable. However, the entanglements of affection can be a significant hindrance. Please do not be angry, Boss Li. I shall attend Yin University. Li Kun was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, but upon witnessing Li Dongsheng rise to leave, he realized his hesitation had incited the other's ire. After much deliberation, he made a difficult decision. Listen, young man, you must grasp one fundamental truth. I am not compelling you to excel. If your heart truly yearns for that girl, you may inquire whether she wishes to accompany you to Yin University. Should she agree, I am willing to extend additional financial support out of consideration for you. Conversely, if she declines, I can facilitate a respectable position for her at Jiaxing, provided your influence is deemed worthy of such investment. I, Li Dongsheng, am not a philanthropist. I create platforms for your ascent, and in return, I expect your value to be reciprocated. In the future, when you and that girl dine at New Century, feel free to charge it to my account. Do not squander my expectations, nor bring shame to your sister. Li Tiezhu. Li Dongsheng then stood, gently nudging Li Kun with his bandaged arm before departing the basement. Brother Zhang, 5 orders each of hamburgers, milk tea, and fried chicken. 2 to go, 3 to enjoy here. Please deliver them upstairs. Got it. Just a moment. Dongsheng, have you finished your discussion? In a private room on the 2nd floor of New Century, Jia Qiyu was engaged in conversation with the girl, Qiyu, while Hu Xing was engrossed in the television, wrestling with his milk tea. As the door creaked open, Li Dongsheng entered, accompanied by the somewhat troubled Li Kun, and took a seat beside Jia Qiyu. All done, he acknowledged with a nod towards Jia Qiyu, biting the straw of her milk tea cup and slurping the beverage. Uncle Li, no, Brother Li, I sincerely apologize for earlier. It was not my intention to offend. Please, let us not dwell on it, Li Kun implored. Qiyu noticed the somber expression on Li Dongsheng's face as soon as he entered, and her boyfriend remained silent. She feared her earlier impulsiveness had displeased Li Dongsheng, which in turn might have affected his view of her boyfriend, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved. I have no desire to quarrel with a mere child, Li Dongsheng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qiyu. Upon closer inspection, he realized the girl was rather striking, which explained Qiyu's reluctance to part with her. Do not overthink it. Boss Li has offered me an opportunity. I shall discuss it with you later. Under the table, Li Kun tugged at Qiyu's sleeve, signaling her to leave without further delay. Startled, she hesitated for a moment before reluctantly rising, offering an apologetic smile to Jia Qiyu and Li Dongsheng as she prepared to depart with Li Kun. Please pack 2 fried chicken meals for us to take along. They'll be ready at the counter. Li Dongsheng watched the young couple exit, then turned to nudge Hu Sheng. Hey, Hu Sheng, absorbed in the television's broadcast of a song from A Fire in Winter, glanced at Li Dongsheng with annoyance. Since you enjoy singing so much, why not record a few albums? I could teach you to write lyrics. A few? Can you even sing? Write lyrics? You speak with such a rough accent. I find that hard to believe. Hu Sheng, you should not question my capabilities. He suggested teaching you how to write lyrics, which is quite an elevation of your worth. Why do you fail to recognize this kindness? Upon hearing that Li Dongsheng had taken the initiative to write lyrics for Hu Sheng, Jia Qiyu immediately became intrigued and hastily gestured for Hu Sheng to comply. What are you grimacing for over there? I refuse to learn singing from him. Not only does his voice resemble coarse gravel, but my own singing is equally off-key. What is there to learn? I have waited for 3 years solely for this opportunity. I seek to reclaim my dignity, not to prove my worth, but to convey to others that what I have lost, I shall undoubtedly regain. Hu Sheng mimicked Li Dongsheng's expressions with exaggerated movements, suddenly adopting a fierce demeanor. He pointed at Li Dongsheng's nose and recited in Cantonese the most iconic line from A Better Tomorrow, delivered by the legendary Chow Yun-fat. His expression was strikingly vivid, and the scar on his face conveyed more emotion than the bandages on Chow's head in the film. Very good, very good. If you make that expression even more menacing, you might surpass Zhao Yinfat. Humph, I wouldn't believe you if you were a ghost. Chapter 77. Li Yinbin Hu Sheng. You possess an extraordinary talent for acting. How about I write a script for you and help you become a big star? Hu Sheng's Cantonese was remarkably fluent, leaving Li Dongsheng astonished that a native of H City, with his background, could articulate such authentic dialect. To not pursue a career in film would be an utter waste of potential. Please, spare me. I lack such capabilities. Hu Sheng, somewhat despondent, sipped his milk tea. It was not until the server delivered an array of fried chicken and hamburgers to the private room that his spirits seemed to lift, although he still appeared preoccupied. After lunch, the trio made their way to Jiaxing. Over the past month, Jia Zhenjing had been preoccupied overseeing the advertising bids for Phoenix Television's prime-time slots in Shenzhen. The food factory required vigilant oversight, and both Li Dongsheng and Hu Sheng had to step up. Consequently, Jia Qiuyu was also conscripted into duty. Manager, please take a look at our sales report for the first half of the month. If you have no objections, kindly sign it. In the office, Hu Sheng continued to wrestle with his recorder. Li Dongsheng sat at the boss's desk, requesting Jia Qiuyu's assistance in documenting some classic scene ideas, and the three of them worked harmoniously in their respective tasks. At that moment, Yu Lu, an accountant from the finance department, knocked and entered with a financial report in hand, respectfully placing it on the desk before standing to the side. She surveyed the two individuals in the room, stifling a laugh. What is going on with the Chunwei Supply and Marketing Cooperative? How could they have failed to settle 3 months' worth of outstanding payments? And what about the several small shops in Dongsheng? Li Dongsheng settled into the boss's chair, asking Jia Qiuyu to assist with page turning as he meticulously scrutinized the accounts. Upon examination, his brow furrowed. How could there be so many bad debts that the Jiaxing food factory could not recover since its restructuring? Had Jia Zhengjing not noticed these issues? Indeed, managerly, these shops are notorious for being difficult. Our initial distribution was based on the size of their stores. For a supply and marketing cooperative like Chunwei, known for its significant sales volume, we settle payments every 3 months. In contrast, smaller shops like Dongsheng and Lijiaten settle monthly. However, last month was the repayment period for Chunwei, and we had a total of 20,000 yuan worth of goods there. Normally, this amount is manageable, and Chunwei's revenue should easily cover it. Yet, they claim to be experiencing cash flow issues and need to wait until next month. I have already consulted Manager Jia about this, and he suggested we wait until next month to collect from Chunwei. As for the small shops in Dongsheng and Lijiaten, while each carries only a few hundred yuan worth of goods, their numbers add up. When we reached out to collect payments, they all claimed to be short on funds and requested more time. I have not yet had the opportunity to report this to Manager Jia. Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's inquiry, Yu Lu promptly twisted her slender waist and approached the desk, pointing out several prominently marked shops on the accounts ledger to offer her explanation. In the face of adversity, one often encounters unscrupulous individuals. The more leniency you extend, the more shamelessly they will play tricks on you. From this moment forth, regardless of the shop, any that fails to settle accounts shall receive no supplies. Managerly, if we proceed in this manner, we will lose numerous clients. Is this feasible? Just follow my instructions. Should they call for inquiries, relay my exact words to them. Furthermore, inform them that beginning January of next year, to procure products from Jiaxing, they must adhere to the quantities I stipulate, no less. Now, leave and bring in Li Yinbin. All right then. Yu Lu departed the office clutching the documents signed on behalf of Jia Qiuyu. Before long, a young woman with long hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a suit, entered respectfully. Please, have a seat. Li Dongsheng regarded the striking woman before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gestured toward the sofa. I have a task for you. Starting tomorrow, register a company at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to establish a large-scale integrated food procurement chain. During the licensing process, scout suitable locations. The shop must not be less than 1,000 square meters, and the annual rent should not exceed 50,000. The vicinity must provide ample parking space and be situated in an area densely populated with residential communities and sufficient foot traffic. Additionally, recruit your boyfriend from the pharmaceutical factory to assist you in founding this company. Can you manage that, boss? As Li Yinbin took her seat, she found herself overwhelmed by the flurry of Li Dongsheng's directives. Having joined Jiaxing for less than a month, she had yet to produce any results. What had prompted Li Dongsheng to entrust her with such a responsibility? His words left not only Li Yinbin perplexed but also Hu Sheng, who set down the recorder and stared at Li Dongsheng in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Jia Qiuyu scrutinized Li Yinbin's appearance, comparing her beauty to her own. You need not harbor excessive concerns, simply do as I instruct. From this moment, if you require funds, I shall provide them. If you need personnel, I shall supply them. Ensure that this matter is resolved by the end of this year. Can you accomplish that? Thank you for your trust, Manager Li. I can do it. Li Yinbin, noting Li Dongsheng's serious demeanor, understood that he was not jesting. She excitedly rose, intending to bow in gratitude, but was halted by a wave of his hand. That will be all. I will be at Jiaxing during this period. Should you have any progress or needs, feel free to come to me at any time. Understood, Manager Li. I will take my leave now. What new scheme are you concocting, Dongsheng? The moment this brother departs for Shenzhen, you are already planning a large-scale integrated food procurement chain. What does it signify? Moreover, isn't Li Yinbin the second sister of Li Guorong? What brings her to Jiaxing? As soon as Li Yinbin departed, Hu Sheng and Jia Qiuyu commenced their onslaught against Li Dongsheng, earning nothing but a disdainful glance from him. Li Yinbin's arrival at Jiaxing was a result of my audacious efforts to recruit him, and the idea of allowing Li Yinbin to independently establish a procurement chain was a plan that my elder brother and I had long since devised. Initially, I had no intention of executing this plan this year. However, upon witnessing the plethora of bad debts at Jiaxing, I found it imperative to expedite the implementation. Li Dongsheng watched as Li Yinbin exited the office, exhaling a sigh of relief. This Li Yinbin is the second sister of Li Guorong, making her Li Dongsheng's second aunt. In his previous life, Li Dongsheng held a profound admiration for this aunt. During his childhood, his second uncle, who is now Li Yinbin's partner, Youqiang, fell ill with a respiratory disease due to his work in the pharmaceutical company. He remained bedridden and incapacitated almost from the age of 30, with the entire Yu family being sustained solely by Li Yinbin's efforts. At that time, Li Yinbin had to care for both the elderly and the young, despite her own health issues. Remarkably, she managed to maintain both family and work with unparalleled competence. Li Yinbin's exceptional qualities and astute intellect cannot be succinctly encapsulated in mere words. In this lifetime, Li Dongsheng seeks to rectify the regrets of his past, with the only solution to his second uncle's ailment being to transfer him away from the pharmaceutical factory. Currently, the wages and benefits at the factory are quite generous, and in order to extricate Youqiang from there, only superior benefits could entice him. With this in mind, Li Dongsheng had already devised a plan to ensure that his second aunt and uncle could independently manage a company, fulfilling the unfulfilled wish of his aunt to run her own business. Chapter 78. The canned goods have spoiled. Have you settled things with the elder brother? Why hasn't he informed me? Hu Sheng scrutinized Li Dongsheng suspiciously, snatching the juice in front of him and returning to his task of adjusting the tape recorder. Hu Sheng. What? Nothing. Why are you calling me for no reason? Li Dongsheng looked at Hu Sheng, who seemed carefree and oblivious, and shook his head in silence. After exchanging a few playful remarks with him, he resumed discussing the script with Jia Qiuyu. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Demeli, the secretary of Jia Zhengjing, rushed in, delivering a shocking revelation. Manager Li, our canned goods have spoiled. A crowd of citizens, accompanied by reporters, is blocking the entrance of the canning factory. You must go and check it out. What on earth is going on? Explain yourself. Li Dongsheng observed Demeli, her disheveled appearance heightening his unease. Just moments ago, I received a call from the canning factory. They informed me that a group of citizens has gathered outside, and several reporters attempted to photograph our production area, but were intercepted by Sister Li. Now, the two parties are in a heated argument, teetering on the brink of violence. As Demeli recounted the situation, Li Dongsheng furrowed his brow. The canning factory should not be facing any issues. This was an unspoken understanding among them. It was too coincidental that trouble arose just after Jia Zhengjing departed. Could it possibly be that scoundrel, Sita Haonan, causing mischief again? Hu Sheng, having turned off the tape recorder, wheeled himself closer to Li Dongsheng. His mind fixated on a singular thought. It had to be that Situ Haonan stirring up trouble once more. I suspect it's about time. That rascal certainly knows how to choose his moments. He even brought the reporters along. If we mishandle this situation, our reputation at Jiaxing will be in tatters, and no amount of expensive advertisements will salvage it. Faced with this unexpected predicament, Li Dongsheng, along with Hu Sheng and Jia Qiuyu, hurriedly boarded Jiaxing's designated van to the canning factory. Upon arriving, Li Dongsheng felt a throbbing headache. Since Jiaxing acquired the factory, he and Jia Zhengjing had leased an abandoned facility, which they meticulously renovated to relocate the canning operations. Now, Jiaxing's canning factory boasted 4 filling workshops and a temporary sterilization area, with the workforce expanding from 400 to 2,000 employees. Daily production reached 2,500 cans, with demand far exceeding supply. Presently, several of Li Dongsheng's elderly neighbors managed individual filling workshops, serving as the small supervisors of each section. They had maintained the factory with exceptional order, with nary a mistake made. Yet today, the entrance of Jiaxing's canning factory was besieged, with not a single opening for passage. The walls were sullied with foul-smelling liquid, and the cacophony of shouting was audible from several streets away. Having endured over 2 hours of turmoil, not only were there disruptive citizens outside the factory, but a throng of onlookers had also gathered, drawn by the spectacle. As a result, the long street in front of the Jiaxing canning factory has been completely blocked, inciting the dissatisfaction of the traffic police. Please make way. I am the owner of the canning factory. You may voice your grievances to me, but I implore you not to resort to violence. I have summoned the authorities to maintain order. Should you act impulsively, you are fully aware of the consequences. Faced with a throng of agitated citizens outside the Jiaxing canning factory, Li Dongsheng swallowed hard. Memories of being trampled by a group of employees from the Red Boat resurfacing in his mind. He hastily instructed Damalai to call the police. And only when the head of the nearby precinct arrived did he dare allow Jiaqiu to push Husheng as the 4 of them squeezed through the crowd, escorted by a contingent of police officers towards the entrance. Are you the owner of the Jiaxing canning factory? Are you aware that your cans have harmed innocent people? You deceitful merchant, you have duped us common folk with your fraudulent products. May you meet a fitting end, shouted one voice from the crowd. My husband consumed your canned goods and is now in the hospital, coughing up blood. We cannot afford the medical expenses. If you do not provide us with a satisfactory explanation today, we will demolish your shabby workshop. Another voice echoed. Yes, let's tear down your workshop. Make him pay. Let us punish this unscrupulous merchant. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, with some inciting others to storm towards Li Dongsheng. At this critical moment, seeing the crowd's escalating aggression, Director Wang fired 3 warning shots into the air, effectively suppressing the mob's fervor. Observing the crowd momentarily subdued by the gunfire, Li Dongsheng wiped the sweat from his brow. He stepped out from behind the protection of Director Wang and addressed the crowd, particularly those holding cameras. Firstly, it is true that I am the owner of Jiaxing. Secondly, I assure you on my personal honor that our canned goods undergo high-temperature sterilization, with each step meticulously controlled and inspected before leaving the premises of this factory. You are speaking nonsense. It was your cans that harmed my husband. You heartless merchants, whatever you say now is futile. If you do not compensate us, we will destroy your factory. A middle-aged woman interrupted, wiping tears from her eyes, rallying the crowd behind her to echo her demands. As the crowd's emotions threatened to boil over once again, Director Wang swiftly gestured for calm, and gradually the tension began to ease. Let us not act so rashly. The owner of this factory has voluntarily come forward, demonstrating a sense of responsibility. Regardless of whether there is a fault with Jiaxing's products, allow him to speak. If it is indeed proven that Jiaxing's cans are at fault, you need not raise your voices. Our police department will take the initiative to seal the factory and provide an explanation for everyone present. Let us all remain calm. Rashness will not resolve this issue, but only exacerbate the conflict. Please do me the favor of allowing Li Dongsheng to finish his statement. The leader. It is not that we wish to silence him. Rather, observe how he shirks responsibility from the outset. Is it possible that my elderly father lay in the hospital for naught? The cost of hospitalization is exorbitant. How are we to manage? Just moments ago, a tearful middle-aged woman, upon encountering Director Wang, unexpectedly took the side of Li Dongsheng. With a dramatic twist of her eyes, she plopped herself down on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Oh, my dear father, why must my fate be so cruel? Is there no justice left in this world? Do not restrain her, Li Dongsheng remarked coolly. Let her weep. I shall handle the rest. Just ensure that I am not further harmed. He cast a cold gaze upon the woman rolling on the ground, then surveyed the crowd of indignant onlookers, and suddenly, a smile broke across his face. Everyone just heard Director Wang's statement. If the Jiaxing canned goods are indeed problematic, I would willingly accept the consequences and compensate each affected family member with a sum of 100,000 yuan for their emotional distress. However, should anyone attempt to frame me maliciously, I, Li Dongsheng, will spare no expense to ensure that those who cast slander upon me face the full extent of justice. You 3 are journalists, correct? Why do you remain hidden within the crowd at such a time? Should you not be brandishing your microphones and bombarding me with inquiries? Could it be that you harbor guilty consciences? Chapter 79. Do you dare to accuse me of defamation? Director Li, I believe you have misunderstood. We are merely gathering evidence. The mere presence of so many citizens outside your factory today is sufficient proof that there are indeed issues with your canned goods. As journalists, we strive for justice, not to confront your unscrupulous demeanor. Amidst the crowd, a young female reporter, approximately 23 or 24 years old, clutching a microphone, noticed Li Dongsheng's unwavering gaze upon her, causing her eyes to flicker with hesitation. Summoning her courage, she stepped out of the throng to confront him. What a statement you made, claiming that as a reporter, you solely seek justice. Did you truly reflect upon your conscience when you uttered those words? It is well known that the canned goods from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative are priced at 7 yuan per bottle, whereas our Jiaxing cans are merely 3 yuan. In terms of quantity, craftsmanship, and packaging, how can any aspect be deemed inferior to those of larger manufacturers? My sole intention is to ensure that everyone can purchase the finest canned goods at a reasonable price. How dare you label me as unscrupulous? As a journalist, do you comprehend the law? Do you wish to challenge me with accusations of defamation? Director Li, our positions diverge. There is no need for intimidation. Our camera is recording, and the discerning eyes of the public are upon us. Do you dare to let us inspect your factory to ascertain if there are indeed any problems? Faced with Li Dongsheng's aggressive demeanor, the female reporter felt beads of sweat form on her forehead. She averted her gaze from his piercing eyes, her confidence wavering. You wish to conduct an inspection? I can permit you entry. However, such a large group is out of the question. At that point, who might casually toss a few small rodents or cockroaches into my workshop? My words would be rendered useless. You mentioned 3 reporters, correct? Please announce your television station's name, and I will allow each of you to bring 5 individuals along for a tour of Jiaxing. You may choose your companions. Li Dongsheng fixed his icy stare upon the female reporter and subtly gestured to Jia Qiu, who discreetly nodded in agreement. Did everyone hear that? Director Li is quite magnanimous, allowing us to inspect the factory. I am Dong Yuyu from the Xinhua Daily. Who among you will accompany me inside? I am Xia Yuyu from the Heilongjiang Daily. Please select 5 individuals to join me. I am Su Yuyu from the Phoenix Daily, and I will also bring 5 people along. Dong Yuyu was taken aback by Li Dongsheng's audacity in permitting them to tour the factory, her brow furrowing in uncertainty. She exchanged glances with her 2 companions, and together they selected 15 members from the crowd. To display fairness in front of Li Dongsheng, even a few onlookers were chosen. Let us proceed, Director Li. I am eager to witness what lies within your factory that inspires such confidence. Should we uncover any violations in your production practices, you will bear criminal liability, you know. So, you are Dong Yuyu from Xinhua Daily? And you too by her side. Are you willing to stake your journalistic integrity on this? If Jiaxing Canned Goods Factory is found to be in compliance with all health standards, will you dare to publicly clarify this at your newspaper? Li Dongsheng gazed contemplatively at the 3 reporters before him, fully convinced that they were the hired guns of Jiaxing. Upon hearing Li Dongsheng's words, Dong Yuyu hesitated, biting her lip, but upon witnessing the resolute expressions of her 2 teammates, she nodded firmly. Very well, I, Dong Yuyu, will boldly state this. If it is indeed true that your factory does not engage in any illicit production, I will personally return to the newsroom to draft an apology letter for Jiaxing, and it shall be published on the front page. Unbeknownst to her, he found her naivety rather amusing. She was likely unaware of being manipulated for someone else's gain. Come along, let us proceed inside. Director Wang, I kindly ask you to accompany me as a witness. Please leave a few brothers outside to prevent any unsuspecting citizens from being duped by these scoundrels. All right then. You all maintain order outside. Xiao Zhang, accompany me inside. Let us go, esteemed reporter. The crowd surrounding Jiaxing, witnessing Li Dongsheng's brief exchange with the reporters, retreated a few steps, parting to grant him and his entourage passage. Open the door. I am Li Dongsheng. Facing the myriad of furious gazes, he approached the factory entrance, lightly kicking the heavy iron gate and shouting out. The small door within the large gate creaked open slightly. Lu Kaixian peered outside, and upon recognizing Li Dongsheng, quickly opened the small door. Ah, Dongsheng, you have arrived. We shall discuss matters shortly. For now, gather all employees for a meeting. Yes, yes. Lu Kaixian, startled by the coldness in Li Dongsheng's eyes, swiftly grabbed the loudspeaker and mounted the elevated platform, calling for all employees to assemble. Approximately 10 minutes later, over 1,000 employees from the canning factory emerged, clad in disinfected uniforms and disposable masks, standing curiously in a line. They had been diligently working inside. entirely unaware of the commotion outside. Esteemed reporter, allow me to introduce you to our factory's operational protocols. First, employees must wash in the staff shower upon arrival. Donning disinfected uniforms, disposable masks, gloves, shoe covers, and head coverings. Only after passing infrared disinfection are they permitted to enter the factory for production. At noon, the disinfected uniforms are collected for sanitation in the infrared workshop, and upon returning from lunch, they put them back on. Should they need to use the restroom during the day, their disposable gloves and shoe covers must be discarded and replaced with new ones. I wish to inquire, at present, can any food factory achieve the level of hygiene that we maintain here? Ensure the cameras are rolling properly. Do not turn them off and deceive the audience. Apologies. Factory Director Li, but your assertions are merely one side of the story. I intend to interview your workers. Would that be acceptable? Dong Yuyu confronted Li Dongsheng without a trace of fear, openly intimidating him in front of the videographer, her expression growing increasingly somber. She pointed towards the employees standing nearby and shook the microphone in her hand. Feel free to conduct your interview as you wish. Li Dongsheng gestured politely to Dong Yuyu before moving next to Hu Sheng, opening his mouth to accept a mouthful of canned peaches that Hu Sheng offered. Showing no concern for his image, Hu Sheng slurped the canned peaches loudly, glancing around at the onlookers, and waved the can in his hand. Would you care for some? Hello, esteemed worker. We are reporters from Xinhua Daily. We received reports alleging that the canned goods from your factory have caused harm to people. And we are here for an interview. You must have heard what your boss just said. I would like to know if there was any inaccuracy in his statement. Please speak freely, without any reservations. We urge you to cooperate. Dong Yuyu extended the microphone towards a middle-aged man, who curiously scrutinized her before removing his mask. Li Dongsheng stifled a laugh. The man was Zhang from the northeast. What reporters? What is wrong with you people? There are so many injustices outside, yet you choose to focus on our legitimate factory? How could our manager possibly lie? Just look at Hu Sheng. We consume our own canned goods. We eat them until we are satisfied. Are you joking about them causing harm to others? Chapter 80. Waste. To be classified, Zhang Dongbei opened his mouth, and a spray of saliva landed on Dong Yuyu's face, causing her to grimace in disgust. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her face, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Jia Qiuyu approached Dong Yuyu and offered her a pack of wet wipes. These are soft paper towels produced by our factory, infused with beneficial bacterial factors that are particularly gentle on human skin, serving as a substitute for towels. Do give them a try. Thank you, thank you. Dong Yuyu gazed at the wet wipes, momentarily taken aback. After observing that Jia Qiuyu bore no ill intent, she cautiously pulled out a wipe to clean her cheek. These smelled delightful. After wiping away the saliva, her curiosity piqued. She brought the wipe to her nose and inhaled. She discovered that not only did it clean her face effectively, but it also left a subtle fragrance. That's normal. We've added a hint of perfume to the wet wipe liquid. If you like it, this pack is yours, Jia Qiuyu offered, extending the wipes toward her. Dong Yuyu hesitated briefly, but ultimately surrendered to the alluring scent and accepted the pack, quickly stowing it away in her pocket. Avoiding Zhang Dongbei, Dong Yuyu moved several people away to approach a middle-aged man with large eyes, extending her microphone. Hello, I am a reporter from Xinhua Daily. May I ask how many procedures our factory's canned goods undergo? Is there a clear disinfection process involved? The glass jars need to be disinfected. The glass lids must be sanitized, and all the fruits are washed thoroughly by hand. As for a can, how many disinfection procedures does it require? Chao Yaoding removed his mask and, using his fingers, enumerated the steps to enlighten Dong Yuyu, only to disdainfully don his mask once more. Manager Li, I'm beginning to believe what you've said. Let us take a look at the workshop now. Sure, please follow me. Faced with the evident resistance from the workers, Dong Yuyu felt that further inquiries would yield little insight. She turned back to Li Dongsheng, pointing toward the workshop ahead. Li Dongsheng, who was being fed canned peaches by Jia Qiuyu, noticed Dong Yuyu's completed inquiries and took a sip of the canned soup, leading the way. Manager Li, I've noticed that since we arrived, you've been continuously consuming cans with your friends. Are you trying to convey something to us? Dong Yuyu followed behind Li Dongsheng, microphone in hand, her tone laced with inquiry. You guessed correctly. I want to tell these critics that we consume our own canned goods daily. We can't get enough of them. To suggest that our products could harm someone is something I cannot believe, nor would any employee in this factory. I truly enjoy canned food, which is why I can produce the tastiest canned goods. Because of my love for canned food, I deliberately set the retail price quite low. allowing others who share my passion to enjoy them without suffering due to cost. Manager Li, you are quite amusing. Dong Yuyu was rendered speechless by a remark from Li Dongsheng. With an irritated stamp of her foot, she chose to ignore him. Entering the first workshop, she observed that it spanned an impressive 500 square meters, with a designated area at the entrance for employees to rest and dine. As she ventured further inside, she was greeted by a series of large iron pots and enormous reservoirs brimming with an array of fruits, each reservoir containing a unique selection. Positioned between the reservoirs and the iron pots were individual cutting boards, where some fruits remained unpitted and others had been halved, clearly indicating that the workers had left in haste, neglecting to complete the task with care. Nevertheless, the cut fruits were thoughtfully covered with gauze, effectively shielding them from any surrounding dust. Throughout the factory, despite the apparent disarray caused by the workers' hurried departure, the floors gleamed impeccably, and even the large pots used for canning showed no signs of rust. Feel free to explore. Here are some unsealed cans, and you can sample our products to ascertain their hygiene. Li Fenglan, who managed the canning factory, was someone Li Dongsheng placed complete trust in, particularly given her obsessive cleanliness. To uncover any unsanitary conditions under her management would be as improbable as a fighter jet appearing on a city street. Although it had been a considerable time since Li Dongsheng last visited the canning factory, he remained entirely at ease about its operations. Rest assured, Manager Li, we will conduct thorough inspections. In the face of such a pristine and orderly workshop, it was evident that even a state-owned large-scale canning factory would struggle to maintain such cleanliness. Dong Yuyu was acutely aware that finding any trace of violations in such a spotless environment was nearly impossible. However, her journalistic integrity compelled her to conduct a meticulous examination until she could confirm there were no infractions. Faced with Dong Yuyu's stubbornness, Li Dongsheng approached the table laden with cans and beckoned the 15 onlookers who had entered with him to come and sample the products. After half an hour, Dong Yuyu returned to Li Dongsheng, somewhat disheartened. She had searched for a full 30 minutes, and rather than discovering any violations, the workshop's cleanliness was astonishing. Have any of you ever seen a garbage bin that requires air freshener? Have you ever encountered a garbage bin that needs to be sorted into recyclable and non-recyclable waste? Is this not absurd? Who still recycles garbage? Manager Li, I wish to continue my inspection of the other workshops. I hope that is acceptable. Of course, I have no objections. If you tire from your inspections, feel free to use our employee shower facilities, where the imported shower gels are not only antibacterial but also leave a pleasant fragrance. Li Dongsheng was followed by a group of eager onlookers, all indulging in the canned goods as they guided Dong Yuyu and the 3 reporters through the remaining workshops. After apprehending a citizen intent on causing mischief, they indeed took her on a tour of the bathroom. Before departing, each was gifted a bottle of shower gel. As evening approached, Li Dongsheng led a group out of the Jiaxing canning factory, confronting a crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance. He instructed his employees to open the gates and set up tables to display hundreds of cans. Regrettably, he informed the spectators that their hopes of excitement had been dashed. After several reporters meticulously scrutinized the situation, they reluctantly discovered that there were, in fact, no incriminating findings within our factory. Regardless of whether you were hired by others or swayed by the provocateurs, your prolonged presence before Jiaxing and the graffiti upon our walls could be deemed a labor of sorts. Now, I present to you a small favor. Do you see the cans on the table? The first can is 3 yuan, and the second is half price. But only until supplies last. Be quiet. Your factory has been tainted. Who would dare purchase your cans? Just because the reporters found no evidence does not mean it does not exist. We do not believe you. Let us in to search for ourselves. Amidst the crowd, fists were raised, attempting to stir unrest, yet everyone was not foolish. Tempted by the allure of half-price cans, they had already lined up at the tables to make their purchases. As for the notion of death by consumption, spare us the dramatics. Director Wang, the situation is now crystal clear. It is evident that someone has orchestrated this slander. Surely you can discern who is inciting the uproar. So why have they not been apprehended? Chapter 81. There will always be malicious individuals seeking my downfall. After thorough inspections, it has been confirmed that the canned goods from Jiaxing Food Factory not only comply with production regulations, but also maintain a commendable level of hygiene within the workshop. We possess video evidence and have apprehended the mastermind behind the deliberate chaos. We are now set to arrest the malignant tumor hidden among you, who incites discord and contributes to social instability. We kindly ask for your cooperation to avoid any misunderstandings. Director Wang, who just entered the factory, received a small video recorder from Sheng and waved it before everyone present, extracting a tape. With a swift motion, several police officers maintaining order drew their sidearms and swiftly apprehended the instigator of discord from the crowd. The woman who recently claimed that our canned goods harmed her husband, leading to his hospitalization due to financial constraints, should not feel embarrassed, for we have the honor of having her husband here today. We shall ask him to clarify why he chose to mingle among the inspection crowd, attempting to introduce mice and cockroaches into our workshop while no one was paying attention. There is no need for excuses or unreasonable arguments. The tape in Director Wang's hands suffices to prove that our factory's canned goods are flawless. It is evident that malicious individuals are intent on slandering our establishment. Perhaps you are unaware that I have encountered many such people. Unfortunately, our Jiaxing canned goods, being both affordable and of superior quality, have offended many. These individuals believe we have taken food from their mouths and feel that their interests have been undermined, compelling them to devise schemes to bring us to ruin. Citizens, ask yourselves with a clear conscience, how do you find Jiaxing's canned goods? What about our other snacks? Are they not all presented to the public based on reputation and genuine quality? Today, you have been manipulated by malevolent forces. Should Jiaxing be forced to close due to this malicious slander, you will no longer have access to our inexpensive and delightful pear and orange juices. As I mentioned earlier, with the truth now revealed, Jiaxing will spare no expense to uncover the dark forces behind this defamation, ensuring that no more unsuspecting citizens fall prey to their deceit. Faced with Li Dongsheng's heartfelt remarks, Dong Yu awkwardly opened her mouth, wishing to speak but unsure where to begin. Turning around, she was startled to discover that her two teammates had mysteriously departed. The crowd gathered around Jiaxing fell silent. Many had merely passed by for the spectacle, eager to witness the conflict. However, upon realizing the integrity of Jiaxing's canned goods, they pondered where they would procure such delicious and hygienic products if the factory were indeed toppled. At 3 yuan a can, they could occasionally indulge, but at 8 yuan, they would truly hesitate to purchase. Mr. Li, please, no more. We have been blinded by preconceived notions. From this day forth, I shall no longer believe those who disparage Jiaxing. The canned goods produced by your factory are beloved by both the children and the elderly in my household. Should your business falter, we may find ourselves unable to afford these cherished products. It is quite disheartening that a few malicious individuals have taken to the streets, sounding alarms and spreading slander about your esteemed company, even fabricating hospital cases to mislead us into believing that someone truly fell ill from consuming your canned goods. We, too, have been deceived. You were correct in your earlier assertion. Both are merely snacks. I feel at ease allowing my child to indulge in your products, as the packaging clearly details the food ratios and includes a plethora of cautionary notes, attributes that are sorely lacking in other brands. My child is particularly fond of the little cards found in your crispy noodles, which has, in turn, made me appreciate them as well. A factory's integrity is something I can discern through its offerings. Indeed, Director Li, you must not raise the prices of your canned goods simply because we jest with you. The atmosphere among the onlookers quickly shifted back to a lively exchange, with everyone praising your company and no one casting aspersions. Rest assured, as long as the prices of fruits in the market remain stable, we will not increase our prices. After all, we are in business. We can afford to earn less, but we cannot sustain losses. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is time for everyone to disperse and not to cause any further disturbances for the traffic police and public security officers. Useless fools. You are nothing but a bunch of inept imbeciles. What have you accomplished for me? I instructed you to kidnap Li Dongsheng. And not only did you fail to eliminate him, but you also got Gu Silly involved. Do you have any idea how many connections I sacrificed to win him over? You promised to sell him to me, and yet you only made matters worse. I tasked you with managing a simple canning factory, and you allowed Li Dongsheng to twist the narrative from death to life. What use are you to me? In a private villa on the outskirts of H City, Situ Haonan, clad only in a pair of briefs, unleashed his fury upon several suited subordinates. In a fit of rage, he drew a pistol and shot one of his lackeys in the kneecap, causing the man to howl in agony. Take him away and feed him to the dogs. A bunch of worthless wretches. Situ then tossed the gun aside, collapsing onto the sofa, panting heavily. A young girl approached, trembling as she carried a tray and offered him a glass of whiskey. After taking a sip, the fire within him began to subside. He beckoned to his bodyguard behind him, saying, "Find someone, at any cost, to ruin Li Dongsheng's business. We must ensure that the name Jiaxing is obliterated from H City before Jia Jingjing returns." Hold on, Young master, please temper your anger. While it is indeed an opportune moment to confront Li Dongsheng and Jiaxing in the absence of Jia Zhengjing, we must be cautious. The old master is at a critical juncture in his career, and we must tread carefully with every step we take. In my opinion, it would be prudent for you to take a stroll and allow the investigator from Balijien to deal with Jiaxing, thereby achieving two objectives with one action. Just as Sidu Haonan was preparing to employ underhanded tactics against Li Dongsheng once more, he was unexpectedly halted by his ever-astute advisor, Wang Kai. With a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes and a hint of yearning in his tone, Wang Kai gazed at the individuals before Situ Haonan and spoke hesitantly. He intervened, causing Situ Haonan's brow to furrow in irritation. Have you forgotten that the false investigator you previously procured has already been exposed? Do you truly believe Li Dongsheng is a fool who would fall for your tricks again? My lord, you misunderstand me. I am not suggesting that you employ a fraudulent investigator this time. The genuine investigator has already arrived in H City, and I have arranged for you to dine with him at the Century Grand Hotel at 8 o'clock this evening. Indeed, you have finally proven yourself to be somewhat useful compared to that group of imbeciles. Since you seem fond of these little toys, I shall grant them to you. Ensure that you perform your duties well, and you shall be duly rewarded. Situ Haonan regarded the glimmer of desire in Wang Kai's eyes, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he released a hint of his own vigor before rising to depart. This left behind an exhilarated Wang Kai and a group of bewildered young women. Chapter 82. What great rodent has emerged? Today has proven to be exceedingly perilous. I am immensely grateful that you insisted I bring the camcorder. Did you foresee the events that unfolded today? In the office of Jiaxing, Hu Sheng toyed with the camcorder in his hand, finding it hard to believe that such a diminutive device cost over 20,000 yuan. When Li Dongsheng purchased the recorder, Hu Sheng had criticized him for his extravagance, but now, upon reflection, this device proves to be remarkably useful. I am no oracle. The camcorder was intended for recording promotional videos to showcase Jiaxing. As soon as I heard Damalai mention that the canning factory was surrounded, I realized that there must be malicious intent at play. The factory workers are trustworthy. Any disruption must come from outsiders. With the camcorder documenting their misdeeds, no amount of eloquence on their part will absolve them. That scoundrel Sidu Haonan is truly despicable. For a while, I thought the atmosphere around us was calm, believing he had reformed, only to discover that he has set his sights on the canning factory. Hu Sheng grumbled as he placed the camcorder on the table and wheeled himself over to the cabinet, using his teeth to open a bottle of vapor, taking long swigs. Do not fret. The more restless he becomes, the more evidence I can gather. In the end, I shall ensure he has no opportunity to retaliate. Li Dongsheng, relishing the gentle massage from Jia Qiuyu, leaned his head quietly against her shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qiuyu, would you like to eat tonight? Shall we indulge in fried chicken once more? Jia Qiuyu paused momentarily, her hands faltering at his words, before playfully tapping his forehead with her delicate fingers. Why do you only think about food? We shall forego the fried chicken. While it is delicious, indulging too frequently will lead to weight gain. And I must maintain my figure. Then let us have spicy hot pot, my husband's secret recipe, unmatched by any other. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door, and Damalai awkwardly entered. Surely nothing has gone awry again? Li Dongsheng straightened in his chair, his gaze fixed on Damalai, taking note of her trembling demeanor and swallowing hard. Ah, nothing grave, Manager Li, please do not be alarmed. You mentioned previously that you wished to hold a company annual meeting at the end of December, and I wanted to inquire about the budget. You nearly frightened me to death. How many employees does Jiaxing currently have? Upon hearing that Damalai was merely inquiring about the annual meeting's budget, Li Dongsheng exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared that Sidu Haonan would once again disrupt the status quo and create trouble for him. Currently, Jiaxing Food Factory employs a total of 246 registered workers, which includes 72 probationary employees, 3 security personnel, and 27 in management. The canning factory has 2,000 registered workers, which includes 16 in management, for drivers, and 1 security guard. The chopstick factory has 46 registered workers, primarily in management roles. The new Century Fried Chicken fast food restaurant employs 192 registered workers. In total, Jiaxing now boasts 484 registered employees, including you, Manager Jia, and Manager Hu. Has Jiaxing truly grown to such an extent? As he listened to the returns from Damalai, Li Dongsheng's thoughts began to drift. It was hard to believe that he had only clung to the big legs for a mere 5 months, most of which were spent in the hospital in a daze. Jiaxing had unexpectedly flourished to this magnitude? Tentatively, he proposed that every employee receive a box of large white pears, a selection of snacks worth 10 yuan, 10 pounds of pork, 8 cans, 2 tickets for the elderly, along with a New Year's lottery ticket. The lottery was designed with prizes ranging from 1 yuan to 1,000 yuan, with a grand prize of a motorcycle. What? So much? Upon finishing his statement, not only was Li taken aback, but so too was Tiezhu, and even Hu Sheng lost interest in his recording device. Hu Sheng quickly signaled Li Dongsheng with his eyes, but Li Dongsheng seemed oblivious, directly allowing Tiezhu to sign off on a budget plan of 60,000 yuan. Once Li departed the office with the budget plan in hand, Hu Sheng hastily wheeled himself over. Li Dongsheng, what are you pretending to be, you wealthy fool? Tone it down. Your spittle is all over me. How disgusting. Li Dongsheng disdainfully avoided Hu Sheng's spittle, curling up like a kitten in Tiezhu's embrace. He allowed her to help him tug at his white hair, gently speaking. You saw the canned food factory today, if it weren't for our employees' hard work. It might have face closure. Since our workers are putting in so much effort to support us, we cannot let them feel disheartened. At the end of the year, the annual meeting is a time for all employees to revel. I want every Dongsheng employee to understand that they will have sustenance by following us. People are emotional beings. Once these employees develop a true sense of belonging to Dongsheng, they will cherish it as their own home. Even if Situ Haonan were to resort to underhanded tactics in the future, this group of employees would stand by us, even in our absence. Hu Sheng, I reiterate, wealth is not amassed in a day. You now hold 20% of Dongsheng's shares, your net worth exceeding 300,000, aside from purchasing a recording device. What have you spent on? As long as our elder brother successfully secures the bidding for Phoenix Television's primetime slot, with Dongsheng's long-standing employees backing us, we could expand our team immediately without losing our footing. Young man, you must adopt a long-term perspective. Bah, you shameless spendthrift, throwing money around, yet preaching frugality daily. As if I could be easily swayed like Tiezhu. Tiezhu, you must manage the finances from now on. If Li Dongsheng takes charge, you'll all end up eating the wind from the northwest. Hu Sheng spat at Li Dongsheng, begrudgingly acknowledging that there was some merit to Li Dongsheng's words. He sulked back to his corner, continuing to fiddle with the recording device. Being with him, even if it means eating the wind from the northwest, brings joy. Tiezhu, observing Hu Sheng's sullen demeanor, chuckled softly, playfully teasing him with a gentle touch by Li Dongsheng's lips. I refuse to listen, a turtle reciting scriptures. Upon hearing Tiezhu's taunting challenge to the limits of singlehood, Hu Sheng promptly cranked the volume of the recorder to its maximum, causing a reverberation that left Li Dongsheng and Tiezhu feeling dizzy. Turn it down, will you? Do you want to lose your hearing? I want tea. I refuse. In the face of Li Dongsheng's furious outburst, Hu Sheng shook his head vigorously, deliberately showcasing an array of tricks with the recorder in hand. Oh, Tiezhu, I think Hu Sheng has truly lost his mind. Indeed, darling, I share your sentiment. Should we perhaps seek a doctor for him? Tiezhu stifled a laugh, gesturing towards her own head. I find that to be a splendid idea. Let us go. With a shared glance, Tiezhu and Li Dongsheng instantly sprang to their feet, flinging open the office door and dashing out, leaving a bewildered Hu Sheng standing in place. What just happened? Did 2 giant rats just scurry away? Chapter 83. Off to Shenzhen, is this truly malatang? How incredibly spicy. In the private room on the second floor of the New Century Fried Chicken fast food restaurant, Hu Sheng, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, slurped a bowl of traditional malatang that resembled a basin. His face flushed crimson from the heat. Yet he continued to ravenously consume it, soon finding his stomach round and bloated. In stark contrast to Hu Sheng's reckless abandon, Tiezhu maintained a more refined demeanor while eating, though she too was sweating profusely from the spice. She took a bite for herself and then offered one to Li Dongsheng. Occasionally, they would share a strand of rice noodle, leaving Hu Sheng with nothing but the whites of his eyes in irritation. I implore you to be mindful of your surroundings. Is it any wonder I am reluctant to dine with you? This meal is hardly peaceful. You've guessed correctly. I thrive on the thrill. What will you do about it? If you have the capability, summon your dancing girl and let her join us in this delightful torment. Wouldn't you agree, Tiezhu? Oh no, we are not being deliberate. You are simply overthinking it. Here, darling, have a meatball. Ouch, ouch, it's scalding, scorching my tongue. Let me blow on it for you. No, I can't take it anymore. Faced with the unabashed display of affection between Tiezhu and Li Dongsheng, Hu Sheng tossed down his chopsticks and wheeled himself out of the private room, leaving behind the 2 miscreants who erupted into laughter. Time flew by. And soon a week had passed, marking the day for a change of bandages. That morning, Li Dongsheng and Jia Qiuyu rose early, leaving Hu Sheng still in slumber. They made their way to the first municipal hospital to consult with Director Wang. The recovery appears satisfactory. The scabs on the wounds have all fallen away. So there is no need for such thick bandaging anymore. I will simply dress the wounds for you now. After 2 weeks of wearing a sling, you should be fully healed. During this time, please avoid spicy foods, refrain from alcohol, and do not stay up late, as these will hinder your recovery. You may manage your simple meals yourself, but try to keep water exposure to a minimum. In the orthopedic office, Director Wang cautiously removed the fallen scabs from Li Dongsheng's arms with tweezers. He then applied a specialized healing ointment and wrapped the area in a few layers of gauze, letting out a light sigh of relief. I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Wang. I feel terrible for continuously troubling you. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Li Dongsheng took a thick envelope from Jia Qiuyu and pushed it toward Director Wang. Quickly, return it. I uphold medical ethics, regardless of our relationship. I would treat you with the utmost dedication. It is the duty of a physician. Director Wang looked at the envelope on the table, and his previously gentle tone transformed in an instant. He firmly took the envelope and forced it back into Li Dongsheng's pocket, gently patting his shoulder. You are the younger brother of Jia Zhenjing, closely tied to Gu Guorong, which renders you no different from me, dear brother. If you truly wish to repay me, once you have recovered, do visit my home, and let us indulge in some revelry together. Brother Wang, perhaps I am being too narrow-minded. Very well. You carry on with your matters. Once my arm is healed, I shall certainly come to your residence for a grand celebration. Upon departing from the hospital, Li Dongsheng touched the envelope in his pocket, glancing back at the hospital with a subtle smile gracing his lips. What occupies your thoughts? Jia Qiuyu, adorned in a stylish shoulder bag and a chic women's suit, affectionately linked her arm with Li Dongsheng's. Instead of hailing a cab, they strolled leisurely down the streets of early winter. As they walked, delicate snowflakes began to descend from the heavens. Li Dongsheng caught a snowflake, watching it melt slowly in his palm, and playfully pinched Jia Qiuyu's nose. What else on your mind? When shall we bring little Nan Nan back? He inquired. Well, if you wish to go now, we certainly can, but that would diminish our time together. Would you truly be willing to sacrifice that? Jia Qiuyu rested her head gently on Li Dongsheng's shoulder, gazing at him with mischief in her eyes, a glimmer of purity evident. What is there to miss? A lavish feast is laid before me daily, yet I cannot partake. Rather than tormenting myself with longing, I would prefer to end this silent existence. Li Dongsheng understood the underlying message in Jia Qiuyu's words and feigned a look of grievance, prompting her brows to furrow in irritation. Li Dongsheng, what do you mean by saying you cannot enjoy the lavish feast? The banquet is right there. If you lack the means to indulge, whose fault is that? Or is it that you simply do not wish to partake? Spare me your excuses. Let us delay bringing little Nan Nan back for a couple more days. We shall enjoy our private space a bit longer, shall we? In one moment, Jia Qiuyu had been stern, but in the next, she was shaking Li Dongsheng's arm, employing her charms, attracting the attention of passers-by. Then we shall postpone the visit. Let us see if we can remove the bandages when we return to the hospital in a few days. I wish to replace my elder brother in Shenzhen. Why replace them? Jia Qiuyu inquired, her brow slightly furrowing with concern. Nothing in particular. I have been feeling somewhat unsettled lately. I fear that Situ Haonan may create disturbances in my brother's absence. With just myself and Hu Sheng, we cannot contain him. One must understand that not every troublesome situation can be navigated without peril. Currently, Madame Jia is rather vulnerable, and my own strength is yet to flourish. Thus, it is imperative that my brother stands firm against the Situ family. Li Dongsheng observed Jia Qiuyu's inquisitive expression and sighed softly, ruffling her hair. He was acutely aware of his own burdens. With Jia Zhengjing's uncle nearing retirement, he sought to protect his own interests and avoid staining his retirement legacy. The Situ family had seized upon this vulnerability, and only Jia Zhengjing had the capacity to keep Situ Haonan in check. Neither Li Dongsheng nor Hu Sheng were well acquainted with Situ Haonan's tactics. As the year draws to a close, they find themselves burdened with numerous tasks, diligently laying the groundwork for the forthcoming year, rendering it impractical to remain constantly vigilant against Situ Haonan. Just as Jia Zhengjing departed, Situ Haonan seized the opportunity to strike. Had it not been for Li Dongsheng's fortunate turn of events, the canning factory might have faced closure. Such a setback would have resulted in a drastic reduction of Jia Sheng's income by more than half. Confronted by Situ Haonan, Li Dongsheng harbored intense resentment. Yet he found himself in a vulnerable position, lacking the strength to confront the Situ family directly. Although Li Dongsheng had gathered substantial evidence against Situ Haonan, the mere possession of this evidence, despite Situ Haonan's grandfather, Situ Liang, being a prominent figure in a state-owned enterprise, would not guarantee Situ Haonan's protection. It would be sufficient to ensure his long imprisonment. Nevertheless, Li Dongsheng resolved to bide his time, compelling Situ Haonan to unveil his cards, ultimately planning a decisive strike. After all, avoiding direct confrontation and patiently devising a strategy to strike at the heart of the enemy was the essence of warfare. "I feel like I'm dragging you down," Jia Qiuyu said, curling up like a small cat in Li Dongsheng's embrace. She understood that had it not been for her, Situ Haonan might not have harbored such deep-seated animosity towards Li Dongsheng, which nearly cost both him and Hu Sheng their lives. "Foolish girl. Some matters transcend the notion of dragging someone down. Even without you, my fate would not align with Situ Haonan's. You are my woman. How could I bear to see you suffer? During this period, Jia Sheng will rely on you and Hu Sheng to oversee operations. No later than 4 days from now. Regardless of whether the bandages are removed, I must make a trip to Shenzhen." Chapter 84. The Four Brothers of the Chui Family. Why won't you let me accompany you? Jia Sheng has Hu Sheng, and that should suffice. Jia Qiuyu fixed her unwavering gaze upon Li Dongsheng, as if striving to penetrate the depths of his soul. "Are you relying on a disabled person? Hu Sheng possesses some cunning, yet he tends to act impulsively. I am well aware of your capabilities. I trust you to look after Jia Sheng. My purpose in going to Shenzhen extends beyond merely participating in the bidding. I aim to establish some connections there as well. I shall return before the annual meeting at the earliest. If you wish to find me, you can wait for elder brother to return before heading to Shenzhen." Li Dongsheng affectionately tousled Jia Qiuyu's hair, as if soothing a child, before hailing a van to return to the courtyard. "What have you been up to? I haven't seen you all morning. I'm nearly starving." Upon their return, Li Dongsheng and Jia Qiuyu discovered Hu Sheng engrossed in crafting origami with Zhang Xiaoyu, both seemingly enjoying themselves immensely. Upon noticing their return, Zhang Xiaoyu beamed a sweet smile, eagerly presenting the meticulously folded paper crane she had created, dashing over to them. Li Dongsheng, with a fond smile, gently ruffled Zhang Xiaoyu's hair and accepted the crane, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. It was hard to fathom that she was merely in her first year of junior high, displaying such dexterity and creativity. "This was taught to me by Uncle Hu. Isn't it beautiful?" Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to sense Li Dongsheng's intrigue and quickly pointed to Hu Sheng, who wore a displeased expression by the stone table. Her tone tinged with admiration. Well, look at you. I didn't realize you were capable of this. Didn't I order takeout from the restaurant next door? Why hasn't it arrived yet?" Li Dongsheng grasped Jia Qiuyu's hand with his left and held Zhang Xiaoyu's hand with his right, leading them to the stone table. Gazing at the multitude of paper cranes adorning the table, he couldn't help but give Hu Sheng a thumbs up. "Let us not even mention that takeout. I've come to realize that their dishes are becoming increasingly unpalatable. Xiaoyu and I have been waiting for you both to return so we could indulge in some spicy hot pot." Hu Sheng, with a hint of indignation, tossed the crane he had just folded onto the stone table, gesturing towards the kitchen's takeout with a look of grievance. "It's your picky palate. Hot pot shouldn't be consumed too frequently. It's not good for your health. Picky is picky. I'm a wealthy individual worth 400,000. What's wrong with having discerning tastes? Do I need your approval?" Hu Sheng shot Li Dongsheng a glare before instructing Zhang Xiaoyu to hail a cab at the door. On the second floor of the New Century Fried Chicken fast food restaurant, Li Dongsheng nibbled on fries while sharing his plans to travel to Shenzhen with Hu Sheng, prompting a furrowed brow from Hu Sheng. "Are you certain you don't need me to accompany you? Shenzhen is far more chaotic than the Northeast. I've heard that during the day, gangs roam the streets, robbing people. With your slender frame, I fear you might end up as nothing more than scraps." While Hu Sheng readily agreed to the idea of bringing back Jia Zhenjing, he harbored concerns about Li Dongsheng's tendency to attract trouble, feeling uneasy about him venturing so far alone. "Fear not, I've already devised a plan. I will take the four brothers of the Chui family with me. With their company, I shall be utterly secure." Li Dongsheng offered Jia Qiuyu a piece of fried chicken, took a sip of juice, and smiled faintly at Hu Sheng's concerns as he articulated his plans. The four brothers of the Chui family only heed their eldest brother. I hardly exchanged a few words with them. Can you command them? Hu Sheng licked his lips, contemplating that if the four lively fellows from the Chui family were to accompany him, Li Dongsheng's safety would indeed be somewhat assured, though he feared that Li Dongsheng might struggle to command them. Years ago, the father of the Chui brothers was a notorious gambler. ultimately met his demise in a street altercation, while their mother was nearly abducted and thrown into obscurity. Had it not been for Jia Jingjing's timely intervention to rescue their mother, settle the family estates, and shelter the four youths, the fate of the Chui family might have been far worse. Since then, the four brothers have been profoundly grateful to Jia Jingjing, following him devotedly into battle, dismissive of all others. Later, at Li Dongsheng's suggestion, Jia Jingjing began to cleanse his reputation, leaving the four men in Jiaxing. Jia Jingjing did not require them to report for work daily, yet their salaries continued unabated, akin to maintaining idle hands. The eldest brother, Cui Zhuang, the second, Cui Meng, the third, Cui Lang, and the youngest, Cui Bao, were all towering figures, each exceeding 6 feet in height, with brawn surpassing even Li Dongsheng's thighs. It was said that they had previously trained in both sanda and boxing under a martial arts instructor and had even secured accolades in martial arts associations. Li Dongsheng described them as formidable yet ruthless, while Hu Sheng viewed them as disdainful of everyone. They should pose no threat. They are not unreasonable individuals. Merely a bit hot-headed. I must depart clandestinely, ensuring that Situ Haonan remains oblivious. You and Qiuyu must hold the fort at Jiaxing. You must heed Qiuyu's counsel and refrain from impulsiveness. I will summon the eldest brother back as soon as I arrive. The entire trip will not exceed 10 days. So do not stir trouble. Li Dongsheng patted Hu Sheng's shoulder, earning another eye roll in response. Hu Sheng assured him he would keep a watchful eye on the situation, but urged caution given the chaos in Shenzhen. Jia Qiuyu grasped Li Dongsheng's hand, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. Words eluded her, so she simply sighed softly and nestled into his embrace. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. During that time, Li Dongsheng meticulously arranged all matters within the factory. Not only did he successfully persuade the Cui brothers to protect him on his journey to Shenzhen, but he also enlisted Director Wang's assistance to remove the bandages from his arms. The scars etched upon his arms were quite ghastly, and ultimately, at Jia Qiuyu's suggestion, Li Dongsheng commissioned a custom-made pair of eye silk gloves designed to cover half of each arm, completely concealing the scars. At the departure platform, Li Dongsheng took a final glance at the station behind him before boarding the train to Guangzhou with the Cui brothers. He had not allowed Jia Qiuyu or Hu Sheng to see him off. Even the journey to the station was undertaken in disguise, ensuring his peace of mind. Reflecting on the tender moments shared throughout the week, Li Dongsheng carefully tucked the talisman Jia Qiuyu had given him into his clothing as he sought out his compartment with the Cui brothers. Due to the hurried nature of purchasing tickets, Li Dongsheng found himself sharing a lower bunk with Cui Zhuang, while the remaining 3 Cui brothers occupied the adjacent sleeping compartment. As soon as the train departed, Li Dongsheng instructed Cui Zhuang to stow their provisions beneath the bed, and he himself removed his leather shoes, gently massaging his aching feet. The leather shoes of the late 1980s were characterized by their rigid design, which made them quite uncomfortable, a primary reason for Li Dongsheng's aversion to wearing them. However, this journey to Shenzhen was for business negotiations, necessitating a departure from his previous preference for comfort over style. To this end, Jia Qiuyu had thoughtfully provided Li Dongsheng and the 4 Cui brothers with 3 outfits each, tailored for various occasions. The shoes Li Dongsheng had just removed were the limited edition men's leather shoes from Diadora. While an untrained eye might overlook their significance, a connoisseur would immediately recognize them as a luxury item valued at 10,000 yuan. After tending to his feet, Li Dongsheng discarded his socks beneath the pillow, took out a wet wipe to cleanse his hands, and nestled into his bedding. Chapter 85. The Radiance of Domestic Goods. Finding a comfortable position against the pillow, Li Dongsheng picked up a stack of newspapers he had purchased just before boarding the train. Within this collection lay not only the most popular supernatural story publications of the moment, but also current news articles. Immersed in the newspaper, Li Dongsheng savored every word, recalling how, in his previous life, he had cherished reading supernatural story magazines as a child. Back then, each issue cost 2 yuan and contained several pages, seemingly published weekly. However, by the eve of 2012, these newspapers had vanished entirely from circulation, allegedly due to the influence of the X-Files, which led to a government ban. Rumors abounded regarding the reasons for this disappearance, but no one could alter the fact that this once beloved publication, which had captivated readers for years, had ultimately come to an end. Li Dongsheng had been quite disappointed at the time, never imagining that he would encounter such a rare newspaper at a kiosk in this lifetime. Consequently, he purchased several copies to help pass the time on the train. "Excuse me, make way." A resonant voice from a middle-aged man nearby broke his reverie just as the train was about to depart. Curiously, Li Dongsheng lifted his gaze to see a man around 40 years old, struggling with a heavy suitcase. Another young man entered the compartment, appearing somewhat haggard. This individual seemed familiar. Li Dongsheng merely cast a brief glance before returning to his ghost story newspaper. "I'll help you." Cui Zhuang, observing the two older gentlemen struggling with 3 suitcases, shook his head in disdain. With 1 suitcase in each hand, he effortlessly hoisted 2 larger suitcases into the overhead compartment. "Thank you." The middle-aged man, noticing Cui Zhuang in a short-sleeved shirt despite the winter chill, felt somewhat awkward, swallowing hard as he extended his hand for a shake. "Not a problem." Cui Zhuang, completely ignoring the man's outstretched hand, plopped back onto his seat and began munching on sunflower seeds. The middle-aged man, taken aback by Cui Zhuang's lack of communication, reluctantly retracted his hand, assisted by the young man behind him. He managed to place the remaining small suitcase in the overhead rack. The journey from H City to Guangdong Station required a grueling 109-hour ride on a green train, equivalent to nearly 5 days of travel. This duration did not account for potential delays, which Li Dongsheng, unwilling to succumb to boredom, had thoroughly prepared for. As the owner of a snack factory, he had brought an ample supply of refreshments. As noon approached and hunger began to gnaw at him, Li Dongsheng rose from his bunk. He asked Cui Zhuang to retrieve several red tea mugs and placed a few bags of jiashengyi noodles into them. After requesting hot water from the train attendant, he set about preparing instant noodles. His table was soon adorned with an array of delectable treats: pig's trotters, roasted chicken, pig's head meat, vegetarian tofu, peanuts, spicy strips, canned goods, fried chicken, hamburgers, and French fries, alongside more than a dozen bottles of pear juice. Li Dongsheng invited the remaining 3 brothers of the Cui family to join him for the meal. Meanwhile, on the upper bunk, the middle-aged man was chewing on a couple of steamed buns. With merely 2 salted duck eggs, a plate of stir-fried mustard greens, and a bottle of mineral water, I was prepared to face my afternoon meal. Suddenly, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. A middle-aged man cast a glance towards the table below and exchanged a knowing look with his companion upon looking at the bun in his hand. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Friends above, why not join us for a bite?" Li Dongsheng rummaged through a few paper cups and filled them with large white pears, extending a friendly invitation to the middle-aged man above. "How could we impose? We have already dined, truly no need." The man leaned out from his upper bunk, curiosity piqued by Li Dongsheng's invitation, and quickly declined with a smile, only to be interrupted by Li Dongsheng's gesture. "The journey is long, and the chance to meet you, Mr. Run, is serendipitous. Let us consider it a kindred bond, so please do not refuse. You know me?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, pondering Li Dongsheng's familiarity. He was certain he had never encountered the young man before. "I may not know you, Mr. Rin, but I recognize this." Li Dongsheng smiled faintly as he stood, placing a lost ID bearing the name Renfei before the middle-aged man. Renfei took the ID, gazing into Li Dongsheng's profound eyes, feeling as though he had been completely unmasked, a sensation that unnerved him and ignited a flicker of curiosity towards Li Dongsheng. "My brother speaks wisely. I shall shamelessly request a few cups of juice to share and foster our friendship." Renfei greeted his companions before descending from his bunk. Observing the benevolent Li Dongsheng alongside the intimidating 4 brothers of the Cui family, he decisively took a seat beside Li Dongsheng. "Meeting is indeed fate. I raise a toast to you, Mr. Rin." Li Dongsheng lifted his paper cup in salute, downing its contents in one go. Renfei regarded Li Dongsheng's spirited demeanor, deducing he was likely a businessman. However, he found it peculiar that he wore black gloves throughout the meal. It was quite unusual for burly men to abstain from alcohol and soda while traveling by train. Renfei picked up his cup, glanced at the 4 robust men opposite him who were engrossed in their food, smiled faintly, and in Li Dongsheng's presence, downed the large white pear with the audacity of consuming strong liquor. Noticing Renfei's gaze fixated on his wrist, Li Dongsheng removed one glove before him, revealing a ghastly scar, then promptly covered it again. "I was recently kidnapped by a group of thugs, sustaining some injuries that left a scar. I fear it might frighten others, hence I wear gloves to conceal it. As I am still in recovery, I cannot indulge in alcohol, only our factory soda. I hope you do not mind, Mr. Rin. That experience must have been extraordinarily perilous. To speak of it so lightly suggests a remarkable fortitude within you, young brother. May I inquire your name? Please, no need for the formalities of Mr. Ren. We are not far apart in age, if you do not mind." Simply call me brother. It feels much more cordial. Renfei smiled knowingly at Li Dongsheng and picked up a peanut with his chopsticks. Look at my mind. You can just call me Dongsheng. My full name is Li Dongsheng. Are you heading to Shenzhen, Dongsheng? Indeed, to be candid. I'm going to Shenzhen to attend the bidding conference for prime advertising slots on Phoenix television. Li Dongsheng maintained a smile, aware that he had piqued Renfei's curiosity. Thus he had no intention of concealing anything. Before him sat the luminary of domestic brands, the esteemed Mr. Ren, who had once proclaimed his ambition to establish the Hongming operating system, now seemingly at the nadir of his career. Li Dongsheng had used a certain brand of mobile phone in his previous life, making him quite familiar with Mr. Ren. When this prominent figure entered the vehicle earlier, Li Dongsheng had been wholly engrossed in ghost stories and only felt a sense of familiarity with Renfei without pondering further. However, upon discovering that he had inadvertently picked up Mr. Ren's identification, Li Dongsheng was astonished to realize that he was sharing a private room with the future Mr. Ren. What a remarkable twist of fate. To miss the opportunity to forge a beneficial connection would be utterly inconceivable. In light of this, Li Dongsheng had made arrangements with the four brothers of the Chui family, instructing them to focus solely on their meal and to disregard everything else. If memory serves correctly, Renfei had recently undergone a divorce, burdened with debts, and had forcibly gathered funds to establish Huawei. What a coincidence it was to encounter him on this train. Could it be that he was seeking to expand his market in Northeast China? Chapter 86. The beginning of deception. The bidding conference for the prime advertising slot on Phoenix television is not an event to which just anyone can gain access. Ren, perhaps blinded by his own limitations, did not anticipate that his younger companion was of such high standing. Confronted with Li Dongsheng's candid demeanor, Renfei felt a pang of bitterness within. Once, he too had soared with the same radiant spirit as Li Dongsheng before him. But now he found himself in this disheartening predicament. Even starting a company had required him to scrape together over 20,000 through various means. In comparison, he felt utterly insignificant. What value do titles hold? I am but a humble man, merely seeking to make my mark. Attending this bidding conference was merely to witness the spectacle. In comparison to you, I am nothing. Li Dongsheng observed the melancholy in Renfei's heart and shook his head slightly. He understood that Ren was currently enduring a low point. Given Ren's typically prudent nature, any attempt to offer encouragement might have the opposite effect. Thus, he opted to raise his paper cup once more in a toast to Renfei. Brother Dongsheng, you flatter me excessively, Renfei remarked, a hint of displeasure crossing his face at Li Dongsheng's praises. Nevertheless, he lifted his cup to clink with Li Dongsheng's. Gold fins are not mere creatures of the pond. Once they encounter a storm, they transform into dragons. Brother Ren, you are merely in a transient shallows. There is no need for such self-deprecation. Li Dongsheng detected the displeasure in Renfei's tone, but refrained from offering explanations, instead gesturing toward the suitcase on the luggage rack. Did you come to the Northeast to expand your small exchange channels? How does Brother Dongsheng know everything? Can you read fortunes as well? In the face of Li Dongsheng's profound smile, Renfei felt as though he were on the defensive. When he realized that Li Dongsheng had deduced his intentions for coming to the Northeast, he trembled slightly, his grip on the paper cup wavering, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, just a random guess. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Ren. A random guess, you say? Renfei squinted, studying Li Dongsheng meticulously. When suddenly he caught sight of a small tag on Li Dongsheng's sweater collar, causing his pupils to contract involuntarily. A K-box shirt paired with a cashmere sweater. The two limited edition items combined were worth no less than 7,000, and a classic Patek Philippe watch would surely exceed 200,000. The bespoke pants by Finney, accompanied by a pair of limited edition Dior men's shoes, meant his attire alone was worth at least 250,000. The four burly men opposite them had remained silent since the beginning, exuding an intimidating aura, yet they clearly held a great respect for Li Dongsheng. The collective worth of their attire easily approached 10,000. Though these five individuals appeared understated in their clothing, and untrained I might mistake them for rustic figures. Unaware of whether their modesty was intentional or a subtle display of wealth. Having often traveled abroad for studies, Renfei recognized the value of these brands. The average person, however, would not discern their worth. What exactly is this young man's background, boldly asserting his intent to participate in the bidding with such confidence? It seems the depths of the Northeast run quite profound. Li Dongsheng remained oblivious to the fact that Renfei had already categorized him as a significant figure in his mind. With a cheerful smile, he scrutinized Renfei's bashful assistant and offered him a chicken leg. What are your thoughts on the future of Shenzhen, my brother? Faced with the enigmatic Li Dongsheng, Renfei resolved to gauge the depth of his understanding. This individual was shrouded in mystery and seemed to possess an uncanny familiarity with him. Ironically, Renfei was quite certain he had never encountered Li Dongsheng before, and this conversation, which felt misaligned, left him rather displeased. "Oh, are you attempting to test me, my elder brother?" Li Dongsheng took a bottle of vapor, inserted a straw, and with a smile directed at Renfei, remarked, "The fish is about to be hooked. My younger brother is jesting. How could I possibly have the qualifications to assess you? It is merely that I run a modest business in Shenzhen and find the current situation somewhat ambiguous. I would like to hear your perspective as an outsider." Renfei discarded his paper cup and mimicked Li Dongsheng's actions, using his teeth to open a bottle of vapor and inserting a straw, both of them sipping in tandem. "Since my elder brother enjoys this discourse, allow me to casually share my thoughts. I hope you won't mock me, as I am but a novice." Presently, the year 1988 marks an era of vigorous reform and opening up, a time when opportunities abound. I believe that the future of Shenzhen, as well as the nation at large, will invariably revolve around three central points of development. Trade cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai may appear to be the first to seize opportunities, having been nurtured by the state. Such achievements are not easily replicated elsewhere. Although Shenzhen currently experiences an influx of talent, the nation is destined to embrace a high-tech trajectory. Whether it pertains to talent or factories, without adaptability, even the most formidable commercial empires will gradually dissolve into mere bubbles. In the early 1980s, computers were first widely introduced across the country, and there will undoubtedly be subsequent waves of technological proliferation, second, third, and countless more. As time progresses and science advances, we are on the brink of an age defined by limitless remote technology. Consider the current mobile phones. Even the most affordable models exceed 30,000 yuan. And that is only if you have connections. Without such connections, one can only envy. Currently, pagers dominate the mainstream market because landlines have yet to become universally established. However, once every household possesses a landline, pagers will inevitably fade into obscurity, marking a lucrative era for small switchboard operators. How long will this period last? That depends on the rapidity of our technological advancements. Looking further ahead, as landlines become prevalent, mobile phones will no longer be a distant dream. In the far future, I surmise that a simple telephone will suffice for frequent travelers like Mr. Ren to address all external demands. I am merely a small businessman, lacking knowledge in economics or politics, yet I am certain that technology will continue to evolve and humanity will advance. The future of Shenzhen is destined to be a confluence of talent and wealth. As the population grows, land will become increasingly precious. Despite the current trend of the state selling land, it will inevitably reclaim it in due time. Thus, I believe that if you possess a modicum of capital, it would be wise to consider venturing into real estate. However, investing entails risks. A careless endeavor may lead to catastrophic failures. This notion is merely a perspective that matures with the passage of time. As the pool of talent expands, technological advancements will ensue, and as technology progresses, even more talent will emerge. When talent converges, housing becomes scarce, and in turn, this scarcity presents lucrative opportunities for real estate developers. Consequently, land value will appreciate, and property prices will gradually escalate until they become uncontrollable. So, where does the talent originate? It lies in education. Personally, I believe that the future world hinges on three fundamental elements: technological development, land reform, and talent cultivation. Li Dongsheng spoke passionately, taking a refreshing sip of a crisp pear, his excitement growing with each word. In truth, Li Dongsheng had little understanding of what he was articulating, having previously been a struggling writer in his past life. While he may not have mastered many skills, he certainly excelled at engaging in boastful discussions. Although he fantasized about ways to impress Renfei, his academic credentials and life experiences were glaringly evident. When words were on the tip of his tongue, he spoke without restraint, expressing whatever came to mind.